Chapter 1 Never underestimate an old man's potential. In the 45-year-old Tinshan reigned he kingdom of Chu. Winter. The northern wind howled, and heavy snow fell. In the north, a fugitive of Xia. In a courtyard with torn trunces, an old man with withered white hair lay on sickbed, his face covered in arched spots, his eye sockets deeply sunken, and his breath faint. Master, I am unhealthy. Old man shan't, breathe etched down his face. Cough, 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 the old man coughed violently. Water. Yes, master, it'll be tight for you right away. The old man quickly brought a cup of water and fed it to the old man, who visibly regained some color in his cheeks. Are you feeling better, master? The old man was surprised and didn't understand what was happening. The old man shook his shade and stretched out his bony hand to pat the old man's head. I'm just experiencing a temporary recovery. A heavy at most half an hour left. I never imagined that in seemed, it would be you, Xuan staying beside the old man's side. Master, you raised me. Without you, I would have starved or frozen till the long Joe. Good child, the old man said as she threw off the blanket. Master? Qin Shuang, this old man doesn't want to die in bed. Help me at the front yard. Okay, Qin Shuang nodded tearfully and helped the old man walk to the front yard. A thought moment, snowflakes fluttered down, covering the yard with a declare of snow. The old man took a deep breath, pushed Qin Shuang away, grabbed a large spear from Fu, and distant tired the minor changed instantly, no longer appearing frail. Qin Shuang. Your last disciple. Yours and your brother solved the harsh land of Xia City. Only stayed beside the old man's side until thinned. Very actually trauma removed since Liu his spear technique without haven taught you it. The old man repeating taught snow, wielding the spear, performing Liu his spear technique with such force he thought the wine dance no seam at top. Watch closely, Xuan. The retreat and counterattack. The old man retreated while holding the spear, suddenly turned around, and thrust it out. The turnaround strike. Pa! The air cracked. Qin Shuang's is reddened. The retreat and counterattack with turnaround strike was truly exquisite. In aerial battle, the enemy would easily fall for it. The old man finished his movie and his face became even more flushed. He smiled and asked, Did you learn it, Xuan? Yes, master, I learned it. The old man nodded with satisfaction. The move wasn't difficult, and Qin Shuang had been practicing the spear with him for over a decade. He had much better talent than himself. He threw the spear to Qin Shuang and took out a bag of tobacco, standing in the wind and snow, smoking. Qin Shuang grilled at the spear in the snow while the old man puffed on his tobacco, his gaze growing distant. He seemed to see Haijie under cell practicing the spear in the snow. Qin Chuan, event Hokkien retransmigratory and have lived for 86 years. You're still at the bottom, accomplishing nothing in this world. Qin Chuang's lips curled into a bitter smile. He could feel that this body was almost an empty shell. His tomb was truly near. It was an experience Qin Chuang had summoned to power the earth. An ordinary person really couldn't live an ordinary life, no matter where they were. He had awakened his memory in form, giving him a head start. Despite his poor family background, he worked extremely hard, practicing Fate Extreme's fist technique has based on his memories and secretly earning the characters of this world. But the second time he was caught eavesdropping on a private tutor's lesson, he was almost beaten to death. He was 6 years old at that time. If the tutor had spared him because of the age off, he might have disappeared. He still remembered the tutor's words, boy. I noticed that you eavesdropping the first time and intentionally raised my voice, glancing at you, but you didn't treatment. Do you know that by eavesdropping on my lessons, you're cutting off my livelihood? If I don't punish you this time, every on you will come to eavesdrop, and will pay me tuition fees. How will my family survive? A thought moment, Qin Chuan understood that secret lie studying in Pfizer was impossible. Being caught and beaten to death was normal, and even the authorities would blame the perpetrators. His path of secret learning was thus cut short. Seeing easy journeys to learn, his father wanted to sell his sister to pay for his education, but Qin Chuan stubbornly refused, insisting he could ruin himself. When he was 8, the northern barbarians invaded Xia City, killing his parents and capturing his sister. He was also undead in the chase but survived. That year, he witnessed barbarian Liu Pan scale the 8-meter-high city wall. With one slash, white key from his blade slice set through the air, tearing a group of defending soldiers into pieces. Blood and flesh splattered at the walls. It was his first glimpse of what martial arts truly were. His 8 Extremes fist was like Hiden's, completely incomparable. But at that moment, his ear trembled with excitement. A high martial arts world indeed. I, Qin Chuan, will definitely make an name for myself in this world. 8-year-old Qin Chuan was full of confidence and desperations. Although he lost his family, he didn't lose hope. has Kevin jet 4-foot, competed with wild dogs, and tried every means dolphin demonstrate steady. Your physical constitution is too poor. You won't achieve anything in martial arts. This was what many masters told him when he sought to apprentice under them. Gradually, he left the pen turned to the imperial examinations. But ultimately, he realized that even with 2 life to miss of experience, he couldn't compete with genius writers. He failed to become even a licensed scholar. This was the almost inevitable fate of an ordinary person. In the face of genius, hard work seemed like a joke. At the age of 20, Qin Shi Huang finally accepted this fate. He joined Dagang in Shasitian, relying on his ardent extremes fist and lyle his spear technique the favorite divine martial arts technique in this world. It was for better than feng skilled hooligans. He gradually gained some reputation in Shasitian and was known as Lyle, his spear Qing. At the age of 4 while, with his inferiority extremes fist and some herbal formula she obtained, he reached skin refining stage. By Wu Wolf, he had mastered it and gained some fame in Sha City. But the hardships of his youth caught up with him. His body's potential was almost depleted, and injury is plagued him. So, at the age of 16, he retired from the underworld of Sha City and took nephew disciples to teach his extremes fist and his spear technique. His life was ordinary. If you weren't a transmigrator, he might have did long Joe. As for marriage and having children, he had thought about it, but given his circumstances, what future could these children give? Like father, like son. There's no ferret no short dials. He had neither wealth nor good martial arts techniques. If he had children, they wouldn't live at the bottom of society, and their survival would be questionable. He didn't want his descendants to follow his path. It was better not to hold them, as a form of kindness. 86 years flashed before his eyes, and a smile appeared on his lips. He had experienced all the joys and sorrows of life. Fortunately, someone knew us to read care for him in his old age. Qin Shi Huang felt that his life had been worth it. Clack! Fatal bagpipe fell to the ground, and his eye slowly closed. The dash fell into endless darkness. In his vision, he seemed to see his decaying body, and Qin Shi Huang anxiously dropped the spear and rushed towards him. Master! Master! Is my soul leaving my body? Is this what this feels like? Ding! Congratulations, host. You have experienced a true human life, with all its joys and sorrows, choice and separations, love and hate. The serial indispensable parts of life. Only by experiencing a complete life can you become a true powerhouse. System.
3 days later, the heavy snow has ceased. In the courtyard, Qin Shi Huang twirled his long spear, and in that moment, he finally comprehended the essence of talent and cultivation, after a lifetime immersed in the 6 harmonies spear. He had discerned countless flaws and had already conceived methods for improvement. What is talent? This is talent. As he concluded his practice, Qin Shi Huang approached, taking the spear and inquiring, Master, why does the spear technique feel different today? I find it somewhat perplexing. Qin Shi Huang wiped the sweat from his brow and replied with a smile, this is a refined version. Once I finalize it, I shall impart it to you. That is splendid. Qin Shi Huang exclaimed joyfully. By the way, how much silver do I have left from the funds I gave you? There's still 18 taels and 3 coins, Qin Shi Huang promptly answered. Qin Shi Huang nodded. You should purchase more quality food in the coming days. We need to indulge in meat. There is no need for us to live so frugally. Master, have you struck it rich? No, I merely had an epiphany. Saving is not as beneficial as earning well. But master, we have no income, Qin Shi Huang said, his brow furrowed with concern. I plan to re-enter the world. Qin Shi Huang clapped him on the shoulder and headed toward the house. However, after taking a few steps, he halted abruptly. The ding, system notification. As a true powerhouse, can one merely wait for death and retirement? System task. Re-enter the world and join a faction. Rewards will be dispensed based on completion, so that's how it is. Indeed, this dogged system is triggered by one's thoughts, and I find it quite agreeable. That he had pondered deeply over the past few days. With the system in hand, why should he wait idly for death? Such a waste of his potential and comprehension, even with talent, lacking cultivation techniques, resources, and funds. If he did not strive, he would inevitably meet his demise in a year or two. In the past, he refrained from competing due to hopelessness. Now that he had hope, he naturally could not remain passive. At first, he would rest for a few days to perfect his spear and fist techniques before re-entering the world. Time flew like a fleeting horse. A week later, Qin Shi Huang appeared notably more spirited, enjoying an abundance of fine food daily. Qin Shi Huang's health had also improved significantly, and both his spear and fist techniques had been entirely refined. That night, the master and disciple sat at the table, sipping tea and conversing. Chuanger, how long have you been under my tutelage? Replying to master, I have been with you since I was 6 years old. And now it has been 13 years, Qin Xuan nodded. 13 years indeed. Now that you have reached a considerable level of skill, do you dare to venture out with me? I dare. Qin Xuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had always longed for an adventure, but he was concerned for his aging master. Very well, we shall begin our journey from Shacheng tomorrow, heading to the Shade Gang. I shall introduce you to the gang. Excellent. Qin Xuan had come to realize that such a loyal and devoted disciple was entirely trustworthy, yet he understood well the importance of having a reliable companion in the tumultuous world. Chapter 3. The Jianghu was not merely a realm of conflict. It is a tapestry of human relationships and affairs. Though Shacheng lies on the border of the state of Chu, it is not a small town but a bustling city with a population of hundreds of thousands. 80 years ago, the barbarians to the north of Shacheng rebelled against the Great Shu, and 2 years later, they breached Shacheng, during which time Qin Xuan's parents perished and his sister was abducted. Later, as the state of Chu retaliated and subdued the northern barbarians, Shacheng became a trading hub between the barbarians and Chu to placate them. Over time, Shacheng flourished, becoming increasingly prosperous, with a complex web of factions. Although the Shade Gang was a minor faction, it controlled the four docks along the western Shay, thriving due to influential backing. In the past, when Shacheng was far less prosperous, Qin Xuan served as a fragrant master in the Shade Gang, leading a group of over 20 men known as the Six Harmonies Spear, and that was considered the pinnacle of his life. At the second dock of the Shade Gang, in the main hall of the Earth and Water Hall, Qin Xuan sat at a side table sipping tea, while Qin Shuang stood quietly behind him. After a while, a hearty laugh echoed from outside, and a robust man entered, exclaiming, "Ha, no wonder the silverback fish and shade have been leaping today. It turns out that Lord Qin has arrived." The silverback fish in Shacheng is akin to a magpie, symbolizing good fortune. The visitor was Qian Feng, the hallmaster of the second dock of the Shade Gang. Qin Xuan rose respectfully and greeted him. "I am the humble Qin Xuan, honored to meet Hallmaster Chen." "Qin, please, no need for such formality," Qian Feng exclaimed, lifting him up. "If it weren't for you back in the day, I would not have achieved what I have today." At that time, Qian Feng had merely been a commander under Qin Xuan, but times had changed, and Qin Xuan would not rely on his age to assert superiority. "Hallmaster Qian, times have changed. I am now but a fragrant master, while you surpass me in both position and cultivation. Please, Qin Yi, you are my benefactor," Qian Feng said with a courteous demeanor, though a proud smile crept onto his face. When one surpasses their former superior, it is only natural to feel a sense of pride. Qin Xuan was fully aware of this and felt no discomfort. "Hallmaster, that is all in the past. I have come today with a request. After Qian Feng sat down and lifted his teacup, the smile vanished as he set it down, saying, "What business do you have with me, Qin Yi, if it is not too unreasonable? I shall certainly assist. I wish to rejoin the Shade Gang, along with my disciple." Qian Feng frowned slightly, pondering for a moment before shaking his head with a wry smile. "Qin Yi, your disciple can certainly join. But as for you, it may not be possible. If I recall correctly, you should be in your 80s now." 86, yet my health remains relatively robust. I do not wish to die in bed. I seek to contribute to the Shade Gang for as long as I can. I hope Hallmaster will grant me this wish." Qin Xuan stood up and bowed deeply. "Yes, that's so." Qian Feng stroked his chin, contemplating for a while before replying, "Qin Lao, you are indeed a venerable figure in our Shade Gang. Even at this time, you still think of the gang. You are truly a model for us all. However, I cannot provide an answer immediately. Please return for now. I will send someone to inform you of the outcome within 3 days. How does that sound?" "Thank you, Hallmaster." Qin Xuan expressed his gratitude and then pulled a pouch from his sleeve, placing it on the table. "Then I shall return and await your news." With that, he turned and departed without hesitation. Qian Feng watched him leave, reaching for the pouch on the table and weighing it casually. 10 taels. This old man still possesses quite a fortune. He chuckled and shook his head, quickly jotting down a note, stamping it, and tearing it off, calling out someone. A young man entered. "Li-san, tomorrow morning you will inform Qin Yi that I have approved his re-entry into the Shade Gang. However, the position of Fragrant Master is now fixed, and given his cultivation level, he must start as a commander. Have him report to the Bingtan and include his disciple." After finishing, he handed the note to Li-san, who received it with respect. "Yes, Hallmaster." On the way back, Qin Shuang hesitated to speak, prompting Qin Shuang to glare at him. "But if you have something to say, just say it. Don't keep that face, Master." Qin Shuang, feeling sheepish, scratched his head and asked, "I remember that Deputy Master Zhao was trained by you back in the day. Why not seek him out upon your return to the gang?" "O fool," Qin Shuang scolded. Then explained, "The county official cannot surpass the local magistrate. If I go directly to Zhao Chunshan, he will surely agree, but due to gang regulations, he can only offer me a Fragrant Master position." This would irk the hall masters below, and I wouldn't have a good life afterward. Moreover, it is the hall master's duty to recruit members. Bypassing him would disrupt the rules. Schwanger, remember, the Jiang who values rules above all. Oh, Qin Shuang nodded, somewhat understanding, then recalled the 10 taels of silver given away and asked with distress, but why did we have to give money to Qian Feng? That was all our possessions. And now we have just over a tael left. You little rascal, 10 taels is no small sum. Under normal circumstances, we could sustain ourselves for half a year, but let me impart another lesson today. The Jianghu is not merely about fighting. It is about human relationships and social dealings. Unless you are powerful enough to be unrestrained, you must learn to navigate these social intricacies. Although Qian Feng appears respectful on the surface, it is merely superficial. If I had not offered him money today, not only would I question my entry into the Shade Gang, but even if I did enter, I would be just an ordinary disciple. Now, at least I have the rank of commander. The current Shachang is not the Shachang of 26 years ago. Since it has become a trade hub with the barbarians, the Shay River has become a valuable asset. 10 taels can secure a commander. And it is only because Qian Feng owes me a favor that it did not cost hundreds of taels, which may not have even guaranteed success. Remember, in the Jianghu, the most reliable relationships are those based on mutual benefit. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuang prepared to retort, but Qin Xuan interrupted him. Enough, you are still young and have yet to venture out. You will learn gradually in due time. Understood, master. The following day, Li San from the Shade Gang came to notify him and handed him a handwritten document. The moment he received the document, Qin Xuan breathed a sigh of relief. It represented his first step back into the world, rejoining the Shade Gang. In the past, he would approach tasks with trepidation, seeing no hope due to his qualifications and thus refraining from striving. Even if he succeeded, it often ended in vain. But now it was different. He had hope for his life. If he did not make an effort, how could he justify his existence? To earn money, cultivate, and break through. Once he achieved a breakthrough, he would continue to live, otherwise it would be a dead end. After obtaining the document, Qin Xuan immediately proceeded to the Earth and Water Hall to complete the procedures for rejoining the gang. The moment he received the commander's token and uniform, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding, successfully joined the faction. Completion level, average, reward, Eye of Truth. In an instant, Qin Xuan's once dull gaze brightened, and he felt as if his vision had transformed, enabling him to perceive the ethereal essence of the world in the air. He was elated. This item was undoubtedly powerful, though it was not the cultivation technique or herbal formula he most desired. The Eye of Truth was even more formidable. As for its utility, the system has yet to provide an introduction, and further development will require time. It is unfortunate that the completion evaluation of this task is rather mediocre. He speculates that this may be attributed to the low ranking of the position within the organization. I, the old man, shall inevitably surpass my former standing. Just then, the system chimed once more. A ding. A new task has been issued. A strong individual cannot content themselves with being merely a minor leader. Please become a hall master in a dominion within 3 months, with rewards dispensed according to the level of completion. Chapter 4. Call me the leader. Although the Shade Gang is a rather insignificant faction, controlling merely 4 docks, 1 dock equating to 1 hall, in addition to 3 halls at headquarters, it amounts to a total of just 7 halls. Upon further inquiry, Qin Xuan discovers that the current Shade Gang is no longer what it used to be. While the number of halls remains unchanged, the quantity and quality of personnel have undergone significant transformation. The headquarters now comprises the Transmission Hall, the Law Enforcement Hall, and the Martial Arts Hall. The 4 external docks, named Tianshui Hall, Dishui Hall, Xianshui Hall, and Huangshui Hall, bear the designations of 1, 2, 3, and 4. Aside from the Law Enforcement Hall and the Transmission Hall, each hall boasts over 100 members, and the disciples within the gang are no longer the ruffians of yore. They each possess a skill or two. It can be said that the rules have vastly improved compared to the past, particularly concerning the 3 halls at headquarters, which had not existed 26 years prior. The Transmission Hall, as the name suggests, serves as a place for learning martial arts techniques, while the Law Enforcement Hall is responsible for enforcing the gang's regulations. However, routine matters are typically resolved within the halls themselves, seldom requiring the intervention of the Law Enforcement Hall. As for the Martial Arts Hall, he has inquired about it and learned that even the least competent members are elites with profound mastery of their physical conditioning. To ascend to the position of a hall master, one must possess a minimum level of internal cultivation, with some even having achieved substantial mastery. Although I have attained a high level of physical conditioning, I am, after all, aging, with my muscles and skin deteriorating. In terms of combat prowess, I may even be outmatched by my disciple Qin Shuang. While Qin Shuang has also achieved a high level of conditioning in life and death battles, I am confident I can conclude a fight in 10 seconds. Engaging in combat is not merely a matter of superficial cultivation. When the disparity in cultivation is minimal, it is the ruthlessness and experience that ultimately determine life or death. To become a hallmaster within 3 months poses a challenge. Yet Qin Shuang feels compelled to give it a try. He speculates that the shorter the completion time, the higher the evaluation and reward will be. Schwanger, let us go report to our esteemed Master Lu. Alright, the Dishui Hall is located near dock number 2, under the command of Master Lu Shui. The Dishui Hall comprises 3 platforms and 9 teams. The platforms are designated as A, B, and C, with the leader of the platform referred to as the master, while the teams are numbered from 1 to 9, with their leaders called commanders. Each master has 3 commanders, each leading around 10 disciples. Along with clerks and accountants, totaling approximately 100 personnel. Having met Master Lu, here is the token of my subordination. Lu Shui, who appears relatively youthful, merely in his early 30s, examines the token for a moment before tossing it back to him and patting Qin Shuang on the shoulder. Speaking softly, the hallmaster briefed me this morning. You must be that Qin. I must say, old man, at your age, shouldn't you enjoy your retirement at home instead of mingling in such affairs? Don't let your later years be marred by reckless behavior. It is clear that Lu Shui is displeased with his unexpected arrival, his words laced with sarcasm and veiled threats. Nonetheless, Qin Shuang chooses to feign ignorance. Thank you for your concern, Master Lu. The old man merely wishes to contribute his last bit of warmth to the gang. Ha ha, Lu Shui bursts into laughter. Very well, from now on the 9th team shall be under your command. Is this your disciple? He inquires, glancing at Qin Shuang. I have met the master. Qin Shuang also bows respectfully, having remembered his master's advice to avoid conflict with superiors, at least on the surface, young man. Quite impressive. Make sure to follow your master diligently. Lu Shui continues, your arrival is quite timely. This month, it happens to be our turn to oversee the dock. You may proceed now. Understood. Qin Shuang turns to leave with his disciple. His expression devoid of emotion. His presence will undoubtedly disrupt Lu Shui's interests, and he is certain to be reprimanded. When one lacks strength, one must endure. Strength sufficient, then matters may be different. For now, I must get my own affairs in order. Lu Shui watches Qin Shuang's retreating figure, a hint of gloom crossing his expression. At that moment, a young man with a troubled countenance approaches. Master, what about my commander? Lu Shui does not even glance at him. Turning to leave, we'll discuss it later. The young man's expression darkens as he watches the master depart. He had presented 300 taels of silver as tribute to the master. One must understand that this is no trivial sum. A commander's monthly salary is merely 5 taels, and the master receives only 10. However, times have changed, and various factions have stabilized. Managing the docks is no small matter. Profits are the main focus, with the silver spent and no position gained. How could he dare to ask the master for it back, unless he wishes to court disaster? His frustration can only be directed towards the one who has usurped his position, Qin Shuang. That old fool, daring to take my command, seeking death. Master, I sensed that the master's expression seemed displeased with your appointment. That is to be expected. Positions are limited, and by occupying this one, I have inevitably offended others. However, do not worry. The current gang is not what it once was. Mere fighting is no longer sufficient. Now, every faction has its backing. The higher-ups desire stability, thus the rules are quite strict. At least on the surface. No one will trouble us. We must only be cautious of covert maneuvers. Qin Shuang's inner thoughts are tinged with a cold smile. As someone who has lived for over 80 years, my greatest fear is not covert attacks, but rather open hostility. After all, my strength is evident, and with age comes diminished combat capability. As for covert schemes, despite having left the martial world for over 20 years, I have not forgotten how to navigate through adversity. How did I survive through the chaos of my youth? Let us go see our 9th team. Yes, master. The dock outside is bustling with activity, with cargo ships and merchants coming and going, accompanied by groups of dock workers. Why is the dock so lucrative? Because the Sheikh gang not only manages these dock workers but also has the authority to inspect incoming goods, which lends a semblance of officialdom to the gang. Qin Shuang is well aware that during his tenure, the Sheikh gang had aligned itself with a prominent figure in the government. However, back then, they were not responsible for inspecting goods, as officials were dispatched for that purpose. They merely managed the dock workers and facilitated smuggling operations. The current evolution of the gang's role is a clear reflection of governmental decay, with officials reluctant to fulfill their duties or finding themselves unable to do so. Thus, they have entrusted these responsibilities to the Sheikh gang, which willingly accepts the task, albeit with a guaranteed share of the profits. Clad in the Sheikh gang's commanding uniform, dock workers instinctively distance themselves upon spotting them, their fearful expressions betraying their apprehension. When ordinary individuals encounter martial artists, it is akin to a mouse encountering a cat. Although the laws of the Chu state are stringent, this era lacks surveillance. A few deaths go unnoticed, which is not uncommon. Upon entering the dock, the guards at the entrance are his subordinates. Qin Chuan presents his token. I have seen the commander. Where are the others? Qin Chuan inquires with a smile. Returning to the commander, the other brothers are busy. I will go notify them. No need, you continue with your tasks. I can enter on my own. Commander, let me notify them. The guard hastily runs inside, just as Qin Shuang is about to say something. Qin Chuan holds him back. Do not rush. You stay guard at the entrance while I go in to take a look. Yes, master. From now on in the workplace, refer to me as Commander. Yes, Commander. Chapter 5, Taking Action. Establishing authority. Dock number 2 is not small. Due to the era's circumstances, its condition has not changed significantly over the past 20 years. The dock is perpetually a melting pot of individuals, encompassing all manner of people. Yet with the Sheikh gang in control, few dare to stir up trouble, resulting in a relatively orderly environment. After taking a stroll, Qin Chuan furrows his brow, for he has not seen any disciples of the Sheikh gang at the cargo inspection area. The situation aligns exactly with his expectations. The allure of prosperity has not only clouded the eyes of the officials but has also corrupted the members of the Sheikh gang. However, given the gang's nature, he is rather indifferent. Just as he is about to check the station point, a group of young individuals clad in the Sheikh gang's attire rushes down from the second floor. Among them is the guard from the entrance, and they quickly gather around Qin Chuan standing in a row. We have seen the commander. Qin Chuan does not express anger. Instead, a slight smile graces his lips. Greetings, everyone. This commander is new here. I am unfamiliar with the local rules. Would someone kindly enlighten me? His words immediately ease the tension among them, and one disciple promptly steps forward. Commander, it is inconvenient to speak here. Shall we go upstairs? All right. Qin Chuan maintains his warm smile and leads the way upstairs. The others exchange glances and quickly follow suit. In the second floor parlor, the hastily arranged tables and chairs are in disarray. Qin Chuan bends down to pick up a die from the floor, crushes it in his hand, and then nonchalantly takes a seat in the main position. The others, noticing his actions, stand in a row, too intimidated to speak. The Sheikh gang enforces strict regulations. Subordinates must not defy their superiors, a rule inscribed on the first page of their code. To dare to contravene it invites expulsion from the gang or, in severe cases, death. Therefore, on the surface, subordinates exhibit absolute obedience to their superiors. Why are you all standing? Sit down. The group obediently takes their seats. You, what is your name? Qin Chuan inquires, pointing at the young man who had suggested going upstairs. Returning to the commander, I am Sun Wei. Then tell me about the current rules of the dock. Yes, Sun Wei does not hold back, quickly recounting the situation. Qin Chuan nods in agreement. Many rules have not significantly changed, such as the management of workers and the dock itself. When trouble arises, they must intervene, for this dock is not merely theirs to defend, but also a property of the Sheikh gang. Regarding the dock's profits, it is beyond the purview of these individuals. The headquarters has a dedicated accounting department responsible for collecting funds. Qin Chuan is well aware of this. As Sun Wei concluded his remarks, his gaze began to drift, and he swallowed hard before continuing. Well, we have another core business, that is, inspecting vessels for contraband and smuggled goods. After saying this, he lowered his head and fell silent, while the others stared at the ground, equally reticent. Qin Chuan chuckled, understanding the source of their unease. This group consisted of 7 members, yet none were engaged in inspecting contraband, save for one guard at the entrance. The rest had all been hiding away, neglecting their duties. They had even been caught in the act by their superiors. How could they not feel apprehensive? Tapping his fingers rhythmically on the table, Qin Chuan decided not to pursue the matter further, instead asking, by the way, I recall that our team has 10 members. Does it not? Where are the others? Sun Wei answered again, reporting to the commander. At the end of last month, we encountered a significant incident at Dock 2. The former commander, along with 2 others, was killed by river bandits during the night shift. This incident stirred quite a commotion in Sha City, prompting the authorities to intervene and dismantle several bandit hideouts, effectively bringing the matter to a close. I know about that, but what of the other individual? Qin Chuan scanned the room, his gaze landing on each person who all averted their eyes, including Sun Wei, who fell silent. Suddenly, Qin Chuan slammed his hand on the table, startling all 7 into standing upright. During duty hours, abandoning one's post, according to the guild's regulations, what should be done, you tell me? This time, Qin Chuan pointed to the former guard. 10 strikes of the board. What is that person's name? Reporting to the commander, it is Wan Chang, so he was in charge of Team 9, was he not? Indeed. Alright, you may all sit, this matter does not concern you. Qin Chuan resumed a jovial demeanor. Today, I can overlook your transgressions. But such behavior must never recur, understood? Understood. Now, go about your business. When Wan Chang arrives, send him to me, and bring that young man from the entrance as well. Yes, the group exhaled in relief. After all, in the underworld, self-interest reigns supreme. It's not uncommon to prioritize one's own survival over that of a comrade. They swiftly departed from the second floor to resume their tasks. Standing on the second floor, Qin Chuan observed the bustling dock. Realizing that he had likely usurped Wan Chang's position, causing discontent among the higher-ups, however, a mere incense master lacked the authority to appoint personnel. Such power rested firmly in the hands of the hallmaster. Before long, Qin Shuang hurried up. Commander. Qin Shuang nodded, recounting the situation to him, then instructed, Qin Shuang, shortly I will assign you a task in accordance with the guild's regulations. Your sole objective is to deliver 10 strikes that will leave Wan Chang bedridden for half a month. Can you manage that? Yes, Commander, Qin Shuang replied, exhilarated at the prospect of finally being able to engage in combat after 13 years of training. Meanwhile, Qin Shuang contemplated the time he had. This half-month would suffice to ensure that this group remained obedient and dared not defy him openly. Internal stability was crucial. Previously he would not have acted in such a manner, but circumstances had changed. In the matter of inspecting contraband, a single misstep could lead to treachery. The former commander had been killed by river bandits. And while others might believe such tales, Qin Chuan remained skeptical. River bandits had always existed, but who among them would be foolish enough to come to the dock solely to kill someone without any intent to loot? Thus, while the rewards were plentiful, the risks were equally perilous. Outside the dock, Wan Chang approached, swaying slightly while holding a jug of wine. The guards exchanged hesitant glances, but ultimately one of them stepped forward. Wan Chang, Liang Du, call me commander, damn it. The title of commander belongs to me. The new commander has arrived and intends to take action against you, Liang Du whispered. So what if he is just another old fool nearing the grave? What can he do to me? Is that so? A voice interrupted, revealing Qin Chuan, with Qin Shuang following closely behind. Liang Du was taken aback. See, Commander. Wan Chang shoved Liang Du aside, pointing an accusatory finger at Qin Chuan. You old fool, I warn you, you better get lost, or you won't know how you died. Qin Shuang, at your command, seize him. Yes. Without hesitation, Qin Shuang moved in. Wan Chang snorted derisively, discarding the wine jug and preparing to fight back. The two were evenly matched, both having reached a significant level of martial prowess. Otherwise, Wan Chang would not be vying for the position of commander. They exchanged blows, demonstrating a balance of power, with Wan Chang employing a unique palm technique while Qin Shuang utilized an improved version of the 8 extremes fist that he had taught. Both displayed a lack of combat experience, resulting in a stalemate. Furthermore, as they belonged to the same guild, they held back from using lethal moves. Qin Chuan observed for a while, confidence building within him. However, as the leader, he could not intervene lightly. If he did, he must decisively subdue Wan Chang today to establish his absolute authority. Liang Du, you join in, you dare, Liang Du, Wan Chang bellowed. Liang Du stammered, clearly conflicted. Qin Chuan anticipated this outcome and stepped forward. Qin Shuang, step back. Yes, Commander. Qin Shuang quickly retreated, allowing Qin Chuan to advance without hesitation. He stomped the ground forcefully, taking an aggressive step forward and delivering a powerful left-hand punch. Wan Chang scoffed, viewing Qin Chuan as merely an elderly adversary with similar strength. You have to be kidding. Today, I will ensure you suffer greatly and lose all face, even if I receive punishment from my subordinates. Who would dare enforce it? Moreover, with the incense master backing me, what could you possibly do? As he extended his hand to catch the punch, he felt a sudden surge of caution. The blow felt light. Devoid of force, this is bad. It's a trick. Indeed, Qin Chuan's right fist followed swiftly with a thunderous impact, forcing Wan Chang to raise his arm to block. The force struck his arm, sending a wave of pain coursing through him before he could retreat. Qin Chuan leaned in, driving an elbow toward Wan Chang's head. Reacting quickly, Wan Chang ducked, but Qin Chuan's eyes glinted with cold determination. Youth brings speed, but did he think that was all? Seizing the opportunity as Wan Chang lowered his head, Qin Chuan's momentum surged forward. The elbow strike missed and transformed into a shoulder charge, crashing into Wan Chang's chest. Boom! Wan Chang was sent flying, hitting the ground hard. He scrambled back to his feet. Blood trickling from his lips, pain radiating from his chest. This move had gravely injured him. Qin Shuang, subdue him. Yes, Qin Shuang approached with a stern expression. Having learned much from his master, his mentor often reminded him, practicing techniques and actual combat are entirely different. In a fight, the key is to integrate and adapt. Above all, be ruthless. Punches must be swift, and hands must be fierce. When you are neither quick nor ruthless, it is your life on the line. Weapons are merely extensions of your hands, and the principle remains the same. In mere breaths, Qin Shuang subdued Wan Chang. Qin Shuang cast a cold glance at Liang Du. Go, summon everyone. Yes, commander. Liang Du felt a wave of regret. He too had underestimated the new commander, believing Wan Chang would prevail, yet, after just one encounter, Wan Chang was severely injured. In a life or death struggle, Wan Chang would have likely met his end. In martial combat, life and death can be determined in the blink of an eye. It is not merely a performance. Those accustomed to fighting know that one can be utterly exhausted after just a minute of brawling. Soon, all members of Team 9 gathered, witnessing Wan Chang sprawled on the ground like a defeated dog, gasping in shock at the new commander's ruthless demeanor. Present arms, you disperse the onlookers. Yes, commander. The two designated individuals hurriedly cleared the crowd. Sun Hui, for abandoning your post and provoking a superior, how should we deal with this according to guild regulations? Sun Hui swallowed hard, his gaze flickering as he internally thought, Brother Chang, I'm truly sorry. But the situation is dire. He promptly decided to switch allegiances, declaring loudly, reporting to the commander, according to guild regulations, abandoning 1's post warrants 10 strikes, and provoking a superior and engaging in combat results in 3 stabbing punishments. Qin Shuang, you old fool, do you dare? Wan Chang roared, but Qin Shuang interrupted him. Slap him. Smack, smack. Qin Shuang wasted no time, delivering several swift slaps that left Wan Chang's mouth swollen. Insulting a superior in public warrants additional punishment. Sun Hui added. Wan Chang's eyes widened in disbelief. Wan Chang, do you hear me? Qin Shuang remarked with a hint of a smile. Wah. Wan Chang's eyes turned red with rage. Execute the punishment. Qin Shuang gestured grandly. And this time, there was no need for Qin Shuang to intervene. Several disciples stepped forward voluntarily to restrain Wan Chang. Qin Shuang took action, delivering 10 strikes, as a martial artist of the skin refining stage. Others could not inflict harm, requiring only those of equal standing to engage. Wan Chang's injuries worsened following that. The punishment of 3 stabbing strikes ensued, with other disciples assisting. They were not foolish, given the current situation. Even if Wan Chang had the incense master as backing, the county official could not compare to the present authority. Those who wished to survive or continue reaping profits could clearly see the reality. Wan Chang's fate was sealed. His injuries would take at least a month to heal. In a month, much could change. 2 of you take him home and summon a doctor to treat his wounds. The rest of you return to your duties. Yes, commander. The events at Dock 2 quickly reached Lu Shui's ears. Of fools, and they dare aspire to be commanders. After simmering in anger for a moment, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as he beckoned to his subordinates. They immediately understood and leaned in to listen, their eyes widened in shock. Yes, incense master, we will act immediately. On Qin Shuang's side, the shift was nearing its end. Before reaching home, a subordinate named Tang Rong rushed over. Commander, what is it? Qin Shuang sensed an ominous foreboding. Wan Chang is dead. How did he die? The physician said it was a ruptured heart, beyond remedy. Let us go see. They hastened towards Wan Chang's residence. And the more Qin Shuang pondered, the more he felt something was amiss. He had held back his strength during their confrontation. Qin Shuang, you go, Qin Shuang instructed, lowering his head and quickly issuing commands to Qin Shuang. Yes, master. Qin Shuang hurriedly departed while Qin Shuang followed Tang Rong to Wan Chang's residence, where the remaining members of the 9th team had gathered. Wan Chang's parents, wife, and children were weeping inconsolably, crying out, My son, how cruelly you have perished. Upon seeing Qin Shuang's arrival, their eyes glinted with hatred, yet they dared not voice their animosity or throw a tantrum, for he was the leader of the Shade gang. As Qin Shuang entered Wan Chang's room, his keen eye discerned the true cause of death. Poisoning. Nevertheless, he feigned a gesture of checking his carotid artery, confirming the body had indeed grown cold. He then scrutinized Wan Chang's chest, noting the numerous bruises and contusions, remnants of past training or brawls. Those familiar with the appearance of the deceased know that the injuries sustained during life become apparent post-mortem. Where is the doctor? He demanded. He's gone. Bring him back. Yes. Soon after, the doctor, an ordinary man appearing to be in his 50s, was summoned. You claim he died from a shattered heart, correct? Yes. The doctor bowed his head. Unwilling to meet Qin Shuang's gaze. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. The incense master has arrived. Lu Shui is here. Bow to the incense master. Qin Shuang too lowered his head in deference. Lu Shuyi approached with a grim expression, first glancing at the deceased Wan Chang before inquiring, "Which one of you is the doctor?" "I am, my lord." The doctor raised his hand, explained the circumstances. The doctor hastily replied, "My lord, the wounds on the deceased's posterior, along with the 3 knife wounds, are not fatal. The lethal injury was from a blow to the left side of the chest, which caused his heart to rupture." Lu Shuyi nodded, then turned to the others, finally pointing at Liang Du and asking, "You explain how the injury to his chest occurred?" "Yes." Liang Du glanced at Qin Chuan before speaking, after Wan Chang abandoned his post and returned. Captain Qin punished him. Wan Chang was willing to accept the punishment, but for reasons unknown, Captain Qin struck him with excessive force. "Qin Chuan, what do you have to say for yourself?" Lu Shuyi directed his gaze at him. Qin Chuan chuckled coldly to himself. It was indeed Lu Shuyi's scheme. Chapter 7, Navigating the Underworld, is all about discernment. He had also incited Liang Du against him. Who else was present but him and Qin Shuang? As a disciple, Qin Shuang's testimony would surely be deemed unreliable, leaving Liang Du as the sole witness. His word would be law in the Sheikh gang. Killing one's own brother is a grave sin. A life for a life, regardless of rank. Of course, if it was an accident, the narrative would differ, yet the consequences would remain severe. Fortunately, Qin Chuan had mentally prepared himself on the way here and replied with calm composure. "May I request a moment, Incense Master?" Seeing the crowd gathered, Lu Shuyi nodded. "Proceed." "Thank you, Incense Master," Qin Chuan said, smiling at Liang Du. "Liang Du, are you certain you have not concealed anything from the Incense Master? Is your account entirely truthful?" Liang Du cast a glance at Lu Shuyi, biting his lip. "Yes, it is true. Wan Chang has already admitted his guilt. The captain should not have dealt a fatal blow." Just then, Qin Shuang rushed in, followed by 2 others. Liang Du's heart sank upon recognizing one of them. Qin Chuan interjected, "Incense Master, one person's testimony is insufficient. This man is the owner of the noodle shop at the dock entrance. He was nearby and can attest to the events." Lu Shuyi shot a cold glance at Liang Du before cheerfully asking, "Yang, please share your account." "Yes, Lu Incense Master." At that time, Lord Wan was returning with a wine jug in hand, conversing with Captain Qin. "I am unaware of the specifics, but then they began to fight. Captain Qin struck Lord Wan, sending him flying, and this man took Lord Wan into custody." After Yang finished speaking, Qin Chuan added, "Incense Master, at that time, Wan Chang was defying the gang's rules and openly challenging my subordinate. I merely acted in accordance with gang protocol." Lu Shuyi nodded, squinting as he remarked, "Yet your strike was excessively forceful. A brother's death due to a miscalculated blow warrants expulsion from the gang according to our rules." "Incense Master, the words of one doctor cannot encapsulate the entirety of the situation." Qin Chuan then addressed the individuals behind Qin Shuang. "Dr. Chen, I beseech you." Dr. Chen was no ordinary physician. He possessed significant cultivation. With a stern demeanor, he approached and examined Wan Chang's corpse, promptly declaring, "The deceased did not die from a ruptured heart. He succumbed to poisoning. The chest injury is not fatal. It is less severe than the knife wounds on his body." His assertion plunged the room into silence. "Who are you?" Lu Shuyi's icy gaze bore into Dr. Chen. "Who am I? I am Dr. Chen," he sneered. "And you dare question me, a mere incense master? Instead of scheming here, you would do better to elevate your own cultivation." With that, he hoisted his medicine box and departed. "Qin Shuang, see Dr. Chen off." Qin Shuang hurriedly followed. A subordinate leaned in to whisper in Lu Shuyi's ear, causing his expression to darken considerably, yet he soon bellowed, "Liang Du, how dare you deceive me? The incense master, such audacity! Qin Shuang, you have been lax in managing your subordinates. I will dock your pay for a month and report this matter to the headquarters." With that, he turned to leave. Liang Du collapsed to the ground, his mind racing. It's over. He had acted impulsively, initially siding with Wan Chang due to the latter's influence, hoping to eliminate Qin Shuang and see Wan Chang ascend as captain. This would secure him a position of comfort. Who could have predicted Wan Chang's demise? Moreover, the incense master's associates had found him, compelling him to testify falsely. The words of that person echoed in his mind, warning that if the truth emerged, he would bear the entire blame, or else his family would suffer. Suddenly, Liang Du cried out, clutching Qin Chuan's leg, "I was momentarily foolish. I was wrong." Qin Chuan kicked him away, directing his attention to the doctor attempting to slip away, subtly signaling to his subordinates, who promptly blocked the physician's path. "Speak. What transpired?" The doctor, terrified, knelt and stammered, "My lord, I was coerced by this man to provide false testimony. The poison was administered by him." He pointed at Liang Du. Liang Du's face turned ashen, recalling the warning from the incense master's associate. He dared not speak further, only bowing and pleading for mercy. Sun Hui Qin Shuang, here, take Liang Du and this doctor to the headquarters law enforcement hall, let them handle the matter. Yes, Liang Du abruptly lifted his head, his pupils dilating. The law enforcement hall, that was a place of torment. Once inside, he would surely succumb to the tortures and betray the incense master's associates, let alone this ordinary doctor. With a steely resolve, he drew a dagger from his pocket and lunged at the doctor. The blade sliced through the doctor's throat before plunging into his own heart. Qin Xuan stood motionless, having discerned Liang Du's intent to silence witnesses and commit suicide, yet he offered no obstruction. The case was settled. Tang Rong, report today's events to the authorities honestly. I will prepare a report for the gang. In the state of Chu, there exists an unwritten rule: matters internal to a faction are to be resolved independently. With a report to the local authorities post-resolution, generally, the government does not interfere in internal factional affairs. Understood, Captain. All right, you may disperse. Qin Xuan departed, and along the way, Qin Shuang hesitated, as if struggling to voice something. Speak freely, Master. Why did you prevent me from intervening when Liang Du attempted to kill that doctor and take his own life? Do you think you were the only one who noticed? Others could not see it. The law enforcement hall is no place for anyone. If they enter, it is akin to a fate worse than death. Generally, unless faced with rebellion from a disciple, such matters do not escalate to the law enforcement hall. Furthermore, I do not wish for this incident to spiral beyond today's events. You should learn from Sun Hui. He is only a few years older than you, although he may not possess your cultivation level. Navigating the underworld requires more than mere strength, it demands discernment, and Qin Xuan suddenly halted, fixing his gaze on Qin Shuang, which made her heart race with anxiety. She knew punishment awaited her. Your altercation with Wan Chang today has greatly disappointed me. In battle, the skills I have taught you should not be discarded in practice. Combat requires both substance and illusion. Do not be so straightforward. You shall practice an extra hour tonight. Yes, Master. Qin Shuang's head drooped in dismay. Yet she understood her master's intentions were for her own good. A week later, Qin Xuan had regained his former sense of self and was gradually becoming familiar with the dock. The 9th team had transitioned from day shifts to night shifts. The latter was the lucrative time, although the previous week's day shifts had also yielded some earnings, just sufficient for living expenses. At dock number 2, 3 platforms, A, B, and C, each rotated shifts monthly, and this month it was Platform C's turn. The shifts were divided into morning, afternoon, and night, with only the morning and night shifts rotating, while the afternoon shift remained fixed, providing the most stable profits. The early shift bore minimal rewards, while the night shift was the most lucrative, achieving a balance. Today marked the first night shift running from midnight to dawn, precisely 4 watches, or 8 hours. Qin Xuan meticulously detailed the responsibilities and cautioned them not to be complacent, reminding them of the previous captain's fate. The dock at night was rife with smuggling activities, and it was their prime opportunity for profit, hence the night duty was often referred to as a welfare shift. At the 3rd watch, while Qin Xuan was dozing off, Tang Rong roused him. Captain, a major situation has arisen that requires your direct oversight. Chapter 8, Entering the Realm of the Strong, deals with smuggling, which has long been prohibited in the state of Chu. If caught, the penalty is death by decapitation. Should the quantity and nature of the contraband be substantial, the punishment extends to extermination of the entire clan. However, smuggling persists due to the immense profits involved and the intricate web of connections. To put it bluntly, if the Sheikh gang were to cease its involvement in smuggling, it would vanish by the following day. This is one of the reasons the government has delegated the authority to inspect and restrict contraband to the Sheikh gang. If a crisis occurs, the responsibility lies with the Sheikh gang, who would merely be considered negligent in their duties. This is infinitely lighter than the penalties associated with the illegal trafficking of banned goods. And one can even collect tribute fees from the Sheikh gang, achieving multiple gains in one stroke. Qin Xuan once lamented that these officials, truly deserving of their scholarly titles, engage in such underhanded dealings, indulging in both taking and receiving while evading accountability. On this night, a rather inconspicuous small vessel arrived at Pier Number 2, docking at a less visible curve of the wharf. Qin Xuan swiftly followed Tang Rong to the location, where, besides Sun Hui and Qin Shuang, a middle-aged man with a beard was present. Upon noticing Qin Xuan's approach, the man immediately broke into a smile. You must be the leader, Qin. What a pleasure to meet you. May I inquire how to address you? The title is of little consequence, Leader Qin. I have a batch of goods that I wish to bring ashore tonight. Qin Xuan did not nod in immediate agreement but instead asked, Is there a prior arrangement? The middle-aged man's expression grew slightly uneasy. Sun Hui leaned in and whispered, Leader, it's a stranger. A stranger means this is their first time here, and without prior clearance. The risks are considerable, making the prospect of profit dubious. Just as Qin Xuan was about to decline, the middle-aged man produced a silver note from his bosom and presented it to him. "Leader Qin, here is a 1,000 taels silver note from Huichuan Bank. Treat it as tea money for your brothers. After the goods are ashore, there will be additional tribute." Qin Xuan's gaze sharpened, instantly alert. Could it be iron or something of the sort? Such items, if caught, would lead to dire consequences for 9 generations. While martial artists with divine prowess are formidable, they resemble nuclear weapons, rarely wielded lightly. And their adversaries would possess them as well. In a true conflict, it would be the ordinary soldiers with good weapons and armor that would determine the outcome of the battle. The barbarians have long suffered from a shortage of salt and iron, both of which the court strictly prohibits from private trade, particularly iron, which, if caught, would lead to annihilation of entire clans. He hesitated to accept the silver note immediately, instead assessing the reactions of his subordinates, who looked at him with eager anticipation. He sighed inwardly, understanding that fortune favors the bold. They were indeed engaged in a perilous trade that had seen no mishap for many years, naturally lowering everyone's guard. "May I inquire about the nature of the goods you intend to bring ashore?" The middle-aged man chuckled. "Leader Qin, do not forget the rules of the trade. The rules are simple. Do not ask about others' cargo. Just cooperate. Cooperation means payment. Failure to cooperate means we part ways. I understand." Qin Xuan fixed his gaze on the silver note, suddenly smiling. "However, this is insufficient. Leader Qin has quite the appetite, yet I am not a miser." With that, the middle-aged man produced another silver note. An additional 1,000 taels for tea money. "Is that acceptable? If not, I can simply go to another dock." Sun Hui, standing beside Qin Xuan, grew anxious. This was a staggering 2,000 taels of silver. After the goods were ashore, there would be more. Such a substantial sum was seldom encountered, something he had never even heard of. "Very well, then let us proceed with this collaboration." Qin Xuan had no choice but to accept. Failure to do so would lead to dissent among his men, who might label him cowardly. Furthermore, they were already part of a gang organization, and all the money they earned was illicit. Smuggling was not a new venture for them. According to the laws of the Chu kingdom, the heads of everyone present would not suffice as a penalty. Qin Xuan was well aware that caution was essential in this line of work. But one must also exhibit a measure of boldness. A pleasant collaboration. Leader Qin. In 15 minutes, our ship will dock, and at that time, the remaining landing fees will be handed over to you. Understood, Qin Xuan replied. Schwanger, go to the entrance and instruct them to remain vigilant. Also, have the patrol team come over. Yes, leader. Qin Shuang swiftly departed, and shortly thereafter, 4 members of the patrol team arrived, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they were aware that significant goods would be coming ashore tonight. 15 minutes passed quickly, and a vessel of moderate size approached. Qin Xuan fixed his gaze on the ship. Judging by the depth of its draft, it was clear that it was not carrying iron. For the draft was shallow. Unfortunately, it was too far away for his true eye to discern clearly over the weak. Qin Xuan had nearly mastered the powerful capabilities of the true eye granted by the system. It could see through objects at a certain distance, detect abnormal fluctuations in the natural energies of the world, and reveal various unusual aspects. For instance, he could easily identify that Wan Chang had died from poison. As the cargo ship drew closer, the middle-aged man stepped forward to greet a gentleman clad in elegant attire atop the vessel. The man glanced at Qin Xuan, instantly alerting him to a formidable presence. At least a master of the first rank. In the Chu kingdom, those with first-rank status were worlds apart from those without a first-rank. Masters could participate in martial examinations, join the military, and become esteemed figures within various factions. However, the difficulty of achieving such rank was well known among martial practitioners. It required talent, wealth, skill, and even fortune. None could be absent. In all of Sha City, the number of first-rank masters he knew did not exceed 10. And they were all renowned leaders of powerful factions or military personnel, yet he had never encountered any of them personally. His status simply did not afford him that privilege. The oppressive aura the gentleman in fine attire had exuded far surpassed that of a perfected internal practitioner, leading Qin Xuan to confidently conclude he was a first-rank master. The pressure he felt was a warning to him. Accept the payment and fulfill your duties honorably. Soon, the bearded middle-aged man approached once more, retrieving 2 additional silver notes, each worth 1,000 taels. Leader Qin, my superior has instructed me that in business, one must first demonstrate sincerity. This is the subsequent fee. Please accept. Please convey my gratitude to your superior. Qin Xuan replied, feeling a peculiar satisfaction, momentarily dismissing the earlier tension. The bearded man turned and began directing the crew on the ship to unload the cargo. Soon, a procession of individuals began carrying boxes away from the dock. Qin Xuan furrowed his brow. he noticed that each box contained entirely ordinary goods, silk, porcelain, tea leaves, and spices. If these items were to be transported through legitimate channels, they would incur substantial taxes. However, trading directly with the barbarians via the dock eliminated those taxes, making the profits undeniably alluring. Yet, it still fell short of justifying the 4,000 taels of silver. One could not possibly afford to give tribute exceeding profits, suggesting there were likely far more valuable items involved. Indeed, in one of the boxes towards the middle of the line, Qin Xuan's true eye detected an unusual fluctuation in the energy. A violent surge of energy. Was this a heavenly material or earthly treasure? As the box passed by him, the true eye inadvertently penetrated it, revealing a circular piece of brown metal inside, adorned with mysterious patterns and emanating a faint radiance. What is this? Qin Xuan gasped, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. Chapter 9. The other function of the true eye, the brown metal, with its enigmatic patterns. This was destruction gold essence. No wonder the payment was so substantial. This was indeed destruction gold essence. Having retired for many years, Qin Xuan was not idly waiting for death. He had read a plethora of texts, including many obscure tomes. He had encountered a description of this metal in one such yellowed ancient manuscript. Destruction gold essence, also known as breaking chi iron, as its name suggests, is capable of shattering a martial artist's protective aura. The aura is exclusive to first-rank martial artists, a symbol of their strength. This metal was a formidable weapon of the Chu kingdom, a genuine national treasure. Its existence was precisely why the northern barbarians had refrained from crossing the line for 80 years. The illicit trade of this forbidden metal, if uncovered, would not only jeopardize him, the ninth team, but would also threaten the very foundation of the Shade gang. Qin Xuan took a deep breath. Having accepted the money, he could only feign ignorance until all the goods were removed and the cargo ship departed. Pier number 2 fell back into tranquility. The others were engulfed in extreme excitement. This was a staggering 4,000 taels, a windfall. Qin Xuan immediately cast aside thoughts of the destruction gold essence. Those who could trade in such metals were not to be trifled with. Even if they moved to other docks, should it come to light, he would be doomed. It was better to take the money and leave, perhaps completing his task and swiftly exiting the Shade gang. Thus, he began to contemplate the distribution of the silver. First and foremost, he decided against offering any tribute to his superiors. He was in dire need of funds. With money, he could elevate his cultivation and prolong his life. Therefore, this substantial sum needed to remain confidential for a time, with his expectations set at 1 week, enough time to utilize the funds for his own benefit. Go inform the guards at the entrance that apart from Qin Xuan, all others are to assemble on the second floor of the station. Understood, leader. On the second floor of the station, everyone was buzzing with excitement. The eldest among them was barely in his 30s. And opportunities like tonight's were unprecedented. They all looked forward to how much silver they would receive. Observing their expressions, Qin Xuan sighed inwardly. Ultimately, they were young men navigating the underworld, and with the past few years being relatively uneventful, their audacity had grown, leading them to neglect deeper contemplation. He had already made up his mind. Clearing his throat, he stated, "Before we distribute the silver, I must remind everyone that tonight's affair must remain confidential." "Can you manage that?" "Absolutely," they replied in unison. "Boss, you have the final say. We can keep our mouths shut." Qin Xuan sighed. It was evident that they were all intoxicated with excitement, yet this was a common human reaction. He himself had been no different in his youth. "First, let me lay down the law. You must not make any significant expenditures of this money within a week. Can you do that?" His gaze swept over them like that of a hawk. "Yes." They all nodded eagerly. "If you fail to adhere to this, do not blame me for being unmerciful. You 7 will monitor each other. And should anyone falter, report it to me immediately. This matter is not to be taken lightly. Use your brains. 4,000 taels of silver, what does that signify? Which ordinary goods can afford us such tribute? Do not spend the money without a life to spend it with." The group finally settled down, acknowledging his words. "Understood, leader." Sun Hui was the first to nod. "Rest assured, we will abide by your orders." Good, Qin Xuan replied, placing 2,000 taels of silver on the table in the center. "The usual arrangement, then. You 7 will take half. You all know the relationship between Qin Xuan and me, so she will not partake in the distribution." Everyone's eyes brightened. With Wan Chang and Liang Du deceased, the absence of Qin Xuan from the sharing equated to 3 fewer mouths to feed, allowing them to each claim a significantly larger sum, over 280 taels each. The prospect of such wealth left their eyes wide with astonishment. This surpasses their years of toil, and even 2 of the young men trembled with excitement at the sight of such a vast sum of silver. nearly 300 taels. If not spent on cultivation, one could afford a courtyard and a few maidservants to indulge in a life of leisure. Very well, deliberate amongst yourselves, but remember, discretion is paramount. No one must utter a word. With that, Qin Chuan rose and departed. The unspoken rules of the Sheikh gang dictated that the spoils be split equally, with the leader claiming half and the subordinates the other half. As for how much the leader would remit to the incense master, and how much the incense master would in turn deliver to the hall master, that was entirely a matter of personal integrity. To enjoy a comfortable position and secure one's place, one ought to contribute generously. Qin Chuan had no intention of remitting anything to Lu Shuyi, nor would he dare to step beyond ranks to the hall master. Such actions were strictly forbidden. In his heart, he had already sworn enmity against Lu Shuyi. One who seeks to eliminate him would surely face his own demise. He had ascertained that Lu Shuyi had only been in the practice of refining his internal organs for 2 years. With these 2,000 taels, he could procure some herbs to address his deficiencies, refine his sinews and skin anew, and subsequently acquire the internal cultivation methods from the transmission hall, thus enabling him to step into the realm of internal organ refinement. After all, the leader's payment would not be due until next month. A cold glimmer flashed in his eyes. Lu Shuyi would undoubtedly not survive until then. At the hour of Chen, as the duty shift ended, Qin Shuang returned home, feeling exceedingly fatigued. After a brief exchange, he retired to rest. As for Qin Chuan, upon entering his room, he immediately began to apply makeup and change his attire. In an instant, he transformed from an elderly man in his 80s to one appearing in his 60s. Once prepared, he hastened out, first visiting the Huichuan Bank to exchange his silver notes for smaller denominations and some loose change before heading westward toward Shacheng. Upon arriving at a place marked Ghost Garden, he donned a conical hat, paid an entry fee of 1 coin of silver, and stepped inside. This was the renowned Ghost Garden in the western part of Shacheng, where the admission fee was 1 coin of silver. With no acceptance of copper coins, most common folk could hardly afford to enter. Here, warriors primarily traded medicinal herbs, formulas, various metals, and occasionally martial arts techniques, albeit at exorbitant prices, rendering them unaffordable. One could come here to sell items or purchase them, but nearly all vendors were established practitioners of the martial arts. As Qin Chuan wandered through the Ghost Garden, he was soon filled with astonishment, for his true eye could analyze the age of certain herbs based on their vital energy fluctuations. This capability ensured that he could not be deceived into purchasing fakes, and though the chances of uncovering a bargain were slim unless the vendor had obtained their goods through nefarious means, most stall owners were knowledgeable about the quality of their wares. After perusing the stalls, Qin Chuan quickly acquired several batches of herbs, spending a total of 600 taels. The cost of martial arts practice was indeed exorbitant, the adage of the poor in culture. The rich in martial arts was no mere jest. With these herbs, he should have ample resources to refine the areas where his sinews and skin had not yet been perfected. Qin Chuan felt a surge of excitement, a testament to the substantial benefits derived from the enhancement of his innate capabilities and comprehension. Now, as long as he had resources, he could elevate himself further. With sufficient resources, achieving mastery in internal cultivation was within reach. His lifespan, strength, and status would all see significant increases. As he turned to leave the Ghost Garden, a sudden pause seized him, and he stealthily approached a stall across the way. "How much for this golden money herb?" he inquired. "This is a golden money herb with 16 leaves, priced at 10 taels each, a fixed price. I'll take all the ones at your stall. Can you give me a better price?" After a moment of contemplation, the stall owner replied, "All right, for 9 stalks, you can have them for 88 taels to bring good fortune, just a 2-tael discount." Qin Chuan's tone was less than pleased, and he turned as if to leave. Wait, 85 taels, 80 taels, and you can take them all." Qin Chuan halted, turned back, and said, "Now that's more reasonable." He paid, collected his goods, and exited the Ghost Garden, his spirits soaring. The golden money herb was not especially rare. Its name derived from its leaves resembling coins, and its efficacy lay in strengthening sinews, with 1 leaf added each year. Typically, herbs of this nature, aged under 10 years, would cost about 1 or 2 taels per stalk. A 16-year-old herb would be approximately 10 taels. However, exceptional circumstances prevailed, as among the 9 stalks he had just acquired, one bore the same 16 leaves yet was actually 160 years old. It appeared nearly identical to the ordinary golden money herb, but the difference in potency and price was vast. In the eyes of martial artists, medicinal herbs were indispensable. Every decade, their prices would multiply. With a century marking a significant threshold, herbs over 100 years old were classified as spirit herbs, imbued with a semblance of sentience, thus possessing remarkable efficacy. The application of spirit herbs diverged from that of ordinary herbs. They were not merely for concoction but were used in alchemical refinement. Moreover, items traded for spirit herbs were never in silver but rather in a different currency, yuan crystal. It was rumored that only those of formidable strength could access yuan crystals. This was precisely why Qin Chuan felt exhilarated. If he chose to sell this particular golden money herb, he would instantly amass a staggering fortune. Achieving peak internal cultivation would be a mere formality for him. Nevertheless, he quickly shook his head. Selling such a high-value item for mere coin was a foolish endeavor. With his true eye in operation, he would not find himself lacking in funds whenever boredom struck. He could simply stroll through the ghost garden and always find opportunities to profit from price discrepancies. Furthermore, he might very well become the incense master next month, leading to an even greater income. Upon returning home, he began to prepare the herbs, totaling 3 batches, one for strengthening bones, one for enhancing sinews, and one for skin refinement. The strengthening herbs were to be consumed internally, while the skin treatment was to be applied externally. He commenced with the sinews, followed by the skin treatment, directly ingesting the strengthening powder and sinew-enhancing liquid before stepping into the front yard to assume a stance. He practiced a modified version of the 8 extremes fist. Feeling the medicinal effects begin to absorb into his body, unlike the majority who lacked even the most basic of martial arts techniques, Qin Chuan was fortunate to be an enthusiast of the 8 extremes fist in his previous life. With this somewhat obscure martial art, he had managed to carve out a niche for himself in this world, and now, with his comprehension vastly enhanced and over a century's worth of experience in this technique, he was able to refine it further. Indeed, as he executed the sequence of movements, the absorption of the medicinal potency was several times more effective than before. Areas that had previously resisted development were now gradually yielding to the effects of the herbs. Coupled with the enhancement of his innate capabilities, he could distinctly feel his sinews strengthening and his strength increasing. In truth, the path of cultivation for martial artists in this world was not overly complex. It revolved around refining sinews and skin to enhance strength and resilience against blows. With the existence of certain herbal formulas, those with sufficient talent could achieve rapid progress. The only complication lay in internal cultivation, which required different herbal formulas and, ideally, breath control techniques. Basic internal breathing techniques could be found in the transmission hall of the Shade Gang, but the conditions for obtaining them were quite stringent. The first stipulation was a decade's membership in the gang, accompanied by a level of contribution. The second was a letter of recommendation from the hallmaster. The third was monetary. Each internal breathing technique would require no less than 1,000 taels. This was the internal pricing of the Shade Gang and a means of survival for the organization. The demand for internal cultivation methods had drawn many to join the Shade Gang. Qin Chuan met the first requirement with ease. Regrettably, he had not pursued the transmission hall before his retirement. Had he done so, he would never have chosen to retire without a fight. As for the second requirement, he had confidence in his ability to secure a recommendation, and the third condition he could readily meet. Thus, he was well prepared, with only the complete refinement of his sinews and skin left to accomplish. As time passed, the medicinal effects gradually diminished. He retreated to his room, shedding his garments. His skin appeared loose and emaciated, lacking in flesh. The only discernible change was the notable strength of his sinews. A stark contrast to that of an elderly man. He quickly dissolved the skin powder in water and applied it all over his body. An indescribable pain spread throughout him. Skin refinement was a different ordeal altogether. It was pure self-torture. The medicinal energy stimulated his skin, enhancing its resilience. In martial arts practice, skin refinement was the first threshold to overcome. A master of skin refinement, wielding weaponry, could easily overpower several opponents who had yet to achieve this level. Their defensive capabilities rendered them nearly impervious, akin to wearing armor. Ordinary blades and swords struggled to inflict harm, requiring either exhaustion of the master or the use of blunt instruments, or the use of exceptionally sharp weapons. Hence, a master of skin refinement was a formidable adversary. This was precisely why the squad leaders of the Shade Gang were mandated to be masters of skin refinement. Their combat prowess was fundamentally different. Yet, alas, even mastery of skin refinement had its limitations, particularly concerning stamina. Once one transitioned to internal cultivation, the experience would differ markedly. Those accustomed to frequent fights knew all too well that prolonged engagements would leave one breathless. A consequence of the internal organs operating beyond their capacity. After internal cultivation, one's organs would be fortified, leading to enhanced stamina and resilience to blows. While skin refinement could withstand blades, it remained vulnerable to blunt force due to the internal organs' relative fragility. Once internal cultivation reached its zenith, one could be deemed a 100-man adversary, possessing both prolonged stamina and immunity to blunt strikes. In the face of an ordinary 100-man formation, one could break through with ease. Yet stamina remained finite, exhaustion would ultimately lead to one's demise. As time continued to elapse, Qin Shuan's skin flushed a deeper hue, and areas previously resistant to refinement were finally addressed. The absorption of the medicinal potency was noticeably accelerated. The significance of his innate capabilities became abundantly clear. Previously, he would require 2 hours to fully absorb a batch of medicine, but now he completed the process in less than half an hour, specifically 47 minutes. Qin Shuan opened his eyes, overwhelmed with joy. This was not merely a matter of efficiency, it was a reduction in the duration of suffering. Previously, 2 hours, equivalent to 4 hours or 240 minutes, represented a fivefold disparity in time. Had his innate capability truly increased fivefold? Yet, he sensed it was more profound than that. For example, if one person were to become 10 times stronger, could 10 of their original selves defeat them? Certainly not, nor could 100. This transformation was a qualitative leap, one that mere quantity could not compensate for. A person who has become tenfold stronger in every aspect transcends the realm of the ordinary. Becoming a veritable superhuman, Qin Shuan rose, casting another glance at his skin. Although still marred by wrinkles, it now exhibited a noticeable sheen, and age spots had significantly diminished. With just a few more sessions, he would achieve a state of complete fulfillment. 3 days later, knock, knock, knock. Master, I have arrived. Qin Shuan opened the door to find Qin Shuang wearing an expression of urgent distress. Shuanger, there is still half an hour until your shift begins. What brings you to me in such haste? Master, Sun Hui is looking for you in the front courtyard. He says that matters have been exposed, and the fragrant master wishes to see you. Understood, Qin Shuan replied nonchalantly while donning his attire. He had already devised a plan in his mind. Although they had failed to keep it under wraps for 7 days, managing to conceal it for 3 was already commendable. As for prolonged secrecy, that was simply unfeasible. Chapter 11. The balance of grace and authority. Qin Shuan was acutely aware that such a substantial sum of money would inevitably come to the fragrant master's attention. But what of it? 3 days had passed, and he had thoroughly practiced all the necessary techniques for his sinews and skin. He had initially intended to seek out the hall master the following day to obtain a letter of recommendation for purchasing inner cultivation methods. Lu Shui, it seems you are eager to meet your demise. Qin Shuan fully dressed, he entered the front hall, where Sun Hui immediately rose, his countenance far from cheerful. Greetings, Commander, have a seat. Commander, he lowered his head. Who has broken the rules? Qin Shuan lifted his teacup to SIPIT as Chen Shang. Chen Shang, this young man, slender in build and at the mid-level of bone training, was known for his shrewdness. Commander, he is a gambler. Qin Shuan understood. Gamblers were, in truth, among the most perilous of individuals. Once ensnared in their grasp, it was exceedingly difficult to break free. Steer clear of gamblers was no mere jest. Enough, do not be so tense. I will meet with the fragrant master shortly. You lead the brothers in the shift change. Commander, rest assured this commander shall be fine. With that, Qin Shuan arose and exited. At the Dishui Hall, in the precincts of the Bingtan Watchtower. Lu Shui looked at Qin Shuan standing before him and cheerfully remarked, Qin Shuan, I hear your 9th team pulled off quite a coup 3 days ago, to report to the fragrant master. Yes, why was it not disclosed? At that moment, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Lu Shui's eyes. As the fragrant master, he could not tolerate his subordinates reaping substantial benefits without reporting, since it was not yet time for the monthly settlement. His subordinates had intended to surprise the fragrant master at the end of the month. Oh, is that so? What I say is the absolute truth, but what if I demand you to report it now? To report to the fragrant master would be against the rules. My rules are the rules. Lu Shui stood up, affixing his gaze upon Qin Shuan. Old fool, do not think I am unaware of your intentions. The distribution of profits and tributes is not set in stone within the gang. Today, I shall establish this rule. Will you report or not? Fragrant master, may I wait until I finish this night shift to report? And why is that? Because these banknotes belong to the Guiyuan money house. At my age, the night shift is already exhausting, and I lack the time to exchange them next week, during my morning shift. I will have time to do so. Qin Shuan's reasoning was quite sound. Age was indeed a valid excuse, and whether Lu Shui believed it was of no consequence, Lu Shui remained silent, staring at him for a moment before suddenly smiling. Very well, I expect to see the silver next week, otherwise, you know the consequences. Thank you for your understanding, fragrant master. Go on with your duties. With a wave of his hand, Lu Shui dismissed him. As Qin Shuan turned to leave, A hint of a cold smile played at the corners of his mouth. One of Lu Shuyi's subordinates stepped forward, puzzled. A fragrant master, why did you agree to let him report next week? I could have simply executed him on the spot. Lu Shuyi shot the subordinate a glare. While this rule may not be established within the gang, the three major halls maintain a consensus. I cannot violate this rule, or else the hallmaster would not allow me to remain unscathed. Besides, there are still 3 days left. Why the rush? This old fellow, had he not intervened suddenly, Wan Chang would not have died, and I would not be reprimanded by the hallmaster. It would have been quite simple for him to eliminate Wan Chang. Once he received the money, he would not wish to return it. Eliminating Wan Chang would clear the way for Qin Chuan's vacant commander position, allowing him to pocket another sum. Yet, the outcome did not unfold as he had hoped. For 1,000 tales, a flicker of greed glimmered in his eyes. Qin Chuan returned directly to the dock, where he was met by Qin Shuang and another subordinate guarding the entrance, typically during the night shift at the dock. There would be no fewer than 2 guards at the entrance, with the remainder patrolling. Greetings, Commander, has that Chun Sheng arrived? Indeed, have everyone gather at the entrance. Understood. Qin Shuang swiftly went to relay the message. Only Tang Rong remained in place. Tang Rong, if I recall correctly, you seem to have a good relationship with Chun Shang. Commander, that is true. He lowered his head, unsure of what to say. Qin Shuan patted his shoulder. Imparting a lesson, steer clear of gamblers. Soon everyone arrived, including Chen Shang, who immediately knelt upon his arrival. Commander, I acknowledge my wrongdoing. Qin Shuan narrowed his eyes upon him, remaining silent. The night was still, save for the sound of waves crashing against the shore. In an unending rhythm, after a long moment, Qin Shuan finally spoke leisurely. I have held the position of commander for over 10 days now. How have I treated you, brothers? The crowd lowered their heads. I have also heard that the leaders of the 7th and 8th teams never share half with their subordinates, only 40%, including the previous commander, yet I, Qin Shuan, have distributed 50% of the earnings to you 7. And this is how you execute my orders. Chen Shang, you have disappointed me greatly. Commander, I acknowledge my mistake, and I promise it will not happen again. Qin Shuan let out a cold laugh. A gambler's promise was akin to a pile of excrement. However, as a mere commander, Chen Shang had not violated the regulations of the gang, and thus Qin Shuan could not take lethal action. Yet, as an absolute leader, he had myriad methods to deal with his subordinates. With a cold voice, he declared, from today onward, you shall remain at the outpost. Do not engage in inspections, patrols, or guarding. A single word determined life and death. By not participating in work, one would forfeit their share of profits. What then was the purpose of joining the Shade Gang? Was it merely for a monthly stipend of 1 tael of silver? Commander, please do not. I truly acknowledge my mistake. Knock, knock, knock. Chen Shang repeatedly bowed his head, and some, feeling pity, sought to intercede. Qin Shuan shot a glare, silencing them all. Managing subordinates is quite simple. It requires a balance of grace and authority. Be generous when the time calls for it, yet cold-blooded when necessary. However, while it may be easy to articulate, the execution proves far more challenging. Faced with wealth, most individuals find it difficult to be generous. When confronted with pleas for mercy, it is challenging to remain resolute. Return to your duties. I warn you, anyone who intercedes on his behalf shall share his fate. After all, in a few days, the gang will replenish our 9th team's ranks. With that, Qin Shuan made his way to the 2nd floor of the outpost. Disregarding Chen Shang's pleas entirely, should he acquiesce to such petitions, his authority would be undermined. From then on, no one would take his words seriously. After all, as long as one did not violate the gang's rules, they would remain unscathed. The night swiftly passed. Upon completing his night shift, Qin Shuan immediately informed his disciple, Qin Shuanger, today I shall visit the hallmaster to obtain a letter of recommendation for purchasing the inner breathing techniques, which I shall surely pass on to you, master. That violates the gang's rules. Nonsense, rules are dead. While people are alive, you are my disciple. Do I still need to fear your betrayal? Besides, we are not destined to remain in the Shade Gang for a lifetime. Are we? He patted Qin Shuang's shoulder and turned to leave. The Shade Gang's regulations forbade the unauthorized transmission of techniques acquired from the transmission hall. Strong individuals need not abide by such rules. The establishment of regulations is intended for the weak. Once he became sufficiently formidable, what would it matter if he imparted techniques on his own? Would the Shade Gang dare to offend a formidable practitioner over some so-called regulations? They were not foolish. They would certainly refrain from such folly. Chapter 12, The Breathing Technique. After 11 days, he once again arrived at the entrance of the Dishui Hall. Outside, Qin Shuan took a deep breath. First informing Li San of his purpose. Li San entered to announce him as he adjusted his attire, preparing to go in. He had a fair understanding of Qianfeng, who was not one to be compared with Lu Shuyi. Shen Feng had served as the hall master of the Dishui Hall for nearly a decade, and to maintain such a position in a bustling dock required more than mere cultivation. One needed sufficient acumen. When Shen Feng had followed him years ago, he had exhibited a keen understanding of people and spoke without a hint of imprudence. Back then, Qin Chuan had recognized this young man as someone capable of achieving great things. Indeed, after his departure of over a decade, Shen Feng had risen from commander to hall master. Such individuals were easy to converse with yet difficult to manipulate. On the surface, he would not create difficulties like Lu Shuyi but would instead afford ample respect and politeness. Only to later ensnare one in various rules, rendering them powerless. Before long, Shen Feng surprisingly arrived at the entrance ahead of Li San, warmly calling out, "Lord Qin has arrived." Li San, from now on, when Lord Qin arrives, bring him straight in and serve him tea. Do you understand? Understood, Hallmaster. Greetings, Hallmaster. Qin Chuan bowed. Oh dear Lord Qin, please do not flatter me. Come in and let us converse. Shen Feng pulled Qin Chuan into the grand hall, where they took their seats in order of precedence. After Li San served tea, he withdrew. Lord Qin has returned to the dock. Are you still adjusting? Well, thank you for your concern, Hallmaster. I have grown accustomed. That is good. Shen Feng ceased speaking, lifting his teacup to sip in silence. Qin Chuan, not one to dawdle, directly stated, Hallmaster, I wish to obtain a letter of recommendation from the transmission hall. Is that so? Shen Feng did not respond directly but feigned contemplation. Qin Chuan was unhurried, patiently awaiting his reply. It was neither difficult nor easy to discuss this matter. Shen Feng valued both profit and reputation. Otherwise, he would not exhibit such courtesy towards Qin Chuan. Having satisfied the first requirement of the transmission hall's regulations and being his elder brother, Shen Feng would have no grounds to refuse unless driven by a conflicting interest. As expected, after a brief moment, Shen Feng set down his teacup and nodded. Lord Qin has served in the gang for decades, with great contributions. Although there was no transmission hall previously, it now exists. And you should enjoy the benefits of the gang. I will write you a letter of recommendation right away. Upon finishing his words, he immediately retrieved a notebook from his bosom and began to write rapidly, subsequently sealing it with his own stamp and handing it over. Thank you, Hallmaster. Qin Chuan received it with utmost respect. No need for thanks, it's nothing, the subordinate replied as he took his leave. Rising, Qin Chuan departed, and Shen Feng also stood to see him off. At the entrance, he observed Qin Chuan's hunched figure with a calm demeanor. Li San, do you think this old fellow is struck it rich? What brings him to request a recommendation letter from the transmission hall? Hallmaster, shall I inquire further? Forget it, let him be. Shen Feng waved his hand, not wishing to meddle in such trivial matters. After all, he was merely an octogenarian. Could he truly pose a threat to his position by acquiring internal training methods? Upon obtaining the recommendation letter, Qin Chuan promptly made his way to the headquarters of the transmission hall. Carrying with him 1,500 taels of silver, over the past 3 days, he had been industrious, entering the Ghost Garden daily, experiencing fortuitous luck that allowed him to buy low and sell high, netting over 200 taels in profit. As for the meager earnings from the night watch, it amounted to only a few dozen taels, all of which were with Qin Chuan, who managed their living expenses. After all, instances of significant smuggling like the last time were exceedingly rare. Fortunately, as the leader, he could enjoy a sound sleep at night. Otherwise, at his age, it would be quite unbearable. The headquarters of the Sheikh gang was situated near Dock Number 1, adjacent to the entrance of the Tianshui Hall. Merely about a kilometer from Dock No. 2. In no time, Qin Chuan arrived, presenting his recommendation letter and the leader's token. He was granted entry into the hall after verification. Inside, there were 3 rooms, each labeled prominently. And a disciple began to explain. Leader Qin, our gang offers 3 internal training methods, the Tiger Howl technique, the Thunderclap technique, and finally the breathing method. The Tiger Howl and Thunderclap techniques are both superior internal methods. Priced at 10,000 taels of silver each, the breathing method is priced at 1,000 taels. Qin Chuan couldn't help but click his tongue. 10,000 taels was a sum he doubted even Shen Feng, the hallmaster, could readily produce, given his own expenses and training. After all, there was only one dock and income was limited, despite the existence of 2 gambling houses. Indeed, it was only upon joining that Qin Chuan learned of the 2 gambling houses within the Dishui Hall. Though their earnings were quite modest, primarily catering to ordinary dock workers, the profits were minimal, and they served as alternate hubs for the 2 other halls to oversee the gambling operations of brother. I choose the breathing method. Qin Chuan lamented his finances insufficient. The disciple consoled him. Leader Qin, nearly all disciples of the Sheikh gang choose the breathing method. Thank you, no need for formality, please proceed to pay here, fill out the form. And then enter the room for the breathing method. You have only half an hour, do you understand? Understood. Qin Xuan paid, filled out the required information, and entered the room for the breathing method. Upon entering, a painting caught his eye, devoid of text, depicting a series of small figures performing a total of 18 peculiar actions. Each posture resembled yoga but appeared far more aesthetically pleasing, with each figure's mouth forming different shapes representing various breathing techniques. Qin Xuan immediately grasped the essence, feeling profoundly astonished. Was this truly the method of internal training? He had initially expected a tome filled with arcane characters, yet instead, he encountered a painting that clearly illustrated each action and breathing technique. As if wary of any misunderstanding, it was refreshingly straightforward. This was his first exposure to the internal training methods of this world, shattering his previous fantasies about martial arts. The practice was not convoluted or mystical but rather plainly instructive. Curious about whether other methods followed suit, he set aside his thoughts and diligently studied the actions, beginning to mimic them. The first action, synchronized with his breathing, he felt an immediate pain in his chest, akin to his lungs being torn apart. It works. Next, as he attempted the second action, his body began to tremble violently, a sign of his fragile internal organs, weakened by age. He concluded that he required internal medicinal formulas. Otherwise, he could not practice the breathing method. Realizing his advanced age, he acknowledged that his internal organs had already suffered degradation. Unlike his sinews and skin, which had been conditioned during his youth, his internal organs had never been reinforced, leaving them in a state of decay. Thus, he ceased the breathing exercises from the painting, focusing solely on the actions, committing all breathing techniques to memory. Half an hour passed swiftly, and as the door opened, Qin Xuan exited. Thankfully, comprehension is akin to memory. He retained the information effectively. Had he entered at his current age to learn the breathing method, 1000 taels would have surely been squandered, as retention would have been improbable. With excitement coursing through him, he hurried home, immediately began to disguise himself, and then ventured to the ghost garden, expending the remaining 500 taels on 2 sets of internal medicinal herbs. Fortunately, he had previously prepared the formulas for internal organ enhancement. It was merely the absence of a technique that had hindered him. However, the price was exorbitant. 500 taels was a staggering sum for an ordinary person, and even a disciple of the Sheikh gang would require many years to accumulate such wealth. Yet, every effort was worthwhile. Once he perfected his internal organs, his combat prowess, longevity, and overall vitality would experience a qualitative leap. Chapter 13, Internal Training. In the night of assassination. Upon returning home, Qin Xuan immediately commenced preparing the herbs. Enhancing the internal organs was a complicated process, beginning with the lungs, followed by the liver and kidneys, and finally targeting the spleen and heart before transitioning to blood training. In truth, among those who focus on enhancing their internal organs, the disparity between newcomers and intermediates is minimal, almost negligible, unless one reaches advanced stages or achieves mastery. The lungs govern respiration. Once lung training is successful, a breath becomes prolonged, resulting in a significant increase in combat strength. The liver and kidneys, however, are distinct. Upon achieving mastery, resistance to toxins dramatically increases, rendering ordinary toxins nearly ineffective against such practitioners. For instance, if Wan Chang were to master his liver and kidneys, he would be immune to death by common toxins. Though it would not greatly enhance his combat ability, the spleen and heart govern blood. Only upon mastering these will substantial increases in combat strength become evident. Hence, Qin Xuan need not worry about Lu Shuyi. His aptitude was mediocre at best. At 36 years old, he had only been training his internal organs for a little over 2 years, which indicated a lack of talent. He could at most have developed his liver and kidneys. True mastery of the spleen and heart was beyond his reach. Individuals like Lu Shuyi, even with advanced techniques, would never glimpse the door to higher tiers, and merely training blood would suffice for a lifetime. Nevertheless, at this moment, it was a different story. Qin Xuan was certain and confident that his current talent far surpassed that of Lu Shuyi. Having prepared the herbs, he consumed them directly. The taste was bitter and astringent, but upon entering his body, it ignited a tumultuous reaction. He quickly began performing the actions from his memory, akin to yoga, synchronized with his breathing. The sensation of his lungs tearing once more surged. Yet the potency of the medicine rapidly surged forth, mending the torn tissues amid a blend of pain and restoration. Qin Xuan discovered a remarkable phenomenon, whether due to talent or the severe degradation of his organs, or perhaps a combination of both. The damage to his lungs repaired swiftly, resulting in accelerated training progress. Typically, an ordinary martial artist requires approximately 5 to 10 sets of herbs to successfully train their lungs. A genius might succeed with only 2 to 3 sets, hence, he purchased 2 sets, believing himself capable of success, but based on his current pace, just over 1 set would suffice, and the speed was remarkably rapid. In about 2 hours, he observed that his lungs were nearly completely renewed. Had he possessed the ability to introspect, he would have discovered that 2/3 of his lungs had transformed into a vibrant red, akin to those of a newborn, while 1/3 remained a dull gray, utterly decayed. After assessing his body, Qin Xuan felt he could push forward once more. Thus, he continued. An hour later, he suddenly felt a lightness throughout his being, as if the air he breathed had become remarkably fresher. The lung training was complete. However, a significant portion of the medicinal potency remained. Such an expensive herb could not be squandered. Thus, he prepared to train his liver next. Another hour elapsed, and as he concluded his training, he appeared considerably younger, his skin noticeably firmer. Qin Xuan was overjoyed. Rejuvenation was a dream for many, and now he genuinely saw hope. Was this the power of talent? He once again experienced the convenience of enhanced potential. Had he possessed his previous aptitude, 10 sets of herbs might not have ensured success, as his body would have been incapable of absorbing so much potency, leading to significant losses. This was an optimistic scenario. Pessimistically, his lungs may have failed to absorb any potency at all, preventing any completion of lung training. Clenching his fists with newfound strength, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Qin Xuan's eyes. Tonight, he would take a life. He promptly washed up and lay down to sleep. That night, the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, the wind howling, and the moon hidden. Perfect conditions for assassination. Qin Xuan led his disciple toward the dock. "Master, you seem to have aged considerably less." "Really, a silly boy, perhaps it's just the darkness." "Maybe so." Qin Xuan scratched his head. As he planned to take a life that night, Qin Xuan refrained from informing his disciple about his internal training. A measure of protection for him. At home, he left a letter instructing that if he did not return, Qin Xuan should promptly leave Sha City and roam the world like his fellow disciples. After years of companionship and following the recent brush with death, Qin Xuan genuinely regarded Qin Shuang as family. Upon arriving at the dock, he smoothly transitioned duties with Team 8. That night, he took the initiative to lead the patrol until the late hours when the distant sound of the watchman's voice rang out. All is well during the hour of the pig. Only then did he smile and say, "Son, we continue leading the patrol. I'm feeling weary. Alas, age has made me less capable. Rest assured, leader, we will promptly notify you of any matters." "Very well, I appreciate your hard work." Qin Xuan patted him on the shoulder and turned to leave. A disciple, filled with envy, remarked, "Hui Gu, the leader trusts you greatly. Don't be foolish, the leader treats all brothers well. The distribution of rewards has never been shortchanged. I merely have a few more years than you." As Qin Xuan returned to the second floor of the station, he awaited the patrol's departure before swiftly locking the door behind him. He then leapt from the window, scaled the dock's fence, and propelled himself towards home with remarkable speed. The training of his lungs not only enhanced his strength but also significantly improved his endurance. Even at a brisk pace, he felt no fatigue whatsoever. Before long, he arrived home, effortlessly vaulting over the courtyard wall, and entered his room. Lifting a corner of the floorboards revealed a hidden recess containing a silver spear. Measuring an impressive 24 meters in length, crafted using military-grade methods, exhibiting exceptional resilience, the blade extended 60 centimeters, razor-sharp and capable of penetrating heavy armor. As he unveiled the spear, a chilling gleam emanated from it. This weapon had taken years of his dedication to forge, and he had claimed the lives of no fewer than 5 seasoned practitioners with it. Grasping the long spear and securing a pre-prepared large bag, he turned and scaled the wall once more, heading in the direction of Lu Shui's residence. In the trade city of Sha City, there were no curfews, and even at the witching hour, certain areas remained brilliantly illuminated. For instance, the renowned Lufeng Street in the west of the city was a veritable sleepless thoroughfare. Bright red lanterns hung high, and the streets bustled with activity. The melodious laughter of young women echoed through the night breeze, enticing all who passed. The calls of the madams filled the air, bestowing an air of allure upon the street. "Good sir, come in for a bit of fun. Our ladies are top-notch. Exotic delights await you." Some madams boldly approached, enticing patrons with their charm. As people entered, others departed. "Lu Yi, will you not stay the night?" Lu Shuyi waved his hand dismissively. "Not tonight. We shall speak of it tomorrow. Farewell, Lu Yi." He waved again, preparing to head home, inadvertently glancing at a distant tall building. That edifice, aglow with a myriad of lights, was stunning, the Fengxian Tower. "Once I have wealth, I shall indulge there daily." Yet such thoughts were mere fantasies. The Fengxian Tower was one of the most prestigious brothels in the entire west of the city, far beyond the means of a mere incense master from the Shake Gang. Shaking his head, He staggered home, the aroma of alcohol clinging to him. A quarter of an hour later, as he passed through a dark alleyway, he felt an ominous presence. The alley, though broad, about 5 meters wide, instantly filled him with a chilling intent. Causing his senses to sharpen, "Who goes there? Step forth." As his voice faded, a flash of cold light surged toward him. Whoosh! The air crackled as he barely had time to react, rolling to evade a deadly shot. Yet, the spear, like a venomous serpent, lunged at him relentlessly. In that moment of life-threatening danger, Lu Shuyi felt an unexpected surge of adrenaline. With a fierce shout, he executed a somersault, narrowly avoiding the spear's blade and reaching for its shaft. However, the spear's elasticity was remarkable, and with a swift shake, it lashed back at him. But he raised his arm to block, stumbling back a few steps. Such power! Lu Shuyi's confidence surged. The assassin's skill was inferior to his at that moment. He realized he could not flee. In such a narrow alley, turning his back would surely result in a fatal strike. He glared at the shadow that had melted back into darkness, coldly declaring, "Such audacity, to attempt my assassination." As he spoke, he slowly advanced toward the figure. As long as I get close, I shall have my chance to retaliate. Just then, the cold gleam reappeared, but this time he was prepared. He swiftly dodged and crouched low, charging towards the shadow. Closer, his heart raced with excitement. Once he was near, he was confident in his ability to counterattack. Suddenly, a cloud of white dust obscured his vision. Curses a trick! In an instant, his sight was lost. Thud! A chilling sensation enveloped his throat, and he felt his strength wane, his mind consumed by a singular thought. Such speed and sharpness in that spear! Qin Xuan retracted the long spear and quickly approached the lifeless form. A pauper, with merely 23 taels of silver on him, he lamented silently. Scanning the area, he retrieved a waterproof bag that he had prepared in advance. Placing the body inside, notably no blood seeped from the corpse, his spear was swift and bore the ability to pierce armor. Even Lu Shuyi's iron skin could not withstand its power. Blood would only emerge after some time. He needed to dispose of the body swiftly lest he expose himself, for with purposeful strides he returned home, stowed the spear, and hefted the corpse towards the dock. Those familiar with the grim art of murder knew that while taking a life was easy, disposing of the body was a far more complex endeavor. Even if one managed to hide a body, connections could inevitably lead back to them. Of course, this was true in his previous life. In this era, a missing person often meant a case that would remain unsolved. At a cliff not far from the dock, Qin Xuan cautiously tore open the waterproof bag, binding the corpse to a heavy stone and forcefully casting it into the rushing waters of the Sha River. He then filled the waterproof bag with stones and discarded it as well. His technique revealed that he was no novice to such tasks. Indeed, having traversed the underworld for decades, the Sha city of Ur was a far cry from the current state of affairs. Rife with chaos and violence, for him, killing had become a mundane occurrence. Having completed this grim task, he swiftly scaled the fence back to the second floor and lay upon his couch, falling into a deep slumber as if all that transpired had no bearing on him. As dawn broke, he rubbed the sleep from his eyes and beheld Qin Xuan, who had come to rouse him. "Has the shift ended?" "Indeed, master, the handover is complete. Return to sleep." "Very well." The master and disciple enjoyed breakfast near the dock before meandering home. As they passed a shrine, Qin Xuan peered inside, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. 2 days passed, and finally, someone noticed the anomaly. Lu Shuyi, the incense master of the third altar, had not reported for duty for 2 days and had failed to submit a leave request. This incited the ire of the hall master Qianfeng, who personally arrived at the third altar to inquire. Naturally, no one had any information. With no other choice, the 3 leaders of the third altar shared glances and then conferred about the schedule, quickly reaching a consensus to proceed as normal. Today, the 9th squad would commence the morning shift. 3 days later, Qianfeng sent someone to Lu Shuyi's home, yet still received no news. This sparked an unsettling suspicion within him, prompting him to summon the 2 incense masters along with the 9 leaders to a meeting at the hall. Seated prominently, Qianfeng commanded attention, flanked by the incense masters of the first and second altars. With the 9 leaders arranged in order, Qin Xuan occupying the last seat. "Brothers," he began, "the incense master of the third altar, Lu Shuyi, has vanished for 5 days. As men of the underworld, you all know the rules. According to our internal regulations, anyone who disappears without cause for a week is automatically expelled from the gang. We have 2 days remaining. At this, he paused, sensing the atmosphere grow heavy. Qianfeng himself was agitated. Recent events had plagued the water hall, with the death of a leader and 2 disciples at the end of last month, followed by 2 more at the beginning of this month. All from the 9th squad, and now they faced the disappearance of an incense master. The senior members of the gang had begun to voice their concerns about him. With a grim expression, he continued, If we do not have an explanation in 2 days, the law enforcement hall will investigate the reasons behind Lu Shuyi's disappearance. I hope you all understand the importance of discretion regarding your own affairs and those of your subordinates. What should be said and what should not be said should be clear. Should further incidents occur, do not blame me for my lack of leniency. He instructed the 9 leaders to return and ensure their subordinates were well informed. The 2 incense masters, please remain. With that, the 9 leaders rose simultaneously and departed the hall. Only 2 younger incense masters remained, both in their 30s. Qianfeng turned to the incense master of the first altar and inquired. Huang Chao, what do you think has become of Lu Shuyi? Master, I believe there are 2 possibilities. Either he has fled in fear of guilt, or he has been killed. Such a statement is rather obvious. Is it not? The incense master of the second altar scoffed to Feng Su. Whom are you addressing? Huang Chao shot back, glaring at him. Enough. Chen Feng banged the table, exasperated by their ongoing discord, yet secretly relieved. Their infighting only served to bolster his own position. What are you bickering about? I asked you to discuss, not to quarrel. Feng Su, you speak next. Yes, master. Feng Su glanced outside, prompting Chen Feng to assure him, fear not, this is a secure space, speak freely. But Feng Su lowered his voice. Master, I have heard that a major player recently arrived at the third altar, and one of their disciples received a share exceeding 200 taels of silver, the moment these words left his mouth. Both Qian Feng and Huang Chao's eyes widened in shock. How much? Over 200 taels of silver, such a sum? If each disciple receives that much, then the total must exceed 5,000 taels. Qian Feng furrowed his brow. He had been unaware of such a significant development. That is not the case. I heard the leader distributed half, perhaps around 4,000 taels or so. Which squad? The 9th. Qin Xuan Wu Feng Su nodded, confirming, yes, the same Qin Yi who once belonged to our gang. Jinfeng's realization dawned upon him. So that explains how that old fellow acquired the funds to purchase inner cultivation techniques. He pondered this for a moment, deciding that it was best not to draw attention to the matter, not solely for the sake of money but also due to the implications of such a substantial sum and the nature of what had come ashore. He dared not speculate further. This matter would have to be set aside for now. Lu Shuyi's situation was of immediate concern. Feng Su, are you suggesting that Lu Shuyi's disappearance is related to that major player or to Qin Xuan? Master, Qin Xuan is over 80 years old, with only mastery of the skin training technique. I suspect it is more likely connected to that major player. Jianfeng's expression shifted between contemplation and uncertainty. And he abruptly rose, saying, very well, this matter shall not be discussed further. Let us remain vigilant. With that, he exited the hall. Huang Chao shot a derisive glance at Feng Su. Are you truly clever or simply foolish? Do you think our Sheikh gang can afford to offend such a major player? You are a self-deluded fool. With that, he too rose and departed. Chapter 15. The struggle for leadership. 2 days later, the law enforcement hall made its appearance. They bypassed Hall Master Qianfeng, heading directly to the 3 leaders of the third altar, one by one questioning them. Qin Xuan, Qin Yi, it has been a long time. The members of the law enforcement hall, composed of veterans from the Sheikh gang, were former incense masters who had retired to join the law enforcement hall, also known as the Elder Hall. If Qin Xuan were to delay his retirement by a few years, waiting until the establishment of the law enforcement hall, he could indeed find a place there to enjoy his twilight years. The person posing the question was none other than Fang Mingjing, the incense master who had once shared a faction with Qin Xuan, and who later served as the master of the Shanshui Hall. He was certainly someone familiar to him. Elder Fang, it has been quite some time. I never imagined that at your age you would still be contemplating a return to the martial world. I heard that just a few days ago you visited the transmission hall to acquire methods for internal cultivation. Indeed, Qin Xuan replied. And from where did the funds originate? Fang Mingjing squinted at him. Elder Fang, after all these years, one must have saved a little. No, moreover, the rules of our faction dictate that we should not question the source of funds, as you well know. Master Qin, you remain as cautious as ever. I was merely jesting. Fang Mingjing chuckled as he took a sip of tea. After setting down his cup, he sighed. In truth, our visit to the law enforcement hall is merely ceremonial. After all, in this world of martial arts, life and death are predestined, and fortune is dictated by fate. Whether one dies or disappears, it is our destiny. To have lived this long is already a stroke of luck. You speak wisely, Elder Fang. Qin Xuan nodded. Isn't it true? The slayer is often slain, while the martial world espouses the ways of human relationships. When those fail, must we not resort to violence? Very well, I know the matter of Lu Shuyi does not concern you. You may return now, but do come to the law enforcement hall when you have the time. Our old brothers seldom get to meet these days. Qin Chuan rose and nodded. Very well, I shall visit when I can. Farewell. This matter quickly passed, and the faction issued an announcement that the Lu Shui incident had come to a close. However, what followed was the main event. The four factions of the Sheikh gang, comprising 36 leaders, along with the disciples of the transmission hall, who had achieved internal cultivation, all turned their keen gazes toward the position of the incense master of the Duishui hall. Beginning to make their moves. In this position, the individual wielding the most authority was Qian Feng, the hall master. The appointment of subordinate incense masters lay solely in his hands, as long as he nodded in approval. It would be a done deal, reflecting the personnel authority of a hall master. Yet there was a significant issue at hand. Qian Feng had recently been facing considerable difficulties due to the Lu Shui incident. His adversaries had been relentlessly attacking him, and owing to his temperament, he had not been in a hurry to finalize the incense master position. The roles of incense master and leader were distinct. He could arrange leaders as he pleased, but an incense master was already an absolute middle manager within the gang, with only 12 positions available. Early in the morning, Qian Feng had just returned from a meeting at headquarters and, upon sitting down, drank tea heartily. Lu San, who was pouring tea, quietly reported, Master, 4 individuals came looking for you yesterday, including one of our own. Who? Qin Chuan. Master Qin, what does that old fellow want with me? This is a letter he sent to you. Li San handed over an envelope. Qian Feng became intrigued, picking up the letter while Li San discreetly stepped back. Qian Feng quickly read through the letter and, without hesitation, set it ablaze on the oil lamp. His expression shifting as the letter turned to ash. Only after the last remnants had burned did he inquire, Li San, it seems that Qin Chuan has broken through to the realm of internal cultivation. How should we regard this incense master position? I dare not speak presumptuously. Li San was cautious regarding personnel appointments. No need for hesitation. Speak freely, this hall master will not hold it against you. Li San then ventured cautiously, Master, given Qin Chuan's advanced age, even if he were to become the incense master, it would not pose a significant threat, and he wouldn't hold the position for long. Besides, he was previously the incense master, so now he would merely be returning to his former role, which others cannot contest. Li San's words resonated deeply with Qian Feng. Qin Chuan's greatest advantage was indeed his age, which rendered him a negligible threat to Qian Feng's position. Furthermore, given that he had previously held the title of incense master and was a distinguished figure in the gang, no one could challenge Qian Feng's decision to appoint him. It was, in essence, a win-win situation, yet what truly piqued his interest was the promise articulated in the letter. Upon his appointment as incense master, Qin Chuan would bestow upon him a monthly tribute of 500 taels, not just during the months he was on duty at the docks. Even during his tenure at the docks, he might not earn 500 taels in a month. Profit was the essence of the martial world. Go summon Master Qin. Yes, Master. Li San departed, quickly notifying Qin Chuan, this week. Qin Chuan had begun working night shifts just days prior, marking the final week of the month. Shortly after returning home, Li San arrived. Master Qin, Master is looking for you. Oh, I shall go immediately, Qin Chuan responded, producing a silver note and placing it in Li San's hand. Thank you, my brother. Upon seeing the 10 taels, Li San was pleasantly surprised. Master Qin was indeed generous, having given him 10 taels yesterday and another 10 today. He returned with a cheerful demeanor. Qin Chuan shook his head, quickly changing his attire before leisurely making his way to the hall. The position of incense master was his, and none could take it from him. Who else would dare to promise Qian Feng a monthly tribute of 500 taels? Only he had the audacity to do so. One must understand that during a typical month at the docks, the total profits would amount to around 3,000 to 5,000 taels, with disciples taking at least 40%. Otherwise, who would work for you? The 3 leaders would also take their share, and the incense master would need to claim their portion, leaving the hall master with what remained, which would still require a portion to be submitted to headquarters. This was only feasible during dock duty. When not on duty, the income dwindled to little more than a meager monthly salary and the pitiful share from gambling houses, let alone 500 taels. Even 50 taels would be difficult for the hall master to procure. As hall master, Qian Feng's expenses were undoubtedly considerable, and he too needed funds for cultivation. Thus, the promise of 500 taels monthly was an irresistible temptation for him. Qin Chuan was convinced that as long as he made this promise to Qian Feng, the latter would be unable to refuse, especially with Li San assisting him. It is said that the king of hell is easy to meet, but the little devils are troublesome. Thus Qin Chuan had been so generous, gifting Li San 20 taels yesterday and today. One must recognize that the monthly salary of an ordinary disciple was merely 1 tael. Li San was an ordinary disciple, albeit one under the hall master's wing. which placed him in a different tier, presenting 20 months' worth of salary. How could Li San not advocate for him? Entering the Dui Shui Hall, Qin Xuan strode confidently. Greetings, Hall Master. Master Qin has arrived. Shen Feng rose, pulling him down to sit. Master Qin, is what you said true? Chen Feng inquired directly, fixing his gaze intently on Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan nodded solemnly. Hall Master, it is indeed true, but I have a condition. Speak. As long as it is not excessive, I can agree. The offer of 500 taels monthly meant that the Dui Tan would be able to provide an additional 8 months' worth of tribute annually, totaling 4,000 taels. How could he not be tempted? As for that disciple of mine, Hall Master has met him. He is also skilled in skin cultivation and capable of assuming a leadership position. Him? Jin Feng shook his head. His qualifications are insufficient to assume a leadership role. It would be difficult for him to command respect. Add 100 taels monthly. Leaders do not require qualifications. Thank you, Hall Master. Xian Feng erupted in laughter. Master Qin, in your presence, I am but your disciple. You jest, Hall Master. Very well, I shall draft the document now. When you have the time, go to headquarters to collect your identity token and attire. But you must wait until next month to assume your role. Your disciple can handle the formalities at the hall. As he spoke, Xian Feng composed the document and handed it to Qin Xuan, patting him on the shoulder with a smile. Master Qin, I hope you can fulfill this, otherwise, you know the consequences. I would never deceive the Hall Master. That is good. Off you go. I take my leave. Wait, Xian Feng called out, lowering his voice. On the 10th of next month, remember to submit this month's profits. Do you understand? I understand. Qin Xuan was well aware that this was a hint that Xian Feng was already privy to the matter of the substantial sum. However, he did not dwell on it. After all, there was still half a month to go. Such a large appetite, demanding 600 taels monthly while coveting more. He shook his head and turned toward headquarters. After all, empty promises were easily made, and now that he had become the incense master, the next step was to ascend to the hall master position. The criterion for a hall master was the mastery of skin cultivation. The distinction in strength among those who practiced internal cultivation was quite pronounced. Once one achieved mastery of skin cultivation, there would be a qualitative leap in power. However, mastery of blood cultivation did not significantly enhance combat ability. Only upon entering marrow cultivation or achieving complete mastery of internal cultivation would one experience substantial improvement. Hence, the Sheikh Gang had established regulations. Anyone who entered internal cultivation, regardless of the stage, was qualified to serve as incense master, while the hall master was required to have achieved mastery of skin cultivation. Given the immense authority wielded by the leader of a faction, aside from financial power, which was tightly controlled by headquarters, the authority over personnel matters was almost entirely at the discretion of the hall master, making them a formidable presence in the gang. After a visit to headquarters to collect his token and attire, Qin Xuan returned home for a nap before notifying his rather foolish disciple of his promotion to leader, albeit with the caveat that, like him, it would not take effect until next month. With only 3 days left in the month, and after completing his final night shift, they would soon depart the docks to oversee a small gambling house. Qin Xuan, still in disbelief, exclaimed, Master, am I really becoming a leader? You little rascal, work diligently and do not bring shame to your master, understand? He added, Here, take this, but practice discreetly. You must not let anyone discover it, do you hear? Saying this, Qin Xuan handed him a drawing, a depiction of the breathing techniques he had sketched from memory. Upon opening it, Qin Xuan instantly perked up. Master, what is this? Enough. Close your mouth, remember, keep it confidential and do not reveal your capabilities, once you have memorized it. Burn it, understood, Master. With enthusiasm, Qin Xuan took the drawing and left. Qin Xuan shook his head with a smile. He knew his disciple well enough, not a loose-lipped person, and primarily he was very obedient, sharing in both glory and misfortune. His current task was to cultivate his disciple, for he was destined to become a hall master within 3 months. Having been in the Sheikh Gang for over half a month, nearly 20 days had passed, leaving just a little over 2 months. With the innate talents of both master and disciple, they could elevate their status as long as they had the means. Qin Xuan stroked his chin, pondering the financial burden of cultivation. Even if he were to scour the ghostly market daily for hidden treasures, he would scarcely accumulate a significant amount of silver. On ill-fated days, he might not gather anything at all. As for the docks, there are only 4 in the entire western part of the city, and people selectively disembark, not simply gathering at dock number 2. After a week of night shifts, the profits are meager. If this were to sustain a living, one might flourish, yet for cultivation purposes, it proves woefully inadequate. Should he consider selling that prized money grass? As Qin Xuan pondered, he quickly dismissed the thought. To possess such a treasure is to invite peril. This item is far too valuable for one of his station. Ownership itself is a transgression, and should it come to light, he might meet a grim fate, even if he were to exchange it for silver in a conventional manner. It would likely attract unwanted attention, leading to his demise within his own home. In Sha City, Qin Xuan believed that ordinary individuals could not amass great wealth. Once one possesses too much, it becomes impossible for them to retain it. Only martial practitioners are deemed worthy of such riches, thus when encountering the affluent, there is no doubt their cultivation level surpasses yours. Even if they do not exceed your abilities, their household is bound to harbor formidable talents, ones you cannot afford to offend. Seeking protection from ordinary guards? Nonsense. In the end, your wealth may very well become theirs, unless you are an official with a background in the imperial examinations. This is a different matter altogether, yet officials too engage in cultivation. Believing they are exempt, with power, the acquisition of wealth and resources becomes a simple endeavor. Their path to mastery is far less arduous than the average person's, provided their talent is not exceedingly poor. Attaining remarkable proficiency is relatively straightforward. Merely by amassing resources, thus, it is exceedingly challenging for ordinary folk to possess substantial wealth. In summary, martial practitioners may not necessarily be rich or powerful, but those who are wealthy and influential are invariably martial practitioners. For now, he shall proceed cautiously. Before long, Qin Shuang entered with a meal. After the master and disciple finished dining, it was already late at night, time for the shift to begin. The dock remained unchanged. And Qin Shuang refrained from flaunting his promotion to the position of incense master. He similarly warned his foolish disciple to maintain discretion, advising him to speak of it only after his official appointment next month. The night was calm, the stars twinkling brilliantly against the dark sky. Though the moon was crescent, it shone brightly. As the watchman's gong sounded, Qin Shuang prepared to retire for the night. At that very moment, a loud voice rang out. "Who is it, brothers, coming ashore?" The voice echoed from afar, and under the moonlight, a small boat gradually approached. At him, Qin Shuang's eyes sparkled. Indeed, it was the middle-aged man with a full beard who had disembarked under his watch 2 weeks prior. Sun Hui, who had also heard the call, expressed excitement. "Captain, is it him? Have we struck gold again? Is this fortune smiling upon us once more?" However, this fortune was not easily acquired. Dealing in the trade of shattered gold in essence could lead to dire consequences if caught. Yet, Qin Shuang understood that such dealings were unavoidable. As a small player, he had no choice. Since he first accepted payment, he was bound to continue. Moreover, he could not afford to be overly concerned. He hoped for more encounters with wealthy patrons. Regardless of the goods involved, his only concern was collecting the money. The bearded middle-aged man disembarked, beaming as he approached Qin Shuang. "Qin Shangju, it's been a while." Qin Shuang's gaze narrowed. He had only just completed the formalities for his new role that morning. And yet this man seemed to be aware. This heightened Qin Shuang's vigilance, and he replied with a smile, "Long time no see." A few of his subordinates appeared perplexed, yet they were not foolish enough to inquire further. "Qin Shangju, may I have a word in private?" Sun Hui and the others quickly grasped the implication and promptly excused themselves. Once they were alone, the bearded man leaned in and whispered, "I am Chen Anhua from the Huichuan Bank. I have come tonight with goods to disembark, and additionally, I wish to discuss a long-term partnership with you." Qin Shangju. The mention of Huichuan Bank sent a jolt through Qin Shuang. This was no ordinary financial institution. It was rumored to have branches not just in the state of Chu, but also in the southern state of Shu, the eastern Han, and even in the northern Yan, extending to the lands of the barbarians. In modern parlance, it was akin to a global conglomerate, with immense influence. Chapter 17. Averse to mediocrity, why would someone of such stature seek collaboration with him? He questioned. "Master Chen, why would your esteemed bank wish to partner with an old man like me? What sort of collaboration are you proposing?" Chen Anhua did not provide a direct answer but instead smiled and countered. "Qin Shuang, why have you chosen to re-enter the world? Is it known to you?" "Sir, we do not know, but it is human nature. With your time running short, if you do not re-emerge to take a risk, the only alternative is death. I believe we can assist you in overcoming this crisis. However, in return we must delve into a deeper partnership. What do you say?" Truly, a top-tier power sees through everything. Yet, Qin Shuang still probed. "Master Chen, what if I refuse to cooperate? There would be no consequences." Chen Anhua chuckled, lowering his voice to whisper conspiratorially, "But your involvement in the murder of Lu Shuyi and Qingshui Alley will soon be exposed." A surge of shock coursed through Qin Shuang, his gaze sharpening instantly. "You witnessed it." He knew too well that to keep a secret, one must refrain from wrongdoing. "Qin Shuang, what you believe to be flawless is merely an illusion. This world is far more complex than you imagine." So what do you say, shall we collaborate? Chen Anguo was confident, believing that as long as Qin Chuan was not foolish, he would not refuse. Although I am soon to be appointed as Shangju, the Ding altar will soon be occupied by another. And I will no longer be guarding the dock. Why not simply ascend to the position of hallmaster? Qin Chuan asked in astonishment. Is such a fortune truly possible? However, after a moment's reflection, he quickly added, but my cultivation is insufficient. Rest assured, our Huichuan Bank is never stingy in our dealings, Chen Anguo declared, waving his hand as an individual from the small boat approached, carrying a chest. Master Qin, please take a look. Upon opening the chest, Qin Chuan discovered it was filled with prepared herbs for cultivation. Knowing your talents are lacking, we have prepared 30 portions. Should this prove insufficient, we can provide more. Why choose me? Qin Chuan inquired as he accepted the chest. Because if you do not take a gamble, you will perish, and dock number 2 is the most suitable route for us. Xianfeng is unwilling to cooperate. And the other 2 are too young, which is why you were selected. There was another point he did not voice, that he had leverage over Qin Chuan. However, all were astute individuals, such details were inconsequential. Very well, let us collaborate joyfully, Qin Chuan readily agreed. You are a swift decision-maker, Master Qin. Chen Anguo immediately changed his tone, producing a silver note from his pocket and placing it in Qin Chuan's hand. At Huichuan, we are always generous in our dealings. This sum is for your immediate use, and the costs for future disembarkations will be calculated separately. Qin Chuan paid no mind to the title he was given. Instead, he glanced at the silver note, which amounted to a staggering 5,000 taels. This bold gesture left him astounded. He mused that indeed fortune favors the bold. Jinfeng's character was as described, though he was in need. He was always cautious. Unlike him, as Chen Anguo had noted, failing to progress could lead to death. If he were Qianfeng, already a hallmaster yet unable to see a path forward, he too would prioritize stability. He would not risk walking a tightrope, engaging in such evidently perilous ventures, but would rather dutifully serve as a hallmaster for several years before retiring to the law hall, nurturing his descendants. This was the mindset of most individuals. Wealth can be earned, but one must also have the means to spend it. Qin Chuan sighed, reflecting that without the system, he too would not dare to strive so fervently. With his talents on the rise, he believed he would soon achieve a higher rank. Having lived 2 lifetimes in mediocrity, he now sought to break free from it. Master Qian, your generosity is remarkable. What of Qianfeng? Do not worry. We will speak with him within a fortnight. You will have results. Qin Chuan nodded, choosing not to say more. The remaining task was to oversee the unloading of goods, which he did not wish to manage or inspect. He merely returned to the second floor of the station, trusting his subordinates with the task, knowing Qin Shuang would ensure everything proceeded smoothly. Shortly thereafter, Sun Hui and the others all arrived, trembling as they handed him the silver note. Captain, this is the disembarkation fee they provided, still 4,000 taels. Qin Chuan accepted the silver note, setting aside 2,000 taels. The usual arrangement, you all divide the profits, but remember to keep this confidential. Understood, Captain. The group dispersed. Sun Hui, Tangrong, please stay behind. After observing them over this period, he deemed these 2 could be won over as allies. Once he ascended to Hall Master, he would certainly find a way to replace the other 2 incense masters, Huang Chao and Feng Su. He was not afraid of others posing a threat to his position. Rather, he feared these individuals becoming disobedient. He needed to establish a command that would follow his lead without question. The 2 remained, heads bowed, hesitant to speak, feeling anxious about why Qin Chuan had summoned them. Qin Chuan smiled, please take a seat, and closed the door. Tangrong, standing by the door, complied. Then both took their seats. You must be curious why I have retained you. I do not fear telling you. Next month, I will become the Shangju. The 2 were instantly elated. Congratulations, Captain. Yet, they quickly corrected themselves. Congratulations, Shangju. Qin Chuan nodded. Enough of that idle talk. How have your cultivations progressed? The 2 were overjoyed. Their leader's inquiry signified his intention to nurture them. Sunui, I used all the profit from the last distribution to purchase medicinal materials. I have just entered the skin refinement stage, but with today's earnings, I shall soon attain great success. I am at the same stage, Tangrong added, albeit a tad slower. Excellent, you must seize the opportunity to elevate yourselves. Your futures depend on it, do you understand? Qin Chuan painted a grand vision for them. As is the nature of leadership. A leader who cannot inspire a vision is hardly a competent one, yet such visions must occasionally be fulfilled to sustain motivation. We shall remember, Captain. The 2 rose, exchanging glances. Before kneeling down, we shall remain loyal to you, Shangju. Very well, rise, now go about your tasks. Yes, we take our leave. Qin Chuan shook his head. Had he not heard such vows of loyalty before, in years past? Chen Feng had been even more fervent in his declarations. What had become of that? In the realm of the underworld, one must not take the loyalty of subordinates at face value when they rise to power. Should you stand in their way, you will be the first to fall. At all times, self-interest forms the most reliable bond. So-called loyalty is merely a bargaining chip for betrayal. This evening, the Sha River flowed calmly. A nondescript cargo vessel traversing its waters, the interior of the cabin opulently appointed. At this moment, Chen Goen stood respectfully before a man clad in elegant attire, his posture bent in deference. My lord. Qin Xuan has agreed. The elegantly dressed man took a sip of tea, his movements exuding grace. This old fellow must have stumbled upon some fortuitous opportunity, choosing to re-emerge into the fray just as he neared death. And with such swiftness, he had broken through into the realm of internal cultivation. Should we investigate? Chen Goen inquired. The man in fine clothing shook his head. No need, since we are to collaborate, let us do so earnestly. We at Huichuan do not engage in such affairs, and what of Qian Feng? Let the barbarian take action. Perhaps there will be unexpected rewards. He has long desired to consolidate control over Shacheng. Xian Goen was taken aback, promptly responding, understood, my subordinate will act immediately. Time flew by, and soon it was the following month, the last of the year. The weather in Shacheng grew increasingly cold. Fortunately, Qin Xuan, being a martial artist, was undeterred by the chill. Today, he donned the garb of the incense master, adorned with an embroidered character for earth on his chest, accompanied by a small character for fire beneath it. This attire signified his status, and he also required a token hanging from his waist to denote his rank. Similarly, Qin Shuang had donned a new style of commanding uniform. The master and apprentice strode confidently towards the gambling house. At that moment, Tang Rong rushed over, perspiring profusely in the cold, revealing the urgency of his plight. Incense master, trouble is afoot, the hall master is dead. What did you say? But Qin Xuan exclaimed in genuine astonishment, not feigned. Wasn't it agreed that we would discuss matters? A chill ran down his spine. Had he not consented to the collaboration? Would he too be in peril? Qin Shuang, take charge of today's watch. He then seized Tang Rong's arm. Let us speak as we walk. Qin Xuan hastened towards the docks, and on the way, Tang Rong recounted the events that had transpired. It turned out that Qian Feng had perished in his home the previous night. Early this morning, his family had reported to headquarters, and the body was transported to the Earth Water Hall. The deputy leader, Zhao Chunshan, had personally come to summon the three incense masters for questioning. Upon arriving at the Earth Water Hall, Qin Xuan found the gatekeeper, Li San, looking more miserable than one mourning a deceased parent. For he had lost his pillar of support, and his future days seemed bleak. Master Qin, deputy leader Zhao is inside. Understood. Qin Xuan patted his shoulder in a gesture of consolation before striding inside. Greetings, deputy leader Zhao. Within the Shurha gang, the deputy leader commanded respect, and the authority of the leader was not easily challenged. It was not merely a matter of cultivation, but rather one of hierarchy. Qin Xuan, you're here, please have a seat. Zhao Chunshan's expression was grave. Shortly thereafter, Huang Chao from the A Hall and Feng Su from the B Hall arrived. They both greeted Qin Xuan warmly before casting sorrowful glances at the covered body in the center of the hall. Though a flicker of excitement passed through their eyes, the death of a hallmaster presented an opportunity for promotion. How could they not feel exhilarated? Seeing that everyone had gathered, Zhao Chunshan rose and lifted the white cloth. A distinct wound marred Xianfeng's neck, a clear sign of a fatal strike. A single cut to the throat. After Dr. Chen's inspection, it was determined that the cut was inflicted by a curved dagger, indicating that the assailant was a barbarian. Shacheng bordered the barbarian territory, and they were known for their swift and sharp curved blades. You three are all key subordinates of Qianfeng. Speak up, why would a barbarian kill him? The trio exchanged glances, none willing to speak. Even if they knew something, they would feign ignorance. Zhao Chunshan sighed, shaking his head. To be slain by a barbarian was a death without honor. In a word, we cannot afford to offend the barbarians. No one will genuinely seek vengeance for him, even if he was the hall master of the Shurha gang. However, the leader has stated that this matter cannot be left unresolved. If the Shurha gang does not provide a response to the death of a hallmaster, we might as well cease to exist in Shacheng. This declaration surprised him greatly, leaving him perplexed. But he had no choice but to execute the leader's orders. After draping the white cloth back over the body, he returned to his seat and glanced at the three incense masters. Speaking slowly, I have called you here not to seek punishment but to arrange matters. Which hall is scheduled for guard duty this month? We in the A Hall, Huang Chao replied. Zhao Chunshan nodded. B Hall. C Hall incense masters respond. Present, Feng Su and Qin Xuan stood. By the command of the Shurha gang leader, Zhao Chunshan also stood, producing a token and declaring solemnly, I command you to take action tonight and dismantle the Axe Gang's underground casino in Pingan Square. Qin Xuan and Feng Su exchanged puzzled glances but promptly replied, "Subordinate obeys, please sit." Yes, gang conflicts had not occurred for quite some time, leaving Feng Su quite displeased, while Qin Xuan felt a sense of helplessness. Huang Chao maintained a stoic expression, though internally he felt elated, yet Zhao Chuanshan's next words plunged his heart into despair. "Rest assured, we will have others handle their leader and elders. The leader has decreed that this time we seek vengeance for Hall Master Qian by striking the Axe Gang. The one who contributes the most will be the next candidate for Hall Master, provided they meet the cultivation requirements, thus becoming the Hall Master of the Earth-Water Hall." Upon hearing this, Feng Su's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Axe Gang's casino in Pingan Square was vast, a complete hall in its own right, yet he was willing to take a gamble for the rewards of the Hall Master position. Huang Chao immediately protested, "Deputy Leader Zhao, my duty is to guard the docks, and I can participate as well." "Are you certain?" "Absolutely." "Very well, you are included." Zhao Chunshan nodded with satisfaction, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Remember, we are avenging Hall Master Qian by attacking the Axe Gang. The casino in Pingan Square will also fall under the jurisdiction of the Earth-Water Hall. Furthermore, the leader has submitted a report to the authorities. You may act freely, but do not harm the civilians, or we will not be able to explain ourselves to the government. Do you understand?" "Yes," subordinate comprehends. Huang Chao watched Zhao Chuanshan's expression with a wry smile. Realizing he had been outmaneuvered, however, he chose to remain silent, envisioning the immense benefits of the Hall Master position. The casino in Pingan Square was not comparable to the small gambling spots frequented by dock workers. It was a major front for the Axe Gang, with substantial profits to be made. "And now, you may discuss amongst yourselves." "Yes." Subordinate takes his leave. As he observed the three departing figures, Zhao Chuanshan's smile faded, replaced by a furrowed brow of worried, "I hope they succeed." Sigh, "I wonder what the leader is thinking." After the trio left, they arrived at the hall's entrance. Huang Chao was the first to speak. "Tonight, we shall compete fairly. I hope both of you will prioritize the greater good and focus on securing the casino first. What say you?" Wu Feng Su, despite their rivalry, nodded in agreement. "I have no objections." "Neither do I," Qin Xuan concurred. "Excellent. What shall be our time of action?" The three swiftly reached a consensus. They would convene at the southern gate of Pingan Square at the fourth watch of the night to finalize their strike time. A period known for its tranquility, when people were most prone to drowsiness. Having agreed upon this, they dispersed to resume their duties. Not far from the dock, they approached an inconspicuous entrance. Lifting the curtain, they were met with a cacophony of voices, big, small. This was indeed a gambling den, frequented by dock workers who indulged in modest bets, with little silver to be seen, mostly copper coins. As those laboring at the docks were not often flush with cash, Qin Xuan paid them no mind and addressed a stranger at the entrance, "Have the three incense masters come find me?" "Yes, incense master." Entering a dimly lit room, Qin Xuan lit a cigarette, puffing thoughtfully. In truth, he had grown weary of smoking, but it was during moments of contemplation that he found himself drawn to it. The death of Qian Feng surprised him, yet he felt no sorrow. Rather, he was unsettled by the gang's attitude toward the Hall Master position. The notion of a fair competition among the three of them, without bringing in outsiders, was perplexing. Was this the handiwork of Huichuan? Did they truly believe in my victory? Qin Xuan furrowed his brow, soon dismissing the thought. It could not be. Huang Chao and Feng Su were not to be underestimated. They had served as incense masters for several years, undoubtedly reaching the cultivation standards required for Hall Master. Having achieved the pinnacle of their training, I am still a step away from that level. Today should suffice. He resolved to arrange his affairs and return to cultivation. The opportunity was rare. Securing the Hall Master position would yield system rewards. He was well aware of the strength of the previously awarded True Eye. But with his current cultivation and status, he had yet to fully unlock its potential. Thus, he eagerly anticipated the system's new rewards given the formidable task, and having completed it in less than a month, the rewards should be considerable. As for why the leader had issued such a command, that was beyond his concern. A minor character must act like one, focusing on the present tasks at hand, which were of utmost importance. Soon, the three incense masters entered, the leaders of the 7th and 8th teams, both under 30, named Zhang Wan and Lu Kai. "Greetings, incense master. Congratulations on your reinstatement." They bore no jealousy nor psychological burden. Firstly, they were not competitors due to their insufficient cultivation. Secondly, they were aware that Qin Xuan had previously served as the incense master, and they accepted his return with respect. Qin Xuan had no inclination to respond to their congratulations, instead stating directly, "Please take a seat. Today's matters are quite significant. The Hall Master has died. You are all aware of this, correct?" The three nodded, for this news had spread throughout the Earth-Water Hall. Good news travels slowly. But bad news spreads like wildfire. The one who killed the hallmaster was from the Axe Gang. Qianfeng was our hallmaster. Therefore, this vendetta must be avenged by us. Qin Xuan could not reveal the true cause of Qianfeng's death. After a pause, he continued, "No one is to take leave today, nor leave the gambling house. Keep a close watch on your men and ensure they are armed tonight. Follow my orders as we strike the Axe Gang to avenge our hallmaster." Apart from Qin Shuang, who appeared somewhat excited, the other two wore grim expressions. After all, in the past, seeking vengeance for a hallmaster would have prompted fervent and reckless charges into battle. In a time of prolonged prosperity and stability, they had long forgotten their identities as members of a gang, showing no desire to engage in the violent confrontations typical of rival factions, for such encounters could very well lead to death. Potentially their own. Upon witnessing this, Qin Xuan let out a cold snort. This was an order from within the gang. If one was unwilling to participate, the head of the faction would not impose any difficulties, and one could simply withdraw from the Sheikh gang. The subordinates promptly rose to receive their orders, knowing that being expelled from the Sheikh gang would render their lives exceedingly difficult, if not entirely unlivable. They were not ordinary members, but leaders in the martial world. Leaving it was only feasible with age or death, for no one would hold it against you then. Seeing their agreement, Qin Xuan nodded. "Remember, do not let this information leak. Before the midnight hour, speak with no one. Now, go about your business." "Yes." Rising, Qin Xuan called out to Qin Shuang, "Keep a close watch on these two. If they divulge anything, kill them on the spot." "Yes, head." Qin Shuang had already broken through to the training of the internal organs and could handle them effortlessly. As for the gang rules, at this juncture, they were rendered irrelevant. Later, it could simply be claimed that they sought to report information about the Axe Gang, and the law enforcement hall would commend the act of killing. Just like in an army, can the rules during peacetime be the same as during war? "I will return shortly. If there is anything, send someone to notify me." With that, Qin Xuan departed, feeling reassured with Qin Shuang on guard, a definite advantage of having absolute confidants. Upon arriving home, he immediately began concocting medicine and practicing his skills. As he consumed a dose of the tonic, Qin Xuan found himself at the most critical juncture, training his heart. The heart, being the most vital and delicate organ in the human body, requires utmost care. A moment's negligence could lead to fatal damage. Many individuals falter at this stage, but once successful, one would experience a qualitative leap. Bones, skin, and internal organs would be strengthened and renewed, transforming the individual into someone far beyond the ordinary. With an extended lifespan, increased strength, and enduring stamina capable of breaching a formation of 100 ordinary men. As he practiced his breathing techniques, the strain on his heart intensified, and Qin Xuan experienced a searing pain as if his heart were being gnawed upon. With cold sweat trickling down his forehead, yet, he could not afford to pause. As the effects of the medicine surged, the pain began to wane, and the damaged heart slowly started to mend. Time gradually passed. Buzz, a tremor coursed through Qin Xuan's body, and in that instant, he felt as though he had been reborn. The air turned sweet, his vision cleared, his limbs became supple, his muscles firmed, and his skin visibly tightened. With age spots rapidly fading, he had attained mastery in organ training. Overjoyed, Qin Xuan hurried to a bronze mirror, shedding his clothes to inspect his form. His body and visage now resembled that of a man around 60. Shedding the frailty of old age, finally, he was free from the worries of mortality. In this state, living another 20 years posed little challenge. With good fortune, he could even extend that to 30 or 40 years. To live longer, he would need to practice blood and marrow training, which could allow him to reach the age of 150. This meant that once Qin Xuan achieved mastery in internal training, he could expect to live another 70 years. Resources and talent were indispensable. Regrettably, the medicine for organ training had already lost its efficacy. He required the formulas and herbs for blood training. I possessed neither the formula nor the herbs. The Huichuan Bank. He set his sights on the Huichuan Bank, thinking, having already embarked on this treacherous path, what was there to fear? As long as his cultivation progressed swiftly enough, nothing would pose an obstacle. Furthermore, he had no intentions of returning the surplus organ training medicine. If the owners were unwilling to part with it, he would sell it for coin, and if they were amenable, he would use it to cultivate his subordinates for greater efficiency in carrying out tasks. The current Qin Xuan was vastly different from his former self. Gone were the days of frugality, and now life was simple, walking a tightrope, uncertain of whether he would survive the next day. Money, it should be spent. Why hoard it for others after death? As long as his strength increased, wealth would never be a concern. After donning his attire, he lifted the floorboards once more, retrieving a silver spear, and practiced in the courtyard for a while. The sound of gunfire echoed, reverberating through the air. The transformation in his power left him somewhat entranced. This spear felt light in his hands now. however, lacking a better weapon, he would have to make do for the time being. After executing several sets of spear techniques, he found himself sweating not a drop nor feeling even the slightest fatigue. On the contrary, his spirits soared. On the first day of December at midnight, the moon shone brightly, and the world lay still. Qin Chuan strode through the doors of the gambling den. The patrons had already departed, as the dock workers needed to rise early for work. Consequently, the small gambling den saw little business at night. Inside, the disciples of the third hall lounged about, weapons in hand, most wielding long knives, with few opting for other weapons, as knives offered great lethality and were relatively easy to wield in the underworld. Upon his entrance, everyone rose to their feet. Head, the three leaders approached. Are all present? All accounted for, a total of 36, Qin Shuang replied. Excellent. Qin Chuan nodded in satisfaction. Form lines and follow me. He led the way outside, with the others trailing behind. Aside from the three leaders, nearly everyone was uncertain of their purpose, but with weapons in hand, some speculation arose, however, due to the absence of large-scale gang conflicts in recent years. No one dared to confirm their thoughts, opting instead to silently follow in line. They made their way into the city, and the guards at the city gate seemed to overlook them entirely, allowing their passage despite their arms. After about half an hour's journey, they arrived at the southern side of Pingan Square in the west of the city. Pingan Square was a large area in the west, densely populated of form lines. I have something to say. With Qin Chuan's command, the group formed 3 rows. Many brothers were puzzled as to the purpose of their gathering tonight. Do you know where this is? A disciple whispered. This is Pingan Square. We are currently at the south gate. Do you know why we are here? The disciples shook their heads. To take revenge, to avenge our hallmaster. Our hallmaster has been slain, and the murderer is the Axe Gang. Within lies the largest casino in the West, and our objective tonight is to eliminate everyone inside. Chapter 20, Consolidating Power. Seize the wealth within and occupy this grand casino in avenging our hallmaster. Upon hearing this, many young disciples' eyes sparkled with fervor, while the older ones felt a twinge of anxiety. Calm down. Why the panic? Qin Chuan bellowed, thrusting his spear into the ground. And the crowd instantly fell silent. You are members of a gang. Have years of comfort caused you to forget your identity? The first and second halls are on their way and will arrive shortly. I can promise you now, for every Axe Gang member killed, a personal reward of 10 taels of silver will be given, marked by their left ear. For now, everyone rest in place and await further instructions. If you wish to leave, first consult your brothers. Will they agree? Will my spear agree? The crowd exchanged glances. Those reluctant to fight had no choice but to face it. Damn, why are you being such a coward? Soon, a young disciple shouted at the hesitant ones. Isn't fighting and killing what we do as gang members? This is exhilarating. In truth, most were quite eager for the prospect of killing, plundering wealth, and receiving rewards. They rolled up their sleeves, keeping a watchful eye on those who seemed hesitant, preventing their escape. Qin Chuan was quite pleased, walking to the side with his spear, lighting a cigarette, and patiently waiting. Before long, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. The first and second halls had arrived. However, the number of their ranks was disheartening, with only a handful of individuals present. Upon seeing the third hall's numbers, their faces darkened. Qin Yi, Huang Shangju and Feng Shangju greeted him cordially. After a brief discussion, they decided to wait another half hour before taking action. They instructed their subordinates to rest right where they were. After all, they were still a distance from the casino, and as long as there were no informants, their plans would remain concealed. In the west of the city, Lufeng Street remained brightly lit. The Yihong Courtyard, a relatively upscale brothel in the area, usually thrived with patrons, yet tonight, the entire establishment was eerily quiet, devoid of the laughter of young women or the shouts of madams. Inside the main hall, the silence was palpable, the atmosphere heavy, colder than the night outside. Two opposing factions sat across from each other, exchanging cold glares. Anyone familiar with the undercurrents of Shachang would immediately recognize the two groups as the upper echelons of the Shake Gang and the Axe Gang. For reasons unknown, despite the tension in the air, neither side appeared inclined to engage in combat. As if waiting for someone, just then, the creaking of the door echoed as a middle-aged scholar entered. Both factions, including their leaders, immediately rose to their feet and bowed their heads in greeting. Greetings, sir. The scholar waved his hand dismissively, taking a seat at the central position and leisurely sipping tea from the cup beside him. At that moment, neither side dared to breathe. He set down the cup and smiled faintly. Why are you all standing? Please sit down. Thank you, sir. The scholar continued. Shacheng is indeed too chaotic. The multitude of factions causes great suffering to the common folk. With death occurring at the slightest provocation, the authorities are quite dissatisfied. His words sent a jolt through everyone present. Zhao Chunshan, in particular, suddenly understood the gravity of the situation. this was a matter of life and death for the Shay gang. Lin Chonghua, the middle-aged scholar, suddenly called out, "Here!" The Axe gang's leader hurriedly stood. "Everything your gang has done over the years has not escaped the notice of the authorities." Sha Jinbang, present, the leader of the Shay gang, also stood. "Your gang too has worked hard over the years, we acknowledge that." The two leaders quickly responded. The middle-aged scholar stood tall, hands clasped behind his back, slowly approaching the two leaders with a gaze that seemed both amused and scrutinizing. "The number of gangs in Shacheng is indeed excessive. The proliferation of minor factions complicates governance, leading to chaos, wouldn't you agree?" "Whatever you say, sir." Both men were drenched in cold sweat. "That as well, this night neither party is permitted to interfere with the affairs of Ping and Fong. Those who navigate the underworld, life and death are fated, prosperity and wealth are determined by the heavens. You shall remain here, obediently waiting. The victor shall continue to exist, while the vanquished should comport themselves modestly. Living as ordinary individuals, the triumphant are forbidden from pursuing vengeance. This is the command of the esteemed one, we shall obey." The two men lowered their heads, despite their inner reluctance, for circumstances outweighed personal desires. If they wished to survive, they had no choice but to accept their fate. They could only hope their subordinates would prove themselves capable. "All right, I shall take my leave now." Wei Feng, a tall, slender middle-aged man, appeared suddenly beside him like a specter. "Keep an eye on them. If anyone dares to step out of Yihong Courtyard tonight, kill them." After speaking, he stifled a yawn and departed from Yihong Courtyard. The individual named Wei Feng glanced at those present, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth, before vanishing from sight. This made the two factions present shudder involuntarily. They were aware that this Wei Feng, a confidant of the esteemed one, was a master of formidable prowess. After a long while, when Wei Feng did not reappear, someone from the Shay gang concerned whispered, "Leader, with no hall master here, are we at a disadvantage?" "Silence, we shall follow the esteemed one's arrangements." Sha Jinbang glared at the elder from the law enforcement hall who spoke. On the other side, the Axe gang members were equally troubled. They were anxious that no news had emerged from the Ping and Fong gambling den. Leaving them in a passive position, Lin Chonghua internally cursed the brute who had slain Qin Feng, condemning him to the depths of hell. My lord, your scheme to have that brute kill Qin Feng is truly remarkable. It has indeed stirred the ambitions of those seeking to consolidate the minor powers of Sha City. In a quaint courtyard of Sha City, a gentleman clad in fine robes sat leisurely sipping tea. Facing none other than Xian Goen, he spoke slowly. "That individual has long desired to unite these minor factions. He simply lacked a suitable pretext. I merely provided him with an appropriate justification. With the proliferation of these minor forces, governance becomes arduous. Better to amalgamate them, thus easing the esteemed one's burdens. Tonight is merely the beginning. Soon there will be only a few powers left in Sha City. My lord, what of our investment in Qin Xuan? Rest assured, tonight it is the Axe gang that will suffer." Lin Chonghua's nephew has only recently assumed his position. How formidable could he be? Tell me, among the young talents of the current factions, who could possibly rival him? Your wisdom is unparalleled, but my subordinates are worried about the other two incense masters. The gentleman in fine robes smiled slightly. Tonight serves as a test for him. Our Huichuan in Sha City cannot afford to be inactive. Shen Goen's heart trembled at the implication. It seemed that if Qin Xuan triumphed tonight, his future would be boundless. Huichuan Money House had only recently arrived in Sha City and had yet to cultivate its own underground influence. His lord seemed intent on making Qin Xuan the spokesperson for their underground power in Sha City. Contemplating this, Xian Goen hoped fervently for Qin Xuan's victory, for they were all working for Huichuan. Chapter 21, Fierce Battle. Each with hidden intentions at Ping and Fong South Gate. Half an hour swiftly passed, and it was nearing the hour of the pig. Qin Xuan, Huang Chao, and Feng Su exchanged glances before simultaneously rising. "Let us proceed. Control your footsteps. Remain silent." 3 teams, totaling more than 70 individuals, stealthily entered Ping and Fong, heading towards a four-courtyard structure in the west. From a distance, Huang Chao halted first and said, "Qin Master, Feng Master, it would be best to silently eliminate the 2 guards at the entrance first." "How can we be silent? The surroundings are too open," Feng Su retorted. "A fool," Huang Chao scolded, then waved his hand. 2 sturdy men from his group stepped forward, brandishing crossbows. "What the hell, you have crossbows?" Feng Su exclaimed in disbelief. "Are you trying to get us killed?" "Shut your mouth. If we can't win, we might as well die." Huang Chao shot him a glare and gestured. "Go kill those 2. Yes." The 2 men stealthily approached, pulling the triggers. The guards fell without a sound. The arrows were poisoned, ensuring a swift death. This revelation changed Qin Xuan's perception of Huang Chao, ruthless and unscrupulous. Such individuals either rise to great heights or meet untimely ends. Better they die than let that old man sleep soundly. Qin Xuan had already made up his mind, with the guards dispatched. The three masters signaled, and all drew their weapons. Qin Chuan unsheathed his gun, revealing its razor-sharp blade. Huang Chao and Feng Su exchanged glances. This elder appeared significantly younger and was wielding a gun. Those in the underworld understood that the more unusual the weapon, the swifter the demise. Most favored swords or knives. Encountering a gunman signified a formidable adversary before reaching the level of mastery, unless one possessed extraordinary martial skills. Facing a gunman was invariably a losing battle. Qin Chuan noted their gazes and chuckled. Gentlemen, time is of the essence. Let us charge in. What if there are guests inside? Feng Su queried, recalling the deputy leader's admonition against harming innocents. Huang Chao scoffed. At this moment, there are no innocents, only Axe gang members. Kill. The three masters led the charge. Swiftly entering the gambling den, they encountered two individuals not clad in Axe gang attire exiting. Qin Chuan and Huang Chao struck simultaneously, one shot piercing a throat, the other cleaving a head. Of Feng Su broke into a cold sweat. These two were ruthless, yet he steeled himself and charged forward. Those from the B platform, follow me to kill. Those from the A platform, follow me to kill. Qin Chuan declared coldly. Qin Chuan, guard the entrance. Let not a single one escape. The rest, follow me to kill. At this hour, there were indeed many patrons in the gambling den. As the Sheikh gang surged in, they slaughtered on sight, seizing valuables. Chaos erupted. Qin Chuan felt somewhat helpless. The confined space hindered his gun's effectiveness, yet he was not slow in his killings. However, the Axe gang soon reacted. The Sheikh gang is attacking. Quickly notify the hallmaster. In a moment of unpreparedness, the Axe gang members were no match. The Sheikh gang, under the leadership of the three masters and 8 leaders, cut through the Axe gang like a hot knife through butter. Just then, a bellow rang out. How dare you, you brazen fools, dare to cause trouble in the Axe gang? Brothers, grab your weapons and slay the Sheikh gang. The speaker was none other than Lin Xing, the hallmaster of this gambling den. He understood he could not retreat and saw that their numbers were still greater, despite the losses, gripping a large blade. He charged forward, aiming a fierce strike at the nearest Feng Su. Feng Su raised his blade to parry, the clash of metal resonating as he was sent flying several meters, crashing into a gambling table. The momentum of that strike bolstered the Axe gang's morale, prompting the three masters to charge forward. Qin Chuan and Huang Chao exchanged grave glances. They could only fight fiercely tonight. They did not fear Lin Xing, whose prowess was merely at the peak of the training stage. Feng Su's defeat stemmed partly from being caught off guard, and whether he truly could not withstand the blow remained uncertain. In an instant, the scene descended into chaos. Here, Qin Chuan felt a resurgence of his former self, having experienced countless such brawls. Thus, he wielded his gun with the grace of a dragon, dispatching an Axe gang disciple with each shot. Skillfully maneuvering towards an open area to better utilize his firearm, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Feng Su rising and scathed bloodless as he fought while retreating. Qin Chuan surmised he was merely feigning defeat. Fool, you both shall perish tonight. On the other side, Huang Chao, wielding a long blade and having pressed closer, found himself entangled with Lin Xing and another master. He was swiftly plunged into peril. You too. Deal with that gunman, quickly. Lin Xing, no fool, recognized Qin Chuan and called out to two masters engaged in combat. The two masters charged toward Qin Chuan. Come at me. Qin Chuan roared, his blood surging, the long gun dancing in his hands. Glinting ominously, one shot struck true, while the gun's motion sent him leaping towards another master. Midair, thud, the gun pierced through the chest, chilling to the core. The master's eyes widened in disbelief. Qin Chuan flicked the gun, sending the body crashing into several Axe gang members, saving a few disciples' lives. He then raised his long gun high, bringing it down fiercely towards another Axe gang master. He discerned that these two masters were on par with Lu Shui in strength, merely at the peak stage of training, and the gap between them and him was vast. The long gun was heavy and wielded immense force as it descended. The master hurriedly raised his blade to block. Boom! His legs buckled under the tremendous impact, yet he was unprepared for the gun's resilience, which rebounded instantly. Qin Chuan retracted his long gun and thrust it into the throat, piercing through the eye in the span of 2 breaths. Two masters fell lifeless. At that moment, Huang Chao was also sent flying by Lin Xing's strike. He spat a mouthful of blood midair, his clothing torn to reveal silver armor beneath. Qin Chuan felt immense regret. This fellow was truly bold and astute. No wonder he dared to charge in, for he wore soft armor beneath his garments. He swiftly moved to intercept the last master. Chapter 22. I saw you kill them on the other side. Huang Chao rose to his feet, not having time to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. Lin Xing had already lunged at him with a knife. He rolled on the ground just in time to evade this lethal strike and shouted, Feng Su, you bastard! Not far away, Feng Su's gaze was malevolent, but constrained by the multitude of disciples present. Unless all members of the Sheikh gang were to perish, he would not be able to return and assume the position of leader without facing deadly repercussions from the law enforcement hall. Thus, he rushed towards Lin Xing. The two engaged in combat, Lin Xing against one. Though he was the leader, he was not superior in strength. Huang Chao was gravely injured, and Feng Su would not unleash his full power, resulting in an appearance of equal footing in the fight. The battlefield quickly delineated into two factions. Everyone understood that whichever side triumphed first would be victorious that day. Lin Xing's eyes glimmered as he launched into a frenzied assault, cleaving through a wooden wall and creating a gaping hole, then dashed through it. He intended to escape. Chase, Huang Chao and Feng Su pursued him. Qin Chuan realized that he could no longer delay. He had to eliminate the opponent, and Lin Xing could not be allowed to flee. Furthermore, outside presented his opportunity. He feigned retreat from a knife strike, turning to flee with his spear. The fragrant leader had indeed fallen for the ruse and gave chase, only to be met with a dazzling flash of cold light. Thud, the blade of the spear pierced through his chest, and he fell, begrudgingly accepting his fate. Kill them all, Qin Chuan commanded, casually dispatching a few Axe Gang disciples before slipping through the damaged wall in pursuit. However, he soon encountered a bizarre sight. On the ground beneath the courtyard wall lay two figures. One was Lin Xing, with a bloody gash across his neck, and the other was Feng Su, a knife blade protruding from his chest. The very knife belonging to Lin Xing. Qin Shangju. Huang Chao clutched his chest, sitting on the ground with a sorrowful expression. Lin Xing is dead, but Feng Su is also dead. He was too careless. Otherwise, had I not specifically donned this soft armor today, I fear I might have met the same fate. Alas, Qin Chuan sighed and approached to offer consolation. For the sake of the gang, sacrifices must be made. Huang Shangju, are you alright? As he spoke, he leaned his spear against the courtyard wall and extended his right hand to help Huang Chao up. Suddenly, a flicker of murderous intent flashed in Huang Chao's eyes. Grasping the long knife in his hand, he surged up and stabbed towards Qin Chuan. Not at such close-range, death was imminent. If Qin Chuan were to die, he would surely become the leader, yet the outcome was not as he envisioned. The hand that had reached out suddenly opened, a cloud of white dust obscuring his vision. He was startled, not waiting for the resistance of his blade to register before feeling a chill at his throat. He knew he was already dead. Qin Chuan swiftly drew the dagger from his left hand, wiped it clean on Huang Chao's body, and then sheathed it back into his boot. You think you can outsmart the old man? Back when he was scheming against others, you were still but a tadpole. Upon seeing the knife blade protruding from Feng Su's chest, Qin Chuan realized he had been killed from behind. Huang Chao was the only one who could have dealt such a fatal blow. Moreover, even if Huang Chao had not acted, Qin Chuan would have taken matters into his own hands. He yanked the knife from Feng Su's body and struck a few blows at Huang Chao's head before discarding the weapon. Seizing his spear as he headed toward the casino hall, the slaughter was nearing its conclusion. Those who attempted to flee found themselves met with guards at the entrance, despairing as they realized escape was impossible. Especially with a formidable fighter on watch, more than 10 had perished at the entrance. The battle soon concluded, leaving the Sheikh gang with heavy losses, apart from the relatively intact 9th team led by Qin Shuang. Only 11 individuals remained from those who had entered the casino. Almost all the rest were dead. This conflict could only be described as brutal. The Axe gang was annihilated, while the Sheikh gang suffered over 50 casualties. Including 2 fragrant leaders and 5 captains, Qin Chuan quickly organized the remnants of the battlefield before departing from the casino. Those who survived looked to him with unquestioning obedience, primarily because the survivors had reaped substantial rewards. This was, after all, a casino in the city. While most patrons were ordinary people, their living standards far surpassed those of the dock workers. Upon returning to the dock's headquarters, some were excited, while others trembled in fear. Stand down. Was it merely a skirmish? Qin Chuan's words roused many from their stupor. Indeed, when they first ventured into the underworld, they embraced the notion of either rising to prominence or ending up lifeless in the streets, or sinking into the shade. Yet, who would have thought that the gang would not align with their expectations? The violence was less, while the rules were numerous, resembling more of a labor camp now, suddenly embroiled in such bloodshed. They found themselves unaccustomed. Perhaps such slaughters would be frequent in the near future, prompting them to contemplate whether to continue this path. They should all consider the benefits of engaging in a brawl. They were well aware of the stakes. Would they choose mediocrity or take a risk? The captains from both the A and B factions remained on duty, awaiting orders from headquarters. The C faction would accompany him back to the casino. The C faction had only lost one Chen Chang, and as for the reason behind his death, it simply indicated that in the chaos, the loss of 1 or 2 individuals was inconsequential. The other 2 teams had nearly all perished, leaving only 2 survivors, both of whom had also met their end. Naturally, Qin Chuan would not disclose the role he played in these events to I in the underworld. If profit was not at stake, all in the gang were brothers. However, where profit was concerned, forgive him. But you were no longer his brother, but his enemy. Qin Xuan had long since resolved to purge the disobedient from the Dishui Hall and transform the headquarters into an autocracy. Do not blame him for his ruthlessness. The ways of the underworld were such, life and death were fated, and wealth was in the heavens. If he were to perish today, then so be it. Should he survive, the dead would naturally be others. At the casino, Qin Xuan immediately fulfilled his promise, beginning to distribute silver. He did not distribute much, as Qin Xuan had done the most killing at the entrance. This young man surprised him. He was not afraid of blood and executed his tasks with remarkable efficiency. Everyone, return to rest. Tomorrow, the casino will remain closed. Return the day after. With that, Qin Xuan led his disciples home. Qin Shuang remained sullen throughout the journey. Shuanger, what troubles you? He shook his head gloomily. Master, I am fine. Qin Xuan, somewhat displeased, frowned. Speak your mind. I have told you countless times that there are no unspeakable topics before your master. Qin Shuang hesitated before saying, Master, I saw you kill them. Zhang Wen, Lu Kai. Qin Shuang nodded, still somewhat downcast. Qin Shuang ruffled his hair and sighed. Child, have you ever considered why I had to kill them? Qin Shuang looked up at him, bewildered, for they seemed unfamiliar to his master and had not formed a competitive relationship over interests. Remember, I once told you that the underworld is a realm of interests. They have harmed your interests, and your interests are my interests. Understand? Qin Shuang still appeared confused regarding his own interests. How did Qin Shang die? Qin Xuan patiently inquired. He repeatedly defied your orders, putting our faction at risk. Exactly, Zhang Wen and the others were the same. Did you notice their expressions when I told them we would attack the Axe Gang yesterday? Additionally, during the incident at the Ping and Fong Casino, they were unhelpful as their subordinates perished before their eyes. You may not have observed this, but individuals like these must not survive. They will compete with you for the position of fragrant leader in the future. Do you think our Dishui Hall will thrive? Qin Shuang nodded, beginning to grasp the situation. Qin Shuang patted his shoulder. Do you think I can be too heartless at times? Qin Shuang remained silent. Speak your mind. I raised you as if you were my own. Yes, at times I feel you can indeed be unfeeling. That's the right mindset. Human sentiment is for the home. In the underworld, we only speak of interests. Remember that now. Go get some rest. With that, Qin Shuang turned and returned to his room. Teaching others is a never-ending process. One may learn through experience but seldom through instruction. This disciple was too young, lacking any experience in the underworld, and had already managed to reach this level, which was commendable. A gentleman restrains himself, not others. Qin Shuang could hold himself to the principle of prioritizing interests, but he could not impose the same expectation on his disciple. He would teach what he needed to teach and act without regret. As dawn broke, the Yihong courtyard remained eerily quiet, yet the faces of those present were filled with anxiety and unease. Akin to prisoners awaiting judgment, creak, a brilliant beam of sunlight streamed through the entrance, ushering in a chill. Everyone stood up, watching a middle-aged scholar stroll in, still bleary from sleep. Greetings, sir. The judge had arrived. Oh, you all look quite spirited. Sit down, no need to linger. The middle-aged scholar picked up a teacup to rinse his mouth and addressed the madam upstairs. 1 bowl of rice porridge, 2 oil sticks. Yes, sir. Soon a maid arrived with a tray. The scholar elegantly sipped his porridge, devouring the oil sticks as if oblivious to the gazes of the multitude. After a quarter of an hour, he wiped his mouth and stood up. The others once again rose, their eyes filled with anticipation as they gazed upon him. Sha Jinbang, present. Sha Jinbang stepped forward, visibly anxious. Your old fellow is quite impressive. Tisk Tsk. At 86 years of age, he won the first round. Remember to clean up Ping and Fong. Yes, thank you, sir. Sha Jinbang rejoiced, and those behind him from the Shade Gang also exhaled in relief. The faces of the Axe Gang members, however, turned ashen, as if they had just lost their parents, with their leader almost unable to stand. Lin Zhonghua, present. From today onward, the Axe Gang is disbanded, and all assets shall be transferred to the Shade Gang. The Shade Gang is not to pursue any members of the Axe Gang. As for your subordinates, you may decide whether to accept them, but I have one prerequisite: the city of Sha must remain peaceful. Anyone who disrupts the peace in Sha City shall die. Feng, let us leave. A ghostly figure suddenly appeared, trailing behind the middle-aged scholar as he departed. Sha Jinbang approached Lin Zhonghua with a cheerful demeanor. Brother Lin, it is ultimately our Shade Gang that has triumphed. From this day forth, you may enjoy your retirement, for the affairs of your enterprises shall be well taken care of by us. The weight of his final words was unmistakable. Ha, brothers, let us depart. The Shade Gang left in high spirits, leaving the Axe Gang members in a state of despair. Chief, silence, Lin Zhonghua chided, his eyes reddened with fury. We shall discuss this upon our return. On the streets of Lufeng, within a luxurious sedan chair, the middle-aged scholar, who had previously kept his eyes closed, suddenly opened them as if recollecting something profound. He spoke softly. Fong, make your way to the headquarters of the Axe Gang and keep a watchful eye on them. Should they prove disobedient, eliminate them on the spot. The master's plans must not falter. Yes, sir. The Shake Gang returned to their headquarters, elated, having not slept a wink, yet each member was invigorated by the reports from their disciples detailing the events of the previous night. Sha Jinbang, seated in the main position, sipped his tea and remarked with a smile, in our heyday, we clashed with the Axe Gang countless times over the control of our docks. We too sought to expand our territory within the city. Were it not for the master's decree back then, we might still be at odds. Who would have thought that after all these years, the Shake Gang would emerge victorious? Chunshan, present, the deputy chief Zhao Chunshan, stood up. This Qin Xuan, if I recall correctly, was an elder of the Shake Gang, correct? Indeed, chief, he was once a superior of mine and served as the head of the Earth Water Hall for many years. Known as the Six Harmonies Spear, Lord Qin, Sha Jinbang nodded. Now that you mention it, I remember him, the Six Harmonies Spear. Indeed, this man is an invaluable asset to our Shake Gang, elders of the Enforcement Hall. You must learn from this esteemed Qin. Today, as the master stated, we have all heard that the tides of Sha City are shifting. We have only won the first battle, the second and third await us. Whether the Shake Gang perishes or rises to become a dominant force in Sha City depends on our ability to unite. He paused, then declared, I have a decision to announce. Chen Fang, Zhao Chunshan. Both men stood at attention. These two were the Shake Gang's deputy chiefs, with Chen Fang overseeing the 3 halls of the headquarters while Zhao Chunshan managed the 4 docks. Chen Fang, you will venture into the city to establish new halls based on the Axe Gang's territories. Selecting hall leaders from among the elders of the Enforcement Hall. As for personnel, disband the Martial Arts Hall and integrate its members into the city halls, especially the Earth Water Hall, which has been nearly annihilated. We must rebuild it. I will entrust personnel appointments to Qin Xuan. He is an experienced hand, and I trust him. Additionally, the transmission hall shall be opened, with the price of techniques halved. Sha Jinbang hesitated for a moment. His expression conflicted, before continuing, as for the former members of the Axe Gang, we shall re-accept those we can in preparation for the second round, and Chunshan, present, I have heard that many from the Earth Water Hall did not participate in the battle. Handle this matter accordingly. For now, we will hold a meeting to discuss further details. Yes, Chief. At that moment, an elder from the Enforcement Hall rose, a glint of malice in his eyes. What about Lin Zhonghua and his lot? Chapter 24, Collaboration. No, it is manipulation. The enmity between the Axe Gang and the Shake Gang has spanned decades, with numerous lives lost. If left unchecked, both sides would have annihilated each other long ago. Now that one side has fallen, the victors naturally seek to eradicate the remnants. Silence. Sha Jinbang glared at him. Remember the master's words. They must not be defied. If you seek death, do so on your own. Do not drag the rest of us down with you. Chunshan Nafong, come over for a meeting. With that, he turned to leave, his eyes slightly reddened, revealing the suppressed rage within. Sha Jinbang more than anyone wished for Lin Zhonghua's demise. Yet, he could not act, at least not until the reshuffling of power in Sha City was complete. Chief, we did kill Sha Jinbang's only son years ago. Will he truly let us go? Chief, let us take a gamble. We could always ally with the barbarians, that so-called master, issuing ridiculous rules, treating us like curs for years. Do we simply abandon our claims? This is outrageous, Chief. We must launch a surprise attack on the Shake Gang. Eliminate that old bastard Sha Jinbang, and then seek refuge with the barbarians. At the Axe Gang headquarters, a fervent crowd was stirred, unwilling to leave the world of the martial arts quietly. The martial world is easy to enter but difficult to exit. Unless the Axe Gang remained, a few elders could retire according to the rules of the martial world without consequence. However, to withdraw completely would leave them with no future. Lin Zhonghua's eyes burned with resentment. He understood that his old comrades spoke the truth. Just because he was alive now did not guarantee his future survival. Once the power dynamics shifted, Sha Jinbang would not spare him. But if the roles were reversed, he would not show mercy either. Unless one side was utterly eradicated, the conflict would never cease. The notion of sparing family from the repercussions of the martial world was a mere fallacy. Cutting the grass without uprooting it only allows it to regrow with the spring breeze. He understood better than anyone that once violence commenced, it would be a complete eradication. Chief, seeing his silence, the rest called out in unison. Their motivations lay not in altruism but in securing the safety of their own families. Kill him and seek refuge with the barbarians. Very well. Lin Zhonghua rose, his gaze dark and steely. He had no other choice. Inaction meant death. Action offered a chance of survival. Unlike the ordinary members of the Axe Gang, these elders and upper echelons had no paths left open to them. Let us wait for a couple of days to arrange for our families before we strike down Sha Jinbang. as for fleeing, leaving Sha City is out of the question, our interests lie here. Will the government provide you with safe passage? Without it, death is inevitable. Upon hearing Lin Zhonghua's resolve, the crowd was invigorated. Excellent. Just then, a chilling breeze swept through the hall, causing everyone to shudder. The doors burst open, revealing a thin, cold-faced middle-aged man who strode in. The master was correct. You indeed wish to cause trouble, then prepare to die. Before Lin Zhonghua could utter a word, he felt an icy chill at his neck. And in an instant, he beheld his own decapitated body. Is this the chasm between me and a formidable opponent? This was his final thought. In mere breaths, the gaunt middle-aged man exited the Axe Gang's doors. A gust of wind sweeping through, revealing more than 20 bodies within, their heads severed from their bodies. Awakening from a deep slumber, Qin Xuan felt refreshed, ready to wash up, when he detected an unusual scent. Grabbing the long spear beside his bed, he ventured outside. In the hall, a distinctive aroma of tea wafted through the air. Lord Qin, no need for such caution. Hearing a familiar voice, Qin Xuan set down his weapon and stepped out. Finding Qian Gowen before him, Lord Qian, what brings you here? Naturally, I have come to seek you. Qian Gowen replied with a smile, why not wash up first? I have ordered lunch from the drunken immortal tower. Your disciple has gone to fetch it. All right. Qin Xuan did not inquire further and turned to wash. Upon returning to the hall, Qian Gowen cheerfully handed him a packet of tea leaves. These are from the Han Kingdom. I present them for you to taste. Thank you. Qin Xuan graciously accepted, well aware of the Han Kingdom's renowned tea. Lord Qian, are you not concerned about being seen, coming to visit me so openly? With Lord Qin here, I have no need for such fears, such trust in an old man like me. Of course, for our partners at Huichuan, we hold great trust, because we at Huichuan are generous. Qian Gowen said, stroking a ring on his finger, only for a large box to suddenly appear in his hand. A storage ring? Qin Xuan's pupils dilated in surprise. Such things were not merely legends. A question arose in his mind, why not use the storage ring for smuggling? Qian Gowen relished the naive expression on Qin Xuan's face, discerning his confusion, and chuckled softly as he explained. It's just a storage ring with limited functions. As long as Lord Qin contributes sufficiently to Huichuan, you too can obtain one. As he spoke, he placed the box on the table and pushed it towards Qin Xuan. Please take a look at our sincerity. Qin Xuan opened the box, his eyes lighting up instantly at the sight of numerous bags of medicinal herbs accompanied by a note stating, 15 sets of blood refining herbs. 15 sets of marrow refining herbs. Lord Qin, is this enough sincerity? It's acceptable. Qin Xuan closed the box, maintaining a calm facade despite the excitement within. Old fox, Qian Gowen silently scolded before continuing to paint a grand vision. Lord Qin, one must think long-term. But if you partner with us for the long haul, we can provide you with entry-level techniques as well. Is that true? Qin Xuan locked his gaze onto him, questioning with intensity. While external techniques could be purchased with silver, entry-level techniques were unattainable. They transcended the value of worldly wealth. Even Sha Zhenban could not procure them. Entry-level techniques were akin to embarking on a path to greatness. A route entirely blocked to all but the most powerful factions. This was precisely why Qin Xuan was willing to be directed by Huichuan. Yes, directed, not partnered. He was acutely aware that when others spoke of collaboration, it sounded pleasant, but it was merely a euphemism for subjugation. They sought to enlist you to do their bidding. If you genuinely believed it to be a partnership, your days of good fortune would soon end. Indeed, my master has said that as long as Lord Qin cooperates with us diligently, all things are possible. Qin Xuan rose and bowed. I shall certainly heed Lord Qin's command. Qian Gowen chuckled, supporting him gently. Lord Qin, this is a collaboration, not merely following my orders. We shall work together to assist the master in accomplishing our goals. I was indeed foolish. Qin Xuan laughed heartily. Qian Gowen burst into laughter. Relishing the comfort of conversing with an astute individual, the two engaged in a delightful exchange, during which Qian Gowen shared numerous insights previously unknown to him. Before long, Qin Shuang returned with the vegetables. And just as their meal was not yet concluded, a disciple from the Sheikh gang hurried over to notify him, requesting his presence at headquarters for a report. Rising, Qian Gowen chuckled. Master Qin, congratulations, I must return to report now. Allow me to see you off. Qin Xuan escorted him out, but upon returning to the living room, his countenance darkened abruptly, instilling a sense of fear in Qin Shuang. In his recollection, such a demeanor from his master often heralded a beating. Chapter 25, Appointment. The position of hallmaster secured. Qin Shuang, with a voice laden with gravity, began to interrogate Qin Xuan. Why did you not awaken me when others entered our home? Startled, Qin Shuang replied hastily, Master, I informed him you were resting, and he insisted on waiting until you were awake. Do you have to heed his words? What if he harbored malicious intent? Both of us could perish. Cold sweat trickled down Qin Shuang's brow. A foolish, Qin Shuang scolded. Do you truly believe that having received his monetary gifts twice renders him trustworthy? One must remain vigilant in the presence of any individual. I hope to never have to repeat such a lesson. I understand, master. Qin Shuang bowed his head, feeling a wave of regret wash over him. It is good that you comprehend. I am the world of Jianghu. One must never be careless. Now, hasten your meal. Once we are done, I shall head to headquarters. Certainly. After the meal, Qin Shuang picked up a box and departed, leaving several medicinal herbs for internal training on the table. Practice diligently at home. Soon you shall become the incense master. Mature yourself. He patted his disciple's shoulder before turning to leave. Qin Shuang stared blankly at the packets of herbs on the table, a hint of mist forming in his eyes. He regretted the misunderstanding he had with his master earlier that morning. The rules of the Sheikh gang were not unique to them but rather reflected the customs of the entire Jianghu of Sha City. Appointments to hall master positions required the direct endorsement of the gang leader, officially termed as a report. It was merely a faade to maintain the pretense of authority akin to government appointments. In reality, it was simply a matter of formality. The Sheikh gang headquarters appeared unremarkable, a mere two-story building surrounded by an expansive courtyard, devoid of any obstructive barriers, with low walls intentionally designed to prevent ambushes or assassinations. Upon arriving at the headquarters, Qin Shuang presented his token to the guards. The young guard, with a look of admiration, said, "Master Qin, the gang leader awaits your arrival. You recognize me?" Qin Shuang was taken aback. The guard continued, "Your deeds from last night have spread throughout the gang. The leader has ordered everyone to learn from you, proclaiming you as our Sheikh gang's exemplar." Qin Shuang chuckled softly. The leader's words are too kind. As he entered the modest headquarters, he found a middle-aged man seated in the main hall. Qin Shuang felt a wave of familiarity wash over him. This was Sha Jinbang, the leader of the Sheikh gang, who was over 20 years his senior and now appeared to be around 110 years old, yet retained a youthful visage. The benefits of having achieved mastery in internal training were evident. Excitement surged within him at the prospect of reclaiming his former appearance. In his youth, he had been quite the dashing lad, much adored by the courtesans, yet now he felt a profound sense of inadequacy. "Greetings to the gang leader." Sha Jinbang rose quickly, advancing toward him with a supportive hand. "Little Qin, it has been many years." Qin Shuang's lips curled into a smile. Little Qin was a long-forgotten moniker. But as the gang leader and his senior, it was how he had once addressed him. "Gang leader." His voice trembled with emotion. In the world of Jianghu, one must master the art of performance. "Ah, what a joy!" Sha Jinbang exclaimed, patting Qin Shuang's arm with nostalgia. "It was you and your fellow brothers who helped establish the foundation of the Sheikh gang. Who would have thought that now we must rely on you elders once again? Truly, you are worthy of being my brother. Come sit." He warmly gestured for Qin Shuang to take a seat and poured him a cup of tea. After a round of pleasantries, Sha Jinbang shifted to the matter at hand. "Little Qin, you are our Sheikh gang's hero. Following our discussions, I hereby appoint you as the hall master of the Dishui Hall. Here is your identity token and the appointment document. I have already taken care of the formalities at headquarters. Simply take the document back and register it." As he handed over a token engraved with the character for hall on one side and earth on the other, decorated with a carving of a river, Shahid. Exquisitely crafted, Qin Shuang accepted it with gratitude. "Thank you for your trust, gang leader. I will ensure the hall thrives. I believe in you." Sha Jinbang nodded with satisfaction, further adding, "Work diligently, and your future shall encompass far more than just the position of hallmaster." Qin Shuang promptly pledged his loyalty to, "I am willing to face any peril for the gang without hesitation." In the realm of leadership, one must seize every opportunity, regardless of its appeal. The merits would reveal themselves in due time. "Go forth, brother, and assume your duties. I take my leave." As Qin Shuang departed, an erudite man, appearing roughly 60 years of age, emerged. Sha Jinbang inquired, "What do you discern?" The scholar shook his head. "Nothing yet, but Qin Shuang certainly possesses an anomaly. He who was once on the brink of senescence has suddenly made a breakthrough in his cultivation. After decades of stagnation, he has recently advanced remarkably. Given his innate talent, he should never have attained mastery in internal training in this lifetime. It is evident he has encountered a significant fortuitous opportunity. Leader, should we take action?" Sha Jinbang shot him a sharp glance. "Mr. One, do you suggest we disturb an old friend at this juncture? How would others perceive me? Let us focus on survival for now." "Understood, leader." The scholar retreated, while Sha Jinbang's gaze flickered with avarice. "Fortune, I have been stagnating in the realm of internal training for far too long." He had long since recognized this but did not require Mr. Wen's reminder. A man on the verge of death suddenly experiencing consistent breakthroughs and achieving mastery in internal training, the opportunity therein must be substantial. it could potentially illuminate a path for his own advancement. After all, he could not afford to overlook any possibility that might grant him elevation in status, longevity, or wealth. As Qin Xuan stepped out of the headquarters, the smile that once graced his lips vanished. The way Sha Jinbang looked at him felt unsettling, akin to a demon's gaze upon Tang Sang. Such scrutiny ignited his inner caution. Perhaps it stemmed from my rapid advancements lately. They must believe I have stumbled upon a great opportunity. I must hasten my progress. Once I reach a higher level, I shall depart Sha City. The world is vast. Where can I not find a place to call home? With determination set in his heart, Qin Xuan resolved to leave Sha City once he attained a higher tier. The reasoning behind this urgency was straightforward. The state of Chu held martial prowess in high regard, affording special privileges to those who had reached a certain level. They required no travel permits, merely proof of identity confirming their status as citizens of Chu, allowing unimpeded passage. In contrast, ordinary individuals were burdened with the need for travel permits issued by the authorities, an arduous task indeed. Without such permits, one could scarcely enter grand cities. Relegated to survival in the wilderness was fraught with perils. Snakes, insects, tigers, and leopards were minor concerns compared to the human threats lurking therein. Moreover, Qin Xuan had encountered tales of demons in ancient texts. He recalled 2 disciples he had taken under his wing years ago, who had ventured out with unwavering resolve, only to find themselves lost in the world without travel permits. Their fates remained unknown, whether they lived or perished. Qin Xuan had no desire to share their fate, wandering the wilderness, facing unimaginable dangers, or worse, being captured and imprisoned by the authorities. Furthermore, he currently enjoyed sufficient benefits within Sha City, facilitating his rapid cultivation. Thus, despite any risks, leaving Sha City was not an option. Upon returning to the hall, he eagerly summoned Li San, displaying the appointment document and the token. Li San quickly knelt. Greetings, Hall Master, how may I serve you? Rise, in our world, kneeling is not customary. Go assist me in engraving a Hallmaster's seal. Yes, Hallmaster. Li San stood, retrieving 20 taels of silver from his pocket. Hallmaster, I previously failed to recognize your greatness. I hope you can overlook my previous transgressions. Qin Xuan chuckled. No need for such formality. I have never reclaimed what I have given away. Take it boldly and use it well. Just do your job diligently. Understood, Hallmaster. Li San, relieved, hurried off to carve the seal. Before the seal was ready, Zhao Chunshan arrived. After exchanging pleasantries and reminiscing, they transitioned to the serious matter at hand. Master Qin, I have come to give you a heads up. Those who did not participate in the Ping and Fong battle have been marked for elimination by the gang leader. Such a mentality cannot persist within the gang, if everyone becomes self-preserving. We might as well disband the Shade gang. You understand what must be done, correct? I comprehend. Qin Xuan nodded, having already intended to remove that faction. As for how to do so, naturally, they would be cast into the Sha River to serve as fish bait. If they were not eliminated today, they would undoubtedly falter in future confrontations with other factions, leading to the gang's dissolution. Thus, their refusal to fight sealed their grim fate. Qin Xuan understood that it was not a matter of being heartless. Being merciful at this juncture would be akin to returning home to cradle a child. That is good, Zhao Chunshan affirmed, continuing, the Dishui Hall currently lacks personnel. The headquarters has dissolved the martial arts hall, and new recruits will report tomorrow. You will have full authority over the positions of incense master and leader, provided they meet the requisite cultivation level. However, he paused, fixing his gaze on Qin Xuan. Since the casino within the city was once a hall, the headquarters will dispatch a vice hall master to oversee the Ping and Fong casino. He is already on his way to tidy up the establishment and will commence operations the day after tomorrow. Qin Xuan furrowed his brow. Isn't this problematic? A vice hall master? The Shade gang has never had such a position. Is the gang attempting to dismantle its own foundation? Naturally, Qin Xuan was displeased, and he felt it imperative to convey his dissatisfaction. Otherwise, others might either underestimate him or perceive him as cunning and patient, leading them to continually test his limits. Qin Xuan, Zhao Chunshan furrowed his brow. He knew that there had never been a vice leader before. As the gang grew in size, the position of a deputy was inevitable. I understand your concerns about power being diluted, but rest assured, apart from the personnel authority of the vice hall master, which resides at headquarters, everything else remains under your control at the local hall. You have the final say. Furthermore, the gang leader must have informed you that the power dynamics in Shacheng are about to shift. This isn't merely something Sha Jinbang mentioned. Shen Goen has hinted at it too, and of course Qin Xuan is aware. But is that really significant? Not at all. Life and death are dictated by fate. And wealth is determined by the heavens. At this moment, his primary concern was still the matter of the vice hallmaster, so he inquired, Vice Leader, may I ask if the personnel authority of the vice hallmaster is at headquarters? What if he refuses to heed my commands? How could that possibly happen? Zhao Chunshan reassured him, our Shade gang has rules. Subordinates must obey their superiors, especially during territorial disputes and violent confrontations, where the hallmaster is the sole decision-maker. And what about enforcing the gang's laws? That is certainly permissible, but it must be within the confines of the gang's regulations. I understand, that's good, Zhao Chunshan said with a smile, rising to depart. I shall return now. If there are matters to discuss, I will send someone to inform you. As Zhao Chunshan left, a hint of murderous intent flickered in Qin Chuan's eyes. In the past, he would not have reacted so. He would have been accommodating, simply wishing to live out his days in peace, but things were different now. He had to fight for his interests, for not doing so would mean sacrificing his own gains. His interests were tied to whether he could ascend to the next tier. How could he simply let it go? You think you can drive a nail into my heart? Do you truly believe that I, an old man, have no temper? Sooner or later, I shall toss you all into the Sha River to feed the fish. His plans had been completely derailed. He had intended to turn the hall into a fortress, never expecting such a move from within the gang itself. Indeed, one must never underestimate anyone in this world. Once a hall becomes powerful, the gang will undoubtedly guard against you. He understood that if he were Sha Jinbong, he might very well act the same way, yet he could not tolerate this vice hallmaster, whoever he might be. He surmised that he must be from the martial arts hall, likely possessing greater prowess than Qin Chuan himself at this moment. The martial arts hall was the backbone of the Shade gang, comprised entirely of exceptionally talented youths who required no labor, devoting themselves entirely to cultivation. Once their skills matured, through maneuvering, they could easily attain leadership positions. A group of sheltered blossoms, unaware that the sun outside is far from warm, they would wither under its glare. He sat comfortably in the hall, sipping tea. The die had been cast, he could not change it, so he might as well accept it and take things one step at a time. Presently, he was more concerned about the seal. As long as the seal was in place, registering himself would suffice to complete the system task. As the sun began its descent, he had consumed several pots of tea by the time Li San finally returned. Hall Master, the seal has arrived. Qin Chuan took it. This was his personal seal, and stamping it on the document would signify it as a personnel order from the hall. He himself had to follow this procedure, quickly stamping the document before handing it to Li San. Go have someone register this. Yes, Li San hurried off to carry out the task. The hall also had its own office, but those personnel were transparent, and Qin Chuan had no intention of disturbing them. Soon enough, the long-awaited chime echoed in his mind. Ding! Task completed. Completion level, excellent. Reward, 4 points of innate talent. To his astonishment, he had gained an additional 4 points of innate talent, nearly doubling his previous endowment. Qin Chuan was overjoyed. Although it wasn't the entry-level technique he had hoped for, an increase in talent was eternal. He realized that as one progressed in cultivation, talent became increasingly crucial. With this boost in talent and sufficient resources, he would soon achieve great mastery in internal training, and this mere position of hallmaster would undoubtedly not satisfy him. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, the system chimed again. Ding! As a strong individual, how can one remain content in a subservient position? Task issued. Become the leader of a faction within 3 months. Rewards will be distributed based on completion level. Qin Chuan's spirit soared. Another task had arrived. He laughed maniacally within. Ha ha ha, you cannot blame me now. It is my destiny to see you perish. After reveling in his excitement, he composed himself and sat in place, waiting. After a while, Li San returned to Hallmaster. Everything is taken care of. Good, you shall remain in the hall to assist me. Li San's eyes brightened, and he hastily pledged his loyalty. I shall brave fire and water for you. Hallmaster, enough of that empty talk. Qin Chuan instructed earnestly. The headquarters has dispatched a vice hallmaster. You have been with the gang for a long time, so help me investigate his background. A vice hallmaster. Li San was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained composure, responding indignantly, how can there be a vice hallmaster? What is he compared to you, hallmaster? He will assume his position tomorrow. Save your words for him then, and remember to carry out my instructions well. Understood. Qin Chuan patted his shoulder and turned to leave. Li San stood there in a daze, giving himself a firm slap on the face, continuously reminding himself that he could no longer flatter indiscriminately. The hall master clearly preferred diligence. Chapter 27. The young are impetuous. A day passed, and the events between the Shade gang and the Axe gang had completely escalated. The people of Jianghu and Shaochang were on edge. After such a long period of peace, how had conflict suddenly erupted? Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged scholar arrived, accompanied by a wiry man, seeking out the various leaders of the factions. At this moment, Qin Xuan had not slept all night, lost in the euphoria of cultivation. Blood training was a particularly arduous part of internal practice, involving the complete replacement of one's blood. Just thinking about it was daunting. As it required considerable time, however, Qin Xuan found his blood training to be remarkably smooth. In just one night, with 2 batches of medicinal herbs, he nearly completed the entire replacement of his blood. In his recollection, blood training was not something to be rushed. Typically, one would progress slowly through this stage, requiring at least 3 months to a year to complete. Those with insufficient talent might even take years or a lifetime. Each training session required at least half a month of rest, otherwise, the changes in blood would lead to significant discomfort, even risking blood vessel rupture and death. Yet, he had trained twice in one night without any discomfort whatsoever. Innate talent, this was the change brought about by it. Qin Xuan once again experienced the convenience of cultivation that innate talent provided. He had expected that merely practicing blood training would take around a month, followed by another month for marrow refining before he could pursue the position of gang leader. However, at this rate, he would soon achieve great mastery in internal training. In high spirits, he quickly rose to head to the courtyard for some marksmanship practice. Upon stepping outside, he heard the sharp crack of gunfire. It was Qin Shuang practicing his shooting. An idea blossomed in his mind. Perhaps he should purchase an additional courtyard. He had too many secrets to keep. Some matters, no matter how close the relationship, had to remain confidential. He had the funds, so he could let Qin Shuang reside in this courtyard while he acquired another for himself. Resolute in his decision, he would discuss it with his disciple later tonight. After exchanging pleasantries with Qin Shuang, he set out to take up his duties, eager to see what kind of person this new vice hall master truly was. Today, the entrance of the Duishui Hall was bustling with activity. Early in the morning, a group of youth, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years old, arrived, their faces youthful yet exuding an air of disdain. Looking down their noses at the dockworkers passing by. Before long, a young man in his early 20s approached, tall and imposing, emanating a palpable sense of authority. "Have you met the hall master?" the young man immediately scolded. "What hall master? You should address me as vice hall master. Have you forgotten the rules of the gang?" The crowd exchanged glances, rolling their eyes in silence. Clearly he enjoyed the title he so vehemently demanded. Li San, observing from the side, kept his head down, pretending not to notice. "Hey, you." Li San lifted his head, realizing he was being called. "Yes, you." The young man pointed at him. Li San felt a pang of anxiety. He could not afford to offend anyone here, so he hurried over. "A vice hall master. Where is the old hall master?" The young man rubbed his nose, nearly expressing his true feelings. "The vice hall master. The hall master has not yet arrived." He frowned, clearly displeased, and retorted, "Hasn't the time for duty already passed? The elder should act his age. Wouldn't it be better for him to retire and enjoy his twilight years? Indeed, he is getting on in years." A withered voice chimed in. Qin Xuan pushed through the group of youths. As one of them opened his mouth to protest, they fell silent upon seeing his attire. "Have you met the hall master?" The young man called cheerfully. Of the crowd echoed in unison, "Have you met the hall master?" Qin Xuan did not acknowledge the young vice hall master. Li San, having been with Qianfeng for many years, was well informed and had already shared what he learned the previous night. The young man was named Zhou Ping, 22 years old, a master of blood training who had begun marrow refining and was the third son of the Zhou family in the west of the city. The Zhou family was wealthy and had long-standing ties with Shazhenjiang. Li San, Qin Xuan smiled at him. "At your service. Go summon the remaining members of the 3 altars." "Yes." After this, he paid no further attention to the newcomers or to Vice Hall Master Zhou Ping. He turned and entered, taking his seat at the main table, leisurely brewing tea. He wanted to see if this young man could maintain his composure or if he would continue to act arrogantly. Before long, Zhou Ping entered with a sullen expression. "Hallmaster, please assist with the formalities." He produced documents and a token. The rules of the Sheikh gang dictated that whether it be the hall master or the vice hall master, even if not appointed by the hall, they must have the hall master's personal seal and be registered at the hall to officially assume their positions. Qin Xuan himself had to follow this process. Let alone a mere vice hall master. Feigning ignorance, he continued to brew his tea, ignoring Zhou Ping's request. "Qin Xuan." Zhou Ping, clearly losing his patience, added a hint of threat to his tone. "In the Sheikh gang, you must address me as young Master Zhou. Do not mistake my politeness for weakness. Do not push your luck." Zhou Ping's fists clenched tightly. If he returned to the west of the city, would he not be strung up and beaten by his father? What will it take for you to handle the paperwork? Jin Chuan shook his head. Very well, bring me the gang's appointment. I will not go back on my word. Zhou Ping was suddenly taken aback. How could this old fellow undergo such a rapid transformation? He had yet to acclimate to the change. Nevertheless, he handed over the documents, and after Qin Xuan received and stamped them, he advised, please go to the adjacent office to register, and have others queue up for their stamps as well. Understood, Zhou Ping replied, dazed. As he stepped outside, Qin Xuan shook his head, realizing that the youth was not being obstinate but rather deemed it unnecessary at this moment. On the surface, the Zhou family's strength might not rival that of the Sheikh gang, yet their wealth was considerable, and they had long been active within the city, their connections intricate and complex. Clearly, he could not afford to offend the Zhou family at this juncture. This was likely the reason Xia Jin had assigned Zhou Ping to this task. He needed to find a moment to inquire about the Zhou family's influence from Qian Goan. His only concern was whether the Zhou family could summon a formidable practitioner. If not, he couldn't help but chuckle coldly to himself, yet, outwardly, he maintained a genial demeanor resembling a benevolent elder as he stamped the documents for each of the 30-odd newcomers, facilitating their procedures. Before long, everything was settled, and Li San approached to report that everyone had arrived. Qin Xuan instructed everyone to gather outside the hall. Outside the hall, 3 distinct lines were formed, one composed of the disciples from the martial arts hall who had arrived today, another of those who had participated in the battle 2 days prior, and the last comprised of a group of around 20 anxious disciples from the Earth Water Hall, who had averted the conflict. Qin Xuan stood at the forefront, Zhou Ping beside him, yet he seemed to have reverted to his disdainful demeanor, looking down his nose at the Earth Water Hall's personnel. The superiority of the martial arts hall was indeed palpable, especially since Zhou Ping hailed from a wealthy family. Observing the crowd, Qin Xuan noted that there were fewer than 100 individuals. He understood that he would either have to recruit more members himself or request additional support from headquarters. Li San, your subordinate is here. According to our regulations, how should we handle those who did not participate in the gang's battles? Li San swallowed hard. He had not participated either, yet he steeled himself to respond. According to the rules, they should be expelled from the gang. Qin Xuan nodded, gesturing towards the group of non-combatants. From this day forth, you are no longer disciples of the Sheikh gang. Qin Shuang, your subordinate is here. Take these individuals and expel them. Yes, the group left without protest, understanding the brutality of the previous night's events, for many had perished. They even felt fortunate to have avoided the conflict, though they remained unaware of the fate that awaited them. Soon after, Qin Xuan's brow furrowed. Aside from Qin Shuang, whose cultivation met the requirements for the position of incense master, the other 3 surviving leaders lacked sufficient skills. A thought struck him, and he quickly devised a plan. Chapter 28, Implicit Messages. The incident at Pinganfang had resulted in the deaths of 2 incense masters. I, the old man, have narrowly survived and assumed the role of hallmaster, yet the position of incense master cannot remain vacant. According to our regulations, an incense master must possess inner refinement and have made significant contributions to the gang. However, during these extraordinary times, we must adapt. I hereby declare that anyone who reaches the inner refinement level may compete for the position of incense master. Upon hearing this, the disciples from the martial arts hall instantly brightened, while the 3 surviving leaders appeared somewhat dejected. Despite their struggles, they were still hindered by insufficient cultivation. Qin Xuan, keenly aware of their expressions, couldn't help but reflect on his own past struggles, how he had fought tooth and nail, only to find himself stymied by his own lack of skill, unable to rise within the ranks, and as a result, unable to accumulate wealth or enhance his cultivation. It felt like a vicious cycle, yet without taking risks, there was no opportunity at all. At least they had managed to acquire considerable resources from Ping and Fang this time. Come now, do not be disheartened. I have yet to announce the rules. Everyone has a chance. In 1 week, I will hold a competition at the Earth Water Hall to determine the incense master based on rankings. Cultivation is not everything. In battles of life and death, each must rely on their own methods. Of course, during our own trials, we must not resort to lethal force. The gang's regulations are clear: 1 life for 1 life. That is settled. Zhou Ping, please step in. We need to convene. With that, he turned and entered, with Zhou Ping following suit. Deputy Hallmaster Zhou, the situation at Pinganfang will be quite complex within the city. Since you are from the Western District, I will assign you to oversee Pinganfang. Qin Xuan, in a sense, was offering Zhou Ping an opportunity while simultaneously shifting the responsibility. However, he quickly shifted the topic, producing a list and handing it to him. It contained the names of those who had just been expelled from the gang. Additionally, these individuals are old comrades. We cannot deal with them ourselves. You should handle this matter. If everyone avoids conflict, there will be no one left to contribute to the gang. You know what to do, right? Zhou Ping snatched the list, glanced at it dismissively, and coldly snorted. Those who fear for their lives should not roam the martial world. They should have been eliminated long ago. With that, he turned and strode away, leaving behind a figure of nonchalance. Li-san, summon the leaders to see me. Yes, soon Qin Shuang and others arrived. You all continue to arrange the duties for this week. Do not let anything go amiss. Yes, Hall Master. Though the others felt displeased, they resigned themselves to their fate, for they did not perceive this Hall Master as a benevolent elder. Zhong Yong, Yang Menglong, Yu Wenxiong, Qin Xuan suddenly called out the names of these three individuals. They were taken aback and quickly replied, "Your subordinate is here. You three have worked diligently, and during the operation at Ping and Fong. You did not falter. I hold great appreciation for your efforts. Alas, your cultivation remains insufficient." Qin Xuan sighed, slowly sipping his tea. "Your positions as leaders will be retained, but the title of Incense Master will depend on your efforts to compete for it. If resources are sufficient, a week is still ample time for you. Strive hard." With that, he set down his teacup and headed upstairs to his designated room. On the spot, the three were momentarily stunned before bowing and departing. Qin Shuang scratched his head, feeling that his master's words held deeper meaning, yet he could not fathom their significance. Yu Wenxiong and Zhong Yong, both leaders of the B team, had known each other for quite some time and maintained a decent relationship. On their way back to the hall, Zhong Yong suddenly remarked, "Yu Wenxiong, do you find something amiss with the hall master's words? What do you mean? What does he mean by saying that as long as resources are sufficient? Time is ample, isn't that nonsensical?" Yu Wenxiong's eyes gleamed, but he shook his head. "What are you saying? Speaking ill of the hall master behind his back? Do you want to get yourself killed? Have you forgotten how he was with that gun?" Zhong Yong's pupils constricted. Only those who had participated in the Ping and Fong incident knew of Qin Xuan's ruthless nature. That gun of his was as swift and deadly as the Grim Reaper. "Enough, stop with that expression. As subordinates, just do your own jobs. I'm off to my post." "Wait, how about we have a drink tonight?" Zhong Yong called out. Yu Wenxiong waved his hand dismissively. "No, I want to rest well." Back upstairs, Qin Xuan, feeling somewhat idle, contemplated and then summoned Li-san to inquire about housing matters. Li-san hurriedly nodded and dashed off to attend to the task in the evening as he was concluding his shift. Qin Shuang, with a puzzled expression, asked, "Master, why did you suddenly decide to hold a competition for the position of Incense Master? Are you lacking confidence?" "Not at all. I fear not those individuals, with the herbs you provide. I believe a week is sufficient for me to reach the peak of my cultivation." "You little rascal, when you return home, I'll give you 500 taels. Make sure to learn the breathing techniques at headquarters tomorrow. As for the reason, I trust you understand." "Master, I'm not that foolish." Qin Shuang scratched his head, fully aware of his master's intent to keep the secret transmission of skills discreet. "My dear Schwanger has grown up. Isn't a time you considered marrying?" "What did?" Qin Shuang's face flushed crimson. Qin Xuan, appearing contemplative, added seriously, "Schwanger, I plan to purchase another courtyard. It seems we will be living apart soon." "What did?" Qin Shuang halted, his eyes beginning to glisten with unshed tears. "Master, you don't mean to abandon me?" Qin Xuan was taken aback, gently ruffling his hair. "Silly child, you have grown up and need your own space. As for me, I shall not require your care for the time being. You will always be my most cherished disciple." "Master, enough." Qin Xuan's tone turned serious. "You are a grown man. Stop acting like a child. In less than a month, you will turn 20. You must have your own independence." "Understood, Master." Qin Xuan nodded in satisfaction, feeling a twinge of reluctance at the thought of his young disciple, who had never lived apart from him, now preparing to establish his own life. Humans are, after all, creatures of emotion, yet one must not be swayed by feelings. Upon returning home, Qin Xuan bestowed several packages of herbs upon him, instructing him to practice diligently. Just as he was about to step out for a visit to Guiyuan, he encountered someone lurking at the entrance. Yu Wenxiong, Hall Master. Yu Wenxiong appeared quite anxious, eliciting a mix of amusement and exasperation from Qin Xuan. "You are quite clever. Come in." "Yes, Hall Master." Yu Wenxiong was overjoyed. But just as they were about to enter, someone hurriedly approached from a distance. Yang Menglong, Hall Master. Yang Menglong, the sole surviving leader of the A team, exchanged glances with Yu Wenxiong, opting not to speak. "Very well, since you are here, come in together." Qin Xuan was more than willing to cultivate intelligent individuals. Originally, he had intended to nurture the former members of Team 9, but plans changed. Who could have anticipated Zhou Ping and a group of Transmission Hall members arriving? Investing time and resources in Team 9 was no longer feasible. Moreover, loyalty was always a fickle matter in the martial world. As long as they followed his instructions now, that was sufficient. With the pressure from these newcomers, The others were left with no choice but to cling tightly to this substantial support. Chapter 29, Can't last 3 breaths. Qin Shuang had returned to his room to cultivate, so Qin Shuang led the others to the living room. Please take a seat. Now tell me, why did you come looking for me right after your shift ended? Yu Wenxiang directly knelt down. Hall Master, from this day forth, my life belongs to you, wherever you send me. I shall go without hesitation. Whoever you instruct me to eliminate, I will do so without question. Yang Menglong widened his eyes and thought to himself, this dog is truly swift. However, he immediately imitated the gesture and knelt down, saying, Master, I too am willing. Qin Shuang chuckled, recognizing the intelligence of the two men. After all, they had been mingling in the Shade gang for over a decade. It was only natural they possessed some perceptiveness. He helped them to their feet and said, You two, let us converse while standing. Understood, Master. They replied obediently. Straightening up, Qin Shuang wasted no time, stating plainly, You both are quite astute. I can provide you with resources. But I have but one requirement. Within a week, you must secure the position of Xiang Master. Can you accomplish this? Absolutely, they declared with conviction, thinking it prudent to first obtain the resources before worrying about securing the position. After all, even if they failed, could they not simply dispose of Qin Shuang? Qin Shuang was fully aware of their thoughts, for he had traversed the same path. Moreover, he understood that if one could adopt a perspective shift, many matters would become clear. Good then, wait for me here, he instructed, rising to return to his chamber. When he emerged, he carried several packets of prepared internal training medicine, distributing 5 to each of them. The two men marveled at Qin Shuang's generosity and wealth. Merely days ago, they were all merely leaders, yet now the disparity was staggering. Nevertheless, they dared not voice their thoughts, receiving the packets with ecstatic gratitude. With these resources, they would surely reach the pinnacle of their training. Qin Shuang reiterated, the methods of internal training must not be divulged within the gang. Handle it yourselves and do not tell me you cannot amass 500 taels. We shall manage it, they replied in unison. Currently the price of martial arts techniques within the gang had halved, and they had originally planned to pool their funds to acquire them. Now return, I require rest, he concluded, waving them off as they bowed and exited. The depths of an abyss are fathomable, but the human heart is inscrutable. Qin Shuang could not genuinely place his trust in their professed loyalty, for human nature is inherently selfish, himself included, yet he harbored no fear of betrayal from those he had nurtured, including his disciple, Qin Shuang, for he believed they would never surpass him. This belief stemmed from the presence of the system, which endowed him with formidable confidence. Qin Shuang sensed a transformation within himself. He was becoming increasingly unlike his former self, his self-assurance growing ever stronger. He considered this a positive development, for a practitioner of the arts requires robust confidence. However, blind confidence borders on arrogance. Brother Zhou, I believe you are far more suited to be the master, remarked a former disciple of the martial arts hall, his face flushed with indignation. Why should Qin Shuang, at his age and with inferior cultivation, hold such a position? I refuse to accept it. The others immediately echoed his sentiments. Indeed, he has only recently achieved a semblance of success, let alone you. Even we are confident that by the time we reach his age, we will have attained mastery. They scoffed at his qualifications to hold the position of master. What a joke! If I were him, I would be utterly ashamed. Isn't it just because he established a gambling den in the Peace Square? He has lost so many men. If we from the martial arts hall intervened, we would surely annihilate the Axe Gang with overwhelming force. What nonsense! They dare to compare themselves with us, the Shade Gang. Brother Zhou, what say you? Zhou Ping chuckled heartily, relishing the moment. That old fool will soon find himself ousted from the gang. However, we must handle tonight's affair with utmost care. It shall be our first strike, and not a single one of them can escape. Understood, rest assured, Brother Zhou, we shall execute this flawlessly. Someone chimed in. By the way, what about their families? Zhou Ping chuckled sinisterly. Families? What families? Only the traitors of the Shade Gang. The group shared knowing smiles. The following morning, Qin Shuang ambled into the gang's headquarters. His demeanor was markedly different from the previous day, for he had achieved a significant breakthrough overnight, his hair now a deep black. With time, he would gradually regain his youth. However, he was displeased to see Li San rushing toward him, calling out, Master, Master, a grave matter has arisen. What is it? Qin Shuang furrowed his brow. Of the 23 brothers expelled from the gang last night, they have all perished, along with their families. Their wives and daughters were violated, and even 3-year-old boys were not spared. Li San's voice trembled with fear. Those people were ruthless. What did you say? Qin Shuang was nearly at a loss for words, struck by the enormity of the situation. Is this true? Absolutely, Master. Qin Shuang's expression turned grave, yet inside, he was elated. What was Zhou Ping thinking? to annihilate an entire family and violate their women is a great taboo in the martial world. Such acts, if carried out, must be done discreetly, and no one dares to act openly. After all, there is a saying, disaster does not extend to family. If everyone behaved this way, chaos would ensue in the martial realm. Rules are sometimes the baseline, one cannot brazenly transgress them unless one possesses overwhelming strength to disregard all norms. Li San, at your command, Qin Chuan beckoned, and Li San quickly leaned in. As Qin Chuan spoke. Li San's eyes widened in astonishment. Master, this is truly wicked. This incident swiftly spread throughout the gang and even stirred the entire martial community of Shachang, leading to dire consequences. At the headquarters of the Sheikh gang, Sha Jinbang glared discontentedly at Zhou Ping, who sat below him. Murder is one thing, but why involve their entire families? Are you unaware of the unwritten rule in the martial world that disaster does not extend to family? By breaking this rule today, what will happen if we face defeat one day? Well, we won't lose, will we? Zhou Ping scoffed dismissively. A fool, shut your mouth. Sha Jinbang slammed the table in frustration, his voice darkening. You must find a way to quell this matter, or prepare to leave the Sheikh gang. Someone must take responsibility for this incident, and you are the architect of it. Do you understand? Zhou Ping bristled with indignation. How could he resign from the Sheikh gang so easily? What would his father think of him? Master, how did the news of last night's events spread so quickly? You ask me, use your brain, get out. Sha Jinbang was furious. Had it not been for Zhou Ping being the son of an old acquaintance, he might have wished to slap him to his senses. Zhou Ping departed in frustration, knowing he had only one option left, to seek assistance from his elder brother. Are you implying that the eldest son of the Zhou family holds a position in the military? Qin Chuan inquired, frowning at Qian Gowen in a teahouse. Of course. Do you think the Zhou family has grown more prosperous in recent years by mere chance? In Shachang, without strength, one cannot safeguard wealth. The eldest son of the Zhou family is quite capable. He is well versed in military strategy and currently serves as the commander of the border troops in Shachang, effectively a captain with perfected internal training. If all goes well, he will soon achieve a higher rank. Is he really that impressive? As long as he hasn't achieved a higher rank, there is no cause for concern. Noticing Qin Chuan's nonchalant demeanor, Xian Gowen shook his head. Qin, the military in Shacheng consists of the elite border troops of the Chu nation. Do not underestimate the influence of a commander, especially one who has perfected his training. He is not to be compared to mere martial artists. For instance, Sha Jinbang would not last 3 breaths against him. 3 breaths? Qin Chuan's eyes widened in disbelief. With the same level of cultivation, Sha Jinbang is a seasoned veteran of the martial world. How could he possibly be defeated in 3 breaths? He found it hard to accept. 3 breaths is generous, Qian Gowen stated, sipping his tea. You focus solely on Shacheng, but do you know that the Chu nation boasts over 1,600 cities? If not for trade with the barbarians, Shacheng would be an inconsequential city. The world is vast, and many strong individuals abound. Sha Jinbang does not even rank within Shacheng. He merely scrapes by at the western docks. Would he dare to venture into the northern trade points, he would likely find his head displayed at the northern gate by dawn. Qin Chuan nodded in understanding. Indeed, the northern region was a forbidden area for martial practitioners and the most peaceful part of Shacheng, dominated by government forces rather than gang influence. The security and environment there were unparalleled compared to the western region. Especially in the northern trade points, the military was stationed, and no rogue dared to cross the line. While it is true that martial practitioners could breach a 100-man formation of ordinary soldiers, in truth, border troops are not ordinary. They are all martial arts masters. Their techniques surpass those of ordinary practitioners, and they train in military formations equipped with sharp weaponry. Killing is as easy as slicing through vegetables. It is not something the average martial artist can contend with. Therefore, I personally advise you, Qin, to avoid provoking the Zhou family too severely. A moderate approach would suffice. If all goes according to plan, Zhou Ping's issue should be resolved by his elder brother. The eldest son of the Zhou family may not be a high-ranking master, but his influence is not to be underestimated. The border troops in Shacheng are like the heavens. Moreover, you should know that martial arts encompass not only techniques but also skills. Correct? Qin Chuan nodded. He certainly understood that martial skills were no less challenging to acquire than techniques. That's good to know. Xian Gowen smiled. Therefore, I personally advise you not to provoke the Zhou family excessively. Thank you, Lord Xian, for the reminder. I understand. No need for formality. Xian Gowen waved his hand, then grinned and asked, by the way, I heard you were looking for a residence. News travels fast. Qin Chuan chuckled. We place great importance on intelligence. Besides, your subordinates have been inquiring everywhere. It would be hard not to find out. They both laughed heartily. As it happens, I have a property that might suit you. Would you care to consider it? that would be splendid, Qin Xuan replied cheerfully. How could he refuse a gift, since Qian Goan had brought it up? It was certain he would not ask for payment. Shall we go take a look? Certainly. The two exited the tea house and made their way to a sizable residence near the city gate in the western part of the city. It was well maintained, spacious, and had tall walls, which pleased Qin Xuan immensely. Most importantly, it was close to the city gate, and thus near the docks. He then inquired, "What is the price?" Qian Goan shook his head and handed over the property deed directly, stating that a courtyard gifted to him was of little worth, and he merely hoped that Qin Xuan would expedite the organization of the hall. Let us ensure a smoother transition to stability in the future. I vow not to fail in this duty, Qin Xuan assured fervently. Indeed, as he had anticipated, it was given freely. This represented his current value. It should not reflect Huichuan's intention to engage in the long-term trade of shattered golden essences. Very well. After parting ways, Qin Xuan surveyed the courtyard, which was clean and tidy, evidently well maintained. He conducted a meticulous inspection and found no issues, so he promptly rented a carriage to transport his belongings back to the old courtyard. He would begin residing there tonight, as he had not practiced his marksmanship in quite some time. As night fell, the courtyard was illuminated by the cold glint of weapons, casting ominous shadows, while the air was pierced by the sharp whistling sounds of gunfire. Today, Qian Goan's words instilled within him a profound sense of urgency, particularly the remark that Xia Jinban would not survive 3 breaths under the command of brother Zhou Ping. 3 breaths, which might even be an exaggeration. This implied that a single strike could potentially lead to annihilation. Truthfully, this was Qin Xuan's first encounter with the stark disparities that existed among martial practitioners of the same rank. His experiences from 2 lifetimes made it clear to him that this was indeed a reality. Was it the prowess of the military techniques that was formidable, or was it the skillful artistry? Perhaps both were equally potent. After all, he had not truly witnessed the full extent of their capabilities. In the world of martial combat, one relied on sheer courage and rudimentary martial techniques. It seemed that Zhou Ping could not act just yet, remaining calm and composed, having been mediocre for 80 years. He felt no concern about a few more days of delay. Qin Xuan mused that his recent rapid advancement in cultivation had led to a certain instability in his mindset, causing him to act with undue haste. For instance, the Zhou Ping incident did not significantly impact him. As long as he remained in the city, it wouldn't hinder his continued control over the docks, ensuring Huichuan's safe transition to stability. Having come to this realization, Qin Xuan's marksmanship began to even out. He no longer exhibited the lethal intensity he once had. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though his shooting had improved somewhat. There was a sensation that his firearm felt lighter. Qin Xuan concluded his practice, holding the gun, and sighed. It seemed that this weapon ought to be replaced. This was a flaw inherent to self-taught martial practitioners. Even a transmigrator like Qin Xuan had developed a fixed mindset. If only a mentor were present to guide him, he would realize that it was not the weapon that had become lighter, but rather that he had subtly touched upon the essence of martial techniques. However, decades of a vagabond life had solidified his understanding and perception of this world. For martial practitioners, techniques, skills, and weapons were all crucial elements. None could be overlooked. Even those who practiced boxing would equip themselves with gloves. Otherwise, no matter how tough one's skin, it could not withstand the sharpness of metal. Yet, the prices of certain metals were indeed exorbitant and not always readily available, as the state of Chu imposed stringent controls over them. Otherwise, he would not have been compelled to resort to crafting gun barrels using horse spears, which were still functional for the time being. Given his current level of cultivation, engaging in life-and-death combat with practitioners of the same rank, his gun barrel would likely be cleaved in two. Without a weapon, his combat prowess would diminish considerably. After all, he had spent a lifetime honing his marksmanship. Considering seeking Huichuan, in an instant, he shook his head, realizing that such greed was not wise. Instead, he decided to visit the ghost garden. He stored away his gun, returned to his quarters to change into a different attire, donned a conical hat, and as he opened the door, he instantly became vigilant. 2 figures clad in black approached silently, their footsteps barely making a sound. Although their pace appeared slow, they reached Qin Xuan's doorstep in mere moments, leaving him no opportunity to close the door. "Are you Qin Xuan?" one of them inquired directly. Qin Xuan took a slight step back, ready to retreat into his home to retrieve his gun. "That would be me. May I ask what brings you two here?" "Old man, you best not make any sudden moves. We are merely here to convey a message," the other declared. "The commander has stated, today, give Xia Zhenjiang some face. Your life is spared, but you will receive a lesson." No sooner had he spoken than the second individual advanced with an ethereal silence. delivering a light punch toward Qin Xuan. Attempting to evade, Qin Xuan found himself unable to escape. Trying to block, he realized it was futile. The opponent's speed seemed to seal off all his retreat routes. As if the punch was omnipresent, unstoppable, bang, the punch landed solidly on his chest, sending Qin Xuan flying backward onto the ground, where he spat out a mouthful of blood. Cough. The black-clad speaker stepped over the threshold. Looking down upon him with disdain, old man, next time, you ought to keep your eyes wide open, even Sha Jinbong's face won't help you. With that, he turned and departed. Qin Xuan clutched his chest, his gaze fixated on their retreating figures. Was the disparity truly so vast? The assailant's cultivation was even a tier below his own, merely a practitioner of the basic arts, yet, the man's movements and striking technique were exceedingly peculiar. He could not evade them. Techniques, skills, this must be the crux of the issue. Previously filled with doubt, he now experienced firsthand the reality of the situation. That seemingly light punch was astoundingly crafty, impossible to dodge, despite his superior cultivation. The force behind it was overwhelming. He was a rogue practitioner, while they possessed a systematic approach to training. The defeat was not unjust. Ultimately, a small-time thug was beneath the fray. Coughing violently, he could endure the pain in his chest, endure the humiliation, but he could not tolerate being powerless to retaliate despite holding a higher cultivation level. Chapter 31, Military Boxing Techniques, Applications of Force. North of the city military camp tent, a young man clad in scholarly robes sat quietly under the flickering candlelight. Engrossed in a book report, two individuals dressed in black entered, kneeling on one knee. We greet the commander. The young man set down his book and inquired, how did the matter proceed? Returning to the commander. We have warned several individuals to cease spreading rumors. We also specifically cautioned Qin Xuan. Well done, you may leave. The young man waved his hand. Yes. The two stood and exited. The young man picked up his book once more, as if he had merely completed a trivial task. After closing the door, Qin Xuan returned to his room without complaint or resentment. Had he not endured enough humiliation over the years? Indeed, compared to previous experiences, today's incident was relatively lenient. In this world, when one is born into unfavorable circumstances and lacks talent, one must endure humiliation. Counting the days since activating the system, it had not yet been a month, and he was already quite satisfied with his current accomplishments. One must cultivate a sense of contentment and accept one's mediocrity, otherwise, one risks succumbing to worldly demons breeding envy and frustration, a chaotic state of being. He understood well the gap between himself and others. If there is a gap, then it must be bridged. What he could not achieve in the past, can he not do so now? He felt confident. It was only a matter of time. Should he one day realize his lofty aspirations, who would dare to insult Qin Xuan? But for now, he could only endure. Qin Xuan reflected, beginning to engage in self-critique. Ultimately, he had been too reckless, knowing full well that Zhou Ping had the Zhou family as a backing, yet he still schemed against him, allowing Li San to spread rumors about him annihilating entire families and humiliating wives and daughters. In the face of absolute strength, cunning schemes proved useless. He chuckled bitterly, shaking his head, resolved to remain low-key until he had sufficient strength, focusing on executing his plans effectively. The injury to his chest was not grievous, merely 2 broken ribs, which had shaken his internal organs. After some contemplation, he ultimately decided to venture out. His current injury would significantly impede his training progress, so he needed to seek out Dr. Chen. The western part of the city was not small. After half an hour, he knocked on Dr. Chen's door. Dr. Chen, donning his garments, glanced at him and blandly remarked, "Come in." Qin Xuan followed him inside. The candlelight flickered as Dr. Chen examined his chest wound, furrowing his brow as he remarked, "Master Qin, what a grievous injury. Have you offended someone in the military?" Qin Xuan did not respond to the question but directly inquired, "Dr. Chen, how long until this injury heals?" Dr. Chen also refrained from answering. Grinding medicinal herbs while saying willow catkin fist, a fundamental technique for border troops. This technique appears as light as the catkin, but upon striking, the force penetrates the internal organs. Those who can master this technique to such an extent are indeed elite among the military. Training in the military emphasizes the application of force, unlike us, who rely solely on brute strength and dubious methods. We vagabonds, to put it nicely, are characters of some note. To put it bluntly, we are mere petty thugs. Bandits do not clash with officials, let alone military personnel. Thank you for the reminder, Dr. Chen. I shall take heed. Dr. Chen shook his head, bringing over the medicine to apply to Qin Xuan's chest. Master Qin, this injury is easy to treat. They did not use excessive force against you, I know. After applying the medicine and swiftly bandaging it, Dr. Chen produced a porcelain bottle. You should be familiar with this medicine, 3 pills a day, enough for 3 days. Qin Xuan accepted the bottle, recognizing it from previous use. Dr. Chen's formula was excellent for treating internal injuries. Thank you. Qin Xuan rose, paid the consultation fee, and departed. Dr. Chen furrowed his brow, sighing softly. This old fellow. I wonder why he has offended someone in the military. Willow Catkin fist. The application of force, Qin Xuan pondered as he made his way home. Regrettably lacking any clear insights. He comprehended the application of force, yet had never encountered this particular fist technique, leaving him uncertain about how to practice it. This time, he had witnessed the true power of martial techniques, which stood in stark contrast to the rough and tumble of the vagabond life. The IT scene. Shen Goen's claim that Sha Jinbang could last 3 breaths was indeed an exaggeration. Internal cultivation techniques. Martial techniques. It appeared he must visit the headquarters tomorrow to learn about thunderous roar or tiger's howl techniques. In this world, the methods of martial cultivation were tightly controlled by powerful factions, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary individuals to acquire knowledge. Sometimes, they had never even heard of such techniques. The next day, Dr. Chen proved to be an adept healer, having treated injuries like Qin Xuan's countless times. After a night of rest, Qin Xuan no longer felt pain. He could simply not practice yet. Upon entering the hall, he immediately noticed Zhou Ping, who appeared somewhat different today. He quickly approached to pay his respects. I have met the hallmaster. Qin Xuan understood at once that this esteemed son of the Zhou family was quite diligent, having not only warned him but also reprimanded his brother. Good morning, Deputy Hallmaster Zhou. With that, he strode directly into the hall, while Zhou Ping followed closely behind. What's the matter? Qin Xuan asked, his smile unwavering as he regarded him. Zhou Ping's face flushed with embarrassment. After a moment of hesitation, he suddenly bowed and proclaimed in a loud voice, I apologize, Hallmaster. It was my ignorance before, and I hope you can forgive me. It's merely a trivial matter, Qin Xuan replied, rising to assist him up. Speaking gently, we are all members of the Shade Gang, brothers in arms. Let us just clear the air. Thank you, Hallmaster. Please continue with your duties, and inform me promptly of any matters within the city. Yes, I take my leave. Zhou Ping turned to depart, though his expression was visibly grim. But if it weren't for my elder brother insisting that I remain low-key and honest, I would have dealt with you today. How dare you scheme against me, you wretched creature? Meanwhile, Qin Xuan merely shook his head, knowing that Zhou Ping would not alter his stance simply due to a few words from the eldest son of the Zhou family. If he could be swayed, Zhou Ping would not have come to the Shade Gang in the first place. Yet, what could he do now? Nothing. Time swiftly passed, and soon the day of the competition arrived. At the entrance of the Earth-Water Hall, 3 platforms, each about a meter high, were erected for the contest. For this event, Qin Xuan had even invited Dr. Chen to oversee it, ensuring timely medical assistance. As injuries were inevitable in a contest of martial prowess, early that morning all disciples of the Earth-Water Hall were present. 3 days prior, the headquarters had sent reinforcements to fill the gaps in the hall. And with the recent recruits, the number of members now exceeded the previous count, reaching a total of over 110 individuals. The newcomers from headquarters were all former disciples of the Axe Gang. The competition format was straightforward, no registration or drawing of lots, just 3 platforms. If you believe you possess the strength to be the fragrance master, step onto the stage and become the challenger. Others may then challenge you. The victor continues until there are no more challengers. This method of competition was quite fair, considering it was for the position of fragrance master, which required the practitioner to have attained the inner training stage. The first step of inner training involved refining the organs, beginning with the lungs. A martial artist who has trained their lungs possesses far superior stamina compared to those who have merely trained their skin, bones, and muscles. Such an intense competition was entirely appropriate. As time elapsed, the sun transitioned from a fiery red to a bright white. Qin Xuan, seated at the top of the steps, declared the competition officially open. As he anticipated, the first to step onto the platform were 3 disciples from the original martial arts hall. They were young and exceptionally talented. Li San, standing behind Qin Xuan, whispered, Hallmaster, these 3 have all achieved mastery in lung training. But they are not the strongest disciples from the martial arts hall. Qin Xuan nodded, saying nothing, his gaze sweeping over Qin Shuang, Yuan Xiong, and Yang Menglong. The non-martial arts hall disciples were significantly inferior. Only these 3 had entered the inner training stage, while the others were not only older but also possessed lesser talent, unlike the individuals sent from the martial arts hall, who mostly had achieved mastery in skin training or above. Among them, 8 had even entered the inner training stage. This exemplified the disparity in talent, not to mention the issue of resources. It was said that some children from families in the north of the city began martial training at the age of 8 and achieved inner training perfection by 10. The gap was as vast as the heavens and the earth. The starting point for others was a destination you might never reach in your lifetime. As Qin Shuang's gaze passed over Qin Shuang and the other two directly ascended the stage. Naturally, those lacking sufficient cultivation would not dare to step up. This meant that only 11 individuals were competing for these 3 positions. With the 3 on stage, the gong sounded, and the contest commenced. As Qin Shuang had predicted, the disciples from the martial arts hall ultimately lacked practical experience in the martial world apart from Qin Shuang, who secured victory through sheer strength. Yu Wenxiong and Yang Menglong relied on other tactics to win. Techniques such as eye gouging, throat locking, and groin kicking were employed. Everyone practiced nearly identical martial arts techniques. Their levels of cultivation were comparable, and their martial skills were mediocre, meaning that the deciding factor in victory was experience. Observing this, Zhou Ping's expression turned sour from a distance, while Dr. Chen was busily attending to the injuries sustained. Aside from Qin Shuang's opponent, the other 2 were significantly wounded. How could you strike so ruthlessly? Zhou Ping rose to reprimand. Indeed, their methods are beneath contempt, lacking in martial ethics. We are not satisfied. The disciples from the original martial arts hall clamored, causing Yu Wenxiong and Yang Menglong to look displeased. Silence. Qin Shuang stood up. Martial ethics. Go preach that to other gangs engaged in life and death struggles. The victor lives, the vanquished dies. Let the competition continue. If there are no more challengers, the positions of Fragrance Master will be determined, with the Hall Master's authoritative statement, which was indeed quite reasonable. All disciples from the martial arts hall fell silent, whispering amongst themselves until 3 individuals stepped forward. Li San continued to speak to Qin Shuang. Hall Master, these 3 are their strongest practitioners, 2 at liver training and 1 at kidney training. Qin Shuang felt a surge of confidence. The positions of Fragrance Master were nearly secured. The enhancement to combat power from liver and kidney training was negligible, however, whether in brawling or combat. Without experience, raw strength alone was futile. While they might manage against those of lower cultivation, the adage that brute strength could overcome 10 skilled fighters held true, but once cultivation levels were equal, the gap in practical experience would become evident. As Qin Shuang had anticipated, the disciples from the original martial arts hall were swiftly defeated within a mere 10 breaths. This caused Zhou Ping and the others to wear expressions of utter despair. Qin Shuang, however, cheerfully rose once more, leading the applause. Let us congratulate the 3 for securing the positions of Fragrance Master, he continued. Now I shall appoint and assign the duties of the Fragrance Masters. Yu Wenxiong, Yang Menglong, here. Both responded simultaneously. Yang Menglong will serve as the Fragrance Master of the A platform, and Yu Wenxiong will take the B platform. Both of you are to head to the Ping'an Fong Casino and remember to heed Deputy Hall Master Zhou's instructions. We will obey. Qin Shuang, here, you will be the Fragrance Master of the C platform, and the dock is entrusted to you. We will obey. As for the 2 small gambling houses at the dock, Qin Shuang had already requested their sale from headquarters 3 days prior. These small gambling houses were initially designed for the hall members to pass time and were not particularly profitable. Why keep them? Regarding the arrangement of 2 platforms in the inner city, Qin Shuang had solid reasoning. The inner city was originally a branch of the Axe Gang, with numerous other forces present. Unlike the dock, which had predominantly the Shake Gang as its sole influence, requiring fewer personnel, headquarters naturally agreed to his arrangement, and Zhou Ping was pleased with it as well, for it appeared that he led 2 platforms while the Hall Master only commanded 1. Did this not imply that he was the true Hall Master? Due to this arrangement, Zhou Ping found himself more favorable towards Qin Shuang. The 2 began working together harmoniously. However, with the competition for the position of Fragrance Master concluded today, he felt a headache coming on. Not a single Fragrance Master was one of his own, which effectively undermined his authority as Deputy Hall Master. As for the leadership positions, Qin Shuang articulated what everyone was concerned about, particularly the defeated disciples from the martial arts hall, who looked at him with eager anticipation, hoping for another round of competition to secure the leadership role. They understood that it was the leaders who did most of the work. Yet, what Qin Shuang said next plunged them into despair. The Fragrance Masters will nominate their own candidates and submit them to me. The meeting is adjourned. Everyone return to your posts. With that, Qin Shuang turned to enter the hall. Wait, Zhou Ping shouted. He halted, turning back. What is it, Hall Master? Zhou Ping, though displeased, suppressed his feelings and bowed, saying, as a senior in the martial world, could you offer some guidance to this younger generation? The implication was clear. He wished to challenge Qin Shuang to a match. The scene fell silent, all eyes turned towards him. Dr. Chen also glanced at Qin Shuang, finally understanding why he had sustained injuries earlier. Zhou Ping was indeed from the Zhou family, Deputy Hall Master. Before Qin Shuan could respond, Qin Shuang stepped forward. If you wish to challenge the Hallmaster, you must first pass through me. It was no secret that Qin Shuan was the Hallmaster's disciple within the Earth-Water Hall. Is that so? Zhou Ping scoffed slightly, preparing to step down. Wait, I shall accompany you for a match. Qin Shuan chuckled, revealing a bright smile, for he had anticipated that Zhou Ping would not be able to resist the urge to challenge him. Not only would defeating him relieve his frustrations, but it would also elevate his standing within the hall, and his elder brother would have no objections. Of course, should he lose, it would be a significant embarrassment. But would he lose? Never. He slowly walked back, smiling as he said, but do keep in mind, Deputy Hallmaster, that martial arts can be unpredictable. Rest assured, Hallmaster, at your age, one must also exercise caution. Well then, let us begin. Qin Shuan proceeded towards the platform, pulling Qin Shuang aside and whispering, do not worry, Shuanger, your master is confident. Zhou Ping leapt onto the platform, and the two stood facing each other, first exchanging the customary martial salutation. Without further ado, Zhou Ping charged forward, raising his right fist to strike. The force of his blow caused the air to crackle. However, the outcome was not as he had hoped. Qin Shuan extended his hand, gripping Zhou Ping's fist tightly before delivering a powerful kick. Zhou Ping attempted to evade, but with his right hand firmly grasped, he could not escape and had to resort to using his left hand to push against the incoming leg. Bang! His left hand throbbed painfully, as if it were broken, and following that, Qin Shuan delivered another solid kick. Zhou Ping's body soared into the air before being seized by his right hand. He desperately wanted to escape but found it impossible. Another two kicks followed. Bang! Bang! Finally, his right hand was released, and Zhou Ping collapsed to the ground. He looked up at the calm and composed Qin Shuan, disbelief filling his eyes. How could someone at the peak of inner training be so formidable? Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he instantly lost consciousness. The scene fell into an eerie silence. All disciples of the original martial arts hall lowered their heads, while the others gazed at their hall master with admiration. They were not deaf. To them, the peak of inner training was synonymous with the pinnacle of the martial world. Chapter 33, The Ambitious Zhou Ping. Qin Shuan waved his hand. All right, everyone return to your respective platforms and resume your duties. Then he called for Dr. Chen. Dr. Chen, I am in your debt. Dr. Chen gave him a peculiar look before bending down to examine Zhou Ping's injuries. The internal organs vibrated, and several ribs were fractured. Yet the impact was negligible. Qin Shuan nodded. He had controlled his strength, so he naturally refrained from using excessive force. He proceeded directly to the upper floor of the hall, a faint smile gracing his lips. At last, he could exhale a breath of relief. Indeed, last night he had rejuvenated his entire marrow, successfully completing the cultivation of all 6 realms of the future, thereby attaining the pinnacle of internal training. The expedience of his progress was attributed firstly to an enhancement of his innate talent by 4 points, and secondly to the superiority of the cultivation technique. After his injury, he had visited the headquarters transmission hall and learned the Tiger Roar technique, which had illuminated the vast disparities between various methods. The difference was monumental. The breathing technique was merely the most fundamental form of internal cultivation. To illustrate, when comparing the internal training outcomes of these two methods upon reaching the same level, the discrepancies in strength, speed, and reaction time would be at least 15-fold, if not more. Moreover, the pace of cultivation varied significantly. However, there was a caveat. The training regimen for the Tiger Roar technique was considerably more arduous than that of the breathing technique. Zhou Ping's confidence in challenging himself stemmed from the high caliber of his cultivation method, but also from his persistent belief that he was simply an old man whose mastery was merely at the stage of internal organ cultivation. Little did he know that during this period, he had been applying makeup daily before venturing out, all in preparation to showcase his prowess before the public. Today, his objectives were twofold. Firstly, to demonstrate that his mastery of internal cultivation had reached a level sufficient to establish himself as a power in the region. Secondly, to instill a sense of awe in his subordinates, urging them to remain compliant and refrain from causing trouble. During this time, the docks had already begun to facilitate the unloading of Huichuan's goods, with their ships arriving almost every 3 days. This was also the reason he had instructed Qin Shuang to remain at the docks, as smuggling the precious materials of destruction gold was a precarious endeavor. The disciples of the Sheikh gang had repeatedly inspected the cargo of smuggling clients under the pretext of checks. This was not the first or second instance. Thus, he had to exercise caution in this matter. After all, Huichuan provided resources and financial support, making them his significant benefactor. Most importantly, if anyone were to unearth the destruction gold, it would spell disaster for all involved, forcing them to flee for their lives. But in this vast world, how easy would it be to escape? If other nations refused to accept you and the state of Chu had issued a warrant for your arrest, Where could you possibly go? Not to mention, fleeing in the face of formidable martial artists would be akin to chasing an illusion. Starting today, he would no longer need to wear makeup. Qin Chuan gazed cheerfully at his reflection in the mirror. Having returned to the visage of a middle-aged man, the spring breeze may not show compassion to the flowers, nor grant you youth once more, but the martial way certainly could. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Come in. The door swung open, revealing Yang Menglong and Yuan Xiong. Greetings, Hallmaster, you have arrived. Qin Chuan beamed at them, his intent to admonish them evident in his demeanor. His strength was sufficient. Anyone daring to betray him ought to carefully consider the consequences. Hallmaster, how should we proceed regarding the Ping and Fong gambling house? We humbly request your guidance, Yuan Xiong inquired. Simply proceed as planned, and ensure no unexpected incidents arise. Furthermore, do not provoke Zhou Ping without cause. Understood. I vow to serve the Hallmaster loyally. Very well, you may leave. The two departed, displaying their wisdom by seeking his counsel before exiting. Zhou Ping, on the other hand, soon regained consciousness, his gaze vacantly fixed upon the ceiling. The pain in his body paled in comparison to the anguish within his heart. He knew he had lost, completely lost. From this day forth, he was but a mere shadow, a superfluous pawn. Recalling his father's words and thinking of his elder and younger brothers, he declared, "No, I am not a failure. I still have a chance. I will prove myself." He quickly rose, realizing he was lying on a wooden bed in the hall's lobby, and the room was devoid of anyone. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "A bunch of fair-weather friends, damn it." This only heightened his distress. Even the disciples of the martial hall who had previously lavished him with praise were nowhere to be found. He understood that this was the consequence of his defeat. Hastily leaving the hall, he mounted his horse and rode toward the northern part of the city, within the military camp in the northern city. The eldest son of the Zhou family, upon hearing his younger brother's request, felt his anger escalating. However, due to his usual cultivation of patience, he managed to suppress his fury and said, "Zhou Ping, have I been too indulgent with you? Do you dare to scheme for military training methods? The laws of the military cannot be privately disseminated. This is an ironclad decree of our great Chu. Do you wish for our entire Zhou family to be executed?" Zhou Ping scoffed, unfazed, and replied, "Elder brother, I merely wish to learn the willow fluff fist. Isn't that technique common in the military? You wish to learn just a little?" "Absolutely not," the eldest son of the Zhou family admonished. "That is a military technique, not to be shared privately." "Zhou Ping, if you continue this nonsense, do not blame me for informing father." At the mention of their father, Zhou Ping recoiled slightly, while his elder brother had always been indulgent. Their father was known for his frequent punishments. "Elder brother, I do not wish to remain mediocre. I cannot succeed without a year and a half of marrow cultivation. I cannot defeat that old man. But if I learn the willow fluff fist, I could. Otherwise, grant me the 8 directions blade. If you can't win, then don't fight. Be patient, marry, have children, inherit the family business, and properly honor our parents on behalf of yourself and our second brother. As for military techniques, do not even think about it." The eldest son of the Zhou family remained resolute. "Elder brother, please." The eldest son of the Zhou family ignored him, dismissing him with a wave of his hand. Zhou Ping left the military camp helplessly, grinding his teeth in contemplation for a long time before returning home to write a letter. "Second brother, I miss you dearly. Mother and father are well, though they are quite concerned about you. How fares your training in martial arts at Mount Yuntai? I hear it is a true place to learn the martial way. Alas, my talent is lacking. Otherwise, I could accompany you." The letter spanned 2 full pages, and Zhou Ping swore he had never penned such a lengthy missive, nor had he ever made such a request of his second brother. Yet, for the sake of cultivating his methods, he felt compelled to do so. As a wealthy family in the western part of the city, the Zhou family could not acquire truly powerful cultivation techniques. Wealth was not a symbol of great power. The quality of martial arts and cultivation methods was paramount. With these, he believed he could surely regain his standing. His elder brother served in the military, and his second brother had entered a sect. While he felt himself to be the only one left behind in mediocrity, he was truly unwilling to accept this fate, although he could not achieve the same heights as his elder brother or second brother. He did not wish to live like his father, relying on the complete mastery of internal cultivation to merely scrape by with a few businesses for the rest of his life. He yearned to become a power in Shacheng, especially now as the forces in Shacheng were being reshuffled. He too could become a significant figure in the city. With this thought, he immediately resolved to dispatch the letter. That night, under the bright moon, atop the watchtower at Dock No. 2, Qin Chuan was puffing on a cigarette while Qian Goen stood beside him. "Master Qin, I heard you dealt with Zhou Ping today?" You are quite well informed, Master Qian. Qin Xuan exhaled a plume of smoke, which danced in the moonlight. In our line of work, one must be well acquainted with the news. By the way, a significant event occurred last night. Are you aware? A major event? Qin Xuan turned to him. Indeed, two factions in the eastern part of the city clashed last night, resulting in nearly 300 deaths and countless injuries affecting even ordinary citizens. How many times has this happened this month? Qin Xuan inquired, his concern apparent. 3 times, I believe. The first was in your sector in the west, the second in the south, and the third was last night in the east. Does that mean it's about to be our turn again? Qin Xuan frowned. Isn't this happening rather quickly? I am not yet prepared. My cultivation has not reached its peak, the great perfection stage, where one undergoes a complete transformation. With all strength coalescing into a single force, capable of inflicting harm wherever blood flows. My control over myself must reach a certain limit. I still need time to progress, perhaps a week, or at the very least a month. Like my previous training of muscles and bones, I recultivated every unpracticed area and could call it the external cultivation circle, but the gap compared to the internal perfection is still vast. Now in the western part of the city, there are 7 factions. Which 2 do you think will clash next? Chen Goen smiled. Surely it won't be our Shade Gang, right? Congratulations, you are correct. We have received word that it indeed involves your Shade Gang. The other faction is none other than the Lufeng Pavilion. The Lufeng Pavilion. Qin Xuan furrowed his brow. How can it be them? We handle dock logistics, while they manage a brothel. Indeed, the Lufeng Pavilion is the leading force on Lufeng Street, controlling most of the businesses there, save for a few exceptions. In terms of strength, they surpass the Axe Gang and, naturally, the Shade Gang as well. However, the situation has changed. Many members of the Axe Gang have joined the Shade Gang. And given that the Axe Gang possesses 6 major gambling houses in the western part of the city, their strength is no longer comparable. Nevertheless, the authorities cannot allow all gangs to mobilize. The repercussions would be too great. Furthermore, due to last night's events, the number of casualties was excessive, and that individual is decidedly displeased. Thus, the era of gang conflicts may soon come to an end. You will likely know the outcome by tomorrow. Thank you for the warning. Qin Xuan expressed his gratitude sincerely, for he lacked intelligence on many matters. Establishing an intelligence network would require vast financial resources, which he did not possess, nor did he wish to pursue. No need for thanks, Chen Goen responded courteously. Once your Shade Gang resolves the situation, the officer will wish to meet with you. When will that be? Tomorrow evening. I will come to escort you. Very well, I shall take my leave. With that, Chen Goen descended the watchtower, while Qin Xuan tapped his cigarette against his waist and followed suit. Everything would be addressed on the morrow. The next morning, before Qin Xuan could step outside, Li San arrived to inform him that the headquarters required his presence at a meeting. He took his time, leisurely enjoying breakfast before heading to the Shade Gang's headquarters. In the small hall of the headquarters, all the higher-ups had gathered: the gang leader, 2 deputy leaders, the masters of the transmission hall and law enforcement hall, the 4 dock masters, and 3 newly appointed masters from within the city. Currently, the Shade Gang boasted a total of 9 factions, with over 1,000 disciples. In Qin Xuan's view, the number of members in the Shade Gang was excessive. Implementing a strategy of streamlined efficiency would be more beneficial. With so many factions and personnel, the present differs significantly from the past. Once, the days were consumed by incessant violence, where the absence of individuals meant the absence of power. Naturally, a greater populace signifies a stronger influence. However, times have changed. The larger the force, the greater the need for true masters, rather than mere novices dabbling in the art of cultivation. Seated in the prominent position, Sha Jinbang exuded an air of authority and wasted no time in addressing the assembly. Gentlemen, your presence today is a summons from our esteemed leader. An important incident transpired in the eastern part of the city 2 nights ago. The White Horse Club clashed with the Mountain Gang, resulting in over 300 fatalities and more than 1,000 injuries, including many innocent bystanders. The repercussions are dire. Consequently, a significant reshuffling of power is imminent. This change is unprecedented. There are still 7 factions in the western part of our city. Our leader has proclaimed that only 2 shall remain in the END.AS. He spoke. Sha Jinbang's expression darkened. TOC 5 of the 7 factions fall was a daunting prospect. Did Shahi Gang stand a chance of being among the final 2? He felt no confidence, for among the 8 factions in the Western District, Shahi Gang and Axe Gang had always been the weakest. Even if they absorbed the Axe Gang, they would still be the least formidable among the remaining 7. Strictly speaking, there were only 6 factions vying for survival. At that moment, the deputy leader Zhao Chunshan spoke up. The first faction possesses formidable talents. As we all know, the faces of the assembly grew grim. including Qin Xuan, who was well aware of this first faction. The owner of the Ghost Garden, Li Jiming, was the Ghost Garden profitable. It was exceedingly lucrative as its clientele consisted entirely of martial artists. Unlike casinos, brothels, and docks that primarily catered to ordinary folk, ordinary people hardly possess the wealth of martial practitioners. With so many cultivators in the Western District, who hasn't frequented the Ghost Garden? Money, while significant, is trivial compared to the resources available. The Ghost Garden is teeming with experts, far beyond the reach of other factions. At this juncture, another deputy leader, Chen Fang, interjected with a smile, "Gentlemen, there is no need for such alarm. This power struggle is unlike any we have faced before." After a moment's thought, he added, "Perhaps we should allow our leader to elaborate." Sha Jinbang nodded, his demeanor slightly more agreeable. "We should actually express our gratitude to the White Horse Club and Mountain Gang. Without their actions, we would have no chance of victory. Now that the rules have shifted, we still have an opportunity. The rules are straightforward. 1 week from now at nightfall, at the Western City's racetrack, we shall send 3 representatives each from Shahi Gang and Lufeng Pavilion for a life and death duel, alternating in combat. Those who survive will be deemed victorious. Should we win, we shall continue to exist. Should we lose, we must resign ourselves to our fate and disband our faction. Each of you may return to a life of leisure, or perhaps leave Sha City altogether." Upon hearing this, the room fell silent. Who among them would wish to abandon Sha City? Everyone present held the rank of hallmaster, commanding a following of at least 100. They were indeed prominent figures, endowed with wealth and power, who would willingly forsake Sha City for a life of hardship. Noticing their silence, Sha Jinbang's displeasure grew. He rapped the table. "Is there truly no one willing to volunteer, among all of Shahi Gang? It is you who possess the highest cultivation and strength." Yet, still no one stepped forth. The reason was clear. The enmity between Shahi Gang and Lufeng Pavilion was not deep. Even in defeat, they would not be targeted. They might even be absorbed. In this world of martial arts, where would one go to survive, if not by mingling? Loyalty to Shahi Gang? What a jest! Is loyalty more valuable than one's life? Sha Jinbang's face darkened further as he cast a piercing gaze at his 2 deputy leaders, Zhao Chunshan and Chen Fang, who promptly lowered their heads. Though their cultivation was formidable, arguably matching or even surpassing that of the leader, they were unwilling to risk their lives for the gang. In the past, such sacrifices were a necessity for advancement and resources, but what could the gang offer them now? Even the position of leader was not worth risking their lives unless they were promised profound techniques. At this juncture, a hall master voiced a question. "Leader, could we not seek external assistance?" The answer was already clear. The leader had declared it unacceptable. In Lufeng Pavilion, there is 1 master, 3 deputy leaders, and 12 hall masters, all of whom you recognize. Even if you are not among the 3, you are still a disciple of the pavilion. Our leader will dispatch someone to verify and oversee the competition. Should any violations occur, the consequence will be immediate disqualification. Once again, silence enveloped the room. Sha Jinbang sighed, wondering if the high-ranking members of Shahi Gang were merely cowards clinging to life after all these years. The gang had treated them well, yet the silence persisted, and Sha Jinbang's expression grew increasingly ominous. He fixated on his 2 deputy leaders, his eyes glinting with a hint of menace. As the leader, it is my duty to participate in battle. Do you both affirm your refusal to join? Chen Fang gritted his teeth and stood, bowing deeply. "Leader, I have elders and young ones at home. I cannot participate. I feel unworthy of your nurturing and wish to resign from my position as deputy leader." Entering the law enforcement hall as an ordinary disciple, "I too wish to resign from my position." Zhao Chunshan lamentably rose, his own circumstances mirroring Chen Fang's. Did they truly wish to resign, or were they simply left with no other choice? In this realm, it appeared to be a world of martial arts. However, in Sha City, Shahi Gang was merely a lapdog of the authorities. Otherwise, they would have long since eliminated Sha Jinbang and taken his place. With the government's presence, Sha Jinbang was the sole representative, and such thoughts were too dangerous to entertain unless they wished for their entire family to suffer dire consequences. Thus, within the gang, Sha Jinbang was an unassailable figure, and none dared defy his will. In this context, even if they were deputy leaders, if they did not wish to engage in battle, resignation was their only means of self-preservation. Very well, the anger on Sha Jinbang's face intensified. "You have both done well. Since that is the case, I hereby approve your resignations. Leave." "Yes." Chen Fang and Zhao Chunshan departed the headquarters, their spirits low. The 9 hall masters present felt as if they were sitting on pins and needles, the atmosphere thick with tension. "I declare that those willing to volunteer shall be promoted to the position of deputy leader." Despite this proclamation, silence reigned. Qin Xuan shook his head internally. The world of martial arts is nothing more than a chaotic realm. Sha Jinbang's approach is utterly futile. How many among those who could become hall masters are foolish enough to sacrifice themselves? The deputy leaders had been forced to resign. How many among them possessed cultivation levels inferior to those of the deputy leaders? To volunteer would be akin to courting death. While the position of deputy leader may hold allure, it pales in comparison to the value of one's own life. Qin Shuan had already prepared himself for resignation. He could easily have Qin Shuang manage the dock if necessary. As for himself, failing to complete the system task was of little consequence. Death is death, after all. In a life and death duel, only one faction would emerge victorious. And one need only imagine the brutality that awaited. Lu Feng Pavilion is not foolish. Those who participate must at least have attained great mastery in their internal cultivation, if not absolute perfection. Given the time of a week, even if he achieved perfection, he had no desire to gamble with his life. Unless the competition rules were favorable to him, he would not risk it. Qin Shuan. Sha Jinbang suddenly called out to him, "Your subordinate is here." Qin Shuan stood obediently, inwardly cursing his luck. Why did it have to be him? You are a senior member of the gang, and you have recently broken through to great mastery in internal cultivation. The gang is willing to provide you with all the resources for a week of training and promote you to the position of deputy leader. Will you fight for the gang? I believe the position of hallmaster is already quite satisfactory. Sha Jinbang's face turned a deep shade of anger, teetering on the edge of fury, yet he understood this was not the moment to explode. If he lost the deputy leaders, he could not afford to lose all the hallmasters. That would bring Shahi gang to the brink of dissolution. Very well, you may leave. Qin Shuan smirked, for he was not without resources. He would not sell his life for the mere title of deputy leader. In his view, while the position of deputy leader was prestigious, it could never compare to the comfort of being a hall master. Moreover, he needed to oversee the number 2 dock and had no desire to undertake the burdensome role of deputy leader. Unless it were the position of leader, he might consider it. He walked out, and the 2 former deputy leaders had not yet left. They looked at Qin Shuan in surprise. "Qin Yi, you?" Zhao Chunshan inquired. Qin Shuan shrugged nonchalantly. "I managed to keep my hallmaster position, but the leaders still kicked me out." The 2 fell silent, realizing they were the only ones left in the lurch. As Qin Shuan walked away, he waved his hand dismissively. "Qin Yi, wait." Zhao Chunshan hurried after him. "Deputy leader, do you need something?" "Qin Yi, I am no longer a deputy leader. I owe my rise to you, so you might consider me your disciple. Do you have time? I would like to invite you for tea." "That would be splendid. I am quite parched." The 2 found themselves seated across from each other in a tea house outside number 2 dock. As Zhao Chunshan brewed the tea, he asked quietly, "Qin Yi, have you considered changing allegiances?" Qin Shuan's eyes brightened. This cunning individual had likely already found a new patron. "Which faction?" He shook his head. "Qin Yi, you must first share your thoughts." Qin Shuan, taking a sip of tea, pondered. "We have been with Shahi gang for decades. Is it so easy to simply change allegiances? What if, hypothetically, the faction we join ultimately fails? What then? Are we to become like those in the Ghost Garden, peddling our lives away, or cease our martial pursuits and wait for death?" Zhao Chunshan shook his head. "Qin Yi, I assure you, this faction will endure. I have faith." "Oh, which faction is it?" "Qin Yi, I cannot disclose that just yet. I can only tell you that many high-ranking members from various factions have already been swayed. Can you imagine the likelihood of their survival?" That was indeed a possibility. Qin Shuan nodded. If a faction could turn the majority of its high-ranking members, their chances of survival would increase significantly. However, this did not align with Qin Shuan's interests. His priority was to retain his position aboard the grand ship of Huichuan, for the allure of advancement was simply too great. Thus, he could not forsake the number 2 dock of Shahi gang. His intention was to glean what the mysterious figure had in store for him tonight before deciding on his next course of action. However, Chunshan, I still hold affection for Shahi gang. Allow me to contemplate this matter. Qin Shuan did not outright reject the idea. After all, it might serve as his safety net, and he would never cut off his own retreat. "All right, I await your message. I shall take my leave for now." "Very well." The 2 parted ways. Meanwhile, in the headquarters hall, the crowd had completely dispersed. The floor was strewn with shards of porcelain and broken furniture. Sha Jinbang's chest heaved violently. His eyes ablaze with rage. "Waste, coward, a pack of ungrateful wolves. They all deserve to be exterminated." Chapter 36, Fengxian Tower Boss. At that moment, Mr. Wen stepped forward. Sha Jinbang grasped Mr. Wen's hand tightly, as if holding onto a lifeline. "Mr. Wen, what should I do?" Calm down. Have you forgotten something?" Mr. Wen replied with a smile. "Something?" Sha Jinbang was puzzled, but gradually his eyes began to brighten. "You mean Qin Shuan?" He had indeed overlooked this matter due to the fierce competition for power. "Exactly, boss. Time is of the essence. With Lu Feng Pavilion, you must engage in battle. Qin Xuan has broken through to the inner refinement great perfection in such a short time, his opportunities must be significant. If you can seize his fortune, even if you can't attain the rank, your strength may very well advance. At such a time, any advancement increases your odds of success, if the boss breaks through to the innate realm and attains rank. Victory in this competition is assured. Moreover, don't forget, he has already reached inner refinement great perfection. After some time, even if you wish to act, you may find yourself powerless. Yes, Sha Jinbang's eyes sparkled with determination. If Qin Xuan also reaches inner refinement perfection, he would truly have no chance. With equal cultivation, he lacked absolute confidence, opportunity, rank. If he successfully gains fortune, not only will he survive, but he could also attain rank. Even if he fails to acquire fortune, he could simply withdraw from the life and death duel and disband the Sheikh gang. If it comes to risking his life, he is, in truth, unwilling. Thus, he immediately resolved to take action tonight. Such matters should not be delayed. The streets were bustling, illuminated with vibrant lights and fragrant aromas. Tonight, the esteemed individual from Huichuan chose to meet at the most luxurious brothel in the west of the city. Fengxian Tower. To be honest, Qin Xuan had never been here. He could not afford to indulge in Fengxian Tower, which was renowned as one of the finest in the entire Sha city, located at the eastern end of Lufeng Street. Unlike the ordinary brothels, this was a true establishment of elegance. It was rumored that the ladies within sold their talents, not their bodies. Of course, whether this was true Qin Xuan could not know, having never visited. He once harbored regrets about living a lifetime in this world, frequently visiting brothels yet never stepping foot in such an exquisite establishment. One word: expensive. For instance, the entrance fee alone was a staggering 100 taels of silver, which shattered Qin Xuan's understanding. 100 taels in his previous life could sustain him and his disciples for several years. Just to enter this place, it was utterly absurd. Yet, despite such exorbitant pricing, patrons continued to flock here. The world has never lacked the wealthy. It is merely oneself that is impoverished. Fortunately, this entrance fee was covered by Qian Goen, who accompanied him into the opulent brothel. Inside, a spacious hall dazzled with golden decorations. Softly lit in an alluring manner, the hall soared 3 stories high, featuring a raised platform in the center for performances. Surrounding the platform were about 100 tables, with the price for a table being quite steep. Serving as the minimum consumption, naturally, as the mysterious dignitary of Huichuan, he would not be seated at a table in the hall to meet Qin Xuan. Following Qian Goen, they ascended to the second floor and entered a private room of several dozen square meters. Qin Yi, the dignitary, will take some time to arrive. Waiting for the dignitary is only proper. Qin Xuan surveyed the room, noting its luxurious decor and top-notch soundproofing. It also featured a unique design. With the press of a button, a window would open towards the hall below, allowing the sounds of music and dance to flow in unobstructed by any barrier. Qian Goen explained, "We can see outside clearly. While they cannot see us." He marveled at how the ancients truly understood the art of indulgence and were considerate of the extravagant consumer experience. "How much does this room cost?" Qin Xuan inquired. His curiosity piqued. Not much. The second floor, being the best for audiovisual experience, costs only 3,999 taels. Only, well, for someone running a money house it was indeed not much, but for Qin Xuan at present it was an astronomical figure. Far beyond his means to afford even a single room. He could only lament how wonderful it is to be wealthy. Before long, a procession of elegantly proportioned maidens entered, carrying trays laden with dishes and wine. "Come, let us eat first," Qian Goen urged, pulling Qin Xuan to sit down. "Aren't we waiting for the dignitary?" The dignitary said not to wait for him. "Our master is not one to fuss over trivialities." "No worries." "Very well." Qin Xuan did not hesitate. The dishes before him looked exquisite and fragrant. Upon tasting, his taste buds erupted with delight. The ancients, despite having fewer condiments, certainly knew how to appreciate good food. High-quality ingredients require only simple cooking. The flavors here surpassed anything he had experienced in his past life. As the 2 clinked cups, the tables below gradually filled up. Soon, the lights on the stage ignited, and music filled the air as veiled women gracefully made their entrance. "What do you think, Qin Yi? The girls at Fengxian Tower are indeed exceptional. Truly remarkable. The maidens who served us earlier were no less impressive than the top stars elsewhere." Qin Xuan marveled indeed. The maidens here are cultivated from a young age, excelling in poetry, music, and grace, not to mention their beauty, meticulously selected. In our Sha city, to enter Fengxian Tower, one must either have a reputation or be a ranked martial artist. "Ha!" Qin Xuan laughed heartily, finding truth in this. Although the state of Chu values martial prowess, its literary culture is equally thriving. He had heard from numerous merchants that many admired those with academic titles. Had he succeeded in the imperial examinations, perhaps his life would have unfolded differently. Avoiding a wasted existence waiting for death, he could have taught in a wealthy household or served a powerful faction, garnering respect and substantial income, while being addressed as Sir. The resources he would have accessed would have been immense. However, reading, like martial training, demands exceptional talent, otherwise one's writings would be mere nonsense. One should not assume that being a transmigrator makes one extraordinary. The language and writing of this world differ, and the state of Chu has been established for over 2,000 years, not to mention the history of this world, which is likely far older and richer in cultural depth. As they conversed, a sudden commotion erupted in the hall. A woman clad in white descended gracefully, illuminated by the lights, resembling a fairy descending from the heavens. Qingyi, this is one of the 3 top courtesans of Fengxian Tower. Lin Qingyue, Shen Gowen gazed at her in admiration. Qin Xuan scrutinized the woman. She wore a purple veil, and beneath her white attire, her exquisite figure was suddenly revealed. She landed steadily on the stage, as light as a dragonfly touching water, before soaring gracefully once more. A thought crossed his mind: this woman possesses formidable cultivation, at least far superior to his own. Qin Xuan's eyes widened. Could she be ranked? If Qian Gowen knew his thoughts, he would surely be speechless. Coming to a brothel to gaze at beauties while pondering their cultivation, on stage Lin Qingyue danced like a dragon, her movements fluid and enchanting, captivating all the men in the hall, including Qian Gowen in the private room. Qin Xuan sensed something unusual. Just then, a voice whispered in his ear, "Qin Xuan, I did not expect you to withstand this captivating melody. You truly are the one I have chosen." Unbeknownst to him, the dignitary from Huichuan had already entered the room, watching him with a smile. Chapter 37, Extreme Realm Pill. Greetings, esteemed dignitary. Qin Xuan quickly stood and bowed. The dignitary waved his hand. "My surname is Wang. We are among friends, no need for such formality." "Thank you, esteemed dignitary." Qin Xuan dared not be too casual. This individual was a ranked expert. His life could be extinguished at any moment should he wish it. "Do you know of Lin Qingyue?" "Not at all." Qin Xuan shook his head. "She is no ordinary person. Fengxian Tower is not simply a powerful establishment, their 3 top courtesans are all ranked experts. Lin Qingyue, in particular, is a formidable presence in the Qi realm. This music has a mesmerizing effect." As he spoke, the dignitary Wang pointed at Qian Gowen, who remained utterly entranced by the performance below. "Thank you for enlightening me, esteemed dignitary. Perhaps due to my age, I lack much desire for the allure of women." Qin Xuan explained why he was not captivated. He understood that his higher understanding might contribute to this, or perhaps the effect of his true vision. As for the claim of disinterest in women, that was a mere pretense. He was no saint. Dignitary Wang did not pursue the matter further but instead picked up his chopsticks and leisurely sampled the dishes, saying, "Did you have a meeting today?" "Yes, esteemed dignitary, we did." Qin Xuan recounted the details of the meeting. "Each side contributed 3 individuals for a life and death duel." "Interesting. It seems your Shade gang is unlikely to escape defeat this time." "What about the dock, esteemed dignitary?" Qin Xuan asked, concerned. "The dock must be safeguarded." Dignitary Wang's demeanor turned serious. "Qin Xuan, I ask you, if you were to participate in the battle, what are your chances?" "Esteemed dignitary, I have no confidence." Qin Xuan answered candidly. "That is acceptable." Dignitary Wang stroked the ring on his left hand, producing a small box. "Take a look." Qin Xuan received the box, which contained a porcelain vial labeled with 3 words, "Extreme Realm Pill." He had never heard of this pill before. "What is this?" "As the name suggests, this is a pill specially refined for someone of your cultivation level. 1 extreme realm pill is sufficient to rapidly elevate you to the post-heaven extreme realm, far beyond what mere inner refinement perfection could compare." Extreme. Qin Xuan encountered yet another new term. Indeed, if an ordinary talent merely attains inner refinement perfection, even with techniques, they will forever be unable to break through to the innate realm and attain rank. Only by reaching the post-heaven extreme realm can one have the opportunity to break through. There are certain aspects of the human body that cannot be trained through traditional means, such as here. Dignitary Wang pointed to his head. "Thus, the emergence of this elixir has occurred, enabling one to attain the true realm of postnatal perfection. Of course, those endowed with extraordinary talent are different. They do not require such aids." "Thank you, my lord." Qin Xuan expressed his heartfelt gratitude, his eyes gleaming at the sight of the realm elixir before him. "But no need for thanks. I require you to triumph in this life and death duel and completely seize control of the Shade gang. If you can accomplish this, the elixir shall be yours." As he spoke, Lord Wang produced a weathered tome. Upon seeing it, Qin Xuan's eyes widened in astonishment, his breath becoming somewhat labored. The 4 large characters on the cover read "Innate Vital Energy." Is this the method for entry? With a wave of his hand, Lord Wang made the book vanish. Qin Chuan vowed his unwavering loyalty to the Lord and was determined to fulfill his master's command. Excellent, Lord Wang smiled with satisfaction, poured himself a glass of wine, and then raised his cup, downing it in one gulp. To the Lord, Qin Chuan quickly followed suit, drinking his cup in haste. Just then, as the song concluded, Xian Gowen regained his composure, standing up in a flurry, his face awash with anxiety. My lord, no need for formalities, since you are here, feel free to sit. Yes, my lord. Xian Gowen still appeared somewhat anxious, barely perching on the edge of his seat. Qin Chuan noted this detail and discerned an underlying implication in the dialogue. It seemed this lord did not adhere to strict protocols in public, yet placed great importance on them within his inner circle. Xian Gowen harbored a profound fear of Lord Wang. Indeed, it was fear. Qin Chuan, what are your thoughts on the ladies here? Noting the shift in atmosphere, Lord Wang inquired. The ladies here do not sell their bodies for their art. Do they? Indeed. While that is the official narrative, it is merely for external appearances. What cannot be done is often what people are most tempted to pursue, thus driving prices upwards. Qin Chuan comprehended. The external stance was one of abstinence. Yet human nature dictated that the more one is told they cannot have something, the more they yearn to try. Nevertheless, the courtesans here truly do not sell themselves. If one possesses talent or martial prowess and can afford the price, one might still engage in intimate discussions over a cup of wine. Thank you, my lord, for clarifying, but I may not be in a position to partake today, Qin Chuan said. Glancing at the box before him, which contained a single realm elixir, he yearned to return home, consume the elixir, and elevate his cultivation to the so-called postnatal perfection. After all, the longer one waits, the more dreams may dissipate. Very well, Lord Wang regarded Qin Chuan with ever-increasing admiration. To achieve greatness, one must possess resolve. He had investigated Qin Chuan and was aware that the young man often frequented brothels. Now that he had finally achieved internal mastery, returning to his youth, how could he not be drawn to the fairer sex? Those whom Wang De chose were indeed exceptional. The more he observed, the more pleased he became, recognizing that they could not act freely in his presence. So he rose directly. I have matters to attend to. You may drink at your leisure. Should you wish to stay, simply settle the payment. With a glance at Xian Gowen, he declared, my subordinate understands. Departing, as soon as the words left his lips, he vanished as suddenly as he had arrived. This left Qin Chuan with an overwhelming sense of Lord Wang's inscrutable nature. If he could not even perceive his comings and goings, how simple would it be for him to end one's life? Xian Gowen, however, seemed unfazed. Come, Qin Yi, let us drink. No, my lord, I must return tonight. Another day, I shall host you for a drink. Qin Chuan rose, eager to enhance his strength, particularly with the elixir at stake. He must not allow such a precious item to slip away. Very well, let us postpone then. Xian Gowen said nothing further, patting him on the shoulder. Thus Qin Chuan departed from the Fengxian building. The night was still early outside as he hailed a carriage to return home. Upon arriving, he immediately entered his room, retrieved the box, and poured out the realm elixir from the porcelain vial. Without concern for its toxicity, he swallowed it whole. If Lord Wang wished him dead, he could do so at his leisure without such elaborate machinations. As the elixir entered his stomach, it ignited within him like a raging inferno, the terrifying potency surging through his limbs and bones. He quickly focused on circulating the energy, a faint sound akin to a tiger's roar resonating from his chest. This is the tiger roar technique. The elixir's power surged through his entire being, blasting toward his mind, and in that instant, he felt a wave of dizziness. The potency was indeed overwhelming, perhaps due to his innate constitution or his understanding. He only felt dazed for a brief moment before clarity returned, and his body felt remarkably light. He then distinctly sensed that his tendons, bones, organs, blood, and marrow, including his mind, had all been thoroughly cleansed by the elixir's energy. Chapter 38. Cannot kill. Deputy leader of the gang. It was unclear how long it had been, but as the elixir's power gradually dissipated, he slowly opened his eyes. The night seemed incapable of obscuring his vision. My eyes are brighter, I can penetrate the darkness without the need for true sight. What is that? A foul odor permeated the room, and he quickly discerned the source to be himself. Raising his hand, he observed a thick layer of grime, cleansing the tendons and marrow. He stood, gently clenched his fists, and the air crackled with power at the strength. Is this the postnatal perfection? He could now easily control his power and was acutely aware of the stark contrast to his former self. I could effortlessly defeat 10 versions of my previous self. Indeed, this was not an illusion. He genuinely felt his current might. If postnatal perfection is this formidable, what then of innate perfection, from the sensations in his body? Especially after honing his mind, his reflexes were on an entirely different level. Even if internal mastery were achieved, it would merely unify blood and marrow without reaching the mind. Containing his excitement, he reminded himself that the path of cultivation is long. I have only just begun. Qin Xuan, you are making progress, go take a bath. He opened the windows to let in some fresh air, then proceeded to wash up. Glancing at the moon, he noted it was nearing its zenith, around the hour of the rat. It had only taken him 2 hours. Shaking his head, he realized he did not yet know the extent of his talent, primarily due to the lack of comparable figures. After quickly rinsing off the grime, he changed into a fresh set of clothes. Just as he returned to his room, preparing to wield his spear, the bell by his bedside jingled softly. Someone is coming. Qin Xuan's heart tightened. The bell at his bedside was connected to the courtyard wall, where he had strung a fine wire. It would not trip anyone but would ring if stepped upon. Who could be scaling the walls at this hour? Who seeks to kill me? He swiftly grasped his spear. Blending into the shadows, his gaze fixed intently on the outside. Anyone sneaking over the wall to his home was no mere thief. The likelihood of them intending to kill him was high. Moments later, a shadowy figure, wielding a long knife, stealthily entered the backyard. The darkness did not hinder Qin Xuan's eyesight, and he immediately recognized the intruder. Sha Jinbang, is he here to kill me? He quickly recalled the way Sha Jinbang had looked at him, akin to a demon gazing at a monk. In an instant, Qin Xuan understood the gang leader's intent. He must feel incapable of confronting Lufeng Pavilion and has turned his sights onto me. Believing I possess great fortune, he understood, he would do the same in his position. What years of brotherhood meant nothing in the face of survival and profit. The shadow drew closer to his room. And at that moment, Qin Xuan was torn between the decision to kill or spare Sha Jinbang. I cannot kill him. Instantly, Qin Xuan's mind cleared. If I were to kill Sha Jinbang, regardless of the circumstances, that significant figure would surely not let it go easily and would investigate until he uncovered the truth. In the past, those in power were often killed, and it was commonplace. Yet, since that figure arrived, there have been instances of power holders being slain. The ultimate outcome was always the same. The perpetrator faced annihilation, their entire family eradicated. This led to a lasting fear. No one dared to assassinate a figure of power, as they all had powerful backing. It was representative of that significant figure, not merely the individual. Qin Xuan took a deep breath, quietly exited his room, and then scaled the wall. I shall endure a few more days. In the darkness, Sha Jinbang crept into the room, kicked the door open, and swung his knife down. Boom! The blade cleaved through the bed, yet there was no splatter of blood or sense of having struck a person. No one. Sha Jinbang's eyes filled with unwillingness as he searched the room, confirming that Qin Xuan was indeed not home. The sprat claimed to return home punctually every night. Very well, I shall summon him to headquarters tomorrow and take action then. He knew that having failed this assassination, it would be more challenging to sneak in next time. However, he had his ways, and quickly departed. Not far away, Qin Xuan watched as Sha Jinbang left before returning home. Seeing the disarray in his house, with the bed cleaved in two, he seethed with rage. That old bastard, quite ruthless. Qin Xuan's eyes burned with fury as he gritted his teeth, yet he knew he must not act impulsively. Impulsiveness would only lead to his own destruction. Did he truly think those significant figures were fools? Taking a deep breath to suppress his frustration, he turned and left. He dared not sleep there tonight, for Sha Jinbang would surely be unable to rest until he succeeded in his murderous intent. Thankfully, he had separated his residence from Qin Shuang's, otherwise, he would have been compelled to kill Sha Jinbang, or Qin Shuang would have perished. He directly sought lodging at an inn. The next day, he rose early, standing before the inn's mirror, and now, he appeared to be in his early 30s. Truly, I am growing younger. No one dislikes their youthful appearance, be they male or female. In that moment, he felt genuinely pleased. Stepping outside, he made his way directly to headquarters. Today, he intended to enlist for battle. Lord Wang from Huichuan had given him a significant signal, indicating that he wanted him to seize control of the Sheikh gang, even providing him with the method for entry. Simple enough. If he could control the Sheikh gang, it would survive and become one of the two prominent forces in the western part of the city. Furthermore, Qin Xuan would become a formidable practitioner, standing on an entirely different level. At that point, he would have the ability to retreat or advance, unlike his current passive state. Upon arriving at the Sheikh gang's headquarters, as Sha Jinbang entered, the guards at the entrance informed him, "Leader, Qin Hallmaster is here awaiting your arrival." Oh, Sha Jinbang's heart skipped a beat. Why has he come? Does he know I visited his home last night? Impossible. He immediately shook his head, acknowledging, understood. As he spoke, he rode into the courtyard, swiftly dismounting from his horse. Instantly, a disciple took the reins and led the horse away, while he strode towards the hall with his hands clasped behind his back. Indeed, he soon spotted Qin Xuan seated there, sipping tea. I have seen the gang leader. Qin Xuan promptly rose to his feet due to the previous day's refusal to participate in battle. Sha Jinbang responded with a rather indifferent nod. Sha Qin, what brings you here so early? In response to the gang leader, Qin Xuan replied with a serious demeanor, I spent the entire night without sleep, traversing the docks of the Sheikh gang. The thought of our gang failing and vanishing like this is unacceptable to me. I have been with the Sheikh gang for decades, therefore, gang leader, I am willing to enlist and fight to the death against Lu Fengge. Sha Jinbang stared at him in astonishment, utterly bewildered by what he was hearing. Participate in battle? He finally noticed Qin Xuan's youthful appearance, thus he inquired, have you perfected your internal training? Yes, Qin Xuan affirmed, after walking in circles all night. I found that when I resolved my inner demons with the intent to join the battle, I inadvertently reached the peak of my internal training. Sha Jinbang scoffed, what nonsense are you spouting? The cultivation for the sixth realm is not something to be trifled with. Do you take me for a fool? Yet, he did not dwell on it, for he thought to himself that with Qin Xuan having perfected his internal training, facing him directly would likely prove challenging, and he might even sustain serious injuries, or worse, face defeat. After all, he had not fought in decades and had no confidence, moreover, since Qin Xuan was determined to participate. His own matters could be discussed later, thus he immediately donned a smile, grasped Qin Xuan's hand firmly, and exclaimed with excitement, Sha Qin, I knew you had the gang's best interests at heart from this day forth. You shall be the vice leader of the gang, and I will announce it without delay. Thank you, gang leader. Qin Xuan did not refuse, for aspiring to become the leader, the position of vice leader was indeed the most immediate step. Sha Jinbang burst into hearty laughter, patting Qin Xuan's shoulder with immense satisfaction. Qin Xuan also smiled joyfully, as if the two were truly the best of brothers. Chapter 39, Yuntai Mountain. News of Qin Xuan's promotion to vice leader swiftly spread throughout the Sheikh gang. While his enlistment for battle was deliberately kept under wraps, as the life and death struggle against Lu Fengge was not suitable for the ordinary members to know, lest it incite unnecessary unrest upon returning to the hall. Qin Xuan felt invigorated, and many gazed upon him with envy. An aged individual had ascended to the vice leader's throne in merely a month, an extraordinary feat that would seem miraculous for anyone else. Yet, upon observing the youthful visage of the vice leader, they knew it was no simple matter. Through an inadvertent revelation from Qin Shuang, it became known that the vice leader had been wearing makeup all along, which led most to understand, as this was a detail Qin Xuan had instructed his disciple to subtly promote, thus minimizing potential troubles. Furthermore, having been promoted to vice leader, Qin Xuan requested to simultaneously serve as the head of the Earth and Water Hall, intending to appoint another leader after the life and death battle. At this juncture, Sha Jinbang displayed remarkable generosity, stating, the head of this hall will be determined by Qin Xuan himself. Naturally, Qin Xuan gratefully acknowledged this. For should they triumph over Lu Fengge, the influence of the Sheikh gang would soar to unprecedented heights, rendering the position of head of the Earth and Water Hall rather inconsequential. Conversely, should they fail, it would be akin to building castles in the air. Greetings, vice leader. Li San hurriedly approached. Is everything well at the hall? Yes. Oh, what is the matter? In response to the vice leader, Deputy Hall Master Zhou has been waiting for you for quite some time. Zhou Ping. Qin Xuan furrowed his brow, pondering what brought this individual here. He strode into the hall, where Zhou Ping was seated, sipping tea. Upon noticing Qin Xuan's arrival, he promptly stood. I have seen the vice leader. Qin Xuan nodded in acknowledgement, taking his seat and inquiring, what brings you to see me? But Zhou Ping remained silent, glancing at Li San. Qin Xuan waved his hand, prompting Li San to exit quickly. All right, speak, vice leader. I also wish to enlist for the life and death battle. I request your assistance in recommending me. Qin Xuan was taken aback. Zhou Ping desired to participate in the life and death battle. How did he learn of this? The Zhou family, it made sense, as the Zhou family, though discreet in the west of the city, possessed some influence and could easily be privy to such information. Zhou Ping, isn't your family quite close to the gang leader? You could approach the gang leader directly. Vice leader, the gang leader refuses to see me. Zhou Ping candidly replied. Why is that? Zhou Ping lowered his head, remaining silent. Why, is it not due to the massacre of those gang members' families last time? Of course, he was not foolish enough to mention that. Forget it. Zhou Ping, do you understand what a life and death battle entails? I do, and I am confident I can win. Qin Xuan frowned. Where did this confidence stem from? Even if Zhou Ping had reached the peak of the acquired realm, he could not be assured of victory in a life and death battle. When it comes to life and death, who can claim certainty? After all, winning would elevate one's status, while losing could mean losing one's life. Qin Xuan merely believed his own chances were greater. In truth, he would prefer to avoid such desperate measures if possible. However, since that Lord Wang had already spoken, he had no choice but to participate. Otherwise, he might not survive to see the battle. Experience in gang conflicts might preserve one's life, but in such life and death battles, the chances of survival for the defeated were almost non-existent. Do your family members know? They need not be informed. Vice leader, do I have my own opinions? Zhou Ping's voice suddenly rose significantly. Qin Chuan chuckled softly. Recognizing the childish stubbornness in him, Zhou Ping, I believe you should seek your family's consent, Qin Chuan advised earnestly. There is no other way. I truly wish to see this through, however, irrespective of the reasoning. It should not fall upon me to broker this matter. If the Zhou family were to blame me later, it would spell trouble. I am not yet prepared to confront the Zhou family. If I truly wish to eliminate this kid, once I have taken control of the Sheikh gang and risen to prominence, I will have ample means to do so. Why bother with immediate gains and losses? Only those who can laugh to the end are the true victors. Vice leader, Zhou Ping remained obstinate, insisting that his letter had already been sent and he had never sought his second brother's assistance before. He firmly believed that his brother would surely acquiesce to his request. With nearly a week to go, coupled with the potential acquisition of techniques or skills, he was confident he would make rapid advancements and was not afraid of the life-and-death battle against Lu Fengde. He was aware of the meeting held within the gang yesterday, which stated that simply registering would lead to promotion to vice leader. Thus, upon learning of Qin Chuan's appointment early this morning, he could no longer contain himself. Qin Chuan shook his head once more. No, this won't do. Are you afraid of me being on par with you? Not at all. If your family agrees, the gang leader will also concur. Let this be. Qin Chuan was disinclined to engage in childish disputes and chose to ignore him. Rising to head upstairs, Zhou Ping clenched his fists tightly, his eyes reddening. He despised being looked down upon and did not want his father to label him a wastrel. Once I acquire my second brother's cultivation method, I will then seek my elder brother. Determined, he turned to leave. The Yuntai mountain, located 1,000 miles south of Shaocheng, is perpetually shrouded in mist, with local folk claiming that deities dwell upon its heights. Only those who have achieved martial prowess are aware that this is the sacred ground for cultivation. In the northern borders of the Chu Kingdom, Yuntai Mountain, there are 9 sects atop the mountain, one of which is known as the Day Sun Sword Sect. Zhou Lin, I have your letter. A disciple of the Day Sun Sword Sect, with a long sword slung across his back and a letter pouch at his side, nimbly traversed the steep and perilous terrain, precisely placing the letter at the entrance before shouting loudly and departing. At that moment Zhou Lin was seated cross-legged upon a mat, with a long sword resting on his knees. Practicing under the blazing sun, hearing the sound, he rose, sheathed his sword, and hastily approached the entrance to retrieve the letter. A letter from my younger brother. A slight smile graced his lips, for his younger brother was, strictly speaking, the sole heir of the Zhou family. He had discussed with his elder brother, who aspired for military glory and dreamed of receiving a marquis title, while he yearned to wield his sword freely across the world. Becoming a carefree practitioner seeking longevity in harmony with nature, his younger brother, possessing mediocre talent, was destined to inherit all that the Zhou family had to offer. However, as he continued reading the letter, his brows furrowed deeper. Cultivation methods. Zhou Lin inhaled deeply, a flicker of anger surfacing between his brows. The cultivation method is the very foundation of a sect's existence. How could it possibly be shared in secret? For instance, the Day Sun Sword Sect has only one core technique, the Great Sun Heart Sutra and the Great Sun Sword Technique, with just over 100 disciples. As for the other techniques, it seems my younger brother did not specify what he wanted. In the secular world, a common technique should suffice, right? He soon found himself in a quandary. These cultivation methods are strictly prohibited from being passed on to the secular realm. If the officials from the 6 doors were to discover this, the Day Sun Sword Sect would face dire consequences. After all, the royal family of the Chu Kingdom is, by strict definition, the largest and most powerful sect in the land. Yet, his younger brother was asking him for help for the first time in his life, an unprecedented occurrence. Caught in a dilemma, he recalled that the remaining cultivation methods in the scripture repository were rather limited. I suppose I should take a look before deciding. With that thought, he ignited a flame at his fingertips, instantly turning the letter to ashes before crossing the threshold, vanishing like a phantom. Were an ordinary person to witness the scene, they would surely kneel in reverence, exclaiming that deities walk among them. Chapter 40. Come, let us discuss inside. The disciples of the Day Sun Sword Sect are few in number, totaling around 100. Including the sect leader, elders, and all disciples, adhering to an elite approach. As a result, the entire sect maintains a cordial atmosphere. I have seen Elder Lin. Zhou Lin respectfully greeted the elder basking in the sun at the entrance of the scripture repository. The elder opened his eyes, responding with a warm smile. "Ah, young Zhou Lin has arrived. Elder Lin, I wish to enter the scripture repository to explore other techniques and skills, hoping to find something applicable." Go to the second floor, thank you, Elder Lin." Zhou Lin bowed once more and then stepped through the grand doors of the scripture repository. Unlike other places, the first floor of the Day Sun Sword Sect's scripture repository contained only one set of techniques, the Great Sun Heart Sutra and the Sword Technique. Other techniques could only be examined on the upper floor. Ascending to the second floor, he found it to be equally empty, with a bookshelf in the center housing a dozen or so volumes. He approached to peruse them. Insha Blade, too sinister, not suitable for my younger brother. Clear Mind Fist, too profound, also unsuitable. Blazing Flame Chi Technique, he hesitated with the volume in hand, a technique of innate quality. But ultimately shook his head. It is not permissible. The methods of martial arts are of utmost importance and must not be divulged. Perhaps I should select a volume of martial techniques instead. However, the blade techniques are scarce within the Great Sun Sword sect. With only a solitary volume of the Insha Blade technique available, he then picked up another book and glanced at it. The Falling Star Spear. My younger brother seems not to wield a spear. As he casually flipped through its pages, his eyes suddenly brightened. This spear technique, it appears rather easy to learn. It is not strictly necessary to use a spear. Fist techniques and blade techniques might also suffice. This technique emphasizes swiftness over slowness, treating weight as if it were light, and is predicated on speed akin to a meteor's descent. Nevertheless, he did not relent and continued to scour the area. Sighing in resignation, ultimately he settled on the Falling Star Spear and stepped outside. Elder Lin, I shall take this one. I will register it. Elder Lin nodded without opening his eyes, after Zhou Lin swiftly completed the registration. He exited. The Great Sun Sword Sect mandates that any martial techniques borrowed from the scripture pavilion must be returned within 3 days. At that moment Elder Lin opened his eyes and shook his head. This lad has already reached the level of spirit concealment. Why is he learning the Falling Star Spear? 2 days later, a secured letter arrived at the Zhou family in Shacheng. Zhou filled with excitement, opened the thick envelope. The Falling Star Spear. Why is it a spear technique? Zhou lamented, as both blade and fist techniques would suffice. Along with the package was a medicinal pill, precisely the cleansing marrow pill he desperately needed. He had been stuck at the marrow refinement stage for quite some time. Never mind that. Let us focus on cultivation. Another day passed. Zhou emerged from his seclusion, his spirits high. Not only had he broken through to the pinnacle of internal training, but mastering the Falling Star Spear had proven to be far simpler than he had anticipated. Although he had only grasped the basics by the end of the day, he was confident that even his father, who had reached the full circle of internal training, would not be his match. Once more, he entertained thoughts of the sect. Alas, my talent falls short. His second brother had been taken away by someone from Yuntai when he was merely 12. For a full 9 years, the casually obtained martial techniques are indeed formidable. It is time to seek out my elder brother. In the military camp to the north of the city, the eldest son of the Zhou family furrowed his brow as he glanced at his younger brother. Are you implying that the second brother bestowed upon you techniques? Indeed, not only did he grant me martial techniques, but he also provided me with medicinal pills. Now, I have also reached the pinnacle of internal training, Zhou declared proudly, conveying a simple message: if you do not provide, my second brother will die. The second brother merely being reckless, the eldest son of the Zhou family disregarded his younger brother's childishness. Fully aware of the laws governing the sect, the prohibition against privately transmitting martial arts techniques to secular individuals is strictly enforced. Should this be verified, calamity would surely ensue. Yet, since the deed was done, there was little he could do. He rose, grasped his younger brother firmly, and spoke with utmost seriousness. Zhou, remember, under no circumstances must you disclose that your second brother provided you with martial techniques. This must remain a secret from everyone, including our father. Do you understand? Zhou was taken aback. His elder brother had never been this grave before. I understand, he huffed, shaking off this disappointing brother. You had better truly understand. Otherwise, you will perish and bring your second brother down with you. I will keep it a secret. That is good. And now tell me, what brings you here? Surely it is not merely to boast. Zhou face flushed slightly with embarrassment. He indeed had some of that intention, but he quickly recalled his purpose for coming and said, Elder brother, I wish to sign up for the life and death duel within the gang. Absolutely not. He rejected without hesitation. What nonsense! It was one thing to dabble in the gang. It was entirely another to risk one's life. Elder brother, I now possess strength that is of no consequence. There is no room for negotiation. Why not? Zhou Ping protested. There is no why to discuss. I shall have our father explain it to you. While I am in a good mood, you had best leave at once. Very well, I shall leave. Zhou Ping was thoroughly dissatisfied, but when their father was mentioned, he immediately turned to depart. And no matter how bold he was, he dared not defy their father. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to seek out the gang leader. At the headquarters of the Shade Gang, the day of the life and death duel was fast approaching. For the past few days, Xia Jinbang had been suffering from a headache, as the last participant had yet to register. However, to his knowledge, the Lu Feng Pavilion seemed to be in a similar predicament. No one was willing to risk their lives. The 3 deputy pavilion masters had also been compelled to resign. Upon learning this news, his mood lightened considerably. Who would be the last participant? At that moment, he began contemplating whom to send. If it came to that, he might as well send a cannon fodder. He could spend money, there were plenty willing to go, but lacking the pinnacle of internal training, they would be as good as sending someone to their doom, unable to even exhaust their opponents. Shaking his head, he was just about to mount his horse when he saw Zhou Ping galloping past the guards and charging in. What does this reckless youth want? Xia Jinbang felt even more exasperated. He had no desire to deal with this fool at the moment. Gang leader, Zhou Ping leapt from his horse and rushed over, shouting without restraint, I wish to register for the life and death duel. This proclamation brightened Xia Jinbang's eyes, but he quickly shook his head internally. Yet he understood better than anyone what Zhou Ping represented for the Zhou family. He was not afraid of the Zhou family. He feared the 2 sons of the Zhou family. The eldest son, Zhou Xian, commanded 1,000 men as the general of the border troops in Shaqiang, wielding considerable influence, although he had that esteemed figure as a backing. He felt secure, but what if the Shade Gang were to fail? Zhou Xian could extinguish him as easily as crushing an ant. The second son, Zhou Lin, was even more enigmatic. He had been taken to Yuntai Mountain for cultivation over a decade ago. As revealed by the head of the Zhou family, Yuntai Mountain, he had heard, was a realm of immortals, and now that was someone he could not afford to provoke. However, a sudden thought struck him: if he were to fail, others might find a way to survive, but Xia Jinbang would certainly meet his end. As the leader of the gang, he must perish. Even if he did not die in the life and death duel, his enemies would likely not spare him. But what if he were to win? Even if Zhou Ping perished, would the Zhou family dare to retaliate against him, unless they were unafraid of the wrath of that esteemed figure? With that thought, Xia Jinbang's face broke into a broad smile. Come, my dear nephew, let us discuss this inside. Chapter 41, The Life and Death Duel. Zhou Ping was taken aback. Why did this old fellow suddenly change his demeanor as if performing in a play? Now all smiles, yet he did not ponder too much, and upon receiving the invitation to enter, his spirits soared. He quickly followed suit. Inside the hall, Xia Jinbang dismissed everyone and asked earnestly, Zhou Ping, are you certain you wish to register for the life and death duel against the Lu Feng Pavilion? I am certain. Zhou Ping stood up, clenching his fists with determination. Gang leader, I have now reached the pinnacle of internal training. I wish to contribute to the gang. Excellent. Xia Jinbang beamed, patting Zhou Ping on the shoulder. From this day forth, you shall be another deputy leader of the Shade Gang, taking Qin Feng's position in overseeing the inner workings of the city. What do you say? Thank you, gang leader. Zhou Ping rejoiced, for he was now a deputy leader. Just wait, father, I will prove that I am not inferior to my elder brother and second brother. I merely lack their innate talent. I too harbor lofty aspirations, not content to be a mere idle wastrel. Zhou Ping's heart resounded with fervent proclamations. Oh, by the way, do your father and elder brother know about this? Xia Jinbang posed the question that concerned him most. He was well aware that Zhou Ping's family was certainly unaware, but he needed to gauge the situation. It was not easy to gather enough people. He hoped they would not suddenly back out. After all, having someone at the pinnacle of internal training would significantly increase their chances of victory should the Lu Feng Pavilion lack participants. Zhou Ping scratched his head and timidly replied, Gang leader, I implore you, do not inform my father, if you would be so kind. Xia Jinbang feigned a stern expression. Isn't this a reckless endeavor? This is a life and death duel. I am an old friend of your father. How could I allow you to enter the fray? Let us not discuss this matter. With that, he waved his sleeve and prepared to leave, yet, inwardly he was shouting, Stop me, gang leader. Zhou Ping, as anticipated, blocked his path, his expression resolute. Gang leader, I am an adult, not a child. Do not expect my father to make all my decisions. Rest assured, I shall compose a will. Should I perish in battle, I will not hold you accountable. Xia Jinbang's heart surged with joy. This lad was quite shrewd, hitting right at his heart. Nevertheless, he maintained his stern facade. My dear nephew, this is not merely a matter of blame or absolution, gang leader. I beseech you. Zhou Ping's expression turned pleading. He was willing to seek help from his second brother. Now that he had this opportunity, he could not afford to let it slip away. Sha Jinbong's face displayed a look of indecision. After a long moment, he sighed and patted Zhou Ping's shoulder. Remember to arrive at the headquarters on time. With that, he exited the hall, feeling as if the air had become considerably fresher. Old Zhou. This is your son pleading with me, you cannot blame me, Hana. As for Zhou Ping, he was momentarily stunned before bursting with elation. Understood, gang leader. Time flew by swiftly, and before long, the day of the life and death duel arrived. As night fell, the high-ranking members of the Sheikh gang and those of the Lufeng Pavilion awaited at the horse grounds in the west of the city. On one side stood the members of the Sheikh gang, all middle-aged men, while the other side was predominantly women, particularly the leader, Lu Qing. She donned a form-fitting black outfit that accentuated her exquisite figure. Her petite face was undeniably beautiful. However, only those who had mingled in the martial world of Shacheng years prior knew her as the infamous female cultivator. Known as the Black Widow. One could glean from her title that she was not to be trifled with. Qin Xuan had also encountered her on several occasions and was aware of her reputation. At this moment, Sha Jinbong was engaged in amiable conversation with this Black Widow sister. In this life and death duel, regardless of which side prevails, please do not pursue a total annihilation. Rest assured, Brother Sha, we have no grievances between us. Likewise, Brother Sha must adhere to this principle. I promise. Their gazes shared a hint of sorrow. To put it nicely, they were leaders of opposing factions. To put it bluntly, they were merely pawns, easily disposable at any time. As time gradually passed, a carriage approached in the distance. The carriage came to a halt in the center, and the driver, a gaunt middle-aged man, carefully lifted the curtain. A middle-aged scholar descended. Everyone immediately paid their respects. Exclaiming, "We greet the esteemed scholar." Qin Xuan encountered the legendary gentleman for the first time, rumored to be the charioteer of a prominent figure, none other than the formidable Offing, a master of unknown rank. As the gentleman dismounted from the carriage, Offing promptly retrieved a chair from the vehicle and set it upon the ground. With an air of refinement, he seated himself and softly addressed Lu Qing. "Sha Jinbong, are you both prepared?" "Ready," they replied. "You are aware of the rules, correct?" "Indeed." "Very well, let me reiterate. The victor remains, while the defeated shall disperse without further pursuit. When only one remains, surrender may be offered to grant a sliver of hope for survival. Alternatively, you may choose to concede now." Upon hearing this, he cast a glance at Sha Jinbong and Lu Qing. Both shook their heads simultaneously. Surrender? What a jest! To concede would mean the obliteration of decades of effort in an instant. They could never acquiesce. Observing their resolute demeanor, the middle-aged scholar nodded, then let the combatants step forth. Yes. Sha Jinbong and Lu Qing inhaled deeply, leading their respective participants to the center. The Sheikh gang had 3 representatives: Sha Jinbong, Qin Xuan, and Zhou Ping. The Lufeng Pavilion also boasted 3, Lu Qing herself, a female hallmaster, and another male figure, dark-skinned and diminutive, whom they did not recognize. Often, do you believe there may be an issue with these individuals? None. Then let us commence. At the gentleman's command, Offing produced a gong. All present dispersed to form a large circle, leaving only 6 combatants in the center. The rules were straightforward. Each time a participant battled, if victorious, they could choose to continue or yield to rest and allow another to take their place, until one side was utterly vanquished, or the last remaining individual chose to concede. The concession could only be made by the final survivor. Earlier withdrawals were not permitted. In the words of the middle-aged scholar, I grant you a sliver of hope. The trio from the Sheikh gang exchanged glances. They had previously agreed that Qin Xuan would be the first to enter the fray. Qin Xuan unsheathed his gun holster and stepped forward slowly, while Sha Jinbong and Zhou Ping retreated. Sheikh gang Dishui Hall. Qin Xuan, the female hallmaster of Lufeng Pavilion, stepped forward, brandishing a long sword with an admirable demeanor. Lufeng Pavilion, Orchid Garden. Zhang Saisha, the leader of Orchid Garden. Qin Xuan had visited this place often before, yet now it was a life and death struggle. Even without enmity, only one could live. As the gong sounded, Qin Xuan's gaze sharpened, and he gripped his spear, thrusting it with lightning speed towards her throat. Zhang Saisha gasped in shock. The spear was too swift. She barely had time to draw her sword before feeling a chill at her throat. In Qin Xuan's mind, he mused, this woman is feeble, she must be merely here to make up the numbers. He smoothly withdrew his spear and turned to leave. The arena fell into a profound silence. Even Sha Jinbong's pupils contracted sharply at that strike. He doubted even he could have withstood its ferocity. The middle-aged scholar seated on the chair, however, brightened with intrigue and quietly remarked, Offing, did you perceive that, my lord? The force is truly a unified essence of mixed origins. He is at the peak of the postnatal realm. This life and death duel has lost its suspense, but words once spoken are like water poured forth. Let us finish this fight first. Returning to his team, Qin Chuan smiled and patted Zhou Ping's shoulder. It's up to you now. Humph, I shall not lose to you. Although Qin Chuan's strike was rapid, Zhou Ping felt no fear. Confident he too could deliver a fatal blow, attributing the victory to the opponent's weakness. He unsheathed his long knife, discarding the scabbard, and advanced resolutely. Chapter 42, The Life and Death Duel. 2 Vice Hall Master at Shay Gang. Dishui Hall was Zhou Ping. Across from him, the leader of Lufeng Pavilion, the Black Widow, wore an expression of deep concern. They had already lost one battle, having seen one fall in an instant. This Qin Chuan was too swift with his spear. Yet her heart brimmed with reluctance. Taking a deep breath, she addressed the only man in her group. Heishui, it's your turn. Yes, Pavilion Master. The man, small of stature and dark-skinned, wielded a curved blade. As he drew his weapon and advanced, Sha Jinbang shouted, Sir, that man resembles a barbarian. The middle-aged scholar turned to the Black Widow, who explained, Master Sha, though Heishui hails from barbarian origins, he has been with our Lufeng Pavilion for over a decade. The gentleman may verify. Afeng leaned down to speak briefly, and the gentleman replied, Proceed. Sha Jinbang felt helpless. 10 years of affiliation certainly could not count as foreign aid. Lufeng Pavilion, Heishui. The name Heishui struck an odd chord. Sounding quite clumsy. As the gong rang, Heishui swung his curved blade, creating a crescent arc aimed at Zhou Ping. He hastily raised his knife to block, yet was forced back several steps by the force of the blow. Heishui pressed the attack, his blade slicing like a moonbeam, delivering strike after strike. Zhou Ping struggled to defend himself, blocking frantically, yet eventually, the relentless assault began to overwhelm him. On the sixth strike, the blade grazed his throat. He clutched at it. Wide-eyed, unable to fathom the reality of his impending demise. He regretted not heeding his elder brother's and father's counsel. With a look of despair, he collapsed onto the grass, blood gushing through his fingers. Sha Jinbang's pupils constricted. Zhou Ping had fallen in a mere exchange, unable to last even 3 breaths. There was no time to dwell on the aftermath of his death. He knew he would soon take to the field himself. Likewise, Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes. That barbarian wielded his blade with alarming speed. Zhou Ping was no slouch, having managed to fend off several strikes, indicating he possessed considerable strength. It was merely a matter of being caught off guard. Lacking the opportunity to strike back, this underscored the importance of combat experience. Had Zhou Ping been in Qin Chuan's position, the outcome might have been vastly different. Heishui would have found it far from effortless to eliminate him. Qin Chuan recognized at least 2 methods to evade Heishui's relentless onslaught, understanding that in combat, one must never solely rely on defense. Prolonged defense ultimately leads to failure. Lufeng Pavilion triumphs. Prepare for the next match. Sha Jinbang whispered, Qin Chuan, shall you continue? Qin Chuan furrowed his brow. Master, I was meant to go first while you would enter last. Look, that barbarian is up next. Sha Jinbang nudged him, prompting Qin Chuan to reluctantly step forward. The crowd's gaze turned towards him. You scoundrel! Qin Chuan seethed with fury. He felt betrayed. He had intended to wait for Sha Jinbang to fall, then dispatch the remaining foes and ascend to power seamlessly. After all, experience still reigned supreme. Though he too was seasoned, he could not rival Sha Jinbang's years. Armed with his long spear, he stepped forth. The two exchanged no further names. As the gong resounded, Qin Chuan thrust his spear forward. Suddenly, Heishui executed a swift maneuver, launching a concealed dart straight at Qin Chuan's face. Cursed sleeve dart! He dares employ hidden weapons. Panic surged within him as he narrowly evaded the incoming projectile. However, before he could revel in his reflexes, Heishui had closed the distance, attacking with his curved blade and his sweeping arc. In that moment, the spear became a hindrance. Qin Chuan chose not to parry the strike but instead rolled out of harm's way, sweeping his spear backward to disrupt Heishui's rhythm. As he activated his true vision, he glimpsed the hidden dart in Heishui's right hand. He had been somewhat careless earlier, neglecting to anticipate such a tactic. Nearly paying the price, now, with the spear sweeping through the air, Heishui leaped back, creating distance between them. The advantage lay with the longer weapon. Given their equal prowess, Qin Chuan held the upper hand. Moreover, Heishui was merely at the pinnacle of the internal training realm. While Qin Chuan had reached the postnatal pinnacle, Qin Chuan swiftly rolled to his feet, shaking his spear as he lunged forward. Heishui was caught off guard, seemingly unprepared to react. He merely sidestepped, allowing Qin Chuan's spear to miss his torso but strike his left shoulder instead. The spear had pierced through, yet Heishui's expression remained unchanged. In a flash, his right hand pivoted, launching a dart with blinding speed. Ignoring the blood that splattered as the spear punctured his shoulder, Heishui lunged at Qin Chuan with his blade. What a clever tactic! Sacrifice oneself to deliver a hidden strike, then attack. Ruthless and meticulous, Qin Chuan smirked, having long anticipated Heishui's ploy and prepared for it. He released his grip on the spear, ducking under the incoming dart and drawing a dagger from his boot. He charged forward, swinging the dagger in a brilliant arc thud. He Shui's eyes widened as blood erupted from his throat, and he collapsed in defeat. Qin Chuan withdrew his spear and quietly returned to the ranks of the Shade Gang. Deliberately distancing himself from Sha Jinbang, Shade Gang prevails. Prepare for the next match. The Black Widow, Lu Qing, wore an expression of utter dismay. He Shui was a top-tier assassin, yet fell easily to Qin Chuan, a man in the pinnacle of the internal training realm. Despite fighting with all his might, he had been dispatched effortlessly. Indeed, it was effortless. Qin Chuan emerged unscathed. Reflecting on the battle, Lu Qing recognized Qin Chuan's formidable prowess, particularly the speed of his strikes, had she been in He Shui's position. She feared the second thrust would have pierced her heart rather than her shoulder. His speed and strength far exceeded her own. She was no match for him. Taking a deep breath, she resigned herself to the likelihood of defeat but resolved to survive. There was but one course of action: eliminate Sha Jinbang and then concede. She extended her hand, and her subordinate presented her with a large blade. Unlike the other women, she wielded a hefty broadsword that towered over her frame. Dragging the blade behind her, she strode forward and took her stand in the center. At that moment, Qin Chuan simply plopped down on the ground, appearing rather disheveled. Weakly he remarked, "Master, I am spent. You take this round." Sha Jinbang was filled with seething anger, and truth be told, had Qin Chuan still been before him, he would have been compelled to push him forward regardless of the circumstances. Alas, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and comply. At this juncture, refusing would likely invite the wrath of his superior. Drawing his long blade, he cautiously advanced, his gaze fixed intently on the Black Widow before him. Wary of any hidden weapon she might possess, yet, Lu Qing broke into a radiant smile. It must be said, her smile was truly enchanting, exuding a myriad of charms. "Brother Shot, remember our agreement, won't you? You shall remember our pact." Indeed, suddenly the clang of gongs resonated through the air, and to his astonishment, Lu Qing abandoned her great sword, revealing in her hand an unexpectedly long, supple whip, glistening silver under the flickering lights, its barbed tips reflecting a menacing glimmer. Crack! The whip sliced through the air like a bolt of lightning, aimed directly at Sha Jinbang. Chapter 43, Life and Death Duel. "Damn woman, you treacherous fiend." Sha Jinbang, a seasoned veteran of the underworld despite years of inactivity, was astutely aware that a whip could not be countered with a blade. It could bend and twist unpredictably. He rolled to the ground just as the whip struck, carving a deep groove into the earth. Debris scattering in all directions. In that moment, he reached for the knives at his waist, launching two flying daggers that shot forth like shooting stars, one aimed at Lu Qing's face, the other at her abdomen. Lu Qing, no novice herself, though youthful in appearance, possessed a wealth of combat experience. With a swift iron bridge maneuver, she evaded the attack, her whip never faltering as it arched upwards, striking down with ferocity. Crack, crack, crack! Sha Jinbang found himself in dire straits. The Black Widow's whip technique was astoundingly intricate, and he was forced into a frantic dance of evasion, wearied and unable to find an opportunity to counter with his daggers. Anxiety gnawed at him. The open space worked to her advantage, the whip long and his blade short, leaving him at a disadvantage. He recognized that if he continued to evade, his demise would be inevitable. His eyes hardened with resolve. He understood that he must fight with all his might, or else he would surely perish. As the whip lashed out once more, Sha Jinbang sprang into action, his left hand lunging towards the whip. Thud! The silver whip lined with vicious barbs pierced his hand instantly, while the whip's tail lashed across his entire arm, blood gushing forth. "Die for me!" Sha Jinbang roared, hurling his long blade with tremendous force. In that fleeting moment when Lu Qing grasped the whip, she understood the peril and instinctively released it, pivoting to evade the incoming blade. However, the blade came too swiftly. She could only shift away from vital areas, the blade embedding itself in her right shoulder. The force propelling her backwards, her complexion turned pale, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, yet her gaze grew increasingly fierce. "Damn woman, perish!" Seizing the moment, Sha Jinbang retrieved another dagger from his waist and launched it toward her. Yet Lu Qing was equally relentless. She rolled to the ground, evading the dagger, and in one fluid motion, withdrew the blade that had pierced her shoulder, charging at Sha Jinbang. "Do you not know, wool dog Sha? I wield a blade even better." With a swift motion, she deflected one dagger and blocked another with her arm, closing the distance between them. With a single stroke, blood splattered, and a head soared into the air. Both combatants were nearly equal in skill and experience, with a shared ruthlessness. In the heat of close combat, one wielded a weapon while the other was unarmed, and the outcome was all too apparent. Sha Jinbang's eyes widened in disbelief as he seemed to witness his own demise. He realized it was over. His expression was one of utter regret. When had this Black Widow learned such whip techniques? The severed head fell to the ground, while Lu Qing swayed unsteadily, her lips turning purple, her complexion ghostly pale. Sha Zhenbong's long blade and daggers were poisoned, deadly toxins that no practitioner could withstand. Victory to Lufeng Pavilion. Prepare for the next match. A Feng's voice rang out mercilessly. Qin Xuan, with a cold demeanor, rose and stepped forward, spear in hand, claiming the spoils for himself. This was not merely a stroke of luck. His strength was formidable. In a genuine confrontation, had he activated his true eye beforehand, his reflexes, speed, and power would have rendered the three opponents utterly incapable of matching him in the arena of life and death combat. It was all about strategy. The means did not matter as long as victory was secured, yet under the scrutiny of Qin Xuan's true eye, all hidden tactics were rendered futile. That was his undeniable advantage. "Sir, I concede." As the words left her lips, Lu Qing collapsed to the ground. The middle-aged scholar, who had been seated in silence, slowly rose, fiddling with the ring on his hand before approaching. He tossed a white porcelain vial to Lu Qing, whose pupils were dilating in shock. "Take this. I said there would be a glimmer of hope, and there shall be." With her last ounce of strength, Lu Qing uncorked the vial and poured the elixir into her mouth. The miraculous potion visibly restored her vitality. The middle-aged scholar cast a smile at Qin Xuan. "You have done well. With Sha Zhenbong deceased, you are now the leader of the Shake Gang. Furthermore, Lufeng Pavilion now belongs to you. A Feng, let us depart." "Thank you, sir." Qin Xuan promptly bowed, his heart swelling with joy. He had assumed that the position of leader would require some contention on his part. He never anticipated it would come so easily. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. "Ding. Task completed. Completion level. Excellent. Rewards. Bone Root 2. Comprehension 3. Boom." In that instant, Qin Xuan felt an intense heat coursing through his body. His blood surged, his muscles tingled. His skin tightened, and his organs pulsated. What was happening? His body was transforming. Such changes had not occurred before. Could it be? A hypothesis formed in his mind. His bone root had surpassed 10 points, and now his body was undergoing a profound metamorphosis. The transformation was instantaneous, and soon he regained his composure. He felt lighter on his feet, his vision sharper, and his mind clearer than ever. The middle-aged scholar climbed into the carriage, followed by A Feng, who jumped in as well. And they departed. "Farewell, sir." As the carriage rolled away, the crowd remained, their gazes fixed on the newly appointed leader of the Shake Gang. The leader appointed by the Sir was one whose position none dared to dispute. With Qin Xuan's talent significantly enhanced, he cared little for the interests of Sha City. His sole focus was on achieving the next level. At that point, the vastness of the world would be his oyster. Thus, whether it was Lufeng Pavilion or the Shake Gang, neither was his priority, though certain duties still required attention. An idea sparked within him, and he stepped forward, approaching the fallen Sha Zhenbong. "Bring him here," Qin Xuan commanded, and the 7 hall masters, without a hint of dissent, hurriedly surrounded them. They lifted the old leader and the deputy leader Zhou back to the gang's headquarters. They were the heroes of the gang. Yes, shortly they officially reattached Sha Zhenbong's head and prepared Zhou Ping's remains. Having completed these tasks, Qin Xuan approached Lu Qing, who still lay on the ground, extending his hand. Lu Qing had regained some strength, but her shoulder and hand injuries were yet to heal. Staring at the hand he offered, she hesitated, momentarily perplexed by his intentions, yet soon, her eyes brightened as she grasped his hand and rose gracefully. Bowing in respect. "I pay my respects to the leader." Qin Xuan nodded. "From this day forth, you shall serve as the deputy leader of the Shake Gang, continuing to oversee Lufeng Pavilion. Can you manage this?" "Yes, absolutely. Thank you, leader." Lu Qing's heart soared with joy. Having once resigned to a fate of desolation, contemplating leaving the martial world and abandoning Sha City to end her life, she now felt as though she had been reborn. In her eyes, Qin Xuan's strength surpassed all others, save for the formidable Li Jiming. Thus, even as a deputy leader, her status was no less than before. In fact, by aligning herself with this powerful leader, she could possibly ascend even higher. She was genuinely curious as to why, despite both being at the pinnacle of their training, Qin Xuan exuded such overwhelming strength. The strength was not merely a matter of martial prowess but of a transcendent realm. A feeling she could distinctly perceive. Chapter 44. The letter. Qin Xuan relished conversing with intelligent individuals. He held little regard for Lufeng Pavilion. What he sought was status, not mere power. Such power was as insubstantial as a castle in the air, unable to withstand scrutiny. After all, in essence, he had supplanted Lu Qing and Sha Zhenbong to become the new representative of that esteemed individual. This was not truly his own authority. Thus, as long as that prominent figure remained, rebellion was out of the question. In simpler terms, they were all puppets. Whether it was Sha Zhenbong or Lu Qing, after years of servitude, neither had attained the means to elevate themselves. This suggested that the great figure either feared losing control over them or was simply miserly. Unlike the generous individual in Huichuan, who was notably magnanimous, Qin Xuan understood that his sole duty was to serve that great lord well, simultaneously surviving as one of the remaining gangs, solidifying his status to access core resources was paramount. Moreover, sparing Lu Qing and even continuing to utilize her sent a significant signal. He would treat the leaders of surrendering factions with respect, thus making future power struggles considerably less daunting. After all, who among them wished for death? Everyone disperse. Deputy Leader Lu, take care of your injuries. 3 days hence, bring your people for a meeting. I shall send someone to inform you of the location. Yes, leader. Lu Qing quickly adapted to her new role, fully aware that as a former faction leader, her survival now depended on swiftly realigning herself. As a new day dawned, the sun rose once more in the east. The air grew increasingly frigid, enveloping Dock Number 2 in a misty, ethereal ambience. Early in the morning, Qin Xuan arrived at the hall. Leader. Greetings, leader. Li San, his eyes gleaming, hurried over, and news of the previous night's events had spread throughout the gang. Thanks to the keen observers, you're quite well informed. Congratulations, leader. Hail to the leader. Enough with the flattery. Prepare my horse and summon Qin Xuan. Yes, Qin Xuan did not head to the headquarters. He was primarily there to seek out his apprentice. He had been preoccupied with thoughts of her, and given the situation at Dock Number 2, it was imperative to have a trusted individual keeping watch. Thus, he intended to have a conversation with his disciple to quell any unnecessary worries. Before long, Qin Xuan arrived, her face beaming with joy. I pay my respects to the leader, you mischievous lad. There is no one else here, so there's no need to be coy like before. Just call me master. It sounds pleasant to the ears. Yes, master. Please take a seat. Today, I have some matters I wish to discuss with you. Qin Xuan obediently settled into her seat. Xuanger, I am to assume the position of gang leader at headquarters, and I must entrust the management of the Dishui Hall to you. Therefore, this vice leader position may not be given to you. Here, you can diligently oversee the dock for me, as you surely understand its significance. Contrary to his expectations, Qin Xuan did not appear disheartened. Instead, she responded with remarkable composure, saying, Master, rest assured, with me here, nothing will go amiss. That is reassuring. Qin Xuan felt a sense of comfort, and his thoughts drifted to his other two disciples. With his eyes gradually reddening, alas, if only your two senior brothers were here as well. I cannot help but wonder if they would have survived. Master Feng and Yun will certainly be alive, Qin Xuan consoled. Let us hope so, Qin Xuan sighed, for the other two disciples were those he had raised since childhood. To say there were no feelings involved would be impossible when they insisted on venturing out into the world. He had bestowed upon them considerable wealth, and there had been no so-called fallout. His past sorrow stemmed from the impending death of a loved one, where he lamented that his two disciples did not come to provide for him in his twilight years. Enough of that, Schwanger, you may go about your duties. Do not skimp on your cultivation resources, use them as necessary, and if you find yourself short on funds, come seek me. Do you understand? Yes, I understand, master. Qin Xuan rose, bowed, and departed. Qin Xuan also stood, preparing to head to headquarters, where he must attend to the affairs concerning Sha Zhenbang and Zhou Ping. It was primarily Zhou Ping's affairs that troubled him, which he needed to resolve today. Otherwise, he feared it would weigh heavily upon him. But he swiftly rode to headquarters, and the guards recognized him, hurrying to approach, leading his horse while saying, Gang leader Mr. Wen arrived early this morning. Understood. He was aware that Mr. Wen was a strategist invited by Sha Zhenbang to devise plans and manage the gang's finances, essentially the true second-in-command of the Shahi gang. He would not dare to offend him lightly. However, he had heard from Zhao Chunshan that Mr. Wen was exceedingly cunning, often devising ruthless strategies. Striding into the hall, he found two coffins laid out, those of Sha Zhenbang and Zhou Ping. As their families had yet to be informed. No one had come to claim the bodies, yet this matter could not be concealed for long. By afternoon, their relatives would surely learn of the news. In the hall stood a middle-aged scholar who, upon seeing him enter, promptly rose to greet him with respect. Subordinate Wen Jiping pays respects to the gang leader, Mr. Wen. Qin Xuan replied with a smile, his gaze gravely fixed upon Zhou Ping's coffin. He could not fathom how to persuade Sha Zhenbang to participate in this life-and-death duel. Yet, this troublesome matter ultimately fell upon his shoulders. At that moment, Wen Jiping seemed to read his thoughts, whispering, Gang leader. The late gang leader mentioned that Zhou Ping had written a letter of guarantee, stating that his participation in the life-and-death duel was voluntary. Qin Xuan's eyes brightened. Where is the letter of guarantee? Reportedly, it may be in the vice-leader's office. I see. If this matter is resolved, you shall be credited. With that, Qin Xuan turned and departed. A look of relief washed over Wen Jiping's face. He too was concerned about his position should a new leader take over. After all these years in the Shahi gang, He had earned a fair amount, and he was not keen on losing such a favorable position, especially now that the gang had merged with Lufeng Pavilion and was gaining momentum. He had no reason to abandon this great tree.as for opportunities. He had long forgotten that the court operates on the principle of a new emperor brings new ministers. The vice leader's office was adjacent to headquarters. Exiting the courtyard, he turned left to his former office and right to Zhou Ping's office. It was also a small building. He hastily entered, ascended to the second floor, and kicked the door open. Surprisingly, it was quite tidy. At a glance, he spotted an envelope on the desk. He quickly picked it up, noticing it bore the two large characters, last will. As he opened the letter, it read, Father. Mother, when you see this letter, your son may have perished in the life and death duel. I willingly participated in the gang's life and death duel, having sought it from Uncle Shah. Please do not blame him. If blame must be placed, let it be on my stubbornness, for I must prove that I am not inferior to my elder brothers. The letter was lengthy, and Qin Chuan read it in its entirety, feeling somewhat sentimental. Zhou Ping was a quintessential rich second generation. He desperately sought to validate himself without recognizing his own limitations. There is a saying circulating online, do not fear the rich second generation who indulge, but rather fear those who strive to prove themselves. It seems that human nature is universally applicable, regardless of the world. He shook his head, stowing the letter in his bosom. With this letter, the Zhou family would not be able to trouble him, unless they had lost all sense of shame, and besides, he had his own backing. That esteemed individual served as his support. Just as he prepared to leave, his gaze caught sight of a corner that appeared to have been recently repaired. Chapter 45. The Shahi gang is indeed wealthy. Is there something hidden here? Activating his true vision, he peered through the wall and bricks, discovering a brand new book concealed within the Starfall Spear. He swiftly approached, carefully prying off the bricks to retrieve the book. The ink was still fresh. It was a handwritten manuscript. Upon opening it, Qin Chuan's pupils constricted, and his hands trembled with excitement. Martial arts techniques? How could he possess this? After contemplating briefly, he quickly produced 2 100-tael silver notes, tucked them inside, and replaced the bricks. Turning to leave, this was a precaution in case Zhou Ping's family arrived to clear out his room. Since Zhou Ping had chosen not to leave this martial arts technique at home, it was evident he did not wish for his parents to find out. Thus, Qin Chuan took it without hesitation. What he needed most was an entry-level martial arts heart method, which Lord Wang had already promised him. Secondly, he sought martial arts techniques, ever since he had been defeated by the frontier soldiers with a single punch. He had eagerly anticipated acquiring this extraordinary martial arts technique to forge his path in martial arts. Unexpectedly, fortune smiled upon him just as he was about to doze off. Zhou Ping was indeed a benefactor, truly a harbinger of wealth. Descending the stairs, he immediately donned a serious expression and proceeded towards headquarters. Soon, the other hall leaders, alongside some elders from the law enforcement hall and the previous 2 vice leaders, arrived at headquarters. Those who had not attended the battle last night cast envious glances at Qin Chuan. In their eyes, he had become a legend. At 86 years old, he re-entered the martial world, and in less than 2 months, he had ascended from the position of leader to that of gang leader. Moreover, the current gang leader's position far surpassed that of his predecessor, as the Shahi gang had merged with the Axe gang and Lufeng Pavilion, now standing as the foremost power in the western part of the city. Of course, one could not ignore the infamous Li Jiming from the Ghost Yard. Once everyone had gathered, Qin Chuan made no attempt to conceal his intentions and spoke directly. Bring word to the late gang leader's family and the Zhou family. Mr. Wen, at your service. Ensure that the compensation for the late gang leader in Zhou Ping is not lacking. Understood. Qin Chuan nodded. He had no immediate plans to act against Mr. Wen, who controlled the finances, as there was no one to replace him. Moreover, he possessed too much knowledge, particularly regarding the distribution of profits, which required his management. Having addressed the matters concerning the deceased, next came the redistribution of interests. With the vice leader position vacant, a new selection was needed. All eyes were upon him, except for one individual who kept his head bowed, the former vice leader Zhao Chunshan. Presently, he regretted having urged Qin Chuan to switch allegiances. Chunshan, at your service. Zhao Chunshan jumped in surprise, standing abruptly. You shall return to your original position and continue managing the dock. Thank you, gang leader. I shall do my utmost. Zhao Chunshan was quite taken aback. Chen Fan, at your service. He too felt exhilarated. You shall also resume your original position. Continue overseeing the gambling house within the city. Yes, gang leader. Everyone will return to their previous roles. And as for the leader of the Dishui Hall, it shall be entrusted to Qin Shuang. Chunshan, you will subsequently deliver the token and documents. Yes, gang leader. Alright, everyone may disperse to their posts. Chunshan remained for a moment. Qin Xuan was not inclined to deal with the myriad trivialities of the gang for now. Maintaining the status quo was sufficient until that esteemed individual ceased consolidating power, at which point he would consider the gang's affairs. The crowd gradually dispersed. Although there was no new vice leader, they had managed to retain their previous positions. And most importantly, the signal had been sent. The two former vice leaders dismissed by the late gang leader had been reinstated, signifying that the new gang leader was not overly attached to power. Their days ahead would not be difficult. In the hall, Mr. Wan was the last to depart, leaving only Qin Xuan and Zhao Chunshan behind. Zhao Chunshan felt a bit tense, as he had heard of the battle from the previous night. This former mentor of his had proven to be formidable, having slain two opponents, ultimately forcing Lu Qing to concede. The hall leaders who had witnessed the event were seasoned veterans. They were not like Zhou Ping, who was merely a hot-headed youth. They understood that even if they faced Qin Xuan, it would likely be a mere matter of a single shot. This new gang leader was incredibly powerful. So much so that they suspected he had attained entry-level proficiency. Gang leader, about that incident, no need to dwell on it. I am aware that you acted with my best interests at heart. Seeking to provide me with an escape route, Qin Xuan offered him a way out, which relieved Zhao Chunshan. However, as a seasoned player in the martial world, he would not genuinely believe Qin Xuan's words. Gang leader, do you wish for me to remain? You should know. Qin Xuan smiled at him. Zhao Chunshan felt his back dampen with sweat, wishing he could slap himself a few times, but he could only helplessly say, Gang leader. The Money Gang is adept at courting alliances. From what I know, the Money Gang has garnered support from numerous high-ranking factions to prevent them from participating in the upcoming life and death duel. Foolish ignorance, Qin Xuan scoffed. The Money Gang underestimates these leaders of influence. Are you aware of the barbarian from last night? I have heard about him. I must inform you that those who have attained perfection in internal cultivation would find themselves unable to withstand even 10 moves at the hands of that brute. Lu Qing undoubtedly possesses hidden tactics. Do you believe that others from different factions lack such resources? Relying solely on the deputy leader and a few hall masters, my subordinates are aware of this. Cold sweat streamed down Zhao Chunshan's forehead, for he indeed held such an opinion. As the Shake Gang operates in this manner, including the Axe Gang. It's time to contemplate this further. Furthermore, the Earth and Water Hall is to be entrusted entirely to Qin Shuang. Do not meddle in its affairs. All of Qin Xuan's preceding remarks served as a warning, culminating in this final statement, which is also the reason he was appointed as deputy leader, because I possess leverage over him. He must immediately comply. Should he dare to defy, a mere change of allegiance could lead to his downfall. Remember, Qin Xuan is the leader. He is not bound by the Gang's regulations. His words constitute the law. Meaning he wields the power over life and death for the members of the Shake Gang, including the deputy leader, Zhao Chunshan. Yes, I understand. Well then, you may return to your duties. With that, Zhao Chunshan took his leave. As all departed, Mr. Wan re-emerged, carrying a hefty ledger. Leader, here are the accounts for your review. Qin Xuan took it and began to scrutinize the contents. To his surprise, the Shake Gang was indeed quite wealthy. It seems that in any era water transport proves to be lucrative. With 4 docks, their monthly income reached an astonishing 300,000 taels, yet they must remit 250,000 taels to that esteemed individual. After accounting for the monthly salaries of the gang members and maintenance expenses, approximately 30,000 taels were required, leaving only about 20,000 taels in surplus each month. Of course, there were also the customary tributes from the subordinate halls, amounting to around 10,000 taels monthly. In total, the net surplus was 19,000 taels. Remarkably, he had never encountered such a vast sum of money. However, as Qin Xuan continued his examination, he discovered that the largest expenditure was the pensions for retired personnel from the enforcement hall. Over the years, more than 100 retired incense masters and hall masters had been drawing pensions that were even higher than their previous salaries. Their monthly payouts amounted to over 4,000 taels. The major issue arose from the fact that these individuals, despite receiving substantial compensation from the gang, failed to contribute in critical moments, such as last night's life and death duel, where not a single one volunteered. Were they merely enjoying their retirement, shirking their responsibilities? Chapter 46, Temptation. Troops at the Shake Gang leader. The former leader stated that these individuals are the gang's elders, having once contributed to its success. Now that they have retired, it is better to support them. Qin Xuan refrained from responding to this nonsense, yet he had no intention of taking action against these individuals at present. He continued perusing the ledger. Finding records pertaining to the Axe Gang had left behind a considerable fortune, including 160,000 taels and several profitable casinos. He handed the ledger to Wen Jiping, suggesting they reconvene in 2 days to discuss it further, at which point they could also reconcile accounts with Lu Fengge. Understood, leader. Lu Fengge primarily operated a brothel, and it seemed that their profits were likely on par with or even exceeded those of the Shake Gang and the Axe Gang. After all, in this era, patronage was entirely legal. With a wave of his hand, Mr. Wen took his leave. Just then, the sound of weeping and hurried footsteps echoed from outside. A graceful woman, accompanied by a dozen young girls, rushed in, clutching the coffin of Sha Jinbang and weeping profusely. This woman was none other than the former leader's wife, whom Qin Chuan had met before. He stepped forward to offer consolation. Sister-in-law, please accept my condolences. Suddenly she clung to his feet, wailing uncontrollably. The Shake Gang was established by him. How could he have died after enduring so many trials and tribulations? Qin Chuan's expression darkened instantly. Her words carried an underlying implication. Was she being presumptuous? He crouched down to meet her gaze. Indeed, old Sha had good taste, for she was quite beautiful and exuded an air of charm. Sister-in-law, hasn't he informed you about the life and death duel? Moreover, I have been appointed as the leader of the Shake Gang by Mr. 1. Your financial support will remain intact, but you would do well not to create unnecessary chaos. With that, he withdrew his foot and ascended the stairs, wishing to distance himself from the situation. Soon, he saw Chen Fang and others arriving. Eager to avoid lingering there, before long Mr. Wen returned, though his expression was less than favorable. Leader, she demands 100,000 taels. Let her leave. Offer her merely 10,000 taels. If she refuses, then take it back, nothing more. Understood, I shall attend to it immediately. 10,000 taels was already a considerable sum, sufficient for her to live comfortably for a lifetime. Should she prove ungrateful, then let her vanish. Qin Chuan was not devoid of conscience. Rather, he had his own principles. He would not extend kindness to greedy individuals. Before long Mr. Wen returned again, visibly distressed. Leader, she has acquiesced, but with one condition. Condition? Speak. As long as it is reasonable, I may consider it. She demands to join the Shake Gang and wishes to hold a position above that of Hallmaster. What is her cultivation level? Perfected internal cultivation. Qin Chuan nodded. That is acceptable. I shall arrange for her to go to the city, to Lu Fengge. Moreover, he added, let us conclude this matter at once. Qin Chuan felt a twinge of annoyance. She requests a private audience with you. Mr. Wen hung his head, seemingly lost in thought. Then let her come up. Yes. Shortly thereafter, the woman entered, deliberately closing the door behind her. Upon entering, she knelt before him, gazing at Qin Chuan with a pitiful expression. Sister-in-law, if you have something to say, just speak. I have already agreed to your requests. Her voice trembled as she wept. When the old leader was alive, no one dared to bully us. Now that he is gone, I hope the leader will protect us, allowing us to survive. Otherwise, no amount of wealth can safeguard us. I am willing to do anything for the leader. As she spoke, she began to remove her clothing. Qin Chuan squinted. This woman indeed possessed cunning, using withdrawal as a means to negotiate for a higher price, only to lower her demands later to gain greater advantage. No wonder she had ensnared Sha Jinbang in her web. However, did she underestimate him? Qin Chuan, enough. Put your clothes back on. In the Shake Gang, who would dare to harm you? Furthermore, you are quite skilled. Do not use this tactic to negotiate with me. The woman appeared undeterred, revealing her delicate collarbone, though she had not fully disrobed. I speak the truth. I am willing to do anything for the leader. Very well, return the old leaderess remains for a proper burial. I understand. The woman seemed to have given up, rising and bowing her head as she departed. Qin Chuan let out a sigh of relief. He was not a saint and quickly took a sip of tea to calm his nerves. Yet he understood well the types of women one should engage with and those one should avoid, especially those who presented themselves so willingly. This woman possessed considerable cultivation. Arriving to seduce him so soon after her husband's death undoubtedly implied she had ulterior motives. Should he indulge her, certain matters could become complicated. Surely he could not afford to be heartless, right? What if she carried some poison within her? Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, he focused instead on how to prepare for the impending storm from the Zhou family. In the northern military camp, a swift steed galloped forth, and the guards immediately blocked its path. I am a member of the Zhou family. I must see General Zhou. It is urgent. Please wait. The guards, noticing his breathlessness, did not dare to delay, quickly relaying the message, and soon led him into the general's tent. He dropped to his knees. Eldest young master, the third young master is dead. The book in Zhou Xian's hand fell to the ground, and he staggered forward, his composure shattered, his face contorted with rage. What did you say? Who has died? The third young master. You're talking nonsense. Guards, throw him out. Eldest young master, I speak the truth. the master and madam await your return to the Shake gang to retrieve him. Boom, Zhou Xan's calm demeanor disintegrated. That was his younger brother, whom he had watched grow up, his blood brother. He stumbled back a few steps, and the guards quickly steadied him after a long pause. Zhou Xin's gaze grew cold. Zhang Jing, assemble 100 men, we return home, general, that violates military orders. Are you instructing me on how to act? Zhou Xin's eyes were icy. Understood. The guards hurriedly departed. Soon 100 men clad in armor, wielding cold spears, with long knives at their waists, and crossbows on their backs, galloped through the city of Shadsha. City was not merely an ordinary town, though it lacked a county seat. It was still a prefectural city, with the governor's office located in the northern part of the city. At this moment, a phone like a phantom slipped into one of the governor's courtyards. Sir, Zhou Xian has returned to the Zhou family with his men. Understood. I shall meet with the governor. This Zhou Xian is utterly uncontrollable. A middle-aged scholar rose to leave. At noon, as Qin Xuan sat in the hall sipping tea. He furrowed his brow. Why does the ground tremble? Is there an earthquake? Just as he was about to step outside to investigate, a guard rushed in. Panicked leader, many soldiers are arriving. Soldiers, the Zhou family has come. And it seems they bear ill tidings. Qin Xuan felt no fear. If he could not manage such matters, then he had failed in his leadership of the Shake gang. To maintain control of the Shake gang, one must address all subsequent issues. Chapter 47, Foolishness. Integration completed years ago. He stepped outside, and the sound of warhorses' breaths nearly brushed against his face. Qin Xuan's expression soured immediately. The Zhou family was being overly aggressive. Leading the charge was a young general, bearing a striking resemblance to Zhou Ping, presumably Zhou Ping's elder brother, General Zhou Xian of the Sha City border forces. He dismounted, his gaze icy as he fixed it on Qin Xuan. You are Qin Xuan, indeed. With that, Zhou Xian unsheathed his long knife, striking down with swift precision. The blade was quick and exceptionally cunning. Fortunately, Qin Xuan had prepared beforehand, retreating swiftly to evade the lethal blow. Hold on, he shouted. Then, with astonishing speed, he produced a letter and tossed it aside. Your brother's letter, read it yourself. Zhou Xian seized the envelope, his eyes ablaze with fury. It seemed he had made considerable progress. Managing to evade a strike from the esteemed general. Very well, I shall read this letter, and then I will annihilate your Shake gang, he declared, opening the letter, and his expression grew increasingly intricate as his anger gradually dissipated. Qin Xuan appeared calm on the surface, yet he was deeply troubled and incensed. Zhou Xian was deviating from the expected script, launching an immediate attack. Had he been merely an average practitioner at full mastery, he would likely have met his demise. This grudge was etched in his mind, and he vowed to uproot the Zhou clan at the first opportunity. However, the current circumstances favored Zhou Xian, necessitating a careful approach. Observing the shifts in Zhou Xian's expression, Qin Xuan spoke softly. I have also advised my younger brother on numerous occasions to. I have no desire to offend the Zhou family. Nevertheless, Zhou Darren, this incident is not of my doing. The handwriting, I trust you can discern whether it belongs to Zhou Ping. Furthermore, I am now the appointed leader of the Shake gang by the Lord. Are you threatening me? The esteemed general, Zhou Xian's gaze turned icy. I would not dare. Every family has its own laws, and every nation has its own regulations. The Grand Chu has its own decrees. Zhou Xian snorted coldly. After perusing the letter, he had regained his composure. A hint of regret surfacing within him for his impulsiveness. Zhang Jing, present, take the men back. Understood. The 100 cavalry turned their steeds and departed, followed by 2 horse-drawn carriages that entered the courtyard, disembarking a middle-aged couple. They were none other than the head of the Zhou family and his wife, whom Qin Xuan had met before. They bypassed Zhou Xian and Qin Xuan, entering the hall, only to see their youngest son lying in the coffin. Overcome with grief, they stood frozen, their attendants swiftly supporting them. My son, Zhou Mu collapsed over the coffin, weeping to the point of near fainting. Zhou Fu, being the man he was accustomed to the vicissitudes of life and death in the martial world, regained his composure and approached the entrance, refraining from acting out like Zhou Xian, but instead questioning directly. Qin Gangzhu, why did my son participate in the death match? Qin Xuan bowed respectfully, acknowledging the head of the Zhou family. Zhou Ping left behind a farewell letter in your hands, Zhou Darren. Please read it before laying blame on me. Zhou Xian handed the letter to his father, who trembled as he accepted it. As he read, his anger flared anew, cursing continuously. Fooled foolishness, bear your grief, Qin Xuan murmured before turning to depart. The matter, for the time being, was settled. Zhou Fu and Zhou Xian, if they possessed any sense, would refrain from provoking him. Why would they involve themselves in matters that did not concern them and risk incurring the wrath of his backing? It would be a futile endeavor. The hall was left with only the Zhou family. Zhou Xian gazed at his brother, who had previously been sulking at his place, now lying lifeless before him. He knelt before his father. Father, I failed to properly guide my brother. He mentioned this matter to me before, but I refused, never expecting he would seek out Sha Jinbang. Zhou Fu ignored him, trembling as he stored the letter, suddenly striking Zhou Xian across the face. How could you not tell me sooner? You ungrateful wretch! Zhou Xian remained silent, kneeling, filled with regret. Zhou Fu remained furious. Do you not know your brother's character? Huh? I told you to bring your brothers along to retrieve your sibling, yet you arrived with soldiers. Do you think this is a display of power, or do you believe you can truly command your territory as a general? Your brother was foolish, and you are not much better, and now let us return home and discuss this. Zhou Fu commanded, and the attendants promptly began sealing the coffin, lifting it into a carriage. As the family departed the Shade gang, Qin Xuan stood on the second floor, watching them leave, catching a fleeting glimpse of a figure at the courtyard entrance. Was that the formidable practitioner of Feng? What brought him here? At that moment, when Shiping approached Gangzhou, how much compensation will Zhou Ping's family receive? Half of what the old Gangzhou received. Ensure to send it to the Zhou family. And it would be best to bring a few brothers along. Yes, Qin Xuan sighed with relief. The matter had finally passed. He had now established himself in Sha City. In the carriage, Zhou Xian was filled with apprehension. Having noticed a formidable practitioner lingering around the Shade gang, it seemed to be a member of Bao Bufan's entourage. Noticing Zhou Fu's troubled expression, he inquired, "What troubles you? Speak up. Let me offer my counsel." "Father, there is nothing to worry about. I will handle matters in the military camp." Zhou Xian wished to keep his father uninformed. Alas, Zhou Fu sighed, his face seemingly aged by several years. Among you brothers, you are the most obedient and the wisest, yet at times you fail to grasp the intricacies of human nature. Though I may not possess your talents, having navigated the martial world for so long. Do you think I am foolish? Today, without a superior's command, you recklessly brought soldiers to the Shade gang. Do you believe that esteemed lord would let you off the hook? Just now I too saw that shadow Wei Feng, the formidable practitioner beside Bao Bufan. I believe it would be prudent for me to seek the military governor's assistance. Father, I will manage this myself. Do not worry. Zhou Xian inhaled deeply, already aware of the potential consequences. Zhou Fu ceased speaking, knowing his eldest son, while capable, had yet to fully navigate the martial world. He lacked understanding of the subtleties of human relationships. If this matter was not handled properly, his eldest son's military career might come to an abrupt end. Doomed to remain merely a general, with no hope of ascending to greater heights, in a small courtyard of the governor's mansion, a Feng reappeared like a specter. Sir, Zhou Xian made his move but barely missed a strike from Qin Xuan. He recounted the events in detail. I see this general has reached his limit. How could a mere general contend with the Lord's people? By the way, how long until the new year? 11 days, 11 days. Indeed, he sighed, the Lord demands the consolidation of power be completed before the new year. A Feng spread the word. Understood, sir. Just as Qin Xuan thought he could finally focus on his cultivation after dealing with Zhou Ping's affairs, he received unexpected news. 1 week from tonight, all leaders of factions from the west side of the city, all hall masters and above, must gather at the west side horse racing grounds. There shall be no mistakes. Chapter 48, an HE entry level. Could it be that the consolidation of powers must be completed before the new year? Qin Xuan could not help but speculate, for it seemed exceedingly peculiar. All factions from the west side, with only 11 days until the new year. If this were true, results from the east or south side would soon follow. He decided to visit Lord Wang first. As he had been obsessively pondering the innate QI. As night fell, Qin Xuan returned home, only to find Qian Gowen waiting at his doorstep. Congratulations, Qin Yi. We are all working for the Lord. Let us rejoice together. Seeing him, Qin Xuan felt pleasantly surprised. Ha! Chen Gowen laughed heartily, producing a box the size of a brick from his ring. Qin Yi, the Lord is not in Sha City. This is what he promised to give you. Please accept it. Qin Xuan accepted it, suppressing his excitement to open it. Thank the Lord for me. No need. I also have news to share with you. The Lord desires the consolidation of power to be completed before the new year. He also said that you must become one of the only 2 surviving powers in the West. At that time, the Lord will personally reward you. Qin Xuan's eyes sparkled. Please inform the Lord that Qin Xuan shall not fail in his mission. Xian Gowen nodded. Moreover, the Lord has a message specifically for you. Hui Chuan has branches in every city in Chu, totaling 1,600. Qin Xuan nodded, aware that this served as a warning. Do not think that having reached entry level will allow you to escape the control of Hui Chuan. Understood. I shall take my leave now. Come inside for some hot tea. Qian Gowen cheerfully gestured towards the box. No need. I know you are anxious. I must leave. With that, he turned to depart, but for some reason Qin Xuan sensed a hint of desolation in his figure. After all, he was about to obtain the method for entry-level qi cultivation. Shen Goen clearly appeared to be a trusted aide. Yet why had he not reached the entry level himself? Perhaps he would inquire over drinks some other day. Returning to the courtyard, he closed the door and meticulously checked the silk threads he had set up for any issues before retreating to his room. Excitedly gazing at the box in his hands, he opened it to find the very innate qi cultivation method that Lord Wang had shown him. His heart raced with anticipation. This was an immensely precious entry-level cultivation method. Something that many would spend their entire lives seeking, a priceless treasure. Indeed, it was a treasure beyond value. Did Xia Zhenban lack money? Did Lu Qing lack wealth, having controlled a faction for so long? They could certainly produce tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of taels of silver, yet it was not something that could simply be bought. What was available for purchase was far less valuable. Including the hand-copied manual he had hidden, the Starfall Spear, which was also evidently quite precious, he carefully took it out. The innate entry-level method, martial arts techniques, everything was complete, resisting the excitement surging within him. He understood that he must take things one step at a time. He tucked the Starfall Spear away and grasped the innate qi method, sitting cross-legged on the ground before his bed. Beginning to read, the human body is originally pure. The acquired is what corrupts it. It is through overcoming the acquired to return to the innate qi that one achieves the innate state. The contents of this book made Qin Xuan feel that this was the true essence of martial arts. The entire text was composed solely of words, devoid of illustrations, and was profoundly esoteric. Understanding it was essential for cultivation. It was entirely different from the simplified diagrams of the previous breathing techniques and the tiger roar skill. This was the genuine martial arts manual. Having read through it once, Qin Xuan was deeply shaken. The text conveyed that a person is innately endowed with a pure body at birth, but becomes tainted through the acquired experiences. Therefore, cultivation is necessary to return to the innate state. The practice of the 6 realms of the acquired is to expel the accumulated impurities from within, allowing the internal energy to generate naturally, thereby returning to the innate state. This book detailed how to cultivate internal energy and also included some methods for innate cultivation. It illuminated for Qin Xuan why, despite having reached the peak of the acquired realm, he had not yet achieved the natural generation of internal energy, and why those at full mastery still failed to grasp its mysteries. First, one must achieve clarity throughout the body, harmonizing strength into a singularity, reaching the peak of the acquired realm. Then, one must mobilize the unified physical strength to open the lower dantian for storing internal energy. The second page of the book contained methods for mobilizing physical strength to open the lower dantian. Qin Xuan set aside his books and immediately began to experiment. What does it mean to achieve inner refinement? It signifies the ability to exert force from any part of the body, which can barely be considered a unity of chaos, yet it does not encompass certain hidden areas such as the head. What is the acquired extreme state? It includes muscles, bones, skin, organs, blood, marrow, and the head. It signifies that the entire body's strength is intertwined like a single rope. The only distinction between the two lies in the aforementioned head. Opening the dantian is not particularly difficult. The challenge lies in accurately locating the dantian to refine the mind, which allows one to sense its position, unless one is a genius who can effortlessly perceive it. Qin Xuan closed his eyes, his mind settling, and he immediately sensed the location of the dantian. A surge of energy flowed through his body, and in an instant, he opened his dantian. It was astonishingly effortless. As if it were a natural progression, once the dantian was established, he felt a tingling sensation throughout his body again, a unique gas circulating within him that he could control, inner energy generated spontaneously. Qin Xuan rejoiced, concentrating all his inner energy in the dantian, and then, following the methods of innate vital energy, he began to break through the 12 meridians that had been sealed, with a series of soft sounds. He easily opened each meridian. The inner energy no longer roamed within his flesh but instead surged through the meridians in endless loops before returning to the lower dantian, completing a full circuit. Each cycle would absorb the ethereal energy from the surroundings, continuously strengthening his inner energy until he completed 99 circuits, transforming the inner energy into true innate energy, thereby truly stepping into the realm of the innate. As time gradually passed, the dawn light streamed through the window, and Qin Xuan slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of brilliance flashing within. Is this the sensation of the innate? How wondrous! Qin Xuan stood up, his eyes surveying the surroundings. Filled with vibrant, dancing energies, this was the ethereal energy of the universe. At this moment, he had not activated the true eye but merely infused his eyes with true energy. As the true energy flowed down into his hands, he suddenly felt that his hands were as strong as steel. When he lightly grasped the doorframe, the solid wood crumbled like tofu. In that moment, he finally understood the gap between the innate and acquired. Under the enhancement of true energy, the acquired became utterly trivial, akin to a strong man easily overpowering a child with innate energy at the 9th rank. I should now be at the level of true energy at the 9th rank. The next step would be to reach the 8th rank of vital energy. Unfortunately, it seemed that lifespan did not increase. However, he was uncertain about the subsequent cultivation and could only continue to accumulate true energy. Just now his effortless grasp had consumed a tenth of the true energy within the Dantian, which seemed too little to Qinchuan, yet he was unaware that, generally speaking, to reach a rank, one would need several days and nights to convert true energy. Let alone being able to utilize it immediately after conversion. Looking at the sky, it was nearly dawn. Having gone a night without sleep, he felt even more invigorated and directly took out the Starfall Spear to inspect. Upon doing so, Qinchuan was astonished. Chapter 49, Starfall Spear Testing, effortlessly. So this is the application of strength. It seems I almost achieved this before. Damn, without a master's guidance, this cultivation is truly arduous, Qinchuan nearly cursed. Suddenly engulfed by the desire to find a master again. In his youth, due to poor aptitude, he had sought masters everywhere but was rejected, leaving him without a path to martial arts. Surely that wouldn't be the case now. Would it? But at his age, who would take him in? Even if someone did, would they genuinely teach him? Just then, the long-lost voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding, task issued. Reading countless books is inferior to traveling thousands of miles. Traveling thousands of miles is inferior to encountering countless people. Encountering countless people is inferior to being guided by a renowned master. Being guided by a renowned master is inferior to self-realization. A true powerhouse is never cultivated by others but is instead realized through one's own understanding. Please, host, achieve the 3rd realm of martial arts techniques within 3 months. Rewards will be distributed based on completion. Qinchuan was bewildered. What the hell does it mean to realize it by oneself? And what on earth is the 3rd realm of martial arts techniques? How would he know? This damned system had gone silent after the last task. And he thought it had vanished, only for it to reappear with something incomprehensible. He could only seek an opportunity to consult Lord Wang. Taking a deep breath, he grasped the spear and headed to the courtyard to begin practicing the Starfall Spear. The spear technique was few, consisting of only 3 moves, but the essence of this martial arts technique did not lie in the moves themselves but in emphasizing speed, striking fast against slow, and involving a principle of effortless strength. This should represent a realm of martial arts techniques, right? First, let us comprehend the essence of the moves. First move, Meteor. Second move, Star Rain. Third move, Starfall. The first move was manageable. Qinchuan quickly grasped it, as it focused on the speed of execution, straightforward and forceful. The spear's might inherently surpass that of other weapons, and combined with the advantage of speed, it was even more formidable. The second move was also a thrust, but the speed was different. It required 3 thrusts to be executed instantaneously at different targets to be considered entry-level. That he practiced for a long time. Feeling as though he was grasping it, yet also not fully achieving it. For the third move, he could not accomplish it at all. The move was quite simple, merely smashing downward. However, the text specified that it should smash into tofu, leaving the tofu unchanged while shattering the ground, which would signify mastery. Is it a problem with the weapon? My spear isn't heavy enough. Qinchuan ceased to dwell on the latter 2 moves and instead continuously practiced the first move. Although it was merely a simple thrust, the method of exertion captivated him, nearly doubling the speed of the forward thrust. Like a phantom, by the time one realized it, their throat would already be pierced. No wonder they restrict the spread of martial arts techniques among the populace. As he practiced further, Qinchuan increasingly felt the disparity. The moves circulating among the common folk were mostly of limited utility. In life and death combat, reliance is on strength, speed, and experience. What are moves but a form of experience? Yet this martial arts technique, with its unique method of exertion, can nearly double the speed of one's strikes. What does that imply? At the same level of cultivation, there would be no contest. If this martial arts technique were sufficiently mastered, crossing realms to defeat enemies would be a mere trifle. Qinchuan became utterly absorbed in practicing the method of exertion for Meteor until he could casually thrust, causing an explosive surge in speed, at which point he finally ceased his training. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already midday. Being the leader of the gang had its perks. No one came to pressure him into duty. His rules were the highest authority. However, one cannot train endlessly. A balance of work and rest is essential, so he decided to treat himself to a meal and head to the headquarters to refine his true energy. Another day passed. Early the next morning, Qin Chuan awoke feeling invigorated, quickly washed up, and made his way to the headquarters. Today, the people from Lufeng Pavilion would be arriving, and he wanted to meet them. The primary focus was still the account books and silver. As the gang leader, controlling these was crucial. If he failed to deliver the monthly dues, the gentleman would likely make things difficult for him. At the headquarters of the Sheikh gang, today's meeting was not held in the usual hall but outside. Due to the overwhelming number of attendees, not only had 12 hall masters from Lufeng Pavilion come along with a former pavilion master, 2 deputy leaders of the Sheikh gang, and 9 hall masters, including former elders from Lufeng Pavilion, as well as the gang's law enforcement hall, totaling nearly 300 individuals. Qin Chuan strode confidently from within, followed by Wen's hyping. Everyone had arrived. Qin Chuan greeted with a smile. "Greetings, gang leader." All present rose. "Please take your seats." Qin Chuan gestured, sitting down himself, prompting the others to follow suit. He turned to his left, addressing Lu Qing. "Lu Qing, have you brought the account books?" Reporting to the gang leader. "I have brought them, along with all the silver notes." As she spoke, a woman behind her stepped forward, cradling a sizable box. "That's good. We'll discuss this further after the meeting." "Understood, gang leader." Qin Chuan beamed at the assembly. "Everyone is aware, right? There are only 6 days left, and we need to make another trip to the horse racing grounds. Although the gentleman hasn't disclosed the reason, it's likely once again a life and death duel. How about it? Is anyone willing to sign up?" With that, Qin Chuan tapped the table. For him, it was inconsequential whether someone signed up or not. He alone was sufficient. Did they not understand the value of the 9th rank of true energy? Despite the large gathering, as long as his true energy was sufficient, it would be more than enough for him to take them all down. The difference between the acquired and the innate was like the chasm between heaven and earth. The crowd fell silent, unlike Sha Jinbang, who was beside himself with anxiety. Qin Chuan calmly raised his teacup and took a slow sip. He was merely testing these individuals. Did they truly believe he would send them to their deaths? He also exchanged a few words with Qin Shuang, advising him not to sign up. "Gang leader, count me in." Suddenly Lu Qing stood up, catching Qin Chuan off guard. Lu Qing smiled and explained, "Thanks to the gang leader as refuge, I have escaped a calamity, thus I am willing to fight for the gang leader." Her words were cleverly phrased. She was not fighting for the gang but for Qin Chuan himself. Qin Chuan regarded her with a deep gaze. This woman was indeed seasoned, having adeptly managed Lufeng Pavilion for many years. One Wun Ti survived long without skills. She likely perceived his intentions. Qin Chuan nodded appreciatively. "Then you shall be counted in." He then turned his attention back to everyone. "Is there anyone else willing to sign up?" The room fell into an eerie silence. What a joke! The last life and death duel had seen 6 participants, 4 of whom perished. Lu Qing was merely fortunate. With such a high mortality rate, only a fool would volunteer. Not everyone was like Zhou Ping, striving to prove themselves. Why not relish in life instead? Did they not see that those who had refrained from joining previously were still seated in high positions? For instance, Zhao Chushan and Shen Feng, regardless of the outcome, it would not affect their status. Someone had to manage the gang after all. Chapter 50. Moving forward with diligence, Qin Chuan naturally understood their thoughts. Yet his current position altered his own perspective. He refrained from inquiring further. His purpose of testing had already been achieved during the forthcoming reforms. Do not blame him for his lack of compassion. Very well, everyone should take some time to contemplate and provide me with a timely response. Now let us proceed with the introductions among the hall masters and elders to avoid any future unrecognition. Let us not have the floodwaters wash away the Dragon King's temple, causing our own to turn against one another. This process is rather time-consuming, and by the time each of them has been introduced, the sun will be high in the sky. Today's meeting concludes as it was primarily intended for the two sides to familiarize themselves with one another. The most pressing matters remain the accounts and finances. In the main hall of the headquarters, most attendees have departed. Only Qin Chuan, Lu Qing, Wen Zhiping, and a woman named Su Yu remain to reconcile the accounts. "Leader, all is in order, please review." Wen Zhiping handed the ledger to him. After perusing it for a moment, Qin Chuan could not help but exclaim, "Indeed, the profits from legal indulgences are astonishing. With 26 establishments, the monthly income reaches a staggering 430,000 taels. Currently there remains a surplus of 210,000 taels." Suyu, the woman named Suyu paused, and upon realizing Qin Chuan was calling her, she quickly lowered her head. "Leader, from today onward you will assist Mr. When in managing the accounts of the gang. Is that agreeable?" "Why yes, I will certainly do my best," she stammered. However, when Zhiping's heart sank, yet he dared not voice his concerns. "All right, you may leave now. I have matters to discuss with the deputy leader." We take our leave, they said as they exited. After they departed, Qin Chuan took a sip of tea and directly inquired, "What prompted you to sign up?" Lu Qing smiled, her demeanor transforming. "Leader, I have already stated that this is my way of repaying your kindness." Qin Chuan was at a loss for words. It was one thing to deceive others, but he chose to let it slide. Instead, he posed the question he most yearned to ask. "Lu Qing, as I have just assumed the role of leader, I know little about that esteemed individual and the gentleman. Could you enlighten me?" Upon mentioning them, Lu Qing's expression instantly grew serious, her eyes darting around. Qin Chuan quickly understood. "Let us ascend to the upper floor." She nodded in agreement. The two made their way upstairs to Qin Chuan's exclusive office, where they sat across from each other. Lu Qing then stated, "Leader, if it were anyone else, I might not divulge this information, but you are different. I believe I can share." "Oh, in what way am I different?" Qin Chuan asked, intrigued. "Could we perhaps discuss this matter at a later time?" Lu Qing blinked. "Very well, please continue with your account of them." Lu Qing quickly adopted a serious tone and explained that esteemed individual's identity is quite straightforward. He is the governor of Sha City, Chen Wanzhou. He has served in Sha City for 29 years since arriving in the 17th year of Tian Shang. His urgency to consolidate power stems from the fact that he will complete his 30-year tenure next year. According to the laws of the Chu Kingdom, an inspector will arrive next year to assess his accomplishments for potential promotion, so it all hinges on that. The multitude of small factions complicates management and can easily lead to conflict, creating a sense of chaos in Sha City. The western part of the city retains two factions due to the presence of Li Jiming, yet the southern and eastern districts may only permit one to survive. Of course, this is merely my conjecture. Qin Chuan nodded. As the leader of a faction for so many years, Lu Qing was indeed well informed. What is the identity of this Li Jiming? How can he remain uninvolved? Lu Qing shook her head. "I do not know. We shall see if he visits the racetrack next week. If he does not, it will indicate that his status is indeed extraordinary, and it is wise not to provoke him." Qin Chuan agreed, laughing. "Indeed, we cannot afford to offend a master of the first rank." "Yes, we cannot provoke a first-rank master," Lu Qing remarked, casting a glance at him. "As for the gentleman, we have even more knowledge. After all, we pay our monthly dues directly to him. This gentleman is named Bao Bufan, and he manages the underground forces of Sha City on behalf of the governor. The lean man often seen by his side is named Feng, a master of the first rank. The higher-ups of the Axe Gang were likely eliminated by him. As for his specific rank, that remains uncertain. Is it possible that he is also a first-rank warrior?" Qin Chuan inquired. "It is quite possible, but he has never made a move, so we cannot be sure." "Understood." Qin Chuan finally grasped most of their information, although he had speculated before. Hearing it confirmed by another felt entirely different. At that moment, Lu Qing suddenly asked, "Leader, do you have any plans in mind for inquiring about them?" "Plans? I merely seek to understand them better for future dealings. By the way, have you encountered the governor?" Lu Qing shook her head. "I have not. Why would he meet with us? In his eyes, we are merely tools for him to amass wealth. Unseen vermin lurking in the shadows. You seem quite resentful." Qin Chuan remarked, surprised. "Of course, do not be deceived by our titles as so-called leaders. We are worth less than a mere dog." Lu Qing's indignation grew as she spoke. "Damn it, I have toiled my entire life, contributing several million taels to him over these 30 years, not to mention the accolades. Surely my hard work deserves recognition, even if we do not discuss the methods of attaining the first rank. At the very least, I should be afforded a path to survival. Even raising a dog for 30 years would elicit some attachment, yet we receive nothing." All right, cease your lamentations." Qin Chuan was at a loss for words. This woman was quite the actress, her words laden with hidden meanings. Thus, he decided to paint a rosy picture. "Lu Qing, if you work diligently in the future, I will not treat you unfairly. How shall I proceed?" Lu Qing suddenly leaned closer, her allure nearly overwhelming Qin Chuan. A phrase involuntarily echoed in his mind. "An A8 is still an A8. He rubbed his nose, feigning a cough. "Rahem. There is one more matter I must discuss with you. Sha Jinbang's wife will be visiting you in a few days to report at that time. Please appoint her as a hall master." Old Sha's wife, she is truly a beauty. "Leader, enough, let us conclude for today." Qin Chuan was not angry and had no desire to engage in banter with this woman. "Very well, leader, until we meet again." Lu Qing rose, approaching the door, only to suddenly turn back with a radiant smile, producing a card and placing it on the table. "Leader, this is the golden card for Lu Feng Pavilion. Please keep it safe." "How thoughtful." Qin Chuan accepted it without hesitation. Lu Feng Pavilion was not only the name of their gang but also a brothel, serving as their primary source of income. After holding back for so long, he had his own limits, but he was no saint. for him, spending money was the most reliable course of action that very evening. Qin Xuan indulged in the services of the brothel, and indeed, it was a world apart from the previous establishments he had visited. Time passed swiftly, and soon the day to visit the racetrack arrived. Chapter 51, The Final Kill. The new underground sovereign in the 46th year of Tian Shang. On the 28th day of the 12th month, the sky once again blanketed the ground in snow. At the racetrack outside the western part of Sha City, torches blazed, illuminating the area brilliantly. At this moment, the racetrack was densely populated with individuals. The remaining faction leaders in the western part of the city had gathered. Excluding the Ghost Garden, Lu Qing whispered. Leader, the Ghost Garden has indeed not come. That simplifies matters, Qin Xuan replied casually. Leader, what if it turns into a life and death duel? In that case, you need not participate, Lu Qing exclaimed joyfully. Thank you, leader. It seemed she had made a fortunate gamble. Perhaps it was a woman's intuition, for that night she had sensed Qin Xuan's extraordinary strength. Days later, she felt an undeniable change in him. She had secretly conducted her own investigations and learned that this leader had risen through the ranks to his current position in just over a month. Thus, she speculated that he had already attained the first rank. Albeit while concealing his true self. What a cunning old fox! Qin Xuan surveyed the crowd behind him, his expression devoid of emotion. Days had passed, yet no one had come forth to register. Only Qin Xuan had inquired a few times. But he had refused her. This group was evidently ready to exit the martial world. As the wind and snow howled, the sound of hooves echoed from afar, and the atmosphere fell silent. A horse-drawn carriage approached. Unmistakably Bao Bufan's. A phone leaped down, lifted the curtain, and Bao Bufan emerged clad in a great coat, stepping carefully through the thick snow toward the center. A phone placed a chair behind him, and he took a seat. Qin Xuan sighed inwardly. This fellow was quite the pretentious one. Complaining aside, they had to respectfully greet him. We pay our respects to the gentleman. Bao Bufan nodded and slowly spoke. You all must be aware of the events that transpired in the southern and eastern districts the day before yesterday and yesterday. Yes, the rules remain unchanged. It will be a life and death duel. However, due to the increased number of factions this time, there are a total of 5. Today, only one shall survive. Do not blame me for being ruthless. Sha City is too chaotic. 5 leaders, please step forward to draw lots. Bao Bufan announced, touching the ring on his finger, which conjured a box. A phone took it and stepped forward. The 5 faction leaders approached, beginning to draw lots. Qin Xuan drew number 4. A phone boomed. The drawing is complete. Number 1 faces number 2. Number 3 faces number 4. Number 5 is exempt. The one fortunate enough to draw number 5 was the Money Gang, who were overjoyed. However, their excitement quickly waned at what followed. I concede. The first to speak was number 3. I also concede. Number 1 declared, according to the rules of the life and death duel, participants could concede before the battle, indicating their willingness to disband their faction voluntarily. Bao Bufan seemed to have anticipated this, giving a foam a knowing glance. Continue with the drawing. Perhaps the leader of the Money Gang was indeed fortunate, as he drew exemption once more. However, Qin Xuan's opponent conceded again. And this time, the leader of the Money Gang realized something was amiss, his gaze fixated on Qin Xuan. Yet, Qin Xuan merely smiled. Lu Gang leader, it appears we are the last 2 standing. The Money Gang was indeed wealthy, managing the 3 iron mines and salt trade in the western part of the city on behalf of the government, although the Chu Kingdom expressly forbade trade with the barbarians regarding salt and iron. Who could truly know whether such transactions occurred? The leader of the Money Gang, Lu Su, fixed his piercing gaze on Qin Xuan, a sinister smile spreading across his face. I did not expect my final opponent to be you. Let us begin. He retreated, and soon a hulking man emerged, wielding a large blade and possessing an imposing stature. Qin Xuan remained still, slowly unfastening his holster. Without introductions, a phone struck the gong. Ding! The massive man roared, raising his long blade and charging forward. As Qin Xuan's foot shifted, the raw power of his physique surged through his arm, culminating in a swift thrust of his spear that emitted a cold gleam. Streaking through the air like a meteor arriving before its time, he did not employ any true energy, nor did he wield the Starfall spear, merely due to his frequent practice of the first form. His casual speed in striking far surpassed that of an ordinary practitioner at the acquired realm. Thud, the burly man, still holding his blade, was utterly unprepared and was instantly pierced through the throat. It was akin to when Qin Xuan had been struck by the border army. Even when witnessing another's punch, evasion was futile, for the opponent's speed exceeded one's reflexes. A foam, do you see it now? Bao Bufan murmured, sir, it's the technique. Quite intriguing. The members of the Money Gang across from them appeared as if struck by calamity, their leader Lu Su wearing a grim expression. You go. The man shook his head and retreated. Unwilling to advance, leader, my strength is on par with Zhangzhou. I would only meet my demise as well. You should go. Lu Su gritted his teeth in frustration. Bring him over. Clang. Unexpectedly, the man drew his sword, declaring, whoever approaches, I will kill. I do not wish to die in an instant. We are all brothers. Do not force me. The crowd stood still. They were not fools, and the three forces had directly conceded. Did they not see the situation clearly? Unless something unforeseen occurred, the outcome would undoubtedly favor the Sheikh gang's survival. Who would heed Lu Su's orders now? Lu Su, enraged, also unsheathed his long knife not far away. Bao Bufan furrowed his brow. A Feng, take care of this. Yes, sir. A Feng set down the gong and transformed into a fleeting shadow. In an instant, Lu Su and his subordinate found their heads severed. The members of the money gang recoiled in fear, their faces paling. Bao Bufan stood up and approached Qin Xuan's side. Qin Xuan quickly lowered his spear and bowed respectfully. Sir, Qin Xuan, you have performed admirably. From today onwards, the forces in the western part of the city will belong to you. As he spoke, he touched his ring and produced a document, handing it to him, according to what is written here. Take charge of the forces under your command. Do it well. Gently patting him on the shoulder, Bao Bufan turned to leave. Sir, take care. As the carriage departed, all eyes turned to him, the new underground ruler of the western part of Sha City. It is late. Everyone should return. Tomorrow, the heads of the various forces will convene at Lufeng Pavilion. Yes, leader. The three surrendering forces respectfully bowed and left. The members of the money gang exchanged glances. Their leader was dead. You will be in charge temporarily. Qin Xuan casually pointed to a person. The man rejoiced. Thank you, leader. The crowd dispersed, and only then did Qin Xuan open the document, examining it in the glow of the fire. The more he read, the more he comprehended why Chen Wenzhou sought to consolidate the forces of Sha City. Officials were to be redeployed to the docks, iron mines reclaimed for government management, population trafficking regulated, food prices controlled, and so forth, a plethora of policies. This gentleman was preparing for next year as inspector. Consolidating power was one aspect. What he truly aimed to do was reclaim the industries managed by these forces. Qin Xuan began to understand the governor's approach. He beckoned, and Lu Qing swiftly approached. Leader, look, this is our governor's true intention. As she spoke, she handed the document to him. Lu Qing was now his true right-hand companion. Chapter 52, Neither of us can afford to offend him. She read for a moment before returning the document to Qin Xuan, taking a deep breath and inquiring, Leader, have you considered what you will do in a year? What, do you believe our governor will rise in rank? The possibility is quite high. For the past 30 years, the barbarians have not caused trouble, and Sha City has been governed quite well under him. Lu Qing paused before adding, Leader, I've also learned that our governor is no simple person. He was the second in the imperial examination in the 8th year of Tiansheng. Impressive, Qin Xuan sincerely admired. He had experienced the difficulty of the imperial examination and understood that those who achieved such ranks were truly exceptional. But why has he remained in Sha City for 30 years? Qin Xuan found this puzzling. He was familiar with the officialdom of the Chu kingdom. Generally, officials served a maximum of 10 years in a locality. Even if their performance was lacking, they would still be reassigned. Yet this individual had spent a full 30 years in Sha City. Lu Qing shot him a glance. How would I know? Alright, let us return. I need to think carefully about how to conduct tomorrow's meeting. Qin Xuan turned to leave. The carriage progressed slowly through the thick snow and eventually arrived at the governor's office. As Bao Bufan disembarked, a guard hurried over. Mr. Bao, the governor requests your presence. Understood. Bao Bufan adjusted his attire, removed his coat, and proceeded towards the main chamber in the north. Inside, a young man with a mustache sat, and upon seeing Bao Bufan enter through the wind and snow, he smiled and set down his teacup. Bufan, you've arrived. I have met the governor. The one before him was the heavens of Sha City Governor Chen Wenzhou. He quickly rose to support Bao Bufan, chiding, we are longtime friends. There is no need for such formality. Governor, there are distinctions in status. Suit yourself. Chen Wenzhou helplessly pulled him to sit and asked, how has everything been handled? Governor, all has been resolved, save for that Li Jiming. Him. Chen Wenzhou shook his head. Bufan, I have told you before. We cannot afford to offend him. Bao Bufan gazed at him in confusion, seeking an explanation. Chen Wenzhou continued to shake his head. I cannot disclose this to you. All I can say is, do not provoke him. And treat him as if he does not exist. But Governor, next year marks your term. You promised before the Emperor to govern Sha City properly within 30 years. Bao Bufan's expression grew agitated. The ghost garden should not exist. According to the laws of the Great Chu, the private trade of spirit herbs is prohibited, yet the ghost garden frequently engages in such transactions. Understood, Chen Wenzhou chuckled. Bufan, rest assured, I will find an opportunity to speak with him personally. Just remember, do not act against him. We truly cannot afford to offend Li Jiming. I understand, Governor. Chen Wenzhou lifted his teacup, slowly rising to the door. Watching the snowflakes dance wildly in the night, sighing, only a year remains. This bitter cold land of the north has been endured long enough. Upon your return, you will surely soar to great heights. Let us hope so. The next day, in the center of Lufeng Street stood a 3-story building, its sign emblazoned with the words Lufeng Pavilion. Today, Lufeng Pavilion remained closed to guests. Its doors tightly shut. On the 3rd floor, a warm charcoal fire burned, enveloping the entire pavilion in warmth. Qin Chuan entered, removed his coat, surveyed the attendees, and smiled broadly. Everyone is here. The others quickly stood and bowed. We have met the leader. Please take a seat. Qin Chuan sat down and sipped his tea, waving his hand. Lu Qing, holding the document she had organized and copied last night, distributed it to everyone. Take a look. Discuss after reading. Silence fell over the room as several expressions turned grim. Leader, the head of the money gang lamented, the iron mines are not permitted to be privately owned, which is the law of the Chu Kingdom. The money gang has occupied this territory for so many years, largely due to the war 80 years ago. Now that the Chu Kingdom is strong, what, do you wish for the entire gang to be exterminated? I dare not. I will abide by the governor's orders. These are not my orders, they are the commands of my sir. And you? Qin Chuan directed his gaze at the 3 surrendering forces. The 3 men had become somewhat familiar with Qin Chuan over the past few days. He had sent Lu Qing to meet them, and they had been thoroughly subdued. Otherwise, they would not have surrendered so readily. Gather your hands from the side businesses. Yes, leader. The 3 had no objections. They were well aware that the money earned was not theirs. Let the governor handle it as he sees fit. Then I will announce the restructuring matters of the gang. Please take notes. Qin Chuan produced a document and declared, from today onward, all forces will be disbanded. A completely new shade gang will be formed. Lu Qing, present. All the brothels, pleasure houses, and taverns in the western city will be under your management. Yes, leader. Ma Dao, present. You will manage the gambling houses. Understood. Luohu, present. You will continue overseeing grain and cloth. Remember, halt population trafficking. Yes, leader. Due, you will be responsible for the taverns and salt trade. Of course, Tianma must be put on hold. When he uttered this last point, Qin Chuan's expression turned solemn. Tianma was a substance akin to poison. Yes, leader. And what about me? The member of the money gang stood up. Qin Chuan shook his head. You will follow Due. That will be all. You may leave for now. The cake will be divided this way. And as for the shade docks, I will assign someone to oversee them. Yes, leader. He left with a crestfallen demeanor. Qin Chuan rhythmically tapped the armrest, and everyone watched him intently. After a long pause, he spoke. Currently, there are too many people in Sha City's underworld. This leads to an uneven distribution of our internal resources. Therefore, we must streamline personnel and enhance the welfare of the gang members. This declaration shocked everyone. Leader, Lu Qing furrowed her brows. It was too sudden, and she had not yet reacted. This implies expelling a significant number of people from the gang. With so many ruffians, will it not lead to chaos in Sha City? Contrary to the Sir's intentions, they would not dare. Moreover, we will abolish the retirement policy. If one wishes to wash their hands of the business, let it be done thoroughly. Each faction will be limited to 30 members. And the position of leader will be abolished. The fragrance master will only lead 10, wages will be quintupled, and we will still provide resources. Regarding the issue of resources, I will find a way to address it. Let us proceed with this. I will speak to the Sir about it. The others resigned themselves. Qin Chuan was the leader, and they had no choice but to agree. In truth, this had been a matter Qin Chuan had contemplated for quite some time. He needed to prepare for the future. Unless absolutely necessary, he did not wish to leave Sha City, so he needed to establish a force that truly belonged to him. Streamlining personnel and treating the gang like a sect was the way forward. He had read in books that once a force reached a certain level, it could apply to the government for a sect token, thereby establishing a sect. At that point, they would be a true power. Not merely a vassal of someone else. Qin Chuan harbored his own ambitions. Since the system did not allow him to take on a master, the only way to advance rapidly in cultivation was to become the master of a great force. He would then leverage his status and vast financial resources to obtain what he desired. Chapter 53. The invitation. As the chimes of the 40th year of Tianshang rang out, the entire San City was adorned with festive decorations, immersed in a jubilant atmosphere. However, many in the western part of the city found themselves beset by worry. Just 3 days prior, the order from the leader of the Shade Gang had expelled 2/3 of the individuals who had been mingling in the western region. Over 3,000 people suddenly found themselves without constraints or livelihoods, plunging the West into chaos, with numerous issues arising. On the afternoon of the first day of the new year, a horse-drawn carriage slowly made its way to the headquarters of the Shake Gang. Qin Xuan, who was meditating and cultivating his energy in the office, was startled awake by a hurried knock at the door. Rising slowly, he approached the window and saw the carriage parked outside. Realizing that the expected guest had arrived, he swiftly opened the door, and the newly appointed gatekeeper Li San murmured, "Leader, the gentleman is here and awaits you in the hall." Understood. Qin Xuan hurried down the stairs and quickly spotted Bao Bufan seated at the main position. Sipping tea, with Ah Feng standing behind him, he immediately donned a smile. "Sir, what brings you here? If I don't come, the West will descend into utter chaos," Bao Bufan replied, his expression grim. "Qin Xuan, I entrusted the western region to you. And this is how you manage it?" Over 3,000 martial artists suddenly lost their control and purpose. If something goes awry, are you prepared to bear the consequences? "Ah Feng," Qin Xuan interjected urgently. "Sir, may I offer a defense?" His heart raced. Once Ah Feng was called upon, it usually spelled trouble, if not death, then a good beating. "Very well, speak your piece. If it fails to convince me, then perhaps you should reconsider your position as leader." "Yes, sir," Qin Xuan sighed, aware of Bao Bufan's domineering nature. However, what choice did he have? The circumstances were formidable, and he needed to maintain a low profile. In his eyes, the martial world consisted of three types of individuals: those of high cultivation and status, or those with powerful backgrounds. Friends were generally on equal footing, while the lowly had no backing at all. Bao Bufan was a formidable figure before him, someone he could not provoke. In his eyes, Qin Xuan was akin to an insignificant insect, easily disposed of. "Are you familiar with Funyo Mountain?" Qin Xuan inquired. Bao Bufan cast a cold glance at him but refrained from further obfuscation, urging him to continue. Funyo Mountain is located less than 100 kilometers northwest of Arsan City, and it is said to be abundant with medicinal herbs, although it is the territory of the barbarians. They are not particularly discerning when it comes to identifying medicinal plants. Moreover, as it is winter, the barbarians will not patrol the area for at least 3 months until the ice and snow melt. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of interest flickered in Bao Bufan's eyes. "Continue." "Yes, sir." Qin Xuan took a sip of tea and elaborated, "Our western territory is quite close to Funyo Mountain, yet Guiyuan has long monopolized the market for the medicinal herbs required for martial cultivation. This has severely restricted the development of our gang. Thus, I propose that we find a way to send these 3,000 individuals to Funyo Mountain to gather herbs. Subsequently, we could establish a location similar to Guiyuan's. In doing so, sir, we would not only resolve the livelihood issues of 3,000 people but also enrich our supply of medicinal herbs for martial artists in the West, a twofold benefit." "Well done." Bao Bufan smiled. "I shall secure a favorable location for a medicinal herb trading market." "Thank you, sir." Qin Xuan's heart soared with joy. His plan had indeed succeeded, since that evening when he learned Guiyuan had not made an appearance. He had begun to devise this strategy. The absence of Guiyuan could either be due to Li Jiming not being difficult with our governor or because of the governor's own influence. However, would his power be so substantial? Why would he even need to create the Shake Gang? Thus Qin Xuan was certain that Guiyuan and the governor were at odds. By dealing with Guiyuan, he would align himself with the governor, gaining trust while streamlining the gang and addressing the lack of cultivation resources. For Qin Xuan, this was a triple win. Of course, while he had offended Li Jiming, whom did he represent? The governor, of course. Any grievances would surely be directed toward the governor, not Qin Xuan. Should Bao Bufan disagree today, he had a backup plan, though the original was the most optimal. However, remember this: do not violate the laws of Dechu. "I shall remember." Qin Xuan nodded, watching as Bao Bufan turned to leave. The laws of Dechu strictly prohibited the private trade of spiritual herbs. Qin Xuan was fully aware of Bao Bufan's implication. Yet, just last night, someone had sent him an invitation to an underground auction hosted by Guiyuan, which included spiritual herbs and some rare metals. Indeed, once one rises in status, opportunities will present themselves. Dechu's control over cultivation resources was exceedingly stringent, leaving martial artists in the civilian sector with no viable paths. As for rebellion, that was sheer folly. Within the high martial world, where royal powers abound, there were no avenues for the common folk to rise up. How could Dechu have maintained its reign for 2,000 years otherwise? This only reinforced Qin Xuan's belief that, to his knowledge, only registered sects could engage in the legal trade of techniques, elixirs, spiritual herbs, and rare metals. Thus, he had no choice but to streamline the membership and transform the gang into a sect. The route via Huichuan would likely be futile, as he suspected that the method proposed by Lord Wang was subpar at best. Whether he would receive further assistance remained uncertain. Currently, the dock was under the control of the officials, suspending any dealings involving the sale of broken gold essence to it. Was likely that upon Lord Wang's return after the new year, they would discuss how to proceed with these matters. On the evening of the second day of the new year, while Qin Xuan prepared dinner at home, he anticipated the arrival of his disciple. Qin Xuan, who would soon finish his shift at it, was a rare occasion for him to cook, and he aimed to enjoy a good meal with his apprentice. Before long, Qin Xuan burst in, exclaiming, "Master, master, a major event has occurred." "What is it? How significant is this event?" Qin Xuan inquired with a smile, enjoying the boyish childlike enthusiasm as he dished out vegetables. "Master, just now, Yuan Xiang informed me that someone traveled 100 miles to Funyo Mountain and gathered a great quantity of medicinal herbs, selling them for a total of 130 taels of silver. Such a sum," Qin Xuan exclaimed. "That is quite impressive. I appreciate your informing me." Qin Xuan paused, taken aback. "That is 130 taels. Not just 13, perhaps master has grown wealthy enough to overlook such sums." Bang! Qin Xuan playfully tapped his disciple's head, chiding, "You little rascal, why are you dawdling? Go wash your hands and prepare to serve the dishes. It is a rare occasion for your master to cook, and today you're in for a treat." "All right." Qin Xuan dashed off to wash up before bringing the dishes to the dining hall. The two sat across from each other, and as Qin Xuan devoured his food, he voiced his concerns. "Master, if this news is confirmed, the brothers in the gang might become restless." "Let them be," Qin Xuan replied. "The profits from herb gathering are far greater than those from mingling in the gang. They will naturally consider leaving the gang to pursue herb gathering." Qin Xuan had long issued orders permitting withdrawal from the gang, assuring that there would be no repercussions. His aim was to simplify the membership, enhance benefits, and provide resources to foster a sense of belonging among those who remained, rather than allowing them to scatter like sand in the wind, each thinking only of themselves. Though Qin Xuan understood their sentiments, his position had changed. He now required loyal subordinates rather than opportunists. If necessary, for the sake of long-term planning, he would emulate the sects and cultivate talent from a young age. At that moment, Qin Xuan began to grumble again. "Master, the officials visited the dock yesterday. They were so arrogant, treating us as their subordinates." "Patience is required," Qin Xuan sighed. "It was an unavoidable circumstance." Chapter 54, The Auction. Stars fall. He set down his chopsticks and lifted his wine cup, sipping slowly as he began to ponder whether he needed to abandon dealings with the officials. Continuing down this path was ultimately unsustainable. Shaking his head, he concluded it was best to wait for Lord Wang's return before making any decisions. On the 8th day of the first month of the 47th year of Tianshang, news swept through the entire Sand City. Funyo Mountain had abundant medicinal herbs, and the Sheikh gang promised to purchase them at high prices. This stirred excitement among all martial artists and civilians in the Sand City, heralding a wave of herb-gathering fervor. Simultaneously, a sign was hung in a garden at the center of the Western District. Sand City Medicinal Herb Trading Market. This market was specifically established for Qin Xuan and his men to oversee. Given the presence of the officials at the dock, a few individuals stationed there daily sufficed, as there was no longer any profit to be gained. In the Western District, Guiyuan was preparing for its auction tonight. Guiyuan did not entertain clients without invitations, and Qin Xuan, donning a straw hat and disguised, presented his invitation to gain entry into Guiyuan. Soon, a servant guided him through a winding path to a room at the back of Guiyuan. Upon entering, Qin Xuan's pupils constricted. Though the room appeared small, it surprisingly had two spacious levels, a marvel of compactness. He knew that martial artists who had achieved enlightenment possessed incredible abilities, but he had not expected to witness such phenomena in the small Sand City. Suppressing his astonishment, he continued onward, and the servant pointed out a seat. "Guest, your invitation is valid for the lower level. Feel free to choose a seat." "Thank you," Qin Xuan replied, making his way down. The second floor contained 10 private rooms, while the lower level featured 50 spacious seats. He casually selected a spot to sit. With nearly 15 minutes before the auction commenced, the attendance was still sparse. Gradually more individuals arrived, each having donned disguises, concealing their true identities. As for the private rooms, he could not ascertain their occupancy. After all, the items up for auction were surely extraordinary. In a world where one could be punished for possessing rare treasures, discretion was indeed prudent. As time passed, the 50 seats on the lower level quickly filled up, and silence enveloped the room. A beam of light illuminated the auction stage, where a middle-aged man swiftly ascended. "Greetings, everyone. Welcome to the Guiyuan auction. I am the auctioneer Li Shangyang. We hold auctions monthly, and this is the first of the year. I hope everyone finds what they seek. Of course, we also have new esteemed guests this year." So allow me to explain the rules. In the auction, every item is measured in the unit of yuanzheng, with no acceptance of silver taels. Furthermore, the items acquired at the auction will be delivered to you on site. With payment made simultaneously beside your seat, there is a lever on the armrest. By placing the yuanzheng inside, the items will be automatically transmitted. Qin Chuan opened the armrest to inspect it and indeed discovered a mechanism within. Surprisingly spacious, however, he had never encountered yuanzheng before and felt quite helpless. Today, he would simply take the opportunity to broaden his horizons. Without further ado, let us proceed to the first auction item, the auctioneer. Li Shangyang clapped his hands, and a beautiful maid approached, carrying a tray. A beam of light illuminated the tray, revealing a single medicinal pill, an 8th-tier yuanchen pill, an essential elixir for a martial artist at the peak of the Gangxi realm. The starting bid is 3 yuanzhang. Let the bidding commence. For yuanzhang at 6, 8, the price ascended rapidly until a voice echoed from an upper private room. 11 yuanzhang. The room fell into a hushed silence, after a few breaths. As no one else raised their bid, the auctioneer struck his hammer, declaring, "Lot number 2, the yuanchen pill, sold for 11 yuanzhang." He then lifted the tray, and after a brief moment, the table in front of him flipped, revealing 11 crystal-clear stones, each the size of a grain of rice. He placed the pill on the table, and with a flip the pill vanished from sight. Now let us proceed to the second item for auction. Another maid approached, holding a tray that contained a piece of metal, the size of a thumbnail, radiating a faint glow. Qin Chuan's pupils contracted. It was indeed a fragment of demise gold. He was curious how much such a small piece would be worth in yuanzhang. The broken gang iron has the effect of shielding martial artists from the Gangxi of demise and possesses excellent conductive properties, making it an exceptional material for crafting weapons for martial artists. The starting price is 5 yuanzhang. What the hell? Qin Chuan inwardly exclaimed, astonished at the steep price. The yuanchen pill started at only 3 yuanzhang. The value of this thumbnail-sized demise gold far exceeds that of the yuanchen pill. He could hardly imagine what the larger chunks he'd previously encountered were worth. Today, he gained a considerable understanding of the immense value of energy in Huichuan. 10 yuanzhang, 15. As the bids continued, the final sale price for this piece of demise gold reached 15 yuanzhang. The auction proceeded, with the next item being a martial arts technique, which sold for 10 yuanzhang. Following that was a cultivation method, which once again expanded Qin Chuan's understanding. Indeed, cultivation methods possess varying ranks. This particular mixed element purple chi method is of the Xian rank, with a starting price of 50 yuanzhang. The auction continued, showcasing an array of spiritual herbs, medicinal pills, and techniques, totaling 30 items. Among them, a particular spiritual herb caught his attention, a 150-year-old money grass. Auctioned for 17 yuanzhang, which made Qin Chuan's heart race with excitement. Indeed, that money grass he possessed was quite valuable. After the 30 items were auctioned, the event concluded, and the crowd dispersed. Returning home, Qin Chuan's mind was overwhelmed, rendering him unable to sleep. Thus he rose to practice his spear techniques. Meteor, he thrust the spear sharply, piercing the air and creating a violent sonic boom. Star rain, a series of sonic booms erupted, the cold light raining down densely. Suddenly inspiration struck him. Gripping the spear with both hands, he leapt high and came crashing down. Starfall, snap, a subtle sound rang out as the spear tip struck a fallen leaf, leaving it unharmed, while the blue stone-paved ground shattered into countless pieces. "Ha, is this what starfall feels like?" Qin Chuan paused, quickly recalling that sensation, and raised the spear again, bringing it down. Snap, another leaf remained intact, while the blue stones fractured. Snap, snap, after a series of successful strikes. He mastered the final move, Starfall. Is this the feeling of effortless strength, like striking a cow from across a mountain? How marvelous! Moreover, it must be executed without using true chi for it to count as successful. What would the effect be if true chi were employed? Without hesitation, he infused true chi into the spear, which instantly glimmered with a silvery radiance, and with a powerful thrust, he struck down. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated. The leaves were unscathed, while 5 nearby paving stones were reduced to dust, and the ground was riddled with cracks. At that moment a roar erupted from the neighboring courtyard. Who's there? Do you have any sense of public decency? Setting off firecrackers at this hour. Chapter 55. The golden token of the ghost garden. Qin Chuan was utterly speechless, and the thought of relocating crossed his mind once more. Just then, applause resounded. Clap, clap, clap. Remarkable spear technique, such effortless strength. Who? Qin Chuan turned, activating his true eye immediately. Not far away, perched atop the wall, sat a figure, having gone unnoticed for quite some time. Li Shangyang, the auctioneer of the ghost garden. Li Shangyang leaped down silently, his footsteps barely making a sound as he approached Qin Chuan. At this moment, Qin Chuan had begun to gather his strength, yet he felt no certainty and was unaware of the man's intentions. So he refrained from making a move. Qin Gangzhang, do not be alarmed, I come merely to have a chat with you. To chat with me, well, to be precise, I am here on behalf of my master to have a word with you. Li Jiming, precisely, may I trouble you for a cup of tea? Li Shangyang's smile was exceedingly warm. Of course, Qin Chuan dispelled his gathered true qi, realizing he could not discern this person's strength. He clearly surpassed the true qi realm. If he intended to kill him, he would have already perished. He had underestimated Li Jiming. The master of the Ghost Garden was not an ordinary individual. Please follow me. In the living room, as Qin Chuan brewed tea, he inquired, what business does your esteemed master have with me? Shut down the medicinal herb trading market. Li Shangyang's words caused Qin Chuan to furrow his brow. He shook his head. You must know this is not within my authority. I am aware that Qin Gangzhang lacks such boldness. Are you being polite? It appears I have misjudged your intentions, though the truth may sting. I speak only facts, do I not, Qin Gangzhang? Indeed. Qin Chuan was eager to confirm and then asked, why must I close the trading market? It is not a request for immediate closure, but rather to be closed 1 year from now. Very well, I indeed lack the courage to compete with the Ghost Garden. Qin Chuan breathed a sigh of relief, finally understanding why he had received the auction invitation. It was likely for this very discussion, remarkably effective. Had he not attended the auction, should they have demanded he shut down the trading market? He might have considered confronting the Ghost Garden head-on. Qin Gangzhang is quite agreeable. Of course, my master is also not stingy. Li Shangyang stroked the ring on his finger and produced a golden token. Handing it to Qin Chuan, this is the Ghost Garden's golden token granting you access to the rear courtyard. However, only items necessary for entry-level martial artists may be traded there. I believe Qin Gangzhang is in need of this. Thank you. Qin Chuan quickly accepted the token, unbothered by the potential embarrassment, and eagerly inquired, by the way, can silver taels be exchanged for yuanzhang? Of course, otherwise, why would we engage in business with ordinary martial artists? What is the exchange rate? 10,000 silver taels equals 1 yuanzhang, but you must possess this Ghost Garden golden token to exchange. This is a regulation issued by the state of Chu for entry-level martial artists. We cannot change it at will. Understood, thank you. Li Shangyang smiled, rising to clasp his fists. Well then, Qin Gangzhang, farewell. With that, he turned and departed, holding the token. Qin Chuan felt a surge of excitement. So it turns out that mundane silver taels are not without value to entry-level martial artists. Yet, if one is not entry-level, they cannot find a way to exchange. Similarly, without the means to exchange, one cannot ascend to entry-level. It is a vicious cycle. He quickly began calculating how much silver taels he could utilize. 1.14 million taels. I actually have access to such a sum. That equates to 114 yuanzhang, which means I can purchase quite a number of items. My innate talent and comprehension must be exceptional. Thus, my primary goal now should be to acquire martial arts techniques and methods. I can forego the medicinal pills for now. After considerable training over this period, the true qi within his body had grown quite substantial. Yet without anyone to compare with, he was uncertain of his precise standing within the true qi realm. Either he would encounter someone of a higher level or someone who had not yet reached entry level. He could only explore slowly. He would visit the Ghost Garden tomorrow night to discuss further. His mind was filled with excitement, rendering sleep impossible, so he continued practicing with the spear. On the 8th day, after the imperial court's annual leave concluded, both the government offices and military camps resumed normal operations. In the northern city, at the military camp, Bao Bufan stood in the center, hands clasped within his sleeves. This time, he was not accompanied by a phone, but by a single individual. Before him, at the desk, sat a young man with no beard, fair-faced, and strikingly handsome, yet possessing a somewhat effeminate demeanor, easily identifiable as a eunuch. The young eunuch held a letter, furrowing his brow in concentration. After a long while, he set down the envelope and, with a voice akin to a duck's quack, spoke, "Return and inform your master Chen that we are aware." Bao Bufan dared not mock the eunuch's quacking voice, nor did he inquire whether the matter had been resolved. He quickly bowed and replied, "Understood." The eunuch waved his hand, and as he exited the tent, he turned and swiftly departed. "Bring the commander of the Jiazi camp." Yes, shortly thereafter, the commander of the Jiazi camp, Zhou hurried into the tent, kneeling on one knee. Zhou, pay my respects to the military supervisor. Take a look for yourself. The eunuch tossed a letter at his feet. Zhou immediately replied, "I am aware of my mistakes." "Aware of your mistakes?" The eunuch rose, looking down at him with cold disdain. "Without receiving orders, you led your troops to gallivant through the streets, placing them elsewhere. that as treason, punishable by the extermination of 9 clans. Zhou Xian had been waiting for the higher-ups' punishment these past few days since the general had returned to the capital to report last year and left the military supervisor in charge. Today, he finally awaited the punishment. Picking up the letter, his expression gradually darkened. Do you now understand the seriousness of the matter? The eunuch sneered. While we may disregard the face of an ordinary governor, Chen Wanzhou is no ordinary governor. Zhou Xian, you may return home. Yes, I understand. Zhou Xian's expression grew dim. He knew this was the best outcome and recognized that the military supervisor had assisted him. Otherwise, it would not have been as simple as leaving the military camp. He knelt again, bowing his head. Thank you for saving my life, my lord. The eunuch sighed and waved his hand, turning away as Zhou Xian expressed his gratitude once more before rising to depart. He was acutely aware that his fate was sealed, his path within the military was irrevocably severed. It was likely that his father had sought out the supervising general, for otherwise a swift execution awaited him. The unauthorized mobilization of troops was, indeed, a grave offense. While such an incident might have seemed trivial in the border town, should someone take it seriously, it could escalate into a significant matter. As the correspondents had explicitly stated. Should he not be dealt with, his actions of leading troops into the streets would be reported to the court. The dichotomy between civil and military authority was not a novel concept within the court. If Chen Wanzhou were to embellish the narrative, from generals to supervising officials and down to the 100-man captains, they would all likely face dire consequences. The supervising general displayed the letter to him, signifying that he had exerted all possible effort. The error he committed was considerable, and his fate was uncertain. Chapter 56, Annihilation at the Ghostly Garden. Early the next morning, upon arriving at headquarters, Qin Xuan was met with shocking news. The Zhou family had been annihilated. Just the previous night, Zhou Xian had been expelled from the border army, and by nightfall, his entire clan had perished, with none surviving. As to who was responsible, those within the martial world had a general idea. Bang! Chen Wanzhou was brazenly overstepping his bounds. Within the northern military camp, the supervising eunuch was seething with anger while 9 generals below him were equally indignant. Supervising general, we must retaliate, otherwise, what of our military prestige? One exclaimed. Indeed, let the supervising general issue the order, and we shall see Chen Wanzhou's head by nightfall. Silence, the eunuch retorted coldly. You fools, Chen Wanzhou is a court official. Do you wish to rebel? Zhou Xian's death was of his own making, moreover he was expelled from the army before his demise. What does this have to do with our military prestige? Furthermore, do you possess any evidence? The crowd fell into a sullen silence, for they were not foolish. Their earlier shouts had merely been for show. Of course, they felt a sense of injustice for Zhou Xian, though his cultivation was modest. He was a captain of the armored battalion. The complete annihilation of his family was indeed tragic, and they naturally empathized with him. Get out, spend more time training the soldiers. General Hua should be returning shortly. At the mention of General Hua, the crowd instinctively shrank back and then dispersed. A faint, imperceptible smile played on the lips of the supervising eunuch. News had reached him that Zhou Lin seemed poised to break through. Chen Wanzhou, it appears your return to the capital may not be as effortless as you envision. Within the government office, Bao Bufan and Chen Wanzhou sat across from one another, both wearing expressions of worry. Rumors were circulating that it was I who had dispatched assassins to wipe out the Zhou family. Bufan, who do you suppose is framing me for this? My lord, it must be that eunuch Wei Qingyi. Chen Wanzhou nodded in agreement. Indeed, I suspect he is behind it. Li Jiming would not be so petty. By the way, Bufan, 10 years ago, did the Zhou family not have a second son who was taken away? Where is he now? Returning to my lord, he went to Yuntai Mountain, to the Dei Sword Sect. The Dei Sword Sect, Chen Wanzhou murmured, a flicker of apprehension crossing his face. Those reckless sword cultivators. Wei Qingyi's true intention was to incite Zhou Lin to seek revenge against me. My lord, with me here, you need not worry. Bao Bufan quickly rose to reassure him. Chen Wanzhou felt a bit more at ease knowing Bao Bufan was present, yet the Dei Sword Sect was indeed not an ordinary sect. At Yuntai Mountain, Zhou Lin received a message. Your letter. A disciple shouted as he departed. Zhou Lin swiftly emerged, waving his hand as the door opened automatically, the letter drawn into his grasp by an unseen force. This isn't my family's handwriting. He quickly tore it open, his expression darkening with each passing moment, until he collapsed to the ground in despair. No, this cannot be true, absolutely not. Tears silently streamed down his cheeks as memories of his 10-year absence from home flooded back, his father's sternness, his mother's kindness, his elder brother's protection, the playful antics of his younger brother, all vividly replaying in his mind. Those clear tears gradually transformed into a crimson hue. He clutched the letter tightly, his gaze wild with madness. After a long moment, Zhou Lin slowly rose, his once gentle smile replaced by an icy demeanor. He returned to his room, sword in hand, and stepped outside. As night fell, Qin Chuan donned a disguise and made his way to the ghostly garden. Despite the tumult surrounding the Zhou family's fate, it bore no relevance to him. Every grievance has its source, every debt its master. A breeze seemed to carry whispers, insinuating that the perpetrator was none other than the governor. He sensed a conspiracy afoot, but this did not deter him from visiting the ghostly garden to procure goods. Today, he brought with him a 160-year-old money grass and 100,000 taels of silver. Time was of the essence. He felt unrest brewing in Shachang. Someone sought to prevent the governor from completing this round of inspections. Others might not comprehend, but Qin Chuan had perused countless historical texts and power struggles in his past life. The bureaucratic realm was often the darkest and bloodiest of places. Although he outwardly appeared to be a dog at the governor's beck and call, should trouble arise, he too would be ensnared. For he had publicly marked himself with Chen Wenzhou's imprint. Thus, he had initially planned to bring 30,000 taels but decided instead to stake everything, bringing a full 100,000, leaving only 14,000 as reserve for the gang. Upon entering the garden, he presented his token. The guards not only refrained from collecting fees but also bowed respectfully and guided him. Esteemed guest, please proceed straight ahead. There is a door where you may enter upon presenting your token. Thank you. Qin Chuan ventured deeper into the garden, passing stall after stall, vigilantly scanning for any overlooked treasures. However, fortune was a fickle mistress, and such opportunities were rare. He had no interest in trifling amounts of silver. He arrived at the rear courtyard, where he presented his token once more and was granted entry. The small room used for auctions had transformed dramatically. There were no seats or private rooms. Only an expansive hall surrounded by various shops. This space could shift at will. Truly wondrous. He surveyed the surroundings and made his way to the nearby exchange. Inside, a maid dressed in ghostly garden attire greeted him. Esteemed guest, do you wish to exchange for? Indeed. Qin Chuan produced a banknote for 100,000. The maid took the note, verified it, and handed him a small pouch. Here are your. Please take care. Qin Chuan accepted it. Inspecting the contents, 10 pieces, neither more nor less, radiating a gentle aura of remarkably pure, they would serve him well for cultivation. Please exchange more. Qin Chuan presented the remaining 9 banknotes of 100,000. Certainly, please wait a moment. The maid, ever professional, swiftly verified the notes and retrieved another pouch, counting out 10 more before handing it to Qin Chuan. Please verify. Upon confirming the number was accurate, he expressed his gratitude and departed for the herbal shop, where another proficient maid awaited him. The 160-year-old money grass was sold for merely 10. She explained that while the herb was precious, it could only fetch a high price if the right buyer was present. Hence their buyback price was limited. Qin Chuan did not quibble. Having purchased it at a bargain, selling it for 10,000 was a windfall. However, he was cautious about using his true sight in this place. Uncertain if anyone might notice, better safe than sorry. With his exchanges complete, Qin Chuan's wealth now totaled 110. His objectives for the day were threefold: techniques, skills, and metals for weapon forging. He first approached the techniques area, where his gaze fell upon a book prominently displayed. A detailed explanation of cultivation realms. His eyes brightened. Finally, such a resource was available. He needed this immensely and was unperturbed by the maid discerning his cultivation level. As the ghostly garden might already possess his records, without hesitation he inquired, "What is the price?" Chapter 57. Awaiting the right moment, the maid, with a professional smile, replied, "Esteemed guest, 1. I'll take 1, thank you." Qin Chuan promptly secured it. While it might seem worthless to others, it held immense value for him. Information bore significant worth. After acquiring this book, he glanced around only to find that the available techniques amounted to merely 3. And none surpassed his innate strength by much. "Are there no other techniques available?" The maid shook her head and explained, "We typically auction off high-quality techniques. Please keep an eye out for our monthly auction." Understood, thank you. Qin Chuan turned to leave, only to spot another book in the skills section, a detailed explanation of martial arts techniques. Priced at 1, he swiftly purchased it. He couldn't be bothered to browse the pill section and exited the ghostly garden. In a loft within the ghostly garden, a young man, appearing to be in his 20s, was seated, brewing tea. Li Shang Yang entered quietly, reporting, "Master, Qin Chuan has left, just as you predicted. He only exchanged for and purchased 2 explanations of cultivation." It turned out this young man was the master of the ghostly garden, Li Jiming. "Shan Yang, what are your thoughts on him?" "Master, he likely acquired an entry-level technique from somewhere, concealing himself for many years. Unable to find a path for cultivation, and thus decided to re-enter the world to seek resources. at 87 only at the true Qi realm. I find him rather unremarkable. Li Jiming nodded. Very well, let us not engage with him for now. By the way, has Zhou Lin departed Yuntai Mountain? Unknown. We have yet to receive news. Stay vigilant and inform me the moment you learn anything. Yes, master. Upon returning home, Qin Chuan eagerly lit an oil lamp and opened the book. A detailed explanation of cultivation realms. Half an hour later, he released a long breath, his eyes sparkling with excitement. True Qi surged within his dantian, overflowing, signifying he had reached the pinnacle of the true Qi realm. It seems I am nearing a breakthrough. This meant he was now at least in the mid to late stages of the true Qi realm. The text indicated that a normal cultivator would require 1 to 3 years to attain the pinnacle of true Qi without the aid of pills or. Yet, having obtained the technique just 10 days prior, he would likely achieve completion in 3 more days, thus, he anticipated completing his true Qi cultivation within half a month. Am I truly this gifted? For the first time, Qin Chuan grasped the extent of his talent. Moreover, he needed to acquire more techniques. This wretched system offered little reward, seemingly only bestowing foundational and comprehension abilities along with special skills. The innate vital energy can only cultivate to the realm of perfected true Qi, and there is fundamentally no method to refine Qi into vigor as stated in the texts. Moreover, the book mentions that true Qi possesses attributes akin to the primordial energies of heaven and earth that roam freely in the air. With each true Qi embodying a unique hue. For instance, the 5 elemental attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Different cultivation methods yield distinct attributes, whereas innate vital energy lacks any properties whatsoever. From this perspective, innate vital energy is akin to refuse. After all, true Qi-bearing attributes undoubtedly possesses extraordinary effects, while the absence of such attributes means one would surely suffer disadvantages in combat. Yet, on the flip side, it cannot be countered. Unfortunately, if one could cultivate to the first tier, it would be of little consequence. Qin Chuan shook his head, incinerating the treatise on this cultivation method he had just finished reading. Having memorized it, what purpose would it serve to retain it? To show it to others, Qin Chuan was not so generous. However, he could certainly share it with his disciples in due time. Immediately after, he picked up the detailed explanation of techniques and began to read once more. A quarter of an hour later, Qin Chuan erupted in a string of expletives. Damn system, I'm utterly infuriated. The text clearly stated that the first realm of martial arts techniques is lifting the heavy as light, requiring normal practitioners 3 to 10 years to achieve. The second realm, lifting the light as heavy, is mastered by exceedingly few and demands exceptional talent, taking over 3 years to cultivate. As for the third realm, it is even more far-fetched, known as limitless stacking of power. The first realm is merely foundational practice, while the second requires a talent of extraordinary caliber, and beyond that, no further information is provided. Reflecting on this, the terrifying nature of martial arts techniques becomes evident, with the same cultivation and strength. If you can only exert a force of 100 kilograms, yet your opponent can stack their power and unleash 200 kilograms of force, the disparity is glaring. Utilizing the same techniques, their might doubles. Is this something an ordinary person can achieve? Qin Chuan pondered how one could accomplish such feats without employing true Qi. Indeed, the realm of martial arts techniques is deemed accomplished only when achieved without true Qi. Certain martial arts techniques can attain such effects merely by utilizing true Qi, and some extraordinary techniques, when paired with complementary methods, unleash destructive power beyond comprehension. This raises the question, why pursue such a realm of techniques? Would it not be more efficient to directly cultivate advanced techniques? This delves into the realms beyond the nurturing of the spirit, the 9-tier true Qi realm, the 8-tier vigor realm, the 7-tier nurturing spirit realm, and the 6th-tier divine ability realm. What constitutes divine ability? It is that which mortals cannot achieve, and without mastering the first 3 tiers of martial arts techniques, one cannot transcend into divine abilities. The text explains that the divine ability realm involves the manipulation of the laws of heaven and earth, while the first 3 realms of martial arts techniques lay the foundation of these laws. Of course, if you can complete these 3 tiers, then mastering the remaining advanced techniques would be effortless. Otherwise, even if provided with advanced techniques, you would not reach that level of mastery. Qin Chuan sighed, incinerating the detailed explanation of techniques as well. Although he understood the realms and recognized the extraordinary roots and comprehension granted by the system, the pressure of cultivating all this within 3 months still weighed heavily on him. Grasping a formidable spear, he stepped into the courtyard, envisioning the 50-pound weapon as a mere stalk of straw. Commencing his practice, the sunlight was hazy, and a thick fog enveloped the morning. A hawk soared through the sky, landing in the ghost garden west of the Sand City. Removing the paper tube bound to its foot, Li Shangyang offered a piece of meat to the hawk, which flapped its wings and took flight. He opened the paper tube, and his expression instantly brightened, swiftly making his way towards the owner's residence. Master Zhou Lin has defected from the Day Sun Sword sect. Li Jiming opened his eyes wide. Oh, defected from the Day Sun Sword sect? Yes, I suspect Zhou Lin did so to avoid implicating the sect. It seems our governor is in trouble. A hint of a smile appeared on Li Jiming's face. Perhaps this would ignite a conflict between the sect and the court. What about us, master? Li Shangyang inquired cautiously. We await the opportune moment. 3 days from now. Li San hurried upstairs, knocking on the door. Come in. He pushed the door open. Leader, a young man has appeared at the Zhou family's tombs in the west of the city, bearing a long sword. I couldn't see his appearance clearly. Understood. Send someone to keep watch over the governor's office. Yes, leader. Li San departed. Qin Chuan began to worry. The young man with the long sword must be a practitioner. 10 years had passed, yet he had no idea what level Zhou Lin had attained. Chapter 58. The complete annihilation of the governor's office. On the 15th day of the first month, the Lantern Festival, the sun dispelled the thick fog, bestowing a hint of warmth upon the cold day. Yellow Sand Street, stretching through the Sand City from north to south, where the governor's office was situated at its northern end. A young man, wearing a wide-brimmed hat and a veiled face, with a long sword slung across his back, strolled along the street. This was a common sight in Sand City, known for its sandy winds. Visitors often donned veils and hats to shield themselves from the elements. In Shu country, carrying a sword was not prohibited, and merchants preferred to travel with one. Shopkeeper, a bowl of noodles. The young man entered a noodle shop and took a seat, coming right up. In no time, a bowl of noodles was served. The young man lifted his veil and devoured the meal, his peripheral vision occasionally darting towards the governor's office diagonally across the street. The office stood out conspicuously, with no buildings in its immediate vicinity. After finishing the bowl of noodles, the young man rose, paid, and exited the shop, looking up to see the sun now at its zenith. Time to hit the road. With each step, he approached the governor's office, and the long sword on his back quivered slightly. The gates of the governor's office stood perpetually open, with 2 constables in black uniforms standing vigil, diligently on duty. Noticing a young man with a sword approaching, one constable frowned and shouted, "The governor's office is a restricted area. No idlers allowed. I come to report to the authorities." Report? Very well. First have someone draft a complaint, then receive 10 lashes. Why must I be beaten before reporting? Regardless, you intend to beat me. Do you wish to report or not? The young man fell silent for a long moment, then lowered his head and murmured, "With my family annihilated, what meaning is there in wandering this world? The world is so filthy. To report to the authorities only to be beaten first. Zhou Lin, let us upheave this world. With your meager strength, may you exchange it for a clearer sky. What are you mumbling about? If you're not reporting, then hurry up and leave." The constable was clearly growing impatient. With a clang, the long sword was unsheathed, gleaming coldly. In an instant, the 2 constables collapsed to the ground, and their bodies ignited, swiftly reducing to mere skeletons. A murder! Bystanders gasped, shrieking in shock. The resplendent sun stood high in the sky, dispelling the gloom and illuminating the world. The long sword trembled, miraculously hovering above his head, akin to a great sun. This individual was none other than Zhou Lin, who had defected from the Day Sun Sword sect. Striding forth with the sun above him, step by step, towards the governor's office, the scorching light rendered him godlike. Flames billowed from the gates of the governor's office, soon engulfed in fire. We're flooding. The people inside the office scrambled out, only to discover there was no flooding. Gazing at Zhou Lin, who approached with the sun above him, as if an immortal had descended, before they could express their terror, they felt the searing heat, and then they all ignited, turning to ash. Who dares to cause trouble at the governor's office? A furious voice erupted as a middle-aged man shot forth like a phantom. Yet his expression changed drastically upon seeing Zhou Lin, cultivated to the peak of the nurturing spirit. He turned to flee, but Zhou Lin had resolved to annihilate the entire governor's office today. Sun Sword Vigor. The blazing sun erupted, unleashing torrents of sword energy that intertwined into a lethal ray. The protective vigor surrounding the middle-aged man dissolved in an instant, and the sword energy howled, piercing through his forehead. The magistrate is dead. Many were struck with terror. An official had been slain. Is this not akin to the events 80 years ago when Sand City fell, after dispatching the middle-aged man? Zhou Lin quickened his pace as the entire governor's office ignited in flames, filled with screams of despair. Approaching the backyard, a figure dashed toward him with such speed that it was nearly imperceptible. Clang! The long sword clashed with the figure, producing a crisp sound. A mere true Qi realm dares to come here. Zhou Lin regarded the frail man before him as one would a mere ant. With a flick of his hand, the sun above emitted a sword vigor. the emaciated man, who was none other than a phone, collapsed instantly, a wisp of flame igniting upon his brow. "Jolin, you've gone too far." The backyard door swung wide, revealing Bao Bufan Dai. Jolin declared without hesitation, the sun erupting violently as sword vigor shot forth. Bao Bufan snorted coldly, producing a blue long sword, and with a single swing, the blue sword vigor dispersed the searing sun. Sword vigor. Jolin then took him seriously, extending his right hand as the sun above gradually dissipated, a long sword falling into his grasp. "Jolin, the Zhou family was not killed by the magistrate. I know, you know." Bao Bufan was taken aback. "Of course, you officials kill without a shred of evidence. It's all just your word. I have come today to obliterate the entire San City governor's office. To avenge my Zhou family, prepare to die." As soon as the words left his mouth, Jolin transformed into a phantom, his long sword igniting in fierce flames. "Fool, brute," Bao Bufan cursed inwardly, yet faced with another at the peak of the nurturing spirit. He dared not be careless. The two clashed in an instant, the blue sword vigor like a crescent moon, razor-sharp, while the blazing sword vigor incinerated everything. In a moment, the entire governor's office was reduced to ruins. Bao Bufan stood in place, disbelief etched across his face, a streak of red appearing on his throat. Likewise, Jolin's left arm was vacant, a severed limb lying some distance away. He paid it no mind. Gripping the long sword and pressing forward, his spirit had already locked onto a man with a handlebar mustache hiding in the basement of the governor's office. He bore an uncanny resemblance to the portrait of the San City magistrate. Chen Wanzhou, a Vigor Realm practitioner. At 1:15 Li San stumbled into the San River Gang headquarters, bursting through the door of the second floor without knocking. "Leader, a grave situation has arisen. The governor's office has been completely annihilated." "What did you say?" Qin Xuan sprang to his feet. "Leader, the governor's office has been eradicated, with not a single survivor. Blood was used to write several large characters on the stone pillar at the entrance." Li San swallowed hard in terror. "What did it say?" "The murderer is none other than Jolin." Qin Xuan felt a sudden chill run down his spine and hurriedly inquired, "What of the governor?" The head is hanging on that stone pillar." Qin Xuan sank heavily into his chair, a singular thought echoing in his mind. "It's over." Then, he sprang to his feet and hastily descended the stairs. Muttering as he walked, "Understood, I shall step out for a moment." Qin Xuan swiftly exited the headquarters of the Sheikh gang, galloping directly into the city, feeling for the first time that the horse's speed was excruciatingly slow. If he were to travel using true energy, it would have been considerably faster, but encountering trouble would spell disaster. The swift steed charged into the trading market in the west of the city. "I have come to pay my respects to the leader." Without acknowledging the guard's greeting, he marched directly into Qin Xuan's office. "Schwanger, quickly gather your belongings. We must leave Sha City." Chapter 59, Departing Sha City. A tempestuous turn of events. Qin Xuan was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend. "Leave Sha City? There is no time, let's go." Qin Xuan seized Qin Shuang and pulled her out. "We can discuss it on the way." The master and disciple mounted their horses and set off towards home. Along the journey, Qin Xuan began to explain. "Not Schwanger, Chen Wanzhou is dead. His head is displayed on the stone pillar at the government office." What? Qin Xuan was equally shocked, unable to fathom that such a prominent figure could perish so abruptly. "What nonsense! Your master, am the leader of the Sheikh gang, nearly a dog raised by Chen Wanzhou. With the master gone, and being an official of the court, if we delay any longer, neither of us shall escape." Having navigated the martial world for some time, Qin Xuan quickly grasped the gravity of the situation and was drenched in cold sweat. Indeed, with Chen Wanzhou dead, the court would surely erupt in fury, and it was likely that Sha City would soon be engulfed in a storm of bloodshed. Should the investigation proceed, the Sheikh gang would bear the brunt of the blame. And as the leader, Qin Xuan would undoubtedly meet his demise. His disciple would likely not fare much better. Even the upper echelons of the Sheikh gang might face annihilation, with the governor dead. The entire office, save for the deputy who was absent, was wiped out. This was tantamount to treason. "If we do not flee, shall we simply await our doom?" The two parted ways to gather their belongings. Agreeing to meet outside the western city gate, Qin Xuan returned home and quickly packed his belongings. Glancing at the 3-meter-long spear, he gritted his teeth and left it behind. After all, it would soon be replaced. He took only a few 100,000 in silver notes, some loose silver, the precious crystals, and the golden token and invitation from the ghost garden. He swiftly mounted his horse. Fortunately, his courtyard was near the city gate. Allowing for a rapid exit, just as he emerged from the city gate, he felt the ground tremble in the distance. Soldiers were entering the city, preparing to seal the gates. Concerned for Qin Shuang nagged at him. Fortunately, moments later, Qin Shuang also galloped out of the city gate. "Master, I saw many soldiers. they began entering the city from the north. Stop looking, let's go. Where to? Jin Chuan hesitated. The world was vast, and he had no idea where to go. The news had come too suddenly. He knew that Zhou's second son was likely a practitioner of the entry realm, but he had never imagined this individual would act so recklessly, directly annihilating the entire Sha city government. He himself would never resort to such extremes. Perhaps this was the difference between the youth and the elderly. Let us head towards Funyo Mountain. The Chu kingdom may very well issue a warrant for us. We cannot remain in the Chu territory for now. We shall wait until the storm passes. The two spurred their horses onward, casting a final glance at the Sha city they had called home for a lifetime. Who would willingly abandon their homeland to venture into an uncertain future? In that moment, Qin Xuan felt a flicker of understanding for his two disciples. Sha city had descended into chaos. The station troops in the north had taken control of the 4 city gates. Sealing off Sha city, standing before the ruins of the government office, the supervising officer, Wei Qingyi, wore a grim expression. Bring down the head of Governor Chen. Yes, as for the large characters inscribed there, he did not make an effort to wash them away. Shortly, a middle-aged scholar rode up. He was the only survivor among the officials. Yu Shang. When he learned the news, he nearly fainted from shock, fortuitously having been out of the city on business, thus escaping calamity. Wei Gonggang, Yu Daren. The two exchanged greetings. Although the rank of deputy was 5th grade, and Wei Qingyi was merely a 5th grade supervising officer of the border troops, Yu Shang did not regard himself as superior. Instead, asking calmly, Wei Gonggang, do we have any leads on the murderer, Zhou's family? Zhou Lin. Wei Qingyi pointed to the large characters on the stone pillar. Wei Yu Shang naturally noticed and frowned, asking, has the perpetrator escaped? He likely hasn't, and according to informants, he was injured, with one arm severed, and he did not have a horse. Without a steed and injured, even if he is in the spirit-gathering realm, he cannot exit the city so swiftly. Wei Gonggang, with a population of tens of thousands in Sha city and 4 urban districts, how can we locate the murderer? Indeed, thus we have already notified the 6 doors in the northern borders. When it comes to dealing with sect members, they are more adept. Yu Daren, you must pacify the citizens within the city. I shall handle the sealing of the gates and await the arrival of the 6 doors personnel. Yu Sheng frowned at Wei Qingyi. Wait, is he jesting? With these soldiers, can they truly stop a strong practitioner of the spirit-gathering realm? If he wishes to flee, the walls of Sha city are merely a facade. Are you certain this is not a deliberate oversight? Seeing Yu Sheng's silence, Wei Qingyi frowned and asked, Yu Daren, do you have a better suggestion? Wei Gonggang, I propose we conduct a city-wide search, with his severed arm? Even if he is in the spirit-gathering realm, he should not possess his full strength. Otherwise, if he escapes, you and I may both bear responsibility. Wei Qingyi shook his head. We shall not bear responsibility. The duty of the border troops is to monitor the barbarians. Our ability to seal the gates in a timely manner is already our utmost effort. I understand. Yu Sheng turned to leave. Bring in the leaders of the various gangs from the west, east, and south of the city. Also gather the soldiers within the city. Yes, Daren. As the second in command of Sha city, with the first having perished, he was now in charge. Fully aware of the situation in Sha city, he could not afford to wait idly for the 6 doors to arrive. If Zhou Lin escaped and he had done nothing, he would likely be held accountable. Furthermore, he would need to prepare a detailed report to submit later. Before long, a messenger rushed in, his face pale with distress. Daren, they have all fled. Who has fled? Yu Sheng's expression darkened. The 3 gang leaders. Then let their vice leaders come. They have also fled. Yu Sheng took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with fury. Quickly assign a temporary leader, and have them cooperate with the soldiers to search the city for the one-armed man. Yes, in the west, at the Ghost Garden. When Li Jiming learned of the news, he gasped in astonishment. After pondering for a moment, he sprang to his feet. Xiangyan, here, go notify the headquarters and tell them the opportunity has arrived. Yes, Li Xiangyang departed swiftly. Li Jiming's eyes glimmered with an enigmatic light. To Chu, it has been a full 2,000 years. Your curtain must fall, further upstream on the Sha River, over 160 li from Sha city. A grand vessel was navigating against the current. Within the opulent cabin, a man clad in fine robes was engrossed in a book. At that moment, a young man dressed in a manner akin to a servant entered. My lord, there has been an incident in Sha city. What incident? The elegantly dressed man lifted his gaze. He was Lord Wang of Huichuan. The Sha city government has been annihilated. The governor and the deputy have both perished. And the head of Chen Wenzhou was still displayed on the stone pillar at the government office. What did you say? Lord Wang's voice rose in pitch, his disbelief palpable. Indeed, my lord. The young servant quickly recounted the events leading up to the catastrophe. Lord Wang furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before his eyes sparkled with insight. Go inform Qian Goen to notify the barbarians. Prepare to take action. Chapter 60. The army approaches. As night descended, Qin Xuan and his disciple stood atop their horses, shielding their eyes from the biting wind, gazing at the endless expanse of white. Beneath the snow lay an ocean of yellow sand in the distance. The mountains undulated, resembling a colossal beast sprawled across the land. Master, over there lies Funyo Mountain. We are almost there. I know. Remember to conserve your strength. Eat something first. Qin Xuan dismounted. He had not brought any provisions. But his disciple, Qin Shuang, had to, though he was in the true energy realm and could endure short periods without sustenance. His disciple, having just reached the peak of internal training, would struggle without food in such frigid conditions. The master and disciple took a moment to rest as Qin Shuang produced some dried rations to eat, quenching their thirst with handfuls of snow. Suddenly the earth began to tremble violently. Qin Shuang sprang to his feet, channeling his true energy into his eyes, activating the Eye of Truth in an instant, allowing him to pierce through the darkness. Shuanger, abandon the horses and head into the mountains quickly. Master, is someone pursuing us? Pursuing? Nonsense, the barbarians are coming, an army approaches, hurry. The master and disciple abandoned their mounts and dashed towards the side of Funyo Mountain. The deep snow hindered their horses' speed, and had they not been concerned about their stamina, they would have entered the mountains long ago. Master, the ice and snow have yet to thaw. How could the barbarians be coming? It is likely that Chen Wenzhou's death has triggered this. Sha City is bound to fall once more. As he spoke, Qin Xuan's voice trembled, memories of his childhood flooding back like a tide. The blade that had once swung towards him had nearly claimed his life. Had fate not been on his side, he might have perished then. While his physical wounds had healed, the scars on his heart remained unhealed. Witnessing his parents' murder and the abduction of his young sister left an indelible pain within him. Despite possessing memories of his past life, he remained a native of Sha City in this life. He still recalled the love of his parents and the innocence of his sister. Master, what is wrong? Nothing. Quickly, into the mountains. As long as we have the green hills, we need not fear the firewood. Qin Xuan understood that some grudges must be remembered, but they could not be avenged at present. He was not Zhou Lin. He knew who his enemies were, yet he could not recklessly kill in vengeance. His enemies were the barbarians, an entire race. When one's strength is insufficient, seeking revenge is akin to courting death. Moreover, he had a vague sense that the Zhou family's matters were not solely the doing of Chen Wenzhou. It seemed that Zhou Lin's vendetta might have misfired and that he had been used as a pawn. As for why he believed it was a misfire, while Zhou's family was not directly responsible for Chen Wenzhou's demise, they were not entirely innocent either. Qin Xuan himself also bore some responsibility. As the forces began to integrate, Zhou Ping observed the ensuing changes that triggered a series of chain reactions. Every cause must have its effect. The sound of tremors grew increasingly nearer. Fortunately, they had already entered Funyo Mountain. Funyo Mountain, with its towering heights and dense forests, stands as a miracle amidst this vast desert. It connects to the southern region of Dazhu and approaches the heartland of the barbarians to the north. Serving as the very mountains upon which they depend for survival, upon entering Funyo Mountain, they could consider themselves temporarily safe, for it was so vast that locating a single individual would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Once the master and disciple ventured into the mountains, they encountered several herbalists from Shacheng. Following Qin Xuan's deliberate instructions, they avoided contact with others and delved deeper into Funyo Mountain. Frost, there is a cave atop that cliff. We shall rest there tonight. Master, that must be several dozen meters high. We can't possibly ascend. Just wait and see. Qin Xuan seized this opportunity to impart the teachings of innate energy to him. In times like these, an increase in strength equates to a greater chance of survival. Channeling his vital energy into his feet, with a powerful leap, Qin Xuan resembled an agile monkey, effortlessly reaching the cave situated some 60 meters above. Upon careful inspection, he found it to be quite dry, devoid of any signs of animal habitation. After utilizing his strength a few more times, he descended back down to Master. Have you achieved the entry level? Qin Shuang, not lacking in cleverness, understood that without having reached that level, one could never scale such a high cliff. Indeed, tonight I shall teach you the method of entry. Grasp my hand and enter the cave. All right, Qin Shuang exclaimed with excitement. In the thickening fog, the sun had yet to rise, the earth trembled, awakening the slumbering Shacheng. The barbarians, many barbarians are approaching. Beat the drums, light the signal fires. The thunderous sound of drums resonated, igniting towering signal fires to the north of the city. Yet, amidst the dense fog, the effect of the signal fires' warning remained limited, in a tavern near the Lord's Manor in the northern part of the city. Wei Qingyi was roused by a military commander. Lord Supervisor, the barbarians are coming. What barbarians? Wei Qingyi replied displeased. The morning sleep is the sweetest, who wishes to be disturbed? The barbarians have surrounded Shacheng. What did you say? At that moment, Wei Qingyi was fully awakened, his voice trembling slightly. How could this be possible? He could not comprehend. After years of peace, how could the barbarians launch an attack on Shacheng? My lord, it is absolutely true. The commander confirmed once more, and only then did Wei Qingyi come to believe it, for he dared not deceive himself. In an instant, his mind became bewildered. Their border troops numbered around 10,000. And their main commander was still en route. How could they possibly fight? He even entertained thoughts of retreating. Have the barbarians completely surrounded Shacheng? Not yet. We must flee. Shacheng cannot be held. Lord Supervisor, the commander was left speechless. To flee without a fight? What kind of eunuch is this? Truly a man devoid of courage. They were professional soldiers, and also native Shacheng residents, with families residing here. What were they to do? Where could they escape to? Gritting his teeth, he turned to seek the local magistrate. We must defend Shacheng. The sun finally rose higher, its scorching light dispelling the thick fog. Standing upon the city walls, the soldiers faced a sea of barbarian troops. Stretching endlessly before them, a great battle seemed imminent, yet, for reasons unknown, the barbarians merely surrounded the city without launching an attack, and curiously, they only surrounded 3 sides, leaving the southern gate unguarded. Lord Yu, why do the barbarians not assault the city? Asked a commander responsible for the northern defense. Perplexed, has Wei Qingyi departed? Eunuchs are utterly worthless. What about General Hua? How long until he arrives? My lord, it is said he will arrive by noon. Keep a close watch on the barbarians. I may not understand military affairs, but I will mobilize the townsfolk to assist in defending the city. Thank you, my lord. The commander greatly esteemed this local magistrate. No need, I am also a native of Shacheng. With a sigh, Yu Sheng descended from the walls, intent on organizing the gang members to ascend the walls and resist the barbarians. He even wished to meet the enigmatic Li Jiming. Believing that these individuals should understand the principle that in a collapsing nest, no egg remains intact, bring forth the leaders of the various gangs. Yes, before long, discussions concluded, and most of these rogues were willing to help defend the city. Subsequently, Yu Sheng mounted his horse and headed to the Ghost Garden. He had visited the auction there numerous times and was somewhat familiar with its origins. Please inform your master that Yu Sheng has come to pay a visit. Lord Yu, our master has stated he shall not meet guests. Yu Sheng's expression darkened. Did he not wish to see me? Our master has said that not even if you come, Lord Yu, will he meet with you? Not even the county magistrate is granted an audience. With no choice, Yu Sheng turned to leave the Ghost Garden, finding the situation increasingly intolerable. Once this barbarian incident passes, he would certainly compose a memorial to report this matter. At that moment, within the Ghost Garden, in an upper chamber, Li Jiming gazed at the young man with a severed arm before him and inquired, "So have you made your decision?" The young man, Jolin, nodded. "I wish to join your organization, but I have one condition. I want the head of that eunuch." Chapter 61. The capabilities of Huichuan. Naturally, this is not a problem. As he spoke, he clapped his hands. Li Shangyang entered, carrying a box, which he placed before Zhou Lin. Li Jiming smiled. "Open it and take a look." Zhou Lin took a deep breath and opened the box to reveal the severed head of a eunuch. Wei Qingyi, Zhou Lin was taken aback, realizing that without a sound, he had obtained the head of the military supervisor. How could he accomplish such a feat? The border troops were formidable and in prolonged combat. If his vital energy was depleted, he would meet his demise. Of course, if he wished to flee, even 10,000 border troops could not restrain him. Li Jiming explained, "This Wei Qingyi, as the military supervisor, abandoned the city in the face of the barbarian army's encroachment. Do you not think he deserved to die? Indeed, he deserves death." Zhou Lin ground his teeth in anger. It was this eunuch who had not only slaughtered his entire family but had also framed Chen Wenzhou, ultimately notifying him with a letter. Had it not been for the individual before him revealing the truth, he might have avenged the wrong person without knowing. Contemplating this, he felt a wave of melancholy and guilt. Guilt stemming from the knowledge that the prefect had perished, leading to the barbarian army's advance. "Li Yuan, did I kill the wrong person?" "You did not kill the wrong person. Chen Wenzhou played a significant role in this as well. Had he not applied pressure, Wei Qingyi would not have found an excuse to expel your brother from the military camp. If your brother had not been expelled, the Zhou family would not have been annihilated. Moreover, do you think the barbarian army's approach is merely due to the death of a prefect?" Zhou Lin looked up, confusion evident in his eyes. "Is it not?" Li Jiming chuckled and shook his head. "Of course not. The death of the prefect matters little to the barbarians. As long as General Hua lives, that is sufficient. What, then, is the reason? Someone orchestrated their arrival, and have you not noticed why the barbarians surround yet do not attack? Zhou Lin shook his head, bewildered as to who possessed such power to provoke the barbarians into offending the state of Chu. He was ignorant of these matters, he only knew how to cultivate. Zhou Lin, do you not feel that this world is abnormal? Li Jiming's words caused him to pause once more, as he struggled to grasp the meaning behind them. Abnormal? What constitutes normal? Soon Li Jiming clarified this perplexity. 2,000 years ago, this land was neither known as Chu nor as the state of Chu. It was a place where martial arts and techniques, spiritual herbs, and essence crystals could be freely traded. Sect affiliations were as numerous as the stars, and entry-level martial artists were as common as fish crossing a river. As long as one possessed talent, one could shine as the brightest gem upon this land. At that time, what we now call the state of Chu was known as Chutian sect, a pinnacle of cultivation. Later, inspired by neighboring Shugua and Hangua, they established armies of cultivators and began to conquer various sections. After 300 years, they finally unified this land and established the state of Chu. Over these 2 millennia, they have suppressed cultivators, frantically repressing the trade of techniques and spiritual herbs. Thus, the era of free cultivation came to an end. Zhou Lin, do you not find this tragic? Zhou Lin stared blankly at him, sharing the experience of being a sect cultivator, feeling a profound sorrow within his heart. Then, did no one resist? How could there be none? Li Jiming stood, sweeping his sleeve. For the past 2,000 years, we have continuously resisted, shedding blood and sacrificing lives, all in an effort to restore that world of free cultivation, where countless ancestors have lost their lives under the blades of the state of Chu. Zhou Lin, are you willing to join us for the freedom of cultivation? Li Jiming's gaze was sincere. I am willing. Zhou Lin nodded firmly. He was eager to rebel against the state of Chu and revive the glorious era of cultivation. If he could share techniques with his family, would they not have been able to reach entry level long ago, thus avoiding their extermination? He harbored a deep-seated hatred for the state of Chu and its cumbersome regulations. Excellent, together let us resist this filthy state of Chu. Indeed, he nodded emphatically. At that moment, Li Xianyang hurriedly re-entered, handing Li Jiming a note. He quickly glanced at it and smiled, saying, Xianyang, find a place for Zhou Lin to rest. Zhou Lin, you need to recuperate and recover. I will discuss further matters with you later. Thank you. Zhou Lin, not lacking in wit, rose to express his gratitude. Follow me, Li Xianyang said warmly. As they departed, Li Jiming swiftly left. Arriving at the reception hall of the Ghost Garden, I wondered why today's weather was so delightful. It turns out we have esteemed guests. The visitor was none other than Lord Wang from Huichuan, who, despite Li Jiming's flattery, remained seated, chuckling. Leader Li, your New Year's greetings are indeed belated. How do you find my New Year's greetings? They are truly splendid. Ha! The two exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. Once the laughter subsided, Li Jiming asked earnestly, Lord Wang, what do you think our chances of success would be if an uprising were to occur in the south? Lord Wang extended a single finger. 10%. Li Jiming frowned. Yes, and that is under the condition that the barbarians are involved. You underestimate the might of the state of Chu too greatly. After years of unlimited resource supply, they have long since established themselves as a superpower. However, Lord Wang's tone suddenly shifted. There are still opportunities. Please enlighten me. Lord Wang, Li Jiming rose and bowed deeply, informed the leader of the guild that as long as he is willing to relinquish the unscripted stone tablet in his possession, both the Han from the east and the Yen from the north will take action. Li Jiming cast a deep gaze at him and nodded. I shall convey your message to the guild leader. That is well, he replied. Provide me with an answer within a day, or else the barbarians will retreat. With that, Steward Wang stood up and turned to leave. Li Jiming sighed. Huichuan, what tremendous power you wield. If both the Han of the east and the Yen of the north mobilize, they may indeed have hope. The barbarians, after all, are too backward, lacking in both weaponry and top-tier experts compared to the state of Chu. The situation is different with the northern Yen. Although they, like the barbarians, are situated in the northern regions, they are on the other side of the Funyo Mountains and close to the formidable strength of Chu. As for the eastern Han, it is even more remarkable, being a nation with a history exceeding 5,000 years, not only robust in national strength but also thriving in martial culture, unlike Chu. They impose no restrictions on the cultivation of martial artists. Thus, he quickly began to pen a letter, preparing to notify the guild leader. Although the unscripted stone tablet is a priceless treasure, there exists only one, and retaining it serves little purpose. Yet, should Huichuan gather all 9 unscripted stone tablets, one cannot fathom what might transpire. Contemplating this, he felt a sense of unease. Huichuan Bank is shrouded in mystery. As if their influence stretches to every corner, a power so vast it dares not to be imagined. Chapter 62. They are members of the Free Society back in a quaint courtyard. Steward Wang summoned Xiango and my lord, send someone to notify Iguatua, and inform him that if there are no fireworks seen within the city by tomorrow, he is to withdraw his troops. Yes, my lord. Wait. Xiango halted immediately, turning to respectfully await further inquiries. Is the second dock still operational? My lord, the dock is now deserted, and the ships have been set ablaze by the official army. Steward Wang furrowed his brow. The situation was rather abrupt, affecting our business. By the way, what of Qin Xuan, my lord? Upon Chen Wenzhou's demise, he fled with his disciples. He is quite clever. The 6 doors will likely come alongside Hua Xiao. If they do not flee, they shall meet their doom, my lord. What of our investments? Remember, we at Huichuan never engage in losing ventures. Qin Xuan is no exception. He will eventually be of use. There is no rush. At noon, a group of about 10 swift horses approached the front of Sha City, led by a man appearing to be around 60 years old, exuding an aura of authority. Behind him, aside from a few personal guards, were 4 young individuals clad in dark military attire, 2 men and 2 women. The men were handsome, while the women were strikingly bold. They were members of the 6 doors. They galloped to the entrance of the government office, where they beheld the ruins strewn about. The one at the forefront was the commander of the border forces of Sha City, Hua Xiao. Dismounting, he commanded, "Go summon Lord Yu." Yes, a personal guard swiftly rode off towards the north of the city. At this moment, one of the 6 doors men inquired, perplexed, "General Hua, why do we not ascend the city tower as the barbarians besiege the city?" "I am here to conduct business. It is not your place to instruct me." Hua Xiao's tone was quite domineering. Another woman beside him quickly interjected, "Wang Chong, remember our mission, to capture Zhou Lin." "Humph," Wang Chong snorted, falling silent once more. Before long, Yu Shang rode in, exclaiming with great enthusiasm, "General Hua, you have finally arrived. Yu Shang, are you aware of your crimes?" Hua Xiao's words left him stunned, though a civil official of merely 5th rank. And Hua Xiao, a military officer of 4th rank, he felt it unjust. Despite his dissatisfaction as Sha City relied on Hua Xiao, he suppressed his anger and asked, "General Hua, from where do these charges arise?" "Not just you, but also the deceased Chen Wenzhou, utterly foolish. Do you not know why the barbarians came suddenly encircling but not attacking? What insights does General Hua possess?" Yu Sheng continued to restrain his anger. "After all, mere words are easy to utter." "Humph," Hua Xiao coldly replied, "it is merely a feint. The barbarians are providing cover for those people. Come here." Yes, a nearby personal guard stepped forward, quickly immobilized the troops from the Jia and Bing camps, and encircle the Ghost Garden. "Understood, General Hua. What is the meaning of this?" Yu Shang was a bit confounded. To call you foolish is indeed a truth. The Ghost Garden is the remnant of the Free Society, which I have been monitoring closely. By the way, Hua Xiao turned to the members of the 6 doors. Zhou Lin, without doubt, is also in the Ghost Garden. The others looked on in shock, with Yu Sheng's mouth agape. Impossible, how could they be members of the Free Society? The Free Society was an organization well known for its rebellion against the state of Chu, a group that all sought to eradicate. There is nothing impossible. Do you think Chen Wenzhou was unaware? He merely chose to conceal it. Taking the salary of Chu while neglecting loyalty to the state, he deserved to die. Yu Sheng was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, another member of the 6 doors furrowed his brow and stepped forward, cupping his fist. "General Hua, is Zhou Lin confirmed to be in the Ghost Garden? 80 to 90% likely. The Free Society favors individuals like him. Once they join, they become utterly loyal." "Thank you, General. We shall proceed to the Ghost Garden. I still advise you to wait for the army to move together. The Free Society is not something you few youngsters can handle." "Thank you for your kind advice, General. We shall tread carefully." Hua Xiao ceased further discussion, recognizing that young people, with their lofty ambitions, often need to learn through hardship. Deep within the Funyo Mountains, Qin Xuan and his disciples had been residing in this cave for 3 days. Qin Xuan, while heartily consuming the wild game, mumbled, "Master, how exactly do we cultivate to the extreme realm you mentioned? I feel utterly lost. We need a single extreme realm pill, but where to procure such a pill?" "I also do not know." "Very well." Qin Shuang expressed disappointment. He possessed the method to enter the realm but could not grasp it. At that moment, a flock of birds took flight in the distance, causing the snow on the trees to tumble down. "Someone is approaching." The master and disciple leaned closer to the cave's edge to peer down below. 3 women appeared, their garments tattered and their expressions weary. "Master, they seem familiar." Qin Xuan recognized them immediately. They were Lu Qing and her 3 subordinates. "I shall go down. They should know some information about Sha City." Upon seeing their disheveled appearances, he could surmise that the situation in Sha City was dire. Qin Xuan leapt down to land before Lu Qing and her companions, startling them. Who goes there? All their weapons were drawn, but upon recognizing him, they exclaimed, "Guild leader." Qin Xuan nodded, signaling for them to keep their voices down. "Guild leader, one of the female disciples nearly burst into tears. Let's speak further up." Qin Xuan pointed upwards, then extended his hands. "Grab hold of my hands. I will bring you up, in 2 trips. He successfully brought all 4 to safety. They gazed at the roasted meat beside them, swallowing hard. Though they were cultivators, at the postnatal realm, they were still merely stronger than ordinary people and could feel hunger and cold. "Let us eat while we talk." Lu Qing, what has transpired in Sha City? Guild leader. Lu Qing's eyes seemed devoid of their previous brilliance, lacking the spirit she once had even when Lu Feng Pavilion disbanded. It was not as dire as now. Sha City has fallen. Boom! Qin Xuan's mind erupted in chaos. He closed his eyes, youthful memories assailing him relentlessly. After a long while, he opened his eyes and said, "Please continue." Lu Qing nodded. "When Shen Wenzhou died, I sensed something amiss and immediately packed my belongings to leave Sha City, heading south. Without a travel permit, I dared not enter the city, nor did I intend to venture far. Planning to return to Sha City once the storm had passed, I then settled in a village. Little did I know, 2 days later, a large number of Sha City residents fled, and it was then I learned of its fall. Only yesterday did I encounter Shao Qin and the others. After discussing, we plan to take a detour, either crossing the Funyo Mountains to enter northern Yan or living in the mountains for a while before returning to Sha City." Qin Xuan nodded. The information was simply too scant for him to discern anything useful. Chapter 63, Avalanche Guild Leader. "What do you plan to do?" Lu Qing inquired. "As for me, I am uncertain. I wish to return to Sha City to investigate. Yet I fear encountering the barbarian army. Although I have entered the realm, should I come upon 1,000-strong barbarian army forming ranks and sealing us with arrows made of broken iron, I might only escape with my life. A careless moment could lead to my demise at their hands. The future is quite bleak." At this moment, Qin Xuan suggested, "Master, the Funyo Mountains are rich in medicinal herbs. Why not remain here for 2 months? Once the snow melts, we can descend, either heading to northern Yan or returning to Sha City." Qin Xuan pondered. This method indeed seemed viable. With ample time, he could focus on honing his martial arts techniques and completing the system's tasks. "Very well, what of you?" He looked toward Lu Qing and her companions. Lu Qing hesitated, glancing at her 3 subordinates. In truth, under such circumstances, the notion of subordinates was rendered moot. The trio remained silent, understanding. Qin Xuan exchanged a glance with his disciple. "We shall descend to gather provisions. You may deliberate." As night fell, a campfire was lit, and the 6 gathered around it, roasting and eating. The atmosphere was quite solemn until after a while Lu Qing finally spoke softly. "Guild leader, after our discussions, we have decided to traverse the Funyo Mountains and enter northern Yan. We are all women of the world. Life in northern Yan will not be too harsh, guild leader. We cannot accompany you any longer." "That is quite all right," Qin Xuan smiled. "In times of chaos, everyone must forge their own path. There is no issue of following or not. If peace returns, we may reunite. Generally speaking, women would naturally be reluctant to endure the hardships of a secluded life in the mountains." The next morning, as dawn broke, Qin Xuan watched the 4 women depart. "Master, why did Lu Fubang clearly seem unwilling to head to northern Yan, yet still decided to go? Out of responsibility, she needs to escort those 3. Their cultivations are too low, making them susceptible to perishing in the Funyo Mountains. In times of chaos, one can truly discern a person's nature." Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had elapsed. The snow upon the Funyo Mountain has begun to melt at the summit, as Qin Xuan wields a spear fashioned from a polished branch. Ceaselessly swinging it for 2 months, he has struggled to grasp the sensation of wielding light as if it were heavy. The branch spear weighs merely a couple of pounds, yet it feels as though it bears the weight of 10,000. Indeed, he lacks a reference point, unlike during his earlier training, when the technique Starfall provided guidance, allowing him to master it with ease. At that moment, a tremendous rumble echoed, as the accumulated snow atop the distant peak cascaded downwards, crashing heavily, causing towering trees to topple and boulders to roll. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. Yes, snow is so light, yet during an avalanche it possesses the might of 1,000 troops, crushing all obstacles in its path. The application of strength must be akin to this. If it remains still, then once in motion, even a single person's force can shift the very heavens and earth. But he felt an epiphany dawning upon him. His muscles tensed, power coursing through him, and the branch spear began to splinter. He thrust forward with sudden ferocity, the branch spear generating a fierce friction with the air, producing a deafening sound. Were an ordinary person to stand nearby, their eardrums would surely shatter in an instant. Whoosh! The branch, akin to a colossal spear, pierced through a nearby boulder in an instant. Crack! the fissures in the boulder widened to boom, it exploded into countless fragments, while the branch spear remained slightly cracked but unscathed. Success, he finally comprehended the sensation of wielding light as if it were heavy. Even a blade of grass in his grasp could unleash the lethality of a sword forged from the finest steel. Without hesitation, he discarded the branch and effortlessly summoned a blade of withered grass with his chi. The grass, dry and lifeless, bore no signs of vitality. Qin Xuan closed his eyes, silently attuning to the weight, texture, and structure of the grass, then suddenly opened his eyes, channeling strength from the ground upwards, transferring it inch by inch a slice. The withered grass stood upright in an instant. Whoosh, the air was cleaved as a tree, as thick as a bowl, was severed cleanly by a single blade of grass. Ha! Qin Xuan laughed heartily, marveling at the miraculous application of power. It was indeed astonishing, yet he had achieved it. The chi surged into the grass, revealing a brilliance that did not belong to it. A slice, a massive boulder before him was effortlessly cleaved, while the grass crumbled into powder. Ultimately, grass is still grass. Its structure was too frail to withstand the infusion of chi. In truth, had he not utilized his chi, the grass might not have shattered at all. At this moment, he finally understood why the texts claimed that as long as a practitioner enters the foundational stage, they could inevitably reach the 8th tier chi realm. Once in the chi realm, there exists a 10% chance of successfully cultivating vital energy, yet among 100 practitioners of vital energy, it is challenging to produce even one 6th tier adept. For it is only at the 6th tier that one can truly be called a master of martial arts. The foundation for stepping into the 6th tier lies within the 3 realms of martial techniques. Qin Xuan picked up the branch once more, embarking on the study of stacking strength. With the prior 2 realms of training, he seemed to have found a method, and within a week, he mastered the 2nd level of stacked strength. A long-awaited notification chimed again. Ding, system task completed, achievement level average reward, insight 2. In an instant, clarity washed over his mind, as all the techniques he had practiced flashed before him. Suddenly, it seemed as if little figures were dancing with long spears, each move imbued with a unique charm. That he hastily grasped the branch, closed his eyes, and began to practice. Meanwhile, Qin Xuan had climbed up intending to call her master down for a meal, only to find him with eyes closed, performing a set of spear techniques she could not comprehend. She watched as fallen leaves danced in harmony with her master's spear, which appeared to possess a peculiar magic, drawing them in. Suddenly, her master thrust his spear towards a distant boulder. The leaves shot forth like arrows, instantaneously transforming into concealed weapons, creating a series of sonic booms as they shattered the boulder into fragments. Just as Qin Xuan thought it was over, a resounding crash echoed as a great tree behind the boulder collapsed. Her eyes widened in astonishment. What kind of spear technique was this? How could it be so extraordinary? Schwanger, what do you think of this spear technique? Master, I cannot comprehend it. Ha! Qin Xuan laughed heartily as the branch in his hand began to splinter, dissolving into dust. This was a new spear technique inspired by the avalanche he observed, temporarily named Avalanche. Master Qin Xuan gazed at him in adoration, realizing that her master had acquired an opportunity unbeknownst to her, leading to a rapid advancement in his cultivation. Even she, by following him, had reaped substantial benefits. Now go down and eat well. Once we've dined, we'll return to take a look. This time, Qin Xuan did not respond with enthusiasm, her expression revealing an inner struggle. Chapter 64. Parting. The city of death. Qin Xuan of course noticed, yet refrained from inquiring, understanding that his disciple would not conceal her thoughts from him, at least for now. She would voice what needed to be said. The campfire crackled, sending sparks into the air. Qin Xuan picked up a snow hare and began to gnaw on it, reflecting on the hardships of their 2 months in the mountains. To be frank, it had been quite arduous. They had both grown lean. Subsisting solely on meat was insufficient, as they were not savages, their constitutions inherently different. Master, Qin Xuan raised her head, the firelight casting a warm glow on her youthful face. Speak your mind freely. How many times have I told you, a man should embody the essence of a man? Qin Xuan nodded, setting down her food, suddenly kneeling and bowing 3 times with great fervor. Master, I am useless. After 2 months, I still cannot grasp the foundational methods or master the first level of technique. Master, I do not wish to return to Shacheng. I want to venture out into the world. Qin Xuan fell silent, a twinge of pain tugging at his heart. He had anticipated that this day would eventually arrive. During this time, he had sensed his disciple's distractedness. He understood that her state was faltering. Now, as she voiced her concerns, he could surmise the reason. Being in his presence for an extended period could indeed fracture one's martial spirit. He had progressed too rapidly, yet his disciple lacked such talent, naturally leading to feelings of frustration. It was akin to being a struggling student seated beside a top scholar. Unless one wished to languish, the disparity would inevitably become apparent, then one would feel lost if the gap were small. One might strive to catch up; if it were too vast, despair would ensue. She needed a nurturing environment for her cultivation, ideally one populated by individuals of similar talent. Having come to this realization, Qin Xuan sighed and asked Shuang'er, "Have you made your decision, master?" "I am unfilial." "Child, you are not unfilial. You are quite filial. That I understand and acknowledge that. It is I who have been selfish, binding your growth. Even fledglings must learn to soar. Child, rise and speak." "Yes, master." Qin Xuan patted his chest and produced the 140,000 taels of silver notes he had brought, handing over 100,000 taels. "This is a note from Huichuan, accepted by neighboring nations. Take it. As you venture into the world, there will be many places where money is necessary. When your two senior brothers set out, I could not afford much, yet I still gave each of them 50 taels. You go forth bravely. If you find the time, remember to write back. If I am in Shacheng, I shall certainly receive it and reply. Should I not respond, it may mean I have left Shacheng." Qin Shuang trembled as she accepted the notes. Kneeling once more in tears, "Master, enough with the lamentations already, you little rascal. Return having made something of yourself. Otherwise, do not come back." The night passed in silence, and the next day, the master and disciple parted reluctantly. Qin Shuang intended to traverse the Funyo mountain range, heading towards Beiyan, passing through the western Shiron, and ultimately entering Nanshu. The Shu kingdom, with a far longer heritage, was rumored to be welcoming to visitors from other nations. Though the truth of this remained uncertain, yet the journey ahead was dauntingly long. Fortunately, the snow had not fully melted, and the dangers of Funyo mountain had yet to reveal themselves. It would be in the bloom of spring that its ferocity would become apparent. Qin Xuan frequently glanced back, his face clouded with profound reluctance and concern. This was his disciple, whom he had raised since childhood, no different from a son. After a long while, until Qin Shuang's figure vanished into the dense forest, he turned to descend the mountain. Ultimately, parting is an inevitable aspect of life. It is merely a matter of time. He proceeded cautiously down the mountain. At the base, numerous bodies lay concealed beneath the ice and snow. There were no living souls. Qin Xuan activated his true eye, piercing through the air, scanning the surroundings. After discerning the direction, he headed towards Shacheng. This time, his speed was swift. Within an hour, he beheld the outline of Shacheng. However, the once mighty city walls now lay in ruins. The northern gate stood desolate, unguarded, and not a single soul was to be seen upon the walls. This situation was most peculiar. Shacheng resembled a city of the dead. Could it be that all had perished? A jolt of fear surged through Qin Xuan. He chose not to enter the city but instead decided to circle around the outskirts first. As evening approached, he stood outside the familiar west side of the city, confirming his suspicions. Shacheng indeed appeared to be in disrepair, even more so than 80 years ago, dressed in tattered rags, with unkempt hair and beard. He resembled a vagabond as he made his way towards the city, yet before he could approach the walls, a potent stench assaulted him, the stench of decay, overwhelming. Glug! He could not suppress a gag reflex. Hastily holding his breath and quickening his pace into the city, a terrible premonition gripped him. Indeed, as he had feared, the entrance was piled high with corpses, the temperature had begun to rise, and the foul stench of decay permeated the air. Had it truly become a city of the dead? Qin Xuan could hardly believe it. He stepped over the bodies and ventured deeper into the city, only to be met with a horrifying sight. The ground was littered with corpses. Judging by their attire, most were natives, but there were also a number of barbarians. He hurriedly made his way towards his home, only to find the front door shattered and the interior in disarray. The great spear he once owned nowhere to be found. Fortunately, there were no bodies here. Qin Xuan did not linger at home, continuing his search throughout the city, hoping to encounter even a single living person. However, by midnight, he had yet to see a soul. He stood in a daze before a desolate expanse, once known as the Ghost Garden, now reduced to a scorched wasteland. The ground had collapsed over 3 meters. Shrouded in an inky dust as if ravaged by heavy artillery, it was evident that a formidable being had battled here. Such devastation could not have occurred otherwise. He traversed the entirety of Sand City. Yet he encountered not a single living soul, the entire city steeped in a profound silence. The numerous corpses he had seen suggested a plague had swept through. As a first-tier martial artist, he was impervious to the disease, yet he had no intention of lingering in this place. With a sigh, he turned to depart. The restoration of Sand City would likely take decades beneath the moonlight. He journeyed southward, the roadside littered with bodies, devoid of any signs of life, which only deepened Qin Xuan's sorrow. It was not until dawn that he finally spotted a living person, a small village near Sand City. Where a few households had kindled the smoke of cooking fires, he approached one dwelling where an elderly man, trembling and wielding a sickle, stood by the fence. "Sir, we have no food left. You might as well look elsewhere." The old man exclaimed, "I am not here to rob you," Qin Chuan replied, producing a bundle and tossing a piece of cured meat toward him. "This is for you. May I come in for a sip of water?" The elder hesitated, for in recent days he had only encountered those who came to pillage, never someone offering sustenance, especially not a piece of meat. He swallowed hard and picked it up. You may come in," he finally said, opening the gate. "Thank you." Qin Chuan stepped inside. The old man retreated into the house, returning shortly with a bowl of hot water, which he offered, then disappeared again. Before long, he emerged once more. Sir, the meat you provided is ready. Please come in for a meal." Qin Chuan was taken aback. It was evident that the elder was on the brink of starvation. "Very well, thank you, sir." He followed the old man into the hall, where a bowl of rice porridge awaited him, the grains so few they could be counted. The meat he had given was cut into small pieces and placed on a plate. "Please, you eat first," Qin Chuan urged. "No need. I am not hungry, you eat. I have some questions for you." The elder nodded, ravenously devouring the meat. In no time, the plate was empty, and he gulped down the porridge. "What would you like to ask?" he inquired. "I too hail from Sand City but have been away for a while. What has happened to Sand City?" The elder's expression shifted as realization dawned upon him. "You are unaware. Over 2 months ago, the barbarians suddenly attacked, breaching Sand City and then marching southward, pillaging and committing atrocities. My wife fell victim to their slaughter. The old man's sorrow was palpable. "What of your son?" "He fled. We, the elderly couple, could not escape." "That is fortunate," Qin Chuan remarked. "Fortunate? How could it be? I heard that there is unrest in the south. Someone is rebelling." "A rebellion?" Qin Chuan seized upon this vital information. "Indeed, it seems to be called the Freedom Society." "Thank you, sir." Qin Chuan rose, preparing to leave. "Wait, be cautious of our own people. They can be just as vicious as the barbarians. They took our grain." "Understood, elder." Qin Chuan waved dismissively and turned to depart. To challenge them, one must be prepared for the consequences. The further south he traveled, the more people he encountered. He had indeed been ambushed and robbed several times, yet those who had attempted to rob him had all met their demise. Naturally, he had inquired along the way, gleaning a wealth of information. The Freedom Society was in rebellion, the barbarians had invaded, and the Eastern Han and Northern Yan were simultaneously amassing troops at the borders. The Chu state found itself entrapped in a quagmire of conflict, leaving even the least threatening barbarians with little capacity to intervene. This was due to the fact that, aside from a few small towns, they had yet to breach any county city. As long as the county cities stood, the barbarians would not dare advance further south, otherwise their supply lines would be severed, rendering them lambs to the slaughter and subject to encirclement. The roads were teeming with fleeing civilians, all heading toward the county city for refuge. Sand City was also part of Fufeng County. Qin Chuan, unsure of where to go, chose to follow the throng. Fufeng City, a colossal metropolis with a population exceeding 1 million, boasted towering city walls and a garrison of 50,000 elite soldiers. Most importantly, it housed the Six Gates Northern Division, comprised of former disciples of the Chu Tian sect, tasked with overseeing the various sects across the realm. Within a refined teahouse in Fufeng City, 2 men sat facing each other. One, a middle-aged man clad in splendid attire, was none other than the steward Wang from Huichuan. The other appeared to be in his early 20s. "What has Lord Lu decided?" Wang inquired, his gaze fixed upon the young man. Lord Lu appeared visibly displeased, his countenance marked by fury. "Wang de, what precisely do you intend to do?" "Our only aim at Huichuan is to conduct business, is it not?" "Nonsense. How can you conduct business in such a manner? You want me to open the city gates and allow the barbarians to flood in? Have you forgotten Sand City? 420,000 lives extinguished, leaving it an empty shell. The barbarians are devoid of humanity. I refuse to become a sinner. I cannot do this." "Lu Yong, are you certain?" Wang De's eyes glinted with a hint of malice. "I am certain." Lu Yong rose, coldly regarding him. "How dare you still call yourself Wang De? You are devoid of virtue. Fufeng City has a population of 1.36 million, with tens of thousands of refugees arriving, nearly 1.5 million. You would have me invite the barbarians in? Have I lost my conscience, or is it you who has lost yours?" With that, he turned to leave. "Stop." Lu Yong paid him no heed, continuing on his way. "Your family is in Yinshui City. Do you think I am unaware?" Lu Yong halted, swiftly turning back to glare at him. "Let me tell you. Even if you kill my family, I will not open the gates for the barbarians. Wang Di, I assure you, if anything happens to my family, you will not live to see another day. I will have people watching you." Lu Yong declared, exiting the tea house without looking back. Wang Di, however, simply shook his head and chuckled, lifting his teacup for a sip. Shortly thereafter, a young man approached Li Jiming. Has Lord Lu left? Did the negotiations fail? Yes, Lu Yong possesses a modicum of backbone, Li Jiming remarked, frowning. The core issue remains that the barbarians are utterly inhumane. Wang Steward, he continued earnestly, I sometimes find it hard to bear. Wang De squinted, replying, those who achieve greatness must not be bogged down by such trivialities. Once the barbarians breach Fufeng City, the Chu state will surely dispatch troops to repel them. Masterly, if you think this way, it may lead me to believe this venture could result in losses. Li Jiming sighed. He was well aware that this course of action was correct, yet the thought of 1,000,000 lives weighed heavily on him, reflecting on the policies of the Chu state. He lamented that had they not restricted cultivation so severely, with everyone practicing, what threat would the barbarians pose? In days gone by, they would not have dared to step foot on this land. Wang Steward, I was merely lamenting the plight of the barbarians. To achieve great deeds, sacrifices must be made. I understand that. As long as you comprehend, since Lu Yong has declined my hospitality, let us send him on his way tonight. Can you manage that? Wang Di inquired, looking at Li Jiming. Certainly, he is merely a first-tier martial artist, Li Jiming affirmed confidently. Very well, I await your news. Wang Di rose and departed. Qin Xuan had miscalculated that he could not gain entry into Fufeng City, which was now tightly encircled by the barbarian army. A throng of civilians kept their distance, too fearful to approach, merely watching from afar. Suddenly, a cloud of dust arose as a cavalry unit charged toward the frightened crowd. Qin Xuan thought, this is bad. He recalled ancient battles where foreign armies would use civilians as shields, forcing them to the front lines. The barbarians might employ a similar tactic. He quickly turned, channeling his energy into his legs. Shouting, the barbarians are coming, everyone run. The masses turned to flee, but how could they outrun the war horses? Not everyone was a martial artist, only they could hope to outpace the steeds for a brief moment. However, Qin Xuan soon realized that a large contingent was also approaching from behind, effectively trapping them. In the midst of the chaos, some martial artists drew their weapons and charged forward. Whoosh whoosh, arrows whistled through the air, striking down those who dared to resist. Damn it, Qin Xuan cursed inwardly. The arrowheads were made of a special metal. Even a seasoned warrior would fall like a block of tofu beneath such projectiles. Where did the barbarians acquire such extraordinary metal? Qin Xuan found himself torn between fleeing and saving those in danger. Damn it, why am I hesitating? He scolded himself. A person may be selfish, but when capable of assistance, one should help their compatriots. Infusing his legs with energy, he felt a surge of speed as if aided by divine winds. In just a few leaps, he confronted the foremost warhorse, the glint of a curved blade reflecting the menacing visage of a barbarian. Die! Qin Xuan roared, unleashing a punch infused with tremendous energy, shattering the blade into fragments. The warhorse was hurled into the air, exploding into pieces, and the barbarian atop it spewed forth a spray of blood. Crashing to the ground, his fate uncertain, Qin Xuan was consumed by fury. Memories of his childhood sharpened in his mind. He plunged into the ranks of barbarian cavalry, and in mere moments, the entire unit of dozens was annihilated. Few intact corpses lay upon the ground. The pursuing barbarians abruptly reined in their steeds, their faces etched with terror. Retreat, retreat, a true energy realm practitioner, they cried in alarm. Want to flee, then die, Qin Xuan roared, seizing a curved blade and pursuing them like a phantom, swiftly dispatching both man and steed. How bold, a barbarian shouted from a distance, standing atop his horse, drawing his bow. Whoosh, an arrow flew, enveloped in azure energy, emitting a piercing sonic boom as it hurtled toward Qin Xuan. Clang! In a moment of crisis, Qin Xuan brandished his curved blade to momentarily ward off the arrows. However, a stray arrow pierced through the blade, narrowly grazing his face with the fierce wind it produced, causing him pain. In an explosive surge of energy, he infused his true qi into the blade, forcefully twisting it, causing the curved blade to shatter into countless fragments that shot towards the retreating barbarians. The blade shards flew like bullets, piercing through one barbarian after another. Having accomplished this, he noticed the formidable barbarian on horseback, who had been galloping towards him. Drawing nearer, Qin Xuan bellowed, "Who has a gun? Brave souls, here!" Amidst the crowd, a long spear was tossed towards him, and he caught it with a flourish, his demeanor transforming instantly as he fixed his gaze on the approaching barbarian, filled with murderous intent. As the distance closed, the barbarian once again knocked an arrow, but Qin Xuan discarded his longbow, leaping from his horse, his blade emanating a faint azure glow as he swung it. Avalanche, kill! Qin Xuan thrust the spear forward, unleashing a colossal sonic boom that erupted around him, the spear tip glinting with cold light as it met the arrows, shattering them as they collided with the blade, which also fragmented. The barbarian's eyes widened in disbelief. The long spear pierced through his throat, and as Qin Xuan sidestepped past him, he seized the spear and pulled it free with a swift motion. The scene fell into a heavy silence. "Run, what are you dawdling for?" In the distance, several barbarians, moving at alarming speed, had abandoned their steeds. They were evidently true Qi realm warriors, with the fastest among them possibly being a formidable force of the Gangqi realm. Qin Xuan was no fool. He understood that engaging in a desperate fight with these barbarians would be tantamount to courting death, yet, observing the sluggish crowd around him, he gritted his teeth and sprinted in another direction. As anticipated, the group of barbarians did not pursue the crowd but instead headed directly towards him. That he fled, the barbarians in hot pursuit, 3 true Qi realm warriors and 1 from the Gangqi realm. Once he regained his composure, Qin Xuan couldn't help but feel a pang of regret for his impulsiveness. The military was never short of experts, and the barbarians, with their naturally robust physiques and predatory societal structure, were no exception. Hence, there were indeed numerous true Qi realm warriors among them. Ahead lay a dense thicket, and he quickly darted into it, the barbarians relentlessly pursuing him, continuing to rain arrows upon him. "I can't keep running, I can't escape." The Gangqi realm expert was closing in, and it wasn't due to his own slow pace, but rather the need to dodge arrows. If he continued to flee, he would exhaust his true Qi and be left defenseless. "Isn't just a Gangqi realm warrior, I'll fight to the death." At that moment, a fierce spirit ignited within Qin Xuan, akin to a cornered beast fighting back. In that case, what did he have to fear? However, he kept one eye open, slowing his pace as if caught by the vines, stumbling slightly. A chilling blade aura approached from behind, and he ducked just in time as it sliced past, severing 2 large trees. Counter spear. He pivoted sharply, infusing his long spear with formidable true Qi, its brilliance radiant. Clang! The spear tip struck the chest of the Gangqi realm barbarian, producing a crisp sound of impact. The barbarian was sent flying, panic flickering in his eyes. The protective Gangqi. Qin Xuan quickly realized that the true strength of a Gangqi realm warrior lay not in their offensive capabilities, but in their protective aura. Seized the moment to strike. Any protective barrier had its limits. Breaking through was the key. Moreover, with this delay, the 3 true Qi realm barbarians had closed in, leaving him with no avenue for escape. Falling meteor, he swept the spear horizontally, resembling a meteor streaking across the sky, the weapon vibrating violently. Clang! The barbarian's curved blade met his spear. Before he could utter a word, a surge of true Qi pierced through the long blade, crashing against his chest. Bang! His protective Gangqi quaked once more, sending him crashing into several trees. Meanwhile, Qin Xuan leapt high, bringing the spear down a starfall. The barbarian raised his curved blade to defend. Boom! A shockwave erupted, debris flying. Pfft! The barbarian spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression filled with terror. This man from Chu was formidable. Just as Qin Xuan prepared to deliver the final blow, the 3 barbarians finally caught up, their blade auras descending from above, below, and all around, sealing his escape routes. Qin Xuan sighed. It was clear that 2 fists could not contend with 4 hands. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed a torrent of true Qi. The spear quivered in his grip. A die. He unleashed a stacking force, striking from afar. Boom! The pressured Gangqi realm barbarian, struck by the spear through the curved blade as if hammered down, instantly shattered his protective aura, the violent true Qi tearing through him. At the same time, 3 blade auras swept towards him. Qin Xuan closed his eyes. At this moment, his dantian was completely empty, devoid of any true Qi. Suddenly a cool breeze swept past, followed by the sound of 3 bodies hitting the ground. Qin Xuan opened his eyes. "I'm not dead." He turned to see a woman clad in black martial attire, her high ponytail swaying and a black veil obscuring her features. Yet, from her profile, it was evident she was a breathtaking beauty. The woman slowly turned to face him. "Thank you for saving my life." Qin Xuan hastily expressed his gratitude. "No need, I ask, and you answer. What would you like to know, my lord?" Qin Xuan wanted to retort, encountering another powerful individual. Why couldn't he meet a true hero? It was all just pretentiousness. Novels were deceiving. Chapter 67, The Arrival of the Sixth. "Are you a practitioner from Yuntai Mountain?" "No." "Do you belong to any sect?" Qin Xuan shook his head again. "I am not a disciple of any sect." "You lie," the woman's cold voice rang out, a long sword appearing at Qin Xuan's throat before he could even react. "My lord, I am Qin Xuan, a native of Shachang, and until the city fell, I was the leader of the Shade Gang." The woman's gaze remained fixed on him, suspicion still evident. "Your spear technique resembles that of Yuntai Mountain's Starfall Spear, my lord. It is an unexpected acquisition," Qin Xuan replied helplessly. Observing the woman's attire, he surmised she must be from the 6 doors of the Chu Kingdom. Therefore, he quickly summarized his situation, omitting certain details. The woman seemed to accept his explanation, lowering her sword. I ask again, do you wish to join my 6 doors? Qin Chuan quickly shook his head. My lord. I am but a country bumpkin accustomed to freedom. Freedom, the woman's voice suddenly brimmed with murderous intent. My lord, it's not that kind of freedom. Qin Chuan wished to slap himself and quickly changed his tune. Just then, the long-awaited system notification chimed in. Ding, detecting the arrival of chaos. No one can remain unscathed. Task released. As a powerful individual, you should join a faction to vie for supremacy in the world. 1. Join the Great Chu. 2. Join the Free Association. 3. Join the Barbarians. Limited time, 3 days. Rewards based on completion. My lord, I wish to join the 6 doors and slay the barbarians while extinguishing the Free Association. Qin Chuan quickly proclaimed, what kind of joke is this, with the Free Association or the barbarians? Clearly they are not good people, turning the peaceful world into such chaos, though I have killed many and am selfish. At least my principles remain intact. The woman's gaze softened slightly. I hope you keep your word. If not for seeing you slay barbarians, your head would have already fallen. Let us go. The woman grasped him. And in an instant Qin Chuan felt like he was soaring through the air, flying. 5th tier cave heaven realm. Qin Chuan gasped. The cultivation texts had mentioned that from the 6th tier onward, it was 1 tier for each level of heaven. A true cave heaven expert could genuinely establish a sect. Moreover, her speed was astonishing. The woman sped him away, and in an instant, they had left Fufeng City, arriving at a hilltop. There, 4 individuals clad in black martial attire from the 6 doors stood. They all rose and bowed respectfully. We greet you, my lord. Number 2, provide him with a set of clothes and a badge, and explain the rules. Yes, my lord, a middle-aged man replied respectfully. The woman released Qin Chuan and soared into the sky, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Only then did the others look up, and among them, the one referred to as number 2 smiled and said, brother, welcome to the 6 doors. I am number 2. She is number 3. Number 2 gestured to a young woman. That he is number 4. This was a young man. Number 5. This peculiar figure appeared to be an elderly man nearing the end of his days. Qin Chuan smiled and nodded. Greetings to you all. As a newcomer, please take care of me. The 3 nodded in unison. Brother, here are the clothes and the badge. Number 2 produced a set of clothing and a black iron badge from his ring, explaining, in our ranks, we don't use names, only code names. This badge bears a 6, which makes you number 6. From now on, we'll call you number 6, or Old 6, Old 6. Qin Chuan's lips curled slightly as he accepted the items. Thank you. Don't thank me just yet. Let me explain the rules of the 6 doors. Number 2, quite talkative, took about 10 minutes to clarify everything for Qin Chuan. He finally understood why he was able to join the 6 doors. The Southern Free Association had risen against the Chu Kingdom, with the Northern Yan and Eastern Han armies pressing and leading to chaos erupting throughout Chu. Consequently, there was neither the manpower nor the energy to deal with the barbarians. Thus, they dispatched some members of the 6 doors to assassinate the high-ranking barbarians or sabotage the Free Association's plans. They were merely one of the small teams involved in this effort. Their leader was number 1, the woman he had just met. She was the only true member of the 6 doors. The others had been summoned by her, much like Qin Chuan. What a desperate situation the court must have found itself in. Qin Chuan sighed, reflecting on the 6 doors' recruitment methods. Old 6 recalled that blood could be dripped onto the badge to record achievements. These accomplishments could be exchanged with number 1 for items, techniques, medicines, and essence crystals, everything one could desire. I understand. Qin Chuan exerted a bit of force, squeezing out a drop of blood that fell onto the badge, and he soon sensed its essence. Inside, there was a count 0. This badge could record images by inputting true qi and allowed for communication with members of the 6 doors over a certain distance. Change into the clothes and study it for now. If anything is unclear, come and ask me. Number 2 handed him the handbook of the 6 doors. Make sure to read it thoroughly. Qin Chuan took the booklet. Thank you. After receiving the items, he quickly moved behind a large stone to change into the new attire. Ding! Task completed. Completion level. Excellent. Rewards. Rootbone 5, Comprehension 5. In an instant Qin Chuan trembled all over, his body felt a tingling sensation, and his mind grew increasingly clear, reflecting on the recent battle with the barbarian. He realized he had made several mistakes. If given another chance, he was confident he could annihilate the barbarian and retreat unscathed. His thoughts had quickened, the flow of power was more seamless, his meridians had widened significantly, and his dantian had expanded greatly. Unfortunately, his true qi remained utterly depleted. Returning to their original position, he immediately sat cross-legged, practicing to restore his true qi, while the others had already closed their eyes. Silently cultivating, as night descended once more, Qin Xuan opened his eyes and discovered that although his cultivation had not changed, still at the peak of true qi realm, the true qi within his dantian was as dense as the vast sea. His bone structure and comprehension had once again improved, however, his martial arts techniques still left much to be desired. Joining the Six Doors seemed to be a wise choice after all. Kill, earn merit. Old Six, are you done cultivating? Care for a bite? Number 2 called out, holding a piece of rabbit meat. The other 3 gathered around the campfire, munching away. Alright, Qin Xuan naturally would not be polite, the more polite one was. The more distant it seemed. They were all teammates now, and one never knew when they might need to assist each other. While remaining vigilant, it was also essential to build good relationships. Chapter 68, Killing the Huichuan Steward Wang De? The 5 of them casually ate and drank, unaware that the moon had already reached its zenith. Number 1 descended from the sky, and they immediately rose to their feet, bowing respectfully. Sir, mission, the woman said coldly. The 5 stood at attention. Intelligence indicated that 32 kilometers north of Fufeng City, in Gaojiazwang, there was a branch of a free association. Among them, the leader was at the Dongtian realm, with 2 at the Divine Power realm, 7 at the Qi realm, 32 at the True Qi realm, and 374 other members. Upon hearing this, everyone trembled with fear. Qin Xuan mused, there should be other teams collaborating, right? Otherwise, it would be like sending them to their deaths. Rest assured, other teams will join us in taking action. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Moreover, this is not our core mission. The purpose of attacking Gaojiazwang is to lure the barbarian experts to come to rescue, allowing us to send someone into the city to convey a very important message. This task falls upon us. Who is willing to enter the city to deliver the message? The crowd fell silent. Enter the city? What a joke! Fufeng City was surrounded as tightly as a drum. Not even those at the Dongtian realm could enter. How could they, at the True Qi realm, manage to do so? Even if the masters were lured away, could they guarantee that the barbarians wouldn't leave any traps behind? One finger from a Dongtian expert could crush them. What, are you all so unwilling to enter the city? Would you rather watch the barbarians breach Fufeng City and slaughter our compatriots of the Great Chu? Sir, Number 2 said with a wry smile, the city walls are 100 meters high, and there are barbarians guarding below. We at the True Qi realm cannot even ascend. The woman fell silent for a moment, her gaze shifting to Qin Xuan. Number 6, present. Qin Xuan felt quite helpless. Damn it, he knew this would happen, especially after he had killed a barbarian at the Qi realm in front of her. Though you are at the True Qi realm, your strength far exceeds that of a typical True Qi practitioner. Climbing a 100-meter wall should pose no issue. The others looked at him in astonishment, not expecting this old Six to be so formidable. Sir, is it possible to decline? Qin Xuan grimaced, feeling it was a matter of life and death. No, this matter is of utmost importance. Once the message is delivered, the barbarians will not be able to breach Fufeng City for the time being. Number 6, I know what you desire. Agree to go, and you shall have what you seek immediately. Really? Qin Xuan felt a flicker of temptation. I never lie. Provide me with a complete martial arts technique, and I shall go. The woman shook her head. Not enough merit. At most, you can reach the spirit gathering realm. What about the divine power realm? The woman shook her head again. No, you must go regardless. Qin Xuan ground his teeth in frustration. Fine, I'll go. Follow me. The woman seized him and soared into the air, landing on a high hill in a matter of moments, pointing into the distance. Do you see Fufeng City? This is the eastern gate. The position you need to penetrate. Sir, I am curious, can't we send stronger experts into the city, like you? Fly over, ignorant. The woman scoffed. When you reach the spirit gathering realm, you will understand. The higher the cultivation, the more like a beacon you become in the night, easily detectable by powerful beings. Qin Xuan immediately comprehended. As one's cultivation increased, the energy contained within oneself became stronger. Spirit gathering, how does one gather the spirit? He was filled with anticipation. Here, the woman tossed him a book. If I am not mistaken, what you are cultivating should be the most basic innate qi without any attribute enhancement. This is the continuation of innate qi, known as innate qi of the Gale, along with methods for spirit gathering. Qin Xuan hurriedly caught it and glanced at the 4 large characters, innate Gale qi. Instantly, he felt a twinge of disappointment. Indeed, whether in the Great Chu or Huichuan, they were miserly with their core techniques. They would not grant him a potent martial art, and even if he risked his life, this would be all he could obtain. Most frustratingly, he still had to respectfully say, "Thank you for your generosity, sir." The woman nodded and continued, "You have 2 hours to cultivate. Whether you can break through depends entirely on you. After 2 hours, At dawn, we shall launch our assault on Gaojiazwang. You must enter the city on time within the 6 doors. The law is merciless. You should have seen the door rules and know the consequences of not entering. Understood, that's good. Don't think about fleeing. The token will call for your blood, and there will be no place for you to hide. Remember, at the 4th watch of the tiger, rush to deliver this letter to the head of the 6 doors. Yixinghe, in Fufeng County. Saying this, the woman handed him an envelope. You may read the letter, but do not disclose it. You are a citizen of Chu, and I trust you will not stand idly by as one. 5 million people in Fufeng County perish. After finishing her words, the woman shot into the sky and vanished. Holding the envelope, Qin Xuan felt a whirlwind of emotions. This was self-manipulation, but to be fair, it was quite effective, having been a modern person in his previous life and experiencing the destruction of his city, with his parents likely dead and his sister presumably gone as well. It could be said that his hatred for the barbarians was no less than anyone else's. However, mere words were insignificant, and with his current lack of cultivation, all he could do was find ways to enhance his strength and preserve his life. Awaiting the opportune moment, sighing, he unceremoniously tore open the letter and read it. Instantly, his pupils constricted. The letter contained only one line: kill the Wuchuan money house steward Wang De. Could it be Lord Wang? Qin Xuan's heart raced with speculation. Previously, Wuchuan had smuggled broken gale iron to the barbarians, and he had assisted in landing the goods. Naturally, if he had not helped, he might already be pushing up daisies. Even if he had not assisted, others would have. It was better for him to take this money to enhance himself, as he lacked the ability to prevent this event from occurring. Quickly folding the letter and hiding it in his inner garments, he glanced at the moon, estimating the time to be around the hour of the rat. He hurriedly sat cross-legged on the ground and opened the innate Gale Qi to study it. Qi is the essence of heaven and earth. True Qi is the innate true Qi formed by refining the essence of heaven and earth. Everything is Qi. When water Qi condenses, it becomes mist. When true Qi condenses, it transforms into Gale. After only a few minutes of reading, Qin Xuan quickly grasped the concept, transitioning from the true Qi realm to the Gale Qi realm. It was no wonder there was no threshold. As long as one had the techniques, anyone could succeed. This was a gradual process of refinement, transforming Qi into Gale. In modern terms, it was the condensation of true Qi, a process of converting gas into liquid. With his current comprehension and aptitude exceeding 10 points, his mind was exceptionally clear, and his meridians were incredibly transparent, resembling a vast ocean filled with innate true Qi. He took out all the elemental crystals from his backpack, held them in his hand, and activated the technique to begin cultivating. The essence of heaven and earth surged violently, creating a whirlwind centered around him, as the elemental crystals in his grasp rapidly disintegrated into powder and dissipated into the world. In the high sky, a figure watched closely from above. What extraordinary talent! This Qin Xuan, should he complete this mission, could be considered for a recommendation to become a formal member of the 6 doors. Chapter 69, 8th Rank Gale Qi Realm. 6 doors Vermilion Bird. Has our great Chu truly erred? Such a genius has idly wasted 87 years to reach the true Qi realm. If only he had martial arts techniques and spiritual herbs, would our great Chu not have gained an extraordinary powerhouse of the 3rd rank? The woman's expression was obscured by her veil, but her slightly furrowed brows indicated that her current mood was anything but tranquil. Sighing, she turned to leave. The chaotic times had arrived. Perhaps it was not too late after all. The cool night was as tranquil as water. The roaring true Qi surged like a mighty river, coursing through his resilient and expansive meridians, rushing toward the oceanic Dantian. The Dantian, like a steaming furnace, seemed to boil water, as the vaporizing true Qi continuously rolled, transforming into droplets that gathered in a pool below. Gradually, the pool expanded, turning into a lake, with myriad rivers flowing into it, evolving into a vast ocean. The ocean's waves surged once more into the wide and resilient meridians, rushing back to the Dantian. Qin Xuan slowly opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance sparkling within the Gale Qi realm. He had finally achieved it. He stood up, glanced at the sky, and the moonlight filtering through the treetops indicated that he had approximately 15 minutes left. He tightened his grip slightly, and a surge of power erupted, causing the air to crackle with sound. His strength had multiplied several times, the qualitative change of true Qi, feeling a slight shift in his heart. The Gale Qi enveloped his entire being. He pulled out the dagger hidden in his boot and forcefully stabbed it into his palm. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated, as the Gale Qi shield trembled slightly. Could it only protect vital areas? Safeguarding the entire body was far too taxing on the Gale Qi. Qin Xuan attempted to manipulate the changes in Gale Qi and discovered that it could indeed transform according to his thoughts. In an instant, a spear radiating scorching white light appeared in his hand, but he felt a considerable drain on the Gale Chi, prompting him to retract it immediately. Thankfully, no one was watching. The ability to manifest Gale Chi in form was surely beyond the capabilities of a mere Gale Chi practitioner. Regrettably, his over 100 elemental crystals had been completely consumed. Qin Xuan felt quite helpless but was also grateful for those elemental crystals, otherwise, he might have found himself in an awkward situation of insufficient energy. Relying solely on the essence of heaven and earth would have taken an inordinate amount of time. If elemental crystals were this effective, what about elixirs? With a heavy sigh, Qin Xuan lamented the lack of resources. Realizing he had no choice but to strive with all his might, he cast his gaze towards the east, where the direction of Fufeng City lay shrouded in tranquility. He began to tidy up the ground. Then glanced at the time, feeling it was about right to activate his true eye and peer towards the distant barbarian camp. This notion had sparked in Qin Xuan ever since he heard from number one about the energy of the divine realm. If divine energy could unveil the presence of strong individuals, might his true eye also discern the movements of such powerhouses? Indeed, his true eye revealed 12 crimson points of light in the direction of the barbarian camp near the eastern gate of Fufeng City. Among them, one shone particularly bright, while 3 others glimmered with notable intensity. He extended his hand to examine himself. Nothing was displayed. I have yet to cultivate divine energy, the final 2 pages of the divine energy cultivation text stated. When the vital energy is full, it soars to the heavens. Refining the spirit sails forth to explore the realms. This is the essence of divine cultivation. The brightest red light likely belonged to a 5th-tier expert of the cave heaven realm, while the 3 slightly less bright ones were probably 6th-tier adept cultivators, and the remaining 8 must be 7th-tier divine energy practitioners. As for those beneath the divine realm, it was likely that they possessed no special energy, rendering them undetectable by the true eye. I never anticipated that my true eye possessed such remarkable capabilities. It is indeed useful. Qin Xuan marveled once more at the wondrous utility of the true eye. Recalling how upon its initial acquisition he sensed that it would grow increasingly effective as his status rose, and so it proved. To the north of Fufeng City, over 30 kilometers away, lay a sprawling estate covering 100 acres. Its entrance marked by the 3 characters Gao Jia Zhuang. A kilometer away, nestled within a wooded mountain, a group clad in dark official attire from the 6 doors lurked. The leader among them was a woman, number 1 in Qin Xuan's eyes. Elder brother Magpie, she called, and a man and a woman stepped forward. The 2 6th-tier practitioners are in your hands. Understood, Crow, she summoned. You take the rest. Number 1's eyes flickered with a fierce killing intent. Eliminate them all within a single tea time. Can you accomplish this? Yes, excellent. Remember, we have only 1 tea's worth of time, and we must retreat. There is a 4th-tier powerhouse among the barbarians, she noted. He is not practicing wind-based techniques. We arrived just in time. Barely over a tea's worth. Everyone remember, do not linger in battle. Yes, the group was eager, and although they were few, they had the advantage of a 6th-tier practitioner. The crowd it could be said they would crush their foes effortlessly. The temporary recruits of the 6 doors, who had initially been filled with dread, felt considerably relieved at this moment. The woman produced a metallic compass and glanced at it before looking up at the moon's position. Time was up. Elder brother Magpie, follow me. In an instant, she traversed a kilometer distance, hovering above Gaojia Zhuang. Her long sword blazed with fierce flames as she swung it down. Burning heaven, a piercing bird cry erupted as a colossal bird, engulfed in flames, burst forth from the sword, its wings spanning 100 meters as it dove towards the estate below. Who dares, seeking death? A furious roar echoed, and a figure burst through the rooftop. Standing in the void, without hesitation, he launched a punch at the giant bird. Thunderstrike, a massive fist, crackling with lightning, shot upward, piercing through the fiery avian. With a mournful cry, the giant bird exploded into countless fiery embers that rained down. 6 doors. Vermilion bird, seeking death. A man's eyes gleamed with intense killing intent. Number 1, without uttering a word, charged forward with her sword. Humph! The man snorted coldly, golden gauntlets manifesting on his hands as he met her assault. Flames and lightning clashed, the explosive sounds resonating far and wide. As the 2 battled, they moved further away, the man wary of endangering the estate below, while the vermilion bird sought to restrain him. Meanwhile, Elder Brother and Magpie plunged into the estate, slaying anyone they encountered. Below the 6th tier, no one could stand against them. Soon, the estate's 6th tier practitioners confronted the duo. It's our turn, let's go. The crow revealed a smile of utmost cruelty as a long-handled sickle appeared in his grasp. Resembling the harbinger of death as he advanced towards Gaojia Zhuang in the skies above, the man wielding the gauntlet clearly surpassed number 1 in strength, pressing the attack upon her. Yet, noticing the emergence of a 6th tier practitioner from the 6 doors below, He panicked and opened his arms, a circular void forming above his head, crackling with boundless lightning, thunder, dragon annihilation. Strikes of lightning erupted from the void, converging into a massive 100-meter lightning dragon that howled towards number 1. Humph, number 1 scoffed, spitting a mouthful of blood as her sword ignited with raging flames. Vermilion bird rise. Simultaneously a void appeared above her, revealing a colossal vermilion bird with cold, piercing eyes. With a deafening explosion, lightning and flames illuminated the sky. As number 1 was sent flying, blood trailing from her mouth, she gripped her sword and charged once more, while the man merely retreated a few steps, bellowing in desperation, "Quickly summon reinforcements." He understood that, for the time being, he could not subdue the 6th-tier vermilion bird from 6 doors. If his comrades fell, the remaining 3 6th-tier practitioners could distance themselves and harass him from afar, forcing him to flee. Otherwise, he would meet his demise. Outside the eastern gate of Fufeng City, the barbarian camp sprawled endlessly, with patrols of barbarian soldiers traversing back and forth, surrounded by a maze of barricades and pits so impenetrable that not even a bird could fly into Fufeng City. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan remained atop a distant mountain, observing cautiously. He dared not descend, for the terrain below was barren, devoid of cover, and he feared detection by the higher-ranking barbarians. Suddenly, the brightest red point shot northward like a meteor, swiftly followed by 2 more red points vanishing from his sight. Time was up. Gritting his teeth, Qin Chuan decided to descend. If he did not go, he would perish. If he did, his fate remained uncertain. Moreover, as number 1 had said, he could not bear to witness the slaughter of 1.5 million people by the alien race. Vital energy surged into his feet, propelling him down the mountain with the swiftness of the wind. Heading for the northeastern direction of the city wall, the sole remaining 6th-tier barbarian was positioned farthest in that direction, with only 1 divine energy practitioner present. As for the barbarians to the north, he could not see them clearly and thus had no need for concern. After a tea's worth of time, he successfully approached the military camp. Chapter 70. The younger the elderly monster appeared, the more terrifying it became. Patrols of cavalry moved within 50 meters of him, crossing paths in a timed manner, while before him lay rows of barricades and trenches. The intervals of patrols were approximately 26 seconds. Qin Chuan counted down several times, waiting for the opportune moment. Now, vital energy enveloped his crucial body parts as he leaped over the barricades and trenches, swiftly entering the military camp. He immediately held his breath. Lying flat against the ground of the tent, once the patrols passed again, he quickly rose, tiptoeing towards the direction of the city wall. However, when he reached the front camp, he found himself in a dilemma. There was no stealthy way to rush past here. The rear camp was less strictly patrolled due to the absence of enemies, while the front camp faced the city wall, with soldiers stationed every 10 meters. Gazing at the city wall less than 500 meters away, Qin Chuan's mind raced with calculations. If he sprinted at full speed, he would reach the base of the city wall in about 15 seconds. And scaling it would take roughly 35 seconds. Without a 5th-tier expert present, the 6th-tier practitioners would surely not arrive in time. The divine energy practitioner was approximately 1,300 meters from his current position. He might make it if he were a sharpshooter, putting Qin Chuan in grave danger. No, I also overlooked the vital energy practitioners with their breaking vital iron. My protective vital energy would likely be rendered useless. What to do? Qin Chuan's head throbbed with anxiety. This short distance of 500 meters plus the additional 100-meter wall could very well cost him his life. Damn it, I forgot to have that woman leave someone to cover me. But he instantly chuckled bitterly. Anyone assigned for cover would likely meet their demise, and he doubted anyone would volunteer. Staring at the towering city wall 500 meters away, which loomed like a ravenous specter, Qin Chuan wrestled internally for a moment before resolutely making up his mind. Let's do it. Perhaps I can snag a fortune. The true eye scanned the surroundings, searching for a location where the barbarians stored their breaking vital iron. If found, it could pave the way for entry into the city. There was nothing nearby. Even if there was, they likely contained finished arrows stored in their storage devices. Never mind, I'll gamble. Whether I live or die rests on luck. Huh, what is that? Qin Chuan noticed a massive tent not far away. A warehouse. Cautiously he approached, wary of detection. 2 barbarians guarded the entrance to the tent, and he could not discern what lay inside. Forget it. I'll set this warehouse ablaze and then rush in. Concealing himself in the shadows, Qin Chuan produced a fire stick, igniting it before using vital energy to drag it along the ground towards the warehouse tent. Then quickly retreated to his original position. Boom! Suddenly, a tremendous explosion resonated from the direction of the warehouse, a fireball illuminating the sky. It turned out to be a powder warehouse. His luck was off the charts. Now's the moment, Qin Chuan infused vital energy into his legs, dashing towards the city wall 500 meters away. Enemy attack, enemy attack. The alarm bells rang throughout the camp. Someone is attempting to breach the city. Stop him! Immediately soldiers spotted Qin Chuan's silhouette, arrows whistling through the air. Unfortunately for them, he had already fled far. Ordinary soldiers' arrows could not reach him. Humph! A cold snort emerged as a barbarian of vital energy cultivation burst from the tent. A massive bow materializing in his grasp, drawing the bowstring, the arrowhead glimmered with a mysterious light. Breaking vital arrow, whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air, hurtling towards Qin Chuan, who had yet to reach the base of the wall. Damn, how can they react so quickly? I underestimated the barbarians. A dagger materialized in his hand as he spun around to deflect the arrow. Clang! The dagger shattered instantly, the arrow grazing past his ear and embedding itself in the distant wall. He accelerated his speed, shouting, "People from 6 doors, come to deliver urgent intelligence. Brothers above, lend a hand." This was the best plan he could conceive. The city wall loomed ever closer as he leaped, harnessing the earth's power to soar into the air. Then sprinted up the wall. The sound of arrows slicing through the air continued to echo behind him, a swift arrow even overtaking the others, arriving in an instant. In midair, Qin Chuan could only rely on the city wall for support to evade the onslaught. However, he sensed that he could not escape the malevolent winds behind him. Gazing at the remaining 20 to 30 meters of the city wall, he thought to himself, "It's over, at this distance. That barbarian from the spirit-accumulating realm would strike." At that moment a blade aura cleaved through the night sky like the dawn's first light, tearing through the air and shattering the arrow. Qin Chuan instantly ascended the city wall, landing heavily on the ground, gasping for breath. He had truly made it, having traversed 500 meters of life and death, and the nearly hopeless 100 meters of the city wall. He had survived. "Present the token of the 6 doors." A general clad in armor and wielding a long blade approached, accompanied by several soldiers who encircled him with their spears. Qin Chuan grinned, reaching into his attire to retrieve the token and tossing it over. "General, I wish to see Lord Yixinghe, the chief of the 6 doors of Fufeng County." The general inspected the token, recognizing that the person from the 6 doors had risked his life to enter the city, surely indicating a matter of great urgency. He nodded, saying, "Follow me, I will take you to see Lord E." "Thank you," Qin Chuan replied. "The rest of you, maintain your vigilance." "Understood." After descending the city wall, the general ordered 2 warhorses to be brought forth. They headed towards the interior of the city, as at this moment, Qin Chuan was utterly devoid of energy. Yet he had expended all his vigor to burst forth with speed. Dawn had passed, and the horizon revealed a pale light. They arrived at the headquarters of the 6 doors. Dismounting, Qin Chuan hurriedly approached, holding the token, and the guards at the entrance checked it and announced his arrival. Shortly after, a guard emerged, stating, "Lord E wishes to see you." Qin Chuan turned to the general, saying, "May I inquire your esteemed name?" "I am Lu Feng." "General Lu Qin will remember that." Qin Chuan then followed the guard into the 6 doors. "Greetings, Lord E," in the hall. After bowing respectfully, Qin Chuan took a moment to appraise Yixinghe. He appeared to be merely a youth, with sharp brows and bright eyes, strikingly handsome. Goodness, how is it that he possesses such high cultivation and is so charming? Qin Chuan couldn't help but internally scoff, aware that some ancient monsters appeared deceptively youthful. The younger they looked, the more formidable they tended to be. Yixinghe inquired gently, "I have heard you come from outside the city with urgent intelligence to relay?" "Indeed, my lord," Qin Chuan replied, producing a letter and offering it with both hands. Yixinghe gestured with a flick of his hand, and the letter flew into his grasp. Upon opening it, his brow furrowed instantly. "The handwriting of Zhuge," he said, igniting a flame at his fingertips, causing the letter to reveal additional hidden text. Qin Chuan thought to himself, "Damn it, no wonder they didn't want me to see it. It's encrypted. Should Wang De be killed?" "Qin Chuan," Yixinghe suddenly called out, "Yes, my subordinate is here. Take a look at this letter." Yixinghe tossed it over. Chapter 71, The Death of the County Lieutenant. The Plum Blossom Fairy. Qin Chuan took a glance and instantly felt unwell. The top line read, "Eliminate Wang De of the Huichuan Bank." However, the smaller text below concerned him directly. Lord E. Upon investigation, it appears that the Eastern Han Beiyan and the barbarians simultaneously attacked our Great Chu, with Huichuan's backing. Qin Chuan recalled that during his time in the Sand City, he had sold his life for Huichuan, assisting them in smuggling ruined gold essence to the barbarians. As Wang De's subordinate, he could negotiate with Wang De to see if Huichuan could resolve the siege through diplomacy. If not, he would have to kill Wang De. The 6 doors. Zhuge, Qin Chuan felt he was at a loss, realizing that the investigation could easily unearth everything about him. He immediately bowed his head to explain, "My lord, I was unaware that Huichuan was trafficking ruined gold essence with the barbarians." I implore you to investigate thoroughly. Yixinghe chuckled softly, a hint of amusement on his face. Your matter is not my concern. It falls under Zhuchua's jurisdiction. How she chooses to handle you is her affair. But for now, you are aware of the situation. Wangde is within Fufeng City. You should rest and recover your energy. At an hour from now, when the day breaks fully, I will send someone to escort you to negotiate with him on behalf of the Six Doors. To see if the barbarians can be persuaded to withdraw. Yes, my lord. Someone take him to rest and provide him with 10 yuan crystals for recovery. Qin Xuan was led to a meditation room and given 10 yuan crystals. He gratefully accepted them, sitting cross-legged to begin replenishing his energy. After all, possessing power was paramount. Otherwise, everything was mere talk. Within the hall of the Six Doors, Yixinghe sat sipping tea, preparing to wait for Qin Xuan's awakening to proceed with matters. Suddenly, a disciple of the Six Doors rushed in to report, "Chief, terrible news. County Lieutenant Lu Yong was found dead in his residence last night." Clink, the teacup fell to the ground as Yixinghe was utterly astonished. Lu Yong managed the entire defense of Fufeng City. If he was in trouble, how dire would the situation be? Quickly send men to guard the 4 city gates strictly. We cannot allow any breaches. I will visit the county magistrate, and if Qin Xuan awakens, bring him directly to Huichuan. With that, he stepped forward and vanished. Fufeng City, County Lieutenant's residence. At this moment, it was eerily quiet. County Magistrate Li Yuanxiu stared grimly at Lu Yong's corpse. Has the news reached Lord Yi, Li County Magistrate? I have arrived. A shadow flickered, and Yixinghe appeared at the scene. That he did not glance at the others but instead crouched down to closely examine Lu Yong's cause of death. Upon lifting Lu Yong's clothing, he discovered a purple plum blossom mark precisely over his heart. Sir, Lord Yi, do you have a conclusion? What does this plum blossom signify? Li Yuanxiu hurriedly inquired. The plum blossom fairy Lu Qingzi. When did she join the Free Association? At the mention of her name, Li Yuanxiu involuntarily took a step back. She actually came to Fufeng City. No, wait, Lord Yi, Lu Qingzi is a top-tier 4th-grade powerhouse. If she were on the side of the barbarians, Fufeng City would have fallen long ago. That's why I find it strange. Yixinghe frowned deeply, standing up. Lu Qingzi's arrival, and the killing of County Lieutenant Lu Yong, certainly suggests she is aligned against the Great Chu, or perhaps not entirely so. A top-tier 4th-grade powerhouse poses immense pressure on the entire Fufeng City. If Lu Qingzi were to act, Fufeng City would be doomed. While I can contend with the barbarians' 4th-grade powerhouses, I am no match for Lu Qingzi. County Magistrate Lu, do you think it possible that Lu Qingzi was hired by them to execute this deed? Li Yuanxiu nodded, as he too had that inkling. How could a 4th-grade top-tier powerhouse come to assassinate a mere early-stage Lu Yong? It defies logic. Given her strength, she could have stormed into Fufeng City and left unscathed. There was no need for this. Speculating is futile. Since they chose to kill Lu Yong, we must be even more cautious. County Magistrate Lu, I propose that I take over the city's defense while you continue managing logistics and pacifying the citizens. How about that? With you guarding the city, I have no worries. It's settled. Yixinghe immediately departed to inspect the city's defenses. Li Yuanxiu gazed at Lu Yong's corpse on the ground, feeling a deep sorrow, as if he were witnessing his own fate. The Great Chu was on the brink of collapse, yet the Li family owed an unpayable debt to the grace of the Great Chu. Li Yuanxiu sighed inwardly, raising his hand to command, "Prepare a grand burial for County Lieutenant Lu Yong." "Yes, my lord." As the sun rose fully, Qin Xuan opened his eyes. His energy had accumulated further. It seemed that exhausting his energy and then meditating to recover was indeed a means to expedite the accumulation of power. While others might require vast amounts of yuan crystals and medicinal pills, he found that he didn't necessarily need them, though having them would be preferable. Once again, Qin Xuan felt the strength of his own talent. Rising, he exited the meditation room, where a fellow disciple of the Six Doors awaited him. "Qin Xuan, are you fully recovered? I am ready. Please lead the way." No need for formalities among fellow disciples. Fellow disciples? Indeed, you may not be aware that the chief issued an edict a month ago. All members of the Six Doors are regarded as equals, whether temporarily summoned or original disciples. Rewards for merit and penalties for faults. Understood. After a quarter of an hour, they arrived at the Huichuan Bank, the main branch in Fufeng City. Qin Xuan dismounted. "Brother, if I do not return, please inform Lord Yi that I had no choice." "I will." The Six Doors disciple expressed his respect. Qin Xuan turned and entered, where a beautiful attendant approached immediately. "Greetings, esteemed guest. How may I assist you today?" "I am looking for someone." "Esteemed guest, we are a bank and do not offer a service for locating individuals." The attendant maintained a professional smile, responding calmly. "I seek the Huichuan steward Wangdi, or a person named Qian Goen. My name is Qin Xuan. Please inform them, and they will surely wish to meet me." The attendant appeared somewhat troubled, her patience wearing thin, yet she recognized the significance of his 6 doors attire. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached and waved his hand, granting the attendant a reprieve as she bowed and exited. Esteemed guest, you seek Master Qian? Yes, Qian Goen. Do you have any tokens from him to facilitate the introduction? The middle-aged man inquired politely. No, just tell him that Qin Xuan from the Sand City is looking for him, and he will understand. Very well. The middle-aged man chose to extend trust this one time, as it would be unwise to offend someone from the 6 doors. Please wait a moment, I will inform him right away. With a wave, the attendant led him to a reception room, serving tea while waiting nearby. Qin Xuan marveled, truly this bank connects all the regional powers, such service in this era is indeed top-notch. Before long, a hearty laugh resonated. Ha, Qin Yi, it's really you. Chapter 72, Conditions for Withdrawal. A man with a full beard approached, and it was none other than Qian Goen. Master Qian, it's been a while. Qin Xuan stood up, smiling. As long as we're alive, that's what matters. Qian Goen replied warmly, can I meet with the master now? In what capacity? Qian Goen chuckled, sizing him up in his 6 doors attire. Today, I come on behalf of the 6 doors. Ha, if the 6 doors wish to see the master, I should immediately report this to Qin Yi. Please wait a moment. Qian Goen let out a hearty laugh before departing, while Qin Xuan remained unfazed, leisurely lifting his teacup to sip contentedly. The wait stretched on for what felt like an eternity. It was not until a full quarter of an hour had passed that Qian Goen returned. Master Qin, please follow me. Thank you, Lord Qian. Following him into the backyard, they meandered through a winding path until they arrived at a secluded room. Please, the Lord awaits you inside. Qin Xuan smiled but shook his head. Letting out a sigh, Qian Goen, there are 3 true Qi realm experts lying in ambush within. Do you intend to kill me? I entered here with complete openness. If I were to die, do you truly believe that Huichuan could survive in Fufeng City? Have you no regard for the 6 doors? This cannot be the intention of Lord Wang, can it? Qin Xuan, Qian Goen suddenly barked, with the imminent fall of Fufeng City, you come representing the 6 doors to seek out the Lord. What are your true intentions? Do you think we are unaware? Do not forget, without the Lord's cultivation, you would never reach your current standing, yet now you come to inquire about the Lord's whereabouts. Displaying ingratitude, Qian Goen, shall not show mercy to those who are ungrateful. Qin Xuan was momentarily taken aback, then unexpectedly burst into laughter, realizing that Huichuan was aware that the Great Chu likely would not let him off easily. Lord Chen, what if I said that I came to see Lord Wang precisely to save his life? Do you think to deceive me? Qian Goen waved his hand dismissively at the door to the secluded room swung open, and 3 true Qi realm warriors rushed out, surrounding Qin Xuan. Lord Qian, I am now at the Qi accumulation realm. Are you certain you wish to take action? Qin Xuan squinted at him. In truth, he did not wish to engage. Once a fight broke out, it might indeed mean he would never see Wang Di again. That if he could not locate Wang Di, the 6 doors might not be able to find him either. And without that, they could not eliminate the barbarian army, which would likely lead to the fall of Fufeng City. To initiate a conflict would set off a chain of reactions, which was not the outcome Qin Xuan desired. How is this possible? Qian Goen retreated a few steps, his face a mask of shock. Qin Xuan extended his hand, and a slender spear appeared in his grasp. What now? Qi accumulation taking form? This is more than mere Qi accumulation. The 3 who surrounded him instinctively took a step back. Qian Goen's heart was in turmoil. Lord Qian, Qin Xuan bears no ill will. He merely wishes to meet with Lord Wang on behalf of the 6 doors. Besides, Fufeng City may not necessarily fall. Perhaps a meeting now could save Lord Wang's life. I hope for your understanding. As he spoke, Qin Xuan dissipated the spear made of qi in his hand. Qian Goen's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and contemplation before he finally nodded slightly. I will send someone to notify him. As for whether the Lord will see you, that is not for me to decide. That is acceptable. Qian Goen waved his hand, and the 3 warriors withdrew. Please wait a moment, Master Qin. Very well. Another quarter of an hour passed before Qian Goen hurried back. Follow me. He then led Qin Xuan into a room, turning a vase within to reveal a darkened underground passage behind a screen. Come with me. Qian Goen descended into the tunnel first. Qin Xuan activated his true eye to look down but found no masters above the spirit-gathering realm, which made him hesitant to proceed. If Wang De were not here, he must surely be among the spirit-gathering experts. Of course, it was also possible that the thickness of the underground passage obstructed the effects of the true eye. What, are you afraid of a trap, Master Qin? Qian Goen smiled, glancing back at him. Not at all. I merely find the design of this mechanism quite ingenious. With that, he too descended into the passage. There was no opportunity unless he went down. And once below, there remained a glimmer of hope. Qin Xuan had some confidence. He had fought against Qi accumulation realm practitioners when he was in the true Qi realm, and now at the Qi accumulation level. He felt he could still escape if there were no spirit gathering experts present. He simply maintained a heightened sense of vigilance. The tunnel was deep and winding, extending for dozens of meters. Until they finally reached the bottom, Qiangoan produced a luminous pearl, instantly illuminating the underground space. "Follow me." He pushed open a stone door, leading into a chamber built of stone, where an area the size of a palm held a mirror on the eastern wall. Yet, the reflection was not his own, but rather the visage of Lord Wangde from Huichuan. "What kind of sorcery is this?" Qin Xuan mused, having never encountered such a phenomenon before. Was it a phone or a video call? "Master Qin, is there any issue with the Lord meeting you this way?" "Of course not." "That is good," Shangoan said, stepping forward to place several spirit crystals into a recess beneath the mirror, causing it to glow brilliantly. "Goan, has Qin Xuan arrived?" "Yes, my lord, he is here." Shangoan stepped aside. Qin Xuan approached, bowing respectfully. Qin Xuan pays his respects to Lord Wang. "Do you still recognize me?" The grace of Lord Wang's cultivation is something Qin Xuan will never forget. Wang De laughed heartily. "It seems I have not made a poor investment in you. I hear from Goan that you come representing the 6 doors to find me and claim you can save my life. Please enlighten me." Qin Xuan's tone grew serious. "Lord Wang, the 6 doors have now learned that the Eastern Han, Northern Yan, and the barbarians are jointly mobilizing against Chu, all orchestrated by Huichuan from behind the scenes. Thus, the 6 doors have issued a kill order against you. I have come today at the behest of the Chief Constable Li Xinghe to inquire whether we can discuss this matter." "Discuss? What is there to discuss? Shall we talk about driving back the barbarians, or perhaps about the Eastern Han and Northern Yan withdrawing their troops?" A strange smile flickered across Wang De's face. "Qin Xuan, do you know why Huichuan is doing this?" "I do not know." Qin Xuan genuinely could not comprehend why Huichuan would engage in such actions. What benefit would there be to them in the fall of the Chu kingdom? Operating a bank is far more profitable in peaceful times, is it not? It is only natural that you do not know. Qin Xuan, let me tell you, the Chu kingdom must be annihilated. Huichuan will employ every means to ensure its downfall. Why, do you harbor a deep-seated grudge against them? Qin Xuan was utterly perplexed. A grudge? Perhaps one could say that the obstacles to Huichuan's business are indeed a matter of life and death. The Chu kingdom should not exist. For the past 2,000 years, Huichuan has suffered immeasurable losses due to the Chu kingdom. Qin Xuan began to understand. My lord, isn't Huichuan primarily a banking enterprise? You are quite astute, Wang De replied with a slight smile. Indeed, running a bank is immensely profitable, but it can never compare to the profits of a martial arts enterprise. The Great Chu prevents us from engaging in martial pursuits. Do you not see how that constitutes a matter of life and death for Huichuan? Thus, the Chu kingdom must be eradicated. Of course, it is not impossible to persuade the 3 nations to withdraw their troops. Please, Lord Wang, what conditions would I need to convey to you? Wang De shook his head, indicating he could not make that decision, and might not even be aware of the situation. I know that Zhuke has arrived. You should convey the message to her. She is of royal blood and is aware of the matter concerning the unmarked steel. The Great Chu must provide Huichuan with the 2 unmarked steels. And only then will the 3 nations naturally withdraw their troops. Chapter 73. Those who seek to kill Qin shall face their own demise. Unmarked steel. Qin Xuan heard yet another unfamiliar term. Something that even Yi Xinghe was unaware of, and it had to be communicated to Zhuke. What exactly was it? Was Zhuke number 1, or was she of royal lineage? What was her true identity? All of this was shrouded in mystery, far beyond what he could explore at present. Yes, my lord, however, Yi Xinghe instructed me to ask you, what would be the conditions for persuading the barbarians to withdraw their troops independently? There are no conditions. It is either all 3 nations withdraw, or none at all. There is no room for negotiation, Wang De declared with immense authority. I understand. I will surely relay that. That is good. Remember, do not tell Yi Xinghe about the unmarked steel, just speak to Zhuke. Qin Xuan's expression bore a hint of difficulty. My lord, Zhuke is outside the city, and I cannot leave. That is your concern. I will even gift you a piece of information. Find a way to escape Fufeng City within 3 days, for it will surely fall. Is Lord Wang so confident? This is not confidence, it is inevitable. The Great Chu has long lost the support of the people. Those who oppose them are as numerous as the fish crossing the river. Those who are favored by heaven will receive help, while those who have lost their way will find little assistance. This is an unchanging truth. Qin Xuan, you must grasp this well. The mirror's light faded, and Wang De's visage once again froze in place. Qin Chuan remained silent. The information he had gathered today was overwhelming, difficult to assimilate all at once. Moreover, he had not completed a single task. Master Qin, please, Xian Gowen said with a smile. Thank you, Qin Chuan nodded. Moved to leave, then suddenly turned, activating his true eye to fixate intently on the mirror, deeply bowing. Thank you for your guidance, my lord. He then swiftly exited the underground space. Lord Qian, I am grateful for today's events. Should you require anything of me in the future, a single word, and I shall plunge into fire and water. Well said, well said. Today, I mistakenly misjudged Master Qin. It is only natural, I understand, especially given the attire I wore. Qin Chuan bid his farewell, intending to execute the tasks entrusted to him by the Lord. Be cautious, leaving the city is not the same as entering. I am aware, Qin Chuan replied, turning to exit Huichuan's gates. Not far beyond, in a tea house, his brothers from the 6 doors awaited him. Qin Chuan spoke directly. Take me to see the chief constable immediately. I will take you. He dared not delay. Promptly stepping outside to mount his horse, the chief constable has taken charge of the city's defenses and is currently inspecting the northern gate. Giddy up. Half an hour later, Qin Chuan found himself atop the northern city tower. Face to face with Yi Xinghe. I have come to see the chief constable. No need for excessive formalities. What is the situation? Qin Chuan glanced around, and Yi Xinghe waved his hand, signaling everyone else to lower their heads and withdraw. Speak, this matter is indeed of utmost importance. Chief Constable, please dispatch someone to swiftly proceed to number 78 Dongyang Street, the main branch of Huichuan Bank, and eliminate Wang De. He is hiding in the underground of the 6th room in the back courtyard. Simply twist the porcelain vase in front of the screen to access the passage. Are you certain? I am certain. What of the negotiations? They failed. Wang De refused to allow the barbarians to withdraw and only consented to the simultaneous withdrawal of the 3 nations. Demanding that our great Chu provide the unmarked steel as a bargaining chip, Qin Chuan had no intention of withholding anything from Yi Xinghe. At such a critical juncture, he feared that failing to disclose the truth would lead Yi to underestimate the significance of Wang De's demand for the unmarked steel. Yi Xinghe muttered the words unmarked steel, his expression remaining composed, indicating he was indeed unaware. I understand. Why do you believe the negotiations failed? I believe that the withdrawal of the 3 nations is far too significant. Can merely 2 unmarked steels persuade them to retreat? How could such a priceless treasure exist in this world? This was Qin Chuan's genuine belief. What could an unmarked steel possibly compare to the survival of a nation that had endured for 2,000 years? If such a trade were feasible, would the great Chu not be reluctant to part with it? Of course, he had also considered that perhaps his own understanding was insufficient. That is indeed a valid point. Yi Xinghe nodded with a smile and called out to the outside. Fingxing, a man entered, bowing respectfully. Lord Chief Hunter, Qin Chuan, this is the renowned Chief Constable of Fufeng County, codenamed Fingxing, with his peak cultivation in the Dongtian realm. It should be no problem for him to eliminate Wang De. Take him to find Wang De, and if discovered, kill him on the spot. Fingxing, at your service. If any unforeseen circumstances arise, signal me immediately. Understood. With a grand gesture, Yi Xinghe dismissed them. As the 2 exited the city tower, Fingxing said, Brother Qin Chuan, let me lead the way. All right. Upon receiving consent, Fingxing grasped him, and in an instant, they vanished from the spot. Within mere breaths, they arrived outside the Huichuan Bank on Dayang Street. Impressive speed, far surpassing that of number 1, truly worthy of the name Fingxing. Fingxing asked, Qin Chuan, is it inside here? Yes, Lord Feng, I will enter first and notify you once I locate the underground passage. Very well, be cautious, call for me at the first sign of trouble. Understood. Qin Chuan took the lead and re-entered the Huichuan Bank. Qin Yi, what brings you back? Did you forget something? Qian Gowen was seated in the hall. Rising with a smile, indeed, there is something. What is it? Please send Lord Wang to the afterlife. Qin Chuan approached and whispered in his ear. With a swift motion, a dagger pierced Qian Gowen's heart. You forget your obligations. Apologies, but I never forget my debts. Qin Chuan twisted the dagger forcefully and continued in a low voice, that was a collaboration. The reward was purchased with my life, and Xian Gowen, let me make this clear, those who wish to kill me, I will certainly eliminate. If not today, then it simply means I cannot do so at this moment. Rest assured, Wang De will soon join you. With a swift pull, Qin Chuan withdrew the dagger, deftly sliding off Qian Gowen's storage ring. Ignoring the maid's startled gasp, he quickly made his way to the backyard. Recalling the room's location, upon rotating the vase screen, he sensed something amiss as no change occurred. He instantly felt uneasy. This mechanism might be double-layered. Channeling his energy into his arm, he delivered a powerful punch towards the location of the underground passage. Boom! The floor shattered, revealing a darkened opening. Lord Fingxing, a phantom appeared beside him. This is it. All right, I shall descend first. Without hesitation, Fengxing swiftly entered the passage. Undoubtedly bold in his skills, Qin Xuan couldn't help but feel envious. If he possessed such cultivation, he wouldn't need to live in constant trepidation. He quickly followed. Upon reaching the bottom, Fengxing frowned as he surveyed the surroundings. Qin Xuan, where is the secret chamber? Please wait a moment, my lord. Qin Xuan activated his true eye and scanned the area. Indeed, Fengxing appeared before him like a colossal beacon in the dark. Swiftly sweeping across the walls, the door to the secret chamber revealed itself, a cleverly designed mechanism. My lord, it's in this position. Good. Fengxing pointed out the location to Qin Xuan and unleashed a surge of energy. Boom! The stone door exploded, revealing an opening. Indeed, there are people. Fengxing touched his fingers, and a long sword materialized in his hand. You stay back. Yes. Qin Xuan quickly retreated, not considering participation in the battle. As for Wang De's whereabouts, he had already discerned that behind the mirror lay another secret chamber where Wang De was hiding. Lord Wang, did you ever expect that I possessed the true eye? Chapter 74, Everything is negotiable inside. The sounds of fierce combat echoed, but after a few breaths, the fighting ceased. Qin Xuan, it settled. Upon entering, Qin Xuan discovered that where the mirror hung was now a large opening, revealing an exquisitely decorated secret chamber. To his surprise, two bodies lay lifeless on the ground. Not one, but both were familiar faces. Fengxing was examining their storage rings, his expression brimming with delight. Qin Xuan, you have accomplished a great feat this time. Caught a big fish. Do you know who this is? Fengxing pointed at one of the corpses. Li Jiming, do you know him? Fengxing was taken aback. Qin Xuan nodded, once the owner of the ghost garden in Shacheng. He has another identity as well, the leader of the Fufeng County branch of the Free Society. We were aware he infiltrated Fufeng City and had been searching for him. Who knew he would be hiding here? What a delightful surprise! This revelation astonished Qin Xuan. He had not anticipated that Li Jiming held another identity as the leader of the Free Society's branch. The reason for the Ghost Garden's destruction was now clear. Capturing him indeed warranted great merit. Congratulations, Lord Feng. Likewise. Fengxing's face radiated with joy. He had never anticipated that such a simple task would yield such substantial rewards. This achievement was sufficient to surpass all his previous accomplishments. A super big catch. Thus, he chuckled. Brother Qin Xuan, while on a mission, it is reasonable to take some items for ourselves. Saying this, he retrieved a sizable bag from an unknown storage ring and tossed it over. Qin Xuan caught it and discovered there were 1,000 essence crystals inside. Overjoyed, thank you, Lord Feng. I must thank you as well. Without you, I would not have attained such merit. Moreover, the evidence of their schemes and transactions is all within. If all goes well, the siege of Fufeng City will soon be unraveled. Let us return to report. Alright, the two departed in high spirits, swiftly making their way back to the northern city gate tower. Yixing examined the two storage rings for a time, and the tension that had gripped him for days began to ease. He immediately commanded, bring the county magistrate here, inform him that Fufeng City has been saved. Yes, Yixing joyfully patted Qin Xuan on the shoulder, holding up a green ring and grinning. Qin Xuan, do you know whose ring this is? Well, Lord Chief Hunter, I have already informed Brother Qin Xuan. Fengxing said awkwardly, you rascal. Yixing shot him a glare before turning back to Qin Xuan. Rest assured, I will faithfully report your merits to Zhu Ke. However, you do not belong to the ranks of the 6 doors in Fufeng County. So how your achievements are classified will depend on Yuchua's report. Understood. Qin Xuan sighed inwardly. In his impression, number 1 was indeed excessively petty. Well, Fengxing, you two should rest. The siege of Fufeng City will soon be lifted. I assure you, yes. The two returned to rest, and the 6 doors thoughtfully arranged a comfortable suite for him. He was indeed exhausted, having gone without sleep for extended periods while navigating between life and death. Engaging in schemes and intrigue. He had no thoughts of inspecting Qin Goen's storage ring. He simply took a bath and fell into a deep slumber. On the northern city gate tower, County Magistrate Li Yuanxiu arrived. The two entered a relatively secluded secret chamber. Yixing placed their storage rings on the table. Brotherly, it has been determined, the source of the current crisis in Dazhu originates from these two. Wang De, the East Continent steward of Huichuan Bank, possesses low cultivation only at the late stage of the Divine Passage realm, yet wields immense power. It is he who has been manipulating the energies of Huichuan to incite the 3 kingdoms against our Dazhu. As for Li Jiming, on the surface, he is the owner of the Ghost Garden in Shacheng, but in reality, he is the leader of the Fufeng County branch of the Free Society. We have been hunting him for a long time but could never locate him. All of this traces back to the massacre of the Zhou family in Shacheng. Yixing elaborated, while Li Yuanxiu perused the correspondence within the storage rings. Once he finished reading the letters and hearing the account, He remarked, I understand now. Once the siege of Fufeng City is lifted, I will report to His Majesty truthfully. Alas, I have proven to be an inadequate county magistrate. Over 40% of the officials under my jurisdiction have been subverted by the Free Society. And I remained oblivious. I truly feel unworthy of the Emperor's grace. Brotherly, there's no need for such self-reproach. Ultimately, they will not escape the retribution of our Dazhu law. Li Yuanxiu shook his head, suddenly fixing his gaze on Yixinghe and asking, Brotherly, what is your take on the Zhou family's matter? Yixinghe fell silent. How could he dare to speak recklessly on such matters? As the guardian of a county, a high-ranking official, Li Yuanxiu could inquire, but he could not speak. Such is the nature of politics. Alas, brotherly, even at this juncture, what are you still worried about, even if the barbarians withdraw? Do you think that the Eastern Han and Northern Yan will retreat in the short term? Yixinghe smiled bitterly and shook his head. Brotherly, such matters are beyond a mere martial artist like me to meddle with. I hope for your understanding. Li Yuanxiu chuckled, not pressing him further, and instead stood up to say, very well, then we shall part ways. You go see Lu Qingzi, and I shall visit the barbarian camp. Brotherly, that is indeed too perilous. What, do you think my cultivation insufficient? Fear not, even if I am merely at the divine passage realm, the barbarians would not dare to lay a hand on me. If I do not go, then my tenure as county magistrate will effectively reach its end. Brotherly, do you comprehend? Xinghe nodded silently. When Qin Chuan awoke, he learned of a piece of news. The barbarians had retreated. It was rumored that it was County Magistrate Li Yuanxiu who bravely entered the barbarian camp alone, and half an hour later, the barbarians began their withdrawal. He was currently seated in a noodle shop across from the 6 doors, eating noodles while listening to the chatter around him. Thanks to our county magistrate, a mere scholar, single-handedly confronting the barbarian camp and forcing their retreat. The wild barbarians, frightened out of their wits, obediently withdrew. Our county magistrate is indeed formidable. Our county magistrate is indeed formidable. In the streets, the citizens rushed to share the news. County magistrate Li Yuanxiu's fame soared to new heights. What a remarkable county magistrate! Qin Chuan was well aware of the event's true cause. With Wang De's demise, the barbarians would inevitably retreat. They were simply too weak, lacking the support of powerful allies or external coercion, and thus dared not easily set their sights on the Chu kingdom. He pondered whether Huichuan would arrange for successors to take over matters here. The Eastern Han and Northern Yan were not like the barbarians. They were true empires of a millennium past. Possessing immense strength, the roads to Shu were perilous, akin to climbing to the heavens. In Shu, atop a razor-edged mountain peak, stood an exquisite bamboo house. A sharp bird call echoed as a falcon landed on a bamboo pole in the courtyard. A young woman approached, removing the paper tube from the falcon's leg, and hurried inside, respectfully addressing a youth. My lord, this should be correspondence from the Chu kingdom. The youth took the paper tube, swiftly unwrapped it, and after a moment's glance, the paper ignited, turning to ashes. Wang De is dead. The northern barbarians have retreated from the state of Chu. How audacious to dare slay my Huichuan steward, Lu Zhu, the maid responded. At your service, inform the Eastern Han and Northern Yan that should they breach the capital of Chu, all matters shall be open for negotiation. Chapter 75. The inner gate token. Fufeng City was engulfed in a fervent sea of excitement, with even fireworks being set off. After finishing his noodles, Qin Chuan had no interest in basking in the atmosphere and promptly returned to his room, retrieving a black spatial ring from his bosom. He gently caressed it, pondering how to utilize this item. He considered the method of blood binding for ownership, yet due to the matter concerning the 6 doors token, he feared being hunted by Huichuan, and thus hesitated to proceed. Pressing it against his forehead and focusing his senses, he immediately sensed approximately 3 cubic feet of space inside, filled with gleaming silver and dozens of banknotes. He extracted the banknotes. 100,000, another 100,000, yet another 100,000, 620,000 taels. Qin Chuan inhaled sharply, only to scoff immediately. Just 620 crystal coins. He nearly forgot that he was already a tycoon with 1,000 crystal coins in hand. Initially, he felt nothing, but now he realized the immense wealth Fengxing had bestowed upon him. This big shot is quite impressive. He then counted the silver, which was not much, only a little over 100,000 taels. Shaking his head, he lamented the absence of what he truly desired. Just then, a knock echoed at the door, prompting him to hastily stow away the spatial ring and open the door. It was a familiar disciple of the 6 doors. Qin Chuan, my brother Lord Zhuke has arrived and requests your presence. Understood, I shall go at once. Qin Chuan quickly tidied his attire and proceeded to the hall. Indeed, within the grand hall sat Lord Zhuke, flanked by disciples numbered 2, 3, and 5, while number 4 was absent, presumably having met a grim fate. Greetings, my lord. Zhuke gestured to a seat. Take a seat. Thank you, my lord. your matters have been conveyed by Chief E. And I am quite gratified. Not only have you accomplished your task of entering the city, but you have also undertaken an exceedingly significant additional task, garnering substantial merit. I have reported your contributions, and results shall be forthcoming by tomorrow. Await patiently. Thank you, my lord. It is all due to your cultivation. Ha, I have not cultivated you at all. Zhu Kei's icy tone left Qin Chuan speechless enough. I have summoned you for an important matter. With the barbarians retreating, we have received new orders to march south and eliminate the Free Association. The expressions of the others shifted dramatically, with the elder of number 5 rising first. My lord, I am already of advanced age and have little time left to live. Being a man of the north, I find the south's humid and oppressive climate quite unsuitable. Number 3 also stood. My lord, I too wish to remain in the north to seek out any surviving family members. Number 2 hesitated, glancing at the cold Zhu Kei before sealing his lips. And you've Number 2. Number 2 wished to slap his own face but spoke honestly. I too do not wish to head south. However, Zhu Kei nodded affirmatively. I shall not force you. Furthermore, I will have Chief Yi recruit you into the 6 doors of Fufeng County, granting you formal membership. The 3 were immensely surprised, rising to bow deeply. Thank you, my lord. Qin Chuan interjected. Ahem, my lord. What about me? You cannot, you must accompany me south. Qin Chuan was taken aback. Enough, you may all leave. I will arrange the subsequent matters. Qin Chuan, remain. Thank you, my lord. The 3 bowed once more before turning to exit. Qin Chuan felt quite perplexed, questioning why he was compelled to journey south. My lord, I mean, Lord Zhu Kei, may I not go south? Qin Chuan timidly inquired, genuinely reluctant to depart, at least for now, that he wished to receive his rewards, cultivate in peace for a while, and upon entering the Divine Passage realm, his ability to protect himself in the south would greatly increase. Zhu Kei shook her head, her gaze piercing. I understand your thoughts, but time is of the essence. The Free Association is raising arms in many southern regions, slaughtering officials, and pillaging the common folk. Qin Chuan, you possess great talent and a sense of responsibility for your country. The past shall be forgiven, but such occurrences must not repeat. I understand. Thank you, Lord Zhu Kei. Qin Chuan recognized this as a stern reminder of his previous actions. That is good to hear. Go and rest. Return to me tomorrow. Yes. Watching Qin Chuan depart, Zhu Chua's expression suddenly paled, then flushed crimson. Phew. She quickly lifted her veil, spitting blood onto the ground. Cough, cough. She coughed violently twice. At that moment, Yi Xinghe appeared. Your injuries are serious. Do not overexert yourself. Go and recover. Zhu Kei hastily stood, intending to bow. Enough, Zhu Kei. I am no longer your senior brother. Rest well. Senior brother. Zhu Kei's gaze held a complex mixture of emotions. The court is currently undergoing changes. Your past matters will certainly not be pursued. Perhaps you may even return to Xingjing City. Xingjing City. Yi Xinghe's eyes flickered with reminiscence before he shook his head. Forget it, that is too distant. The Eastern Han and Northern Yan have yet to retreat. Discussing such matters is premature. Go rest. I will ensure your subordinates are arranged by tomorrow. Do not worry. I understand. Senior brother, I shall take my leave. As dawn broke, Qin Chuan, having cultivated through the night, found himself somewhat troubled. My dantian is too expansive. To allow the vital energy to overflow, it will likely take considerable time. I wonder if there are any elixirs to expedite this process. Perhaps I should consult Zhu Kei. Qin Chuan hastily washed up and ventured out, feeling no psychological burden as he was now a member of the 6 doors. Upon arriving at the main hall, he found Zhu Kei absent but encountered Yi Xinghe instead. Greetings, Chief Yi. Qin Chuan, welcome. Yi Xinghe smiled amiably. Zhu Kei has matters to attend to and has entrusted me to assist with your affairs. Hand over your token. Certainly. Qin Chuan produced the black token and offered it. Yi Xinghe accepted it, retrieving a silver token in return, which he presented. From today onward, you are a silver token constable of the 6 doors in Xingjing City. This token represents your identity. Do not lose it as long as you possess it. It signifies your presence. Qin Chuan accepted it with both hands. Thank you, my lord. Do not be hasty in your gratitude. Your contributions are significant, and your rewards will exceed this. Zhu Kei will provide further details. Do you comprehend the significance of the silver token of the 6 doors in Xingjing? I do not. With this token, you need not refer to yourself as my subordinate in my presence. A member of the 6 doors in Xingjing, holding the silver token, is equivalent to a city governor, capable of mobilizing the city's forces and possessing the authority to execute first and report later concerning martial artists. Qin Chuan's eyes widened, astonished by the immense power granted to a mere 6 doors constable. Examining the intricately designed silver token, he noted the inscription 6 doors on the front, while the back bore a single character, inner. Do you see that character? Throughout the entire Dechu, only Xingjing City bears this character. Ours are inscribed with the name of the county, Qinchuan. You must express gratitude to Zhuke. Do not think she is sending you south for your detriment. Countless individuals aspire to enter the inner doors of the 6 doors but find no path. You have indeed encountered fortune in meeting Zhuke and gaining entry into the inner doors. She will reveal the true advantages of the inner doors. I shall not overstep my bounds. Chapter 76. The officials of Dechu, all cut from the same cloth. Qin Xuan returned to his room. Declaring blood-binding ownership, he was now aboard the ship of Dechu, with no option to turn back. He hoped this so-called inner door token would provide him with some useful assistance, with a focused mind. He continued his cultivation. His current ambition was to cultivate his spirit. If he were to rely solely on crystal coins without any elixirs, he estimated it would take him half a year to reach the point of overflowing vital energy. Half a year was a luxury he could not afford. In these chaotic times, every ounce of strength was crucial for survival. At midday, a swift horse galloped as if carried by the wind into the 6 doors of Fufeng County. Shortly thereafter, while Qin Xuan was immersed in his training, he felt the token tremble. Qin Xuan prepared to depart immediately. Zhuchua's message function was quite effective. He wondered how far the notifications could reach. Qin Xuan hurried out. And before reaching the hall, he saw 2 magnificent war horses being led into the courtyard. The horses' coats gleamed with luster, their muscular forms exuding a sense of power. Zhuke gestured. Qin Xuan, mount up. We shall head south at once. We can discuss matters on the way. You go. Taking the reins, Qin Xuan mounted swiftly and rode alongside her. Xingha and several senior members of the 6 doors in Fufeng County watched their departing figures with grave concern. Chief, why have the Eastern Han and Northern Yan suddenly attacked us with such ferocity? How would I know? Xingha shot a glare at the questioner, thinking, what we must focus on now is the barbarians. Those ungrateful wolves could return at any moment, seeking a share of Dechu. Thinking, is Lu Qingzi still in the city? My lord, she has left. News has reached that she has gone to Shachang. Shachang? What business does she have there? You all keep a close watch on Fufeng City. I will make a trip to Shachang. With that, Xingha vanished, his horse galloping swiftly, shadows of trees racing past. Truly a dragon blood horse, what incredible speed! Qin Xuan marveled at the horse's efficiency. While it might not match a top-tier martial artist in short bursts over longer distances, its performance was unparalleled, smooth and swift. It conserved energy remarkably well. As night fell, Zhuke reined in the reins, dismounting, with Qin Xuan following suit. Do you know the mountains ahead? Zhuke pointed to the distant range. That should be Yuntai Mountain, right? Qin Xuan replied uncertainly. You know, Zhuke seemed quite surprised. Qin Xuan shook his head. I've read about it. Shacheng is approximately 1,000 miles south, and Yuntai Mountain is about that distance. Given our speed, we should be nearing Yuntai Mountain. Indeed, Zhuke nodded. This is Yuntai Mountain, the sacred ground for cultivation in the northern borders of Dechu, home to 9 sects. Among them, the Dei Sword sect is foremost. You should be familiar with Zhou Lin? Qin Xuan awkwardly nodded. He was indeed a member of the Dei Sword sect, which had now rebelled against Dechu, joining the Free Association. What of the entire Yuntai Mountain? Qin Xuan gazed at the distant peaks. A sudden chill gripping his heart. Goodness, choosing Dechu for myself doesn't equate to joining the National Army in 49, does it? Only one sect has remained unyielding, yet this sect is quite unique. Traditionally passing down its teachings in a singular lineage, you must have heard of the current sect leader, known as the Plum Blossom Fairy Lu Qingzi. Qin Xuan shook his head, having never heard of her. Zhuke appeared somewhat incredulous, for she is the 3rd-ranked 4th-tier powerhouse on the Eastern Continent's land list. Lord Zhuke, I truly have not heard of her. Previously, I couldn't even catch a glimpse of a 1st-tier martial artist, let alone someone on the land list of the Eastern Continent. Zhuke fell into a brief silence before sitting down on the ground and retrieving some food and water from her storage ring. Let us take a moment to rest and have some food while I share some tales from the martial world. That sounds splendid. Qin Xuan plopped down eagerly. His previous isolation had left him yearning to uncover the true nature of the world around him. Our current location is known as Dongzhou, which encompasses the Eastern Han, Southern Shu, Northern Yan, and our own Great Shu, along with the Western Rong and the barbarians. Do you know why we are hastily heading south? Qin Xuan shook his head, utterly clueless. The Eastern Han and Northern Yan, for reasons unknown, have seemingly gone mad, disregarding casualties to launch an assault on our Chu kingdom. In a single night, the eastern border of Great Shu lost 6 cities, while the north fell to 4, including the death of a 4th-tier gathering spirit realm expert and 11 5th-tier cave heaven realm warriors. Qin Xuan felt a chill run down his spine. Indeed, it was a time of chaos, where such powerful figures could fall just like that, underscoring the ferocity of the conflict. Do you understand? in terms of high-end combat power, whether it be the Eastern Han or Northern Yan. They are far inferior to our great Chu.at. This a trace of murderous intent flickered in Zhu Chua's eyes. Most of our top-tier experts have their sights set on the Freedom Society, to repel external threats. One must first stabilize internal affairs. The Freedom Society must be eradicated. Our mission is to head south and seek out the nascent strongholds of the Freedom Society, eliminating those hidden within the populace before they can grow and cause irreversible consequences. Qin Xuan, do you possess a unique talent for discovering what others cannot? Zhu Chua's gaze bore into him intensely. Qin Xuan feigned ignorance. Stop pretending. Fingxing informed me about your eyes. Alright, I confess I do possess a modicum of talent in my eyesight. Qin Xuan mused again, realizing he had been cautious enough, but these individuals were far from foolish. They could deduce much from the slightest clues. You are the core of this operation to locate the Freedom Society's strongholds. Qin Xuan fell silent, silently acknowledging her meaning. Zhuke produced a storage ring and tossed it to him. Inside are the items you deserve, and remember to return the storage ring you obtained from Huichuan to me. As for other faction storage rings, it's best not to recklessly claim them. Qin Xuan, feeling dazed, accepted the ring and quickly rummaged through its contents before tossing the ring belonging to Guiyan to her. She caught the ring, and a crimson glow ignited in her hand as she crushed the ring. You can examine the items later. Can we now search for the strongholds? Of course. Qin Xuan merely glanced at the contents. His heart racing, these were precisely the items he desired. For the first time, he felt the generosity of Zhuke. Very well, let me continue to enlighten you about Dongzhou. These are matters you must remember, lest you find yourself unaware of your demise in the future. In terms of high-end warriors, our great Chu boasts 3 unparalleled third-tier powerhouses on the heavenly ranking, while the Eastern Han has 2 and Northern Yan only 1. The Freedom Society and Southern Shu each have 1 as well, while the barbarians in Western Rome have none at all. How else could our great Chu occupy the core position of Dongzhou? Heavenly ranking, are there really so few third-tier warriors? Qin Xuan exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, there are only 8 known third-tier powerhouses recorded on the heavenly ranking across the entire Dongzhou. You now understand what it signifies that the top-ranked 4th-tier powerhouse Lu Qingzi represents. Have we not sought to win her over to our side? We have, but to no avail. It is unclear what the Plum Blossom Fairy truly thinks, as she has rarely left the northern territory. In the desolate Sand City, the stench of decay was pervasive. A woman clad in red, with a conical hat and veil, walked through the streets, her expression obscured, yet her sorrowful eyes betrayed her emotions. A streak of light descended from the sky, landing beside her. Yixing from the 6 doors, I have encountered the Plum Blossom Fairy. Ishing, what brings you here? A slightly hoarse voice responded. Fairy, why must you keep others at bay? Might we engage in a detailed discussion? I am the one who killed your county's constable. What do you expect from me? Repeatedly seeking my presence, Fairy Lu Yong's demise was entirely his own doing. He had long been corrupted by Huichuan and the Freedom Society. You merely rid Great Chu of a menace. Ha! Lu Qingzi scoffed. Great Chu officials are no better than the rest, otherwise Sand City would not have been breached time and again. Chapter 77. Something feels off. Yixing paused, sensing the undercurrent of her disdain. Does the fairy harbor grievances against our Great Chu officials? I dare not. As a mere villager, how could I presume to criticize the court officials? Lordy, please attend to your own affairs and refrain from following me. With that, Lu Qingzi vanished without a trace, leaving Yixing with an inkling of realization. This woman seems to possess a unique sentiment towards Sand City. At the base of Yuntai Mountain, Zhuke sipped water and remarked, "That's all for now. I have shared everything I needed to. Let us set forth." "Thank you for your guidance, Lord Zhuke." Qin Xuan expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Performing a customary bow of respect, the knowledge he gained tonight was invaluable. It felt as though he had entered the city for the first time, uncovering but the tip of the iceberg in understanding this world. He also sensed a change in Zhu Chua's attitude towards him, as well as his own insignificance. Dongzhou, Shizhou, Nanzhou, Beizhou, and the most mysterious and coveted realm, Zhengzhou. He was merely in Dongzhou on the northern borders of Chu Kingdom. Yet there existed third-tier powerhouses capable of altering the weather, wielding immense influence. Qin Xuan found himself captivated, but Zhuke reminded him that fourth-tier warriors represent the pinnacle of human capability, with only 8 heavenly ranking powerhouses across the entire Dongzhou. Those who ascend to the heavenly ranking are the cream of the crop, requiring both talent and luck in equal measure. Upon noticing Qin Xuan's earnest bow, Zhu Chua's expression softened slightly, yet her tone remained stern. "You need not thank me. As your guide within the inner disciples, it is my obligation." "Qin Xuan, I am aware that you may not harbor fondness for me, nor for Great Chu. However, you must understand that when the nest collapses, Not a single egg remains intact. If Great Chu falls, the most unfortunate will not be us, but the common people. Once you venture south, you will realize that the Freedom Society is not as benevolent as they claim. When faced with power and desire, people often blind themselves. Our Great Chu may falter in some aspects, but we treat the populace far better than they do. Understand the principle that water can both carry a boat and capsize it. After finishing her words, she mounted her horse and rode away. Qin Xuan was momentarily taken aback before mounting his own steed to follow. Damn it, this woman truly lives up to her royal lineage. Attempting to pull me again, yet it was undeniably effective. Qin Xuan found himself unable to retort. He held firm to his principles, maintaining his own boundaries. He could take lives and engage in slaughter, but he could never bring himself to indiscriminately kill ordinary people. And he loathed such individuals. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. Though the common folk lacked formidable martial power, resistance would invariably arise wherever oppression was present. Perhaps Great Chu stands on the brink of turmoil. But he held little faith in organizations like the Freedom Society. They were but a rabble. Shaking his head to dismiss these thoughts, he fondled the storage ring on his hand, feeling a renewed sense of joy. He had examined the items within the ring, a large spear crafted from special materials vastly superior to his previous weapon. A vial of chi pills, 3 spirit nourishing pills, and 1,000 yuan crystals, an essential foundation for reaching the 4th-tier realm. Although lacking in attributes, Zhu Ke had informed him that while this technique's might was modest, it was balanced and harmonious. Moreover, Qin Xuan had yet to determine his own compatible attributes. Should he cultivate a conflicting attribute? It would yield counterproductive results, making a non-attribute technique preferable. Previously, he may have been skeptical of Zhu Ke, but now he felt a tinge of trust, for she had genuinely bestowed gifts upon him, of course. It must be noted that he had risked his life for it. Sighing, he thought that if he were to gain power in the future, sparing her life would not be out of the question. Qin Xuan was quite vengeful, and he could not simply forget the moment she had held a sword to his throat. As night fell, they pressed onward, the sky gradually brightening, and the dragon blood horse began to show signs of fatigue. Zhu Ke pointed towards the distant cityscape and announced, "Ahead lies our first destination, Gu County." Gu County is a county under Guanyang Prefecture, where we suspect the martial artists from Yuntai Mountain may have established temporary strongholds for the Freedom Society. Preparing to rise up at any moment, thus, we must locate their lairs in advance and ensnare them all. Qin Xuan nodded and inquired, "Lord Zhu Ke, we are only responsible for gathering intelligence, correct? Indeed, we need not engage them directly." Qin Xuan sighed in relief. This was not merely a matter of avoiding conflict, it was entirely about not having to fight at all. "So when shall we enter the city? We wait for news." Zhu Ke dismounted and led her horse into the woods. Sitting down on the ground, Qin Xuan followed suit, closing his eyes to meditate. After about half an hour, the call of a cuckoo echoed from deep within the woods. Qin Xuan opened his eyes, feeling the vibration of the token in his possession. Upon inspecting it, he saw, "Gu County Shangman Tower, owner Guanyang." Cuckoo. Zhu Ke sprang to her feet. "Change your clothes, leave the horse behind, we shall enter the city." Understood. The two quickly changed within the woods. Zhu Ke donning a black warrior's outfit, still veiled, with her hair tied in a high ponytail, exuding a striking presence. In contrast, Qin Xuan appeared quite ordinary, clad in a scholar's robe. "Your attire does not suit you," Zhu Ke remarked, stepping forward. "What do you mean?" Qin Xuan inquired, touching his nose. Indeed, he lacked the refinement of a scholar. Instead, he exuded the air of a commoner, having only been a businessman for less than a month before being forced to flee, leaving him without the cultivated demeanor of a learned individual. Yet, he had spent decades mingling among the common folk. Certainly, he also believed himself to be cleaner than the literati. The morning hustle and bustle of Gu County was quite lively, with long lines of locals pushing carts at the city gate, all seeking livelihoods within the town. Since they carried no goods, they naturally bypassed the queues and fees, entering the county directly. Gu County, though not extensive, boasted a population of nearly 100,000, thriving with numerous shops and the incessant clamor of vendors. They made their way directly into a tea house named Xiangmenlu, the proprietor, a middle-aged gentleman with a charming handlebar mustache, exuded an air of elegance. Upon spotting him, Zhu Ke displayed her token, and the owner promptly ushered them into a private room on the upper floor. "Greetings, Lord Zhu Ke," he said respectfully, producing a token for identity verification. No need for excessive formalities, simply hand me the map. Of course. The owner retrieved a scroll of the map and handed it to her, marked with numbers for clarity. Understood. Zhu Ke accepted it, stowing it away in her space ring as the owner turned to leave. "Did you not have any secret signals for your meeting?" Qin Xuan inquired. Puzzled, Zhu Ke waved the token. "With this, none is needed. But what if the owner stole someone else's token to impersonate them? As long as the person is present, the token remains valid. If the person dies, the token's authority vanishes. What if the informant is compromised? Zhuke furrowed her brow. We must trust our informants. They have undergone rigorous training. Qin Chuan nodded but felt an inexplicable sense of unease about the owner. A nagging intuition that this could be a trap, a feeling that had arisen the moment he laid eyes on the tea-house proprietor. Hurry and eat something. We need to leave the city. Right. The two quickly consumed a light meal, exited the tea-house, and made their way back to the original woods as Zhuke unfurled the map, pointing to the most suspicious location, Jiuli Township, Shaha Village. Let's head there first. Chapter 78. As long as you sit properly, the two rode forward, the cool morning breeze invigorating Qin Chuan's senses. Something is amiss. That owner definitely has issues. The time was too brief. I actually forgot to use my true eye to scrutinize him. Sighing, Qin Chuan pulled on the reins, and Zhuke turned back, puzzled. Lord Zhuke, I believe we should disguise ourselves. Caution is the mother of safety. The 8 major sects of Yuntai Mountain are no trifling force. Zhuke frowned but ultimately nodded. All right. She always felt that Qin Chuan was overly cautious, yet Qin Chuan thought her too careless and reckless. What time is it? Still trusting your informants, to put it bluntly. In these turbulent times for the Great Shu, not just ordinary informants, even the head of Guangyang County could rebel. Wait, the head of Guangyang County. Could I have jinxed it? Qin Chuan's heart raced. He quickly disguised himself. Transforming into an elderly man nearing 70, he abandoned his horse in the woods and stepped out. Observing Zhuke, who had merely changed into a different outfit yet still wore her veil, he frowned. My lady, what is this? Zhuke regarded him. What kind of disguise is that? Where is your horse, Lord Zhuke? Let us leave the horse behind. We can walk according to the map. If we take our time, we should arrive just as night falls. Not possible, that would be too inefficient. There are 6 distinct points of suspicion. At this rate, when will we find them? Zhuke was visibly displeased. Qin Chuan was utterly speechless. Did this woman not understand the treachery of the world? You Zhuke are being too hasty. Do not act rashly. You said last night that as long as I do not rebel, you have no authority to enforce the rules, as you are not an inner elder. Alright, Qin Chuan, you think you're clever, using the rules against me. Zhuke bit her teeth in frustration. That's not it. I just believe this is rather unwise. Investigating at night would yield better results. You're just scared of dying. Yes, aren't you afraid of dying? Qin Chuan boldly admitted, then countered. For the Great Shu, I fear not. But one must die meaningfully, right? What use is a futile death, sharp-tongued, attacking others personally? Zhuke, I ask you, do you agree with my plan? Qin Chuan thought, well, I've obtained what I needed. As long as I stay within the rules, she cannot do anything to me. The token carries a record of images. She wouldn't dare act against me. Alright, I'll follow your lead, Zhuke said through gritted teeth. That's more like it. Let us go. Qin Chuan stood up, dusting himself off, casually picking up a branch to use as a walking stick. As the sun began to set, a sudden gust of wind swept through, dark clouds rolled in, and rain poured down. Within mere moments, the downpour ceased, the bright moon illuminating the earth. What bizarre weather, Qin Chuan grumbled. Drenched to the skin, after a moment, he refrained from using his energy to shield himself. They were nearing Shaha Village, and every bit of energy was precious. It's spring. The weather in the south is ever changing. Let us prepare to enter the village. But Qin Chuan shook his head. Let us wait a bit longer until the sun sets, then we shall enter. Before Zhuke could express her anger, he continued. You've heard me once. Why not hear me to the end? Zhuke fell silent. Qin Chuan savored a moment of triumph, but his gaze grew serious as he looked toward Shaha Village, filled with too many questions. As Zhuke had mentioned, it was the season for spring plowing. Why was there not a single farmer to be seen as soon as the sun set? Wasn't that odd? Yet he chose to remain silent. Quietly waiting. In Shaha Village, within the ancestral hall, approximately 30 meters underground, the flames of candles burned brightly. At this moment, 9 seemingly young men and women were seated. The one at the head was a young man with a severed arm. None other than Zhou Lin, who compared to a few months ago had matured significantly and grown a beard. Come, he spoke softly, and a figure emerged from the stone door. Has anyone entered the village? No, Captain. Have there been any sightings of Zhuke? None. Zhou Lin's brow furrowed as he paced back and forth. The fellow sect leaders, do you think the news might have leaked? Did they choose not to come to Shaha Village? At this moment, a man spoke up. Impossible. The entire 6 doors of Guangyang County have defected to our free society. The possibility of a leak is minimal. Moreover, Shaha Village is marked most prominently. Zhuke will undoubtedly come here. If we capture her, we will have leverage for negotiation. Zhou Lin remained silent, deep in thought. In my opinion, we should directly capture her. Her cultivation is only at the mid-stage of the 5th rank. absolutely not, someone immediately countered. She is a royal noblewoman, and word has it she is merely here to gather intelligence. Perhaps she is followed by a third-rank master. Enough of the noise, Zhou Lin glared, and the others fell silent. Sometimes cultivation is merely cultivation. Status represents background. We cannot openly capture Zhu Ke. We are unaware of her means of survival, nor do we know the capabilities of her masters. Therefore, the best course of action is to lure her into Xiahe village. Into our formation. Once we capture Zhu Ke, the Great Chu will certainly trade the entirety of Guanyan County for her. At that time, we will all have made great contributions. Captain, you are brilliant. Immediately several began to flatter him. Zhou Lin's lips curled slightly. He could not help but reflect on how after over a decade of cultivation it was better to be in the right position. As long as you sit properly. He thought those sect leaders who once required his subservience now fawned over him. Let us wait a bit longer. Zhou Lin waved his hand, determining the course of action. Qin Xuan, is it about time? Zhu Ke asked, her patience wearing thin. Qin Xuan glanced at the moon, nearly at the hour of the pig. He shook his head, earnestly stating, Zhu Ke, do you not find it strange? Since dusk, have you heard even a single dog bark in Xiahe village? Zhu Chua's expression changed, realizing she had indeed not heard a single bark. No need to speculate. This must be their stronghold. Impossible. Zhu Ke shook her head. We must enter the village to investigate. What if they simply do not keep dogs? In the inner sect, imprecise intelligence could lead to severe punishment. Can I not enter the village? Qin Xuan felt as if Xiahe village were a man-eating beast, fearing he might meet a grim fate inside. No, finding the hideout requires your keen eyes. Very well, I can circle around the village from above before we proceed. Not foolish at all. Qin Xuan nodded in agreement. Zhu Ke grasped him tightly and soared into the sky. Fly lower, all right. He activated his true eye, scanning the area, but did not detect any powerful beings above the spirit realm, nor even a trace of energy fluctuation. Moreover, there were indeed no dogs in the village. Upon returning to their starting point, Zhu Ke shook her head. Qin Xuan, I think you might be overthinking it. Perhaps this village simply does not keep dogs. Perhaps. Qin Xuan nodded in agreement. At that moment, he too felt he might have been overly cautious. Then let us head in. Agreed. The two walked toward Xiahe village under the moonlight. Chapter 79, Fearless Captain. Captain, a villager burst into the underground chamber of the village ancestral hall. 2 strangers have entered the village. A man and a woman, just as the cuckoo said. However, they may have disguised themselves. The man has changed significantly, while the woman has not changed much. Understood. Zhou Lin immediately stood up, a smile creeping onto his face. At long last, they have arrived, having disguised themselves in the process. No wonder their whereabouts remained elusive. Esteemed sect leaders, the opportunity to achieve great deeds has presented itself. If we can fully seize Guanyan County, we will establish a firm foundation. At that point, we can advance when necessary and retreat when needed. We must capture Zhu Ke alive, in accordance with the captain's orders. By the village entrance, Qin Xuan and his companions stepped inside. The hour was approximately the second watch of the high hour, around 9:30. At this hour, the rural folk had securely locked their doors and were already deep in slumber, for the sake of safety. Qin Xuan kept his true eye activated, though it would inevitably wear on his spirit over time. Yet, at this moment, preserving one's life took precedence. Caution is the mother of safety. Zhu Ke, shall we knock on the door and ask for a bowl of water? He suggested. What nonsense are you up to? Zhu Ke whispered, still somewhat apprehensive. Just one last time, is that all right? Qin Xuan raised his hand and tapped on a nearby door. Knock, knock, knock. The faint sound of knocking echoed through the night. Who is it, knocking at this late hour? A flickering oil lamp illuminated the scene, and soon a young man appeared, holding the lamp aloft as he opened the courtyard gate. Qin Xuan, leaning on a branch, bowed slightly and said, greetings, I and my daughter are merely passing through your village and are quite parched. Might we trouble you for a bowl of water? Zhu Ke shot him a glare, having felt that he had been taking advantage of her during their journey. However, for the sake of their mission, she chose not to make a fuss. Very well, the young man replied, though with evident impatience, as he turned to retreat inside. Come in. Just as Qin Xuan prepared to enter, he scrutinized the barefooted young man before him. His skin was smooth, devoid of any roughness typical of rural folk. Such skin could only indicate one thing: he was a martial artist. Memories resurfaced, and he finally recognized the peculiarity of the owner of Xiangmenlu. Run, Qin Xuan shouted, grasping Zhu Chua's arm and turning to flee. Whoosh, a burst of fireworks soared into the sky, illuminating the night. To their astonishment, a translucent barrier began to rise around the entire village. A formation. Zhu Chua's expression shifted dramatically as she instantly accelerated, dragging Qin Xuan along. In a burst of speed, they escaped through a gap in the closing formation. Then, she produced an object from her possession and pressed it. Releasing a piercing sound that shattered the heavens a whoosh, another firework erupted in the sky, this time a pale blue dot. If they wish to flee, capture them alive, Zhuge commanded. We must ensure Zhuge is taken alive. Swish, 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 several figures emerged from the village like phantoms, swiftly surrounding them. It's over, Qin Xuan groaned, as he observed the 4 figures encircling them, their presence blindingly bright in his true I.4 4th tier gathering spirit realm experts. What a predicament! Before he could process further, several streaks of light surged from the sky, revealing more 5th tier cave heaven realm cultivators. Among them, 2 carried a stretcher, floating in the air with a figure seated atop it. Zhuge, surrender willingly to avoid suffering, boasted one of the 4th tier experts. Wang Xiao Qin Chong Fengdihai, Luyu, are you truly prepared to make an enemy of our great Chu? Zhuge replied, seemingly unperturbed. A red glowing dagger appeared in her hand. Not aimed at anyone else but herself. At that moment, 2 5th tier cultivators approached the stretcher. The individual seated atop was missing an arm and languidly spoke. Zhuge, the great Chu restricts the development of our sect, viewing us as a thorn in their side. We seek freedom and do not wish to be caged like canaries. Surrender now to spare yourself the torment. Kill this man, he ordered, waving his hand. Qin Xuan muttered, damn, have I offended you? Exasperated. Wait, Zhuge interjected, I will surrender, but on one condition, you must not kill him. Qin Xuan was taken aback, feeling a surge of genuine emotion. Oh, Zhou Lin's interest was piqued. I know you, codenamed Zhuge, the only blood sister of the Emperor of Tianshang, Chu Wuxiang. What is his significance that you would protect him so? Zhuge replied without hesitation, he is the core disciple of the 6 doors inner sect. A flicker of disappointment crossed Zhou Lin's eyes, as he had hoped to capture another royal, strip away his disguise. Yes, a 4th tier expert stepped forward and swiftly unveiled Qin Xuan's true identity. At that moment, Zhuge suddenly ignited her dagger, flames licking at her neck. I know you seek to capture me alive to negotiate with my royal brother. If he dies, I will die too. You will not succeed. Though Qin Xuan recognized Zhuchua's deep attachment to her true eye, her drastic action instilled in him a newfound respect for her. Very well, Zhou Lin did not appear angered, instead a smile graced his lips. The 4th tier expert holding Qin Xuan remarked, Captain, he is merely at the level of the chi-refining realm. Moreover, Zhuge has signaled, we must hurry back to the formation. Signal, Zhou Lin chuckled, the entire Guanyang County's 6 doors now belong to me. What significance does her signal hold? Still, he nodded in agreement. Chu Wunyan, I promise you he will not be harmed. Come with us. With a wave of his hand, the expert holding Qin Xuan and the other 3 advanced a step closer. Please. As Zhuge grasped Qin Xuan with one hand while the other held the fiery dagger against her alabaster neck, her eyes reflecting a struggle. Taking a deep breath, she declared, fine, I will go with you. A collective sigh of relief escaped the group. Capture the man was paramount, while the others were secondary. Take them away, Zhou Lin commanded with a flourish as Zhuge maintained her grip on Qin Xuan, the dagger still poised. As they soared through the air, entering Shaha village, they proceeded into the ancestral hall and down an underground passage. We must remain together, otherwise I would rather die, Zhuge stipulated. Agreed, I can accommodate your request, but might you fulfill one of my desires? Zhou Lin said confidently as they entered the ancestral hall. What desire? It is said that Princess Wunyan possesses unparalleled beauty, the fairest maiden of the Chu nation. May I have the honor of beholding her visage? How dare you? Zhuchua's eyes glimmered with a hint of murderous intent. Zhou Lin chuckled, undeterred by her threat. Oh, it is merely a face. Once I am free, I shall overthrow your great Chu. You will acquiesce to my every demand. Lock them up, Zhou Lin commanded before turning to leave. Qin Xuan and Zhuge found themselves confined within a sealed stone chamber. As the heavy stone door shut, only a small vent allowed air to circulate, plunging them into darkness. Fortunately, as martial artists, the night posed no hindrance to their vision. Thanks to Zhuchua's insistence, they retained their cultivation and belongings. Zhuge, you may release me now, Qin Xuan whispered as Zhuge's gaze flickered. She not only refused to let go but began surveying their surroundings, displaying no signs of panic. When he opened his mouth to speak again, she immediately gestured for silence. Qin Xuan complied, retreating into silence. This woman seemed to possess a backup plan. No wonder she was so audacious, unperturbed by their predicament. Chapter 80. The decision you make, may you not regret it in the future. She began sketching on the dark ground with her hand. And Qin Xuan quickly comprehended her intentions. I have signaled for help, soon someone will come to rescue us, and none of them will escape. Also hold on to me. It could save your life. Qin Xuan blinked, signaling his understanding. Yet he harbored concerns. These individuals were formidable, and a typical 4th-tier cultivator would be of little use. He inscribed the character for above on the ground, followed by a question mark. Zhuge blinked in response, and Qin Xuan gasped in shock. We will have someone of 3rd-tier strength coming. that eases my mind." Just as Qin Chuan was feeling bored, Zhuge suddenly began counting softly. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Not suddenly, it felt as if the heavens had collapsed, a tremendous pressure emanating from an unknown source. Qin Chuan felt as though his bones might shatter, his breath freezing, yet this sensation lasted only a moment as a crimson light erupted from Zhuchua's dagger, enveloping them and dispelling the crushing pressure, coughing up blood. Qin Chuan inadvertently sprayed it onto Zhuge. "Sorry, I seem to have miscalculated." Coughing, he finally felt he could breathe again, casting her a resentful glance. "A sister, could you perhaps give me a heads up next time?" No sooner had his words left his mouth than a thunderous explosion reverberated through the air. Boom! The underground space collapsed, and they too could not evade the ensuing chaos, the immense pressure bearing down on them. "Hold on to me." Zhuge's dagger radiated brilliant red light, forming a protective shield around them as it propped up a massive stone overhead. After a while, the commotion seemed to subside. "Can you break through these boulders and escape?" Qin Chuan inquired. "We're 30 meters underground, surrounded by massive stones. I lack the ability to do so, just wait." Zhuge glared at him, nearly throwing herself into his embrace. At that moment, a ray of sword light sliced through, passing beside them and vaporizing the boulders, sending tremors throughout the chamber. Looking up, a passageway appeared that reached the surface. "Let us go." Zhuge pulled him along, soaring upwards. Upon reaching the surface, Qin Chuan inadvertently glanced down and gasped in disbelief. The entire Xia village had been sunken into the ground, leaving behind a colossal handprint. "A third-tier expert, truly terrifying, Granny." Zhuchua's melodious voice rang out, imbued with a hint of excitement, leaving Qin Chuan feeling utterly surreal. A woman with hair as white as snow and a youthful visage floated in mid-air, each step leaving a fiery red lotus blooming in her wake. A smile graced her lips, though her gaze held a trace of reproach. "You little girl, why won't you listen?" Her voice was unexpectedly enchanting. Qin Chuan couldn't help but glance at her once more before hastily lowering his gaze. "Is this the one you spoke of, the person with extraordinary talent? She is indeed remarkable." The woman cast her eyes upon Qin Chuan, causing him to shudder as if stripped bare. He felt utterly exposed, with no secrets left to hide. With a wave of her hand, she enveloped them, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves outside Xia village. Zhuge released Qin Chuan and swiftly ran over, resembling a little girl as she clung to the woman's arm, playfully exclaiming, "Great-grandmother, why have you only just arrived?" The woman gazed at her with soft, watery eyes, filled with affection. "I have already advised you, with your insufficient cultivation, not to roam recklessly. Great-grandmother, I possess the life-saving talisman you bestowed upon me, so I am not afraid," she declared, waving the fiery red dagger in her hand. "You mischievous girl, I shall leave your discipline to the emperor when we return." The woman clearly felt quite helpless. She then ascended to the heights with Zhuge, their conversation veiled in secrecy. Qin Chuan, sensing the moment, promptly turned away, distancing himself considerably. After a while, Zhuge approached again, her demeanor having reverted to its previous coldness. "Qin Chuan." He turned around only to find that the silver-haired, youthful woman had vanished from sight. "Lady Zhuge." Qin Chuan lowered his head, adopting a more subdued posture. "This incident was my fault for lacking vigilance. Now the Free Society branch in Guangyang County has been completely eradicated. I must return to Xingjing. Now, I present you with two choices. You shall follow my commands," she said, a cold smirk gracing her lips. "You certainly possess a keen sense of timing." Qin Chuan remained silent, still bowing his head. Zhuge continued. "Firstly, accompany me back to Xingjing. What I previously stated to the Free Society holds true. Setting aside your identity, your significance to Dazhou is indeed considerable. Once in Xingjing, you will comprehend the advantages of being an inner disciple. Secondly, you may continue southward, where someone will guide your actions." Without hesitation, Qin Chuan made his choice. "My lady, I choose to head south." The sensation of being seen through was one he did not wish to endure again. It was far too terrifying. "Are you certain?" A flicker of struggle crossed Zhuchua's face as thoughts of her great-grandmother's earlier words flashed through her mind. This Qin Chuan possessed a unique essence in his gaze. Though slightly older, his talent was astonishing, displaying a potential akin to a dormant volcano, with a high likelihood of reaching the third rank. Having dwelled among the lower echelons for years, his loyalty to Dazhou was questionable. For individuals like him, the options were either to bring him back to Xingjing and ensure his absolute loyalty through means available, or eliminate him on the spot to prevent future troubles. Zhuge was quite reluctant, so her great-grandmother suggested a test, to propose two options: take him to Xingjing, or if he declined, to eliminate him. Sensing a shift in the atmosphere, Qin Chuan promptly declared, "In these turbulent times for Dazhou, with the rampant free society in the south, as a citizen of Dazhou, I cannot bear to witness the suffering of the people. I yearn to swiftly bring an end to this chaos." Restoring peace to the realm. Though my cultivation is modest, I can contribute to the best of my abilities. Xinjing may be splendid, but it is not where I belong. I implore you, Lady Zhuge, to grant me this wish. Zhuge widened her eyes, recalling how Qin Xuan had once bravely risked his life to save the citizens outside Fufeng City. Against overwhelming odds, he had fought valiantly against 3 true qi practitioners and 1 formidable barbarian. Had she not arrived in time, he might have perished. Had her great-grandmother misunderstood him, though he was timid and self-serving, he still risked his life in crucial moments to rescue the citizens of Dazhou. Could such a person truly betray Dazhou? At that moment, Chu Wenyan felt her great-grandmother was being excessively harsh. If this continued, who would still be willing to serve Dazhou? Thus, her tone softened as she produced a piece of red stone and handed it to him. Keep this eagle stone close, it will relay messages to you when tasks arise. With that, she turned and departed. Unbeknownst to Qin Xuan, he had just danced on the edge of the gates of the netherworld. Yet having achieved his objective, he felt a surge of joy that he weighed the eagle stone in his hand, aware of its unique aura, capable of guiding a swift hawk to find him accurately. It was an essential tool for communication among the various factions. Finally, he was free. What I need most now is time to hide away and cultivate for a while. High above, the silver-haired youthful woman watched Zhuge soar alone, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in her eyes. So, he refuses to go to Shengjing. Zhuge recounted the details of Qin Xuan's situation. The woman pondered for a moment, then sighed. I hope you do not regret this decision in the future. Let us return to Shengjing. Chapter 81, The Hero of Dazhou. In the 48th year of Tianshang, early summer, the southwest wind swept through, rendering the southern skies oppressively hot. Waiter, bring me a serving of soup dumplings and a bowl of porridge. Right away, the waiter soon returned with the dumplings and porridge. Qin Xuan, clad in coarse short attire, leisurely enjoyed his breakfast. Observing the bustling street, he saw Dazhou soldiers driving a group of people shackled with iron chains past him, prompting an involuntary scoff. Damn, the free society is truly pathetic. They were easily routed in no time, a rabble of misfits. Qin Xuan shook his head, feeling a mix of disappointment and concern regarding his own tasks within the system. How could he seek dominance over the world if Dazhou did not stand strong? The advance of the Eastern Han and Northern Yan had also met with Dazhou's counterattacks, resulting in mutual losses and a stalemate. Although they had lost 2 counties, for the vast Dazhou, it was hardly crippling, especially the free society in the south, which had thrived for only half a year before being shattered once again. Retreating into hiding, only daring to emerge occasionally to stir trouble, their previous momentum had vanished. Of course, Qin Xuan had played a significant role in this. Over the past 2 months, aside from cultivating, he had traversed several southern counties, pinpointing as many as 32 hideouts, amassing countless merits. Regrettably, despite 2 months' efforts, he had barely filled his true qi, and that was with the aid of true qi pills. Otherwise, it would have taken him half a year. Was his destiny not to vie for supremacy in Dazhou, but rather over the entirety of Dongzhou? Surely the overseer would not jest about such matters. Qin Xuan helplessly stroked his pristine white beard. Tossing a few coins down, he rose to leave. Jiangdong County, one of the wealthiest districts in Dazhou, was a hub of taxation. Jiangling City, the county seat of Jiangdong, had remained unaffected by 6 months of internal strife. Retaining its vibrancy, the streets were alive with throngs of people, bustling and sweating profusely. Even outside the 6 doors office, numerous stalls had been set up. Dressed comfortably, Qin Xuan walked toward the office, but a guard stopped him. Advising, old man, this is the 6 doors stronghold. No idlers allowed. If you have business, please proceed to the prefectural or county offices. In the past 6 months, the atmosphere in the official circles of Dazhou seemed to have undergone a sudden transformation. The treatment of the common folk had improved significantly. Qin Xuan produced a golden token, particularly the character internal on it, causing the guard's expression to shift dramatically. We greet you, my lord. I wish to see the chief constable. I shall notify him immediately. Shortly thereafter, someone escorted him to meet the chief constable of Jiangling County, Gongsun Chanyu, the 17th-ranked 4th-grade powerhouse. I pay my respects to Chief Constable Gongsun. Qin Xuan maintained a balanced demeanor. Ah, so you are the Northern Fox. Gongsun Chanyu laughed heartily, observing him with curiosity. I have neither heard your voice nor seen your face. You rank 3rd on the Free Society's kill list. Surely that is not your true form? Chief Constable Gongsun, inquiring about my identity seems rather inappropriate, does it not? Qin Xuan replied, settling into a chair. He was not well acquainted with this person, having only collaborated with him on 2 occasions. Which was why he resorted to disguise for this meeting. Indeed, you are the Northern Fox, now listed 3rd on the Free Society's kill list. You have extinguished countless budding Free Society members. earning the reputation of being worth 1,000,000 soldiers. Enough flattery, Chief Constable, I have come to conduct business, Qin Xuan lamented, feeling as though someone was deliberately exaggerating his contributions from behind the scenes. Gongsun Chinyu chuckled, producing a letter and placing it on the table. Intelligence has arrived. Following the disbandment of the Free Society, especially the main branch, they may have retreated northward, seeking to ally with the barbarians, while the Eastern Han and Northern Yan have yet to withdraw their troops. Plotting a resurgence, these rodents, unless they are exterminated, Dazhou shall never know peace. Qin Xuan refrained from taking the letter, furrowing his brows as he inquired, Chief Constable Gongsun, is this the court's directive? Gongsun Chinyu nodded solemnly. Extending his hands northward, this is the will of Lord Qinglong, commanding you to head north, investigate the location of the Free Society's main branch, and preferably locate its leader, Feng Xiaotian. Chief Constable Gongsun, you expect me to seek out Feng Xiaotian? Ranks 7th on the celestial list. Does Lord Qinglong not know my cultivation level, or do you not see it? Gongsun Chinyu chuckled wryly. Northern Fox, this matter is beyond my authority to decide. The order from Lord Qinglong has been issued, and you must execute it. However, rest assured, Lord Qinglong has stated that you may mobilize the 6 stores in Fufeng County, and Yixinghe should have received orders as well. Understood. Thank you, Chief Constable. Qin Xuan left, feeling quite helpless as he grasped the envelope. He had no idea whose ire he had incurred. The recent task seemed increasingly absurd, as if someone wished for his demise, all while squeezing out the last vestiges of his value. Within the 6 doors, the codenamed Qinglong concealed the true identity of the third-ranked figure on the celestial list, the Emperor's uncle, Chu Tianque. Qin Xuan couldn't help but curse under his breath. What a dog! Achoo! Outside the city of Xingjing by the moat, a handsome youth rubbed his nose, frowning as he gazed at the floating bobber ahead. Has someone cursed me again? The bobber suddenly began to sink, and his eyes lit up as he swiftly lifted his rod to spear the fish. The fishing rod bent into a dramatic arc, the line whistling as it was pulled taut. Before long, a sizable fish weighing over 10 pounds was hauled ashore. He erupted into laughter. Today is my lucky day. Another big catch. Just then, his expression soured again as he pulled out a jade token sign. Discarding the fish back into the river, he packed up his rod and vanished from sight. To the east of Xingjing City lay a towering mountain range known as Chushan, the former site of the Chu Tian sect, now the inner sanctum of the 6 doors. The youth appeared outside a side hall of Chushan, a pleasing smile gracing his lips as he entered. Calling out, "Grandmother, you summoned me." Above the main seat, a woman with white hair yet youthful visage emanated an imposing aura without any show of anger. "Tianque has come. It is not I who seeks you, but rather your niece." Chu Tianque smiled as he glanced at his beloved niece, Chu Nian, and patted his chest, saying, "Nian Nian, whatever troubles you face, do not hesitate to speak. Your uncle will see to it." Chu Wunyan's expression was far from pleasant as she stated bluntly, "Third uncle, I have heard that you have commanded Beihu to venture into the northern realm to seek the headquarters of the Freedom Society, and also to locate Feng Xiaotian. Is this true?" Chu Tianque appeared bewildered. Although he was the head of the 6 gates, he could not recall issuing such a command. "Tianque, did you indeed give this order?" the woman demanded, striking the table with a serious demeanor. Yes, since Beihu possesses both capability and talent, how could we not utilize him, once the Freedom Society is eradicated and Feng Xiaotian is slain? The Eastern Han and Northern Yan will naturally withdraw their troops, allowing our great Chu to regain tranquility. Chu Wunyan, incensed, retorted, "But he is merely a warrior at the Qi condensation stage. Are you sending him to his death? How can he possibly infiltrate the headquarters of the Freedom Society and confront a third-grade master?" Nian Nian. Chu Tianque suddenly turned serious. With the enemy attacking and internal strife brewing, how many lives have been lost in our great Chu? If sacrificing his life can ensure the peace of our realm, then he shall be hailed as a hero. I do not wish for another Feng Xiaotian to emerge in great Chu. But do not say but. Chu Tianque rose, his voice cold. "Chu Wunyan, suppress your feelings of pity. You are of royal blood. You should understand that this realm of Great Chu has been earned through the blood and sacrifice of our ancestors. Qin Xuan has enjoyed the peace of our Great Chu and reaped its resources. He must contribute to our cause. Is his life worth more than that of other sons of Great Chu?" "Third uncle," Chu Wunyan cried out helplessly. "Silence. The matters of the 6 gates are not yours to decide. It is settled," he continued. "Moreover, he may not necessarily perish." "Correct." Chu Wunyan turned to her great-grandmother for help, but the woman had closed her eyes. With a disdainful huff, she turned and walked away. "How can you make me the villain again?" Chu Tianque exclaimed as he plopped down onto his chair. Exasperated, the woman opened her eyes and remarked, "Nian Nian is still young. She does not comprehend that the most unfathomable thing in this world is the human heart. she fails to grasp the peril of a non-royal rising to prominence. "Grandmother, is this Qin Chuan truly so formidable?" Chu Tianqi asked, perplexed. "This is his preliminary information. Due to the passage of time, I could not retrieve details about his family. Take a look." The woman tossed a letter to him. He caught it and opened it, his expression shifting dramatically. "This young man is intriguing. Born to poverty, he emerged at the age of 86, unifying the western city in less than 2 months and becoming the underground king. His audacity is remarkable, colluding with Hui Chuan to clandestinely sell ruined gold essence. After Chen Wenzhou's demise, he was the first to flee, vanishing for nearly 2 months, only to reappear outside Fufeng City. Rescuing the populace and battling fiercely against the barbarians. Talent, possesses a pair of eyes imbued with a unique Dao insight, cultivation potential, progressed from the entry stage to Qi condensation perfection in merely 6 months. Uncertain aspects, may have mastered the foundational techniques of the third realm, otherwise, he could not have crossed boundaries to slay Qi condensation stage barbarians during his time in the true Qi stage. Summary: this individual has navigated the lower echelons of the Jianghu for many years, demonstrating boldness and meticulousness. He is self-serving, cunning, and vengeful, yet possesses a certain degree of compassion. His eyes widened in astonishment. "Grandmother, is this authentic?" Within just 6 months, he ascended from the entry stage to Qi condensation perfection. Indeed, half an hour ago, Gongsun Xingyi relayed intelligence that he has achieved Qi condensation mastery. If all goes well, he will successfully cultivate his spirit within a month. And what of the foundational techniques of the third realm? The woman shook her head. Only Nian Nian has seen him in action, so it cannot be confirmed. However, the likelihood is quite high. Tianqi, do you think the rise of such a person is a blessing or a curse for our great Chu? Chu Tianqi fell silent. You do not believe, like Nian Nian, that because he battles fiercely against a few barbarians, he is loyal to great Chu, do you? His actions stem from compassion for the common people, not loyalty to our realm. Tianqi, regardless of the outcome of this mission, he must die. His growth has been too rapid, and he is not of royal lineage. In a few years, it may become impossible to eliminate him. I do not wish for another Feng Xiaotian to arise in Great Chu. The woman concluded, rising to depart. Feng Xiaotian. Chu Tianqi murmured, a flicker of malice crossing his features. He was once my good brother. How, brother Qin Xuan, it has been too long. He laughed heartily, standing to greet him. "Chief, indeed it has been a while," Qin Xuan responded, visibly delighted to see a familiar face. He then turned to Feng Xing. "Master Feng, it has been a while." Feng Xing smiled. "Brother Qin, it has truly been too long, huh? Come, let us celebrate your return," Xingyi exclaimed, leading him away. Feng Xing, you come too? Certainly. Within the finest tavern of Fufeng County, the 3 men raised their cups, drinking and conversing merrily. "Chief, tell me, who conferred the title of Beihu upon me? It makes me seem so treacherous," Qin Xuan lamented. Originally he had wished to adopt a grandiose moniker, yet it seems someone had taken it upon themselves to label him. Xingyi chuckled. "Ha, it is precisely because you are so formidable, brother Qin. The members of the Freedom Society harbor a deep-seated hatred for you. Were it not for you, they would not have been defeated so swiftly. They lacked an army, merely a group of sect members plotting to assassinate officials and incite unrest. However, before they could act, you discovered and eradicated them, leaving them without the power to rise again. Thus, with nothing but those petty rascals remaining, how could Great Chu not easily subdue them?